You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been F'ing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Ah, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Hi, my name is Davai and I play for PPGL and my in-game role is Flex and we are from SGMY region. I would say our expectation for the APAC challenges this time is to qualify for Masters 2 and I hope we'll be able to qualify again this time. I would say our competitors for this time would be Xerxia and Lee. From the chosen rival teams, I would choose Carry from Xerxia, and I think he's a very good player, like very consistent. And from it, I would say Lenny. If we're able to play our game just like in practice, I think most likely we're gonna beat anyone in this competition. So I hope that we'll be able to play just like how we play in practice. I would like to thank all the fans that have been supporting us from day one, and don't forget to watch our games in the upcoming matches.
Hey guys, I'm Lenny from Bleed and we are from the SGMI region. Our expectations are definitely to qualify for Copenhagen, which is the goal for pretty much any team there, I guess. Definitely, I guess PPGL from our first seed from the SGMI region. And the star player to watch out for is definitely the star player, Forsaken. I guess by playing our own game and just much practicing and training and giving our best performance during the event. And make sure to stay tuned to the VCT APAC Challengers Playoff Stage 2. Hope to see you guys there.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands.
From first encounters to first bloods. That's the way it goes over here at the Knockouts. 8 teams of the best have come forward. But that's a little too much. Eliminations are in order. So challengers, put all on the line or else we might bid you goodbye. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
The APAC region saw its greatest go head-to-head in Stage 1 as they aimed and took their shot at qualifying for Masters. And now, it's time to run it back and do it again. It's time again for the Pacific's rising tide to create fearless waves. As the passionate APAC fans gather together to watch it reach greater heights. Together, we will witness the relentless and heart-pounding action as APAC's best rack up kills and beef up the stats. With every aggressive swing, strategic plant, and patient retake comes flawless gun skill and agent mastery. Be swift and make them fear you on land and air. Gather info and provide your team with a vantage point. And take down your opponents with precision and finesse. It all comes down to the final 8 teams from the 8 different regions and one shot at the APAC crown. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
It's day 2 of the knockouts, and like I always say out here, it's brutal. Especially since eliminations are in order. Likeable, Tricks, and Fluffy O2, by the way, over here as your panel. And we're gonna be starting this day strong by reliving the striking moments from yesterday. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at yesterday's recap. Or not. Never mind. There we go. A little bit of tech difficulties from time to time, but it happens, guys. So, first off the bat, yesterday we started out strong, Tricks. It was Paper Rex versus Alter Ego, and it was so good.
It really was. I love the amount of space that Paper X was able to take, especially on that icebox map. And, you know, having that Sage, I know that some people find that it's old meta. I know I've also been one of those people to say it's a little old meta, but Paper X is doing a fantastic job on that Sage, getting that information, really just pushing the Alter Ego back on their attacking side.
Really was. And second series of the day was Bleed Esports versus Griffin Esports. I also enjoyed watching this. I mean, I always talk about how Griffin has evolved, but I can't sit back and not talk about my kids. Yes, but that was really good. I love the performance from Piff, Maxi, every single player over here at Bleed. The adjustment of the pacing was just so good, especially from Darian. I mean, this guy, what a way to end this series by ending it with an ace.
Look at how beautiful
execution that really was from Bleed. But of course, Fluffy, ONIC G versus Boom Esports. Amazing series as well. 2-0 if I'm not mistaken.
ONIC versus Boom, it was 2-1 at the end of it, and we go a really great series by Elmi Moore, especially playing so many different agents. He played that Chamber, he played the Cypher, even the Viper on the Icebox, and he really made the difference because the amount of lurks that he had and the amount of picks that he was able to get was just such a big deal for his team. It gave them a lot of the momentum to take the maps.
Really had a lot of momentum. I mean, that's what it's like with ONIC G all the time. Now, last series of the day was Xerxia Esports versus Team Secret. My goodness, this game, I don't even know where to begin. So, Team Secret chooses Haven, but they lost there, and Xerxia chose Ascent, and they lost there. So it all boiled down to Breeze, Tricks.
I really enjoyed watching Team Secret and Xerxia play. I know that I myself usually love watching Xerxia, but Team Secret really stepping up and pleasantly surprising me with their performance. With the amount of control they're able to take the map, with the amount of picks they were getting, they started to look a lot better, especially on that third map.
They really did. I mean, we're looking at all of the highlights once again, and I can't get enough of this. Like, I love seeing how Paper X plays. We've talked about this. They seem so chill. Like, it's like their playground whenever they enter a Valorant game, right? Despite it being a competition, it's always filled with big brain plays and executions and just so much creativity when it comes to Paper X, which is why I'm excited to see them as we begin the day in just a bit. But yeah, those were the highlights. We were very lucky and fortunate to get to see all of the action that happened yesterday because that was day 1. And I gotta say that because we reached game 3 on almost all of the series that we had, it just goes to show that the players out here are really putting on quite a show for us. Now, yesterday was day 1, yet there was just so much bloodlust there for the teams, and they really want to be the best of the best and beat the best of the best. I mean, they've already come so far and they're not backing down now, especially that they're so close to the finish line. To make more sense of how far they've actually come, here's Mika Fabs with the tournament format.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seeded in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
What a journey they've been through, and what an even more difficult journey they're about to embark on, which we'll actually see as we proceed over to the brackets that'll be flashed on your screens in just a few seconds. I mean, it's just been so crazy. We all went through the local challengers, we all went through the play-ins and then the group stage, and now we're here. And it's not even done yet because Masters is on the table as well, right? But here we have it, Fluffy. It's the brackets that we have here, and look at that. 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, and 1-2. Crazy day we had yesterday.
Yeah, and a lot of the teams yesterday came in undefeated, but aside from Xerxia, 3 of them actually remained strong with that streak. But I feel like a lot of things can change today, especially in the first game for PaperX versus Bleed.
I absolutely agree, and it's just so insane. Just looking at this, I don't even know what to expect.
I
My
mean,
goodness.
you know, if anything has been proven so far, it's to expect the unexpected at this
Oh,
rate.
yeah.
I feel all of these teams really coming in there, sometimes a new lineup, sometimes with old reliables for them, being able to up their strategies, up their teamwork. Some teams also, you know, looking at their performance, thinking that there are things, and understanding that there are things to improve on. So I am excited to see how teams are going. I know I say this so often, but I
It's
just
true.
really do feel that a lot of teams constantly working on themselves and stepping it up throughout APAC.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm looking at this now since we just saw the brackets. This is the tournament schedule for today. I'm a little bit worried for Game 3 and Game 4 over here, but I feel like Trix, you're extra worried for Game 4. These two, you always look out for BME and Xerxia.
I'm a little sad that it's BME versus Xerxia because I really love watching both teams. But honestly, every single team right now in the knockout stage, I want to see more of. Like, we've got Bleed, Griffin that have just been amazing in terms of personal growth. Bleed and Boom Esports also coming in together from the play-ins. And then we have other teams, of course, Team Secret, you know, Paper Rex, Alter Ego, ONIC, and Xerxia that have just been formidable opponents, and sometimes, you know, those teams that are really being looked out for.
They really are. Now, before we get too ahead of ourselves, I know you're really looking out for that game number 4, but to get there, we have to go through game number 1. So why don't we go ahead and introduce the first series of the day. Yesterday, we had the Battle of Indonesia, but today, the first series is going to be the Battle of the MYSG teams. So the first MYSG team is a team that we all know and love to watch. Their unpredictability with agent composition always puts them at the spotlight, but it's their execution that really speaks for itself. Their opponent better be ready because here they are. This is Paper X. Fluffy, with a team as big brain as Paper X, I think it's fitting that you, our 5-head guy over here, take the honors of talking about them.
I mean, Paper Rex, there's not a lot to say about this team that hasn't already been said. They're one of the most consistent teams and also confident teams that come into this stage. PaperX, of course, with a standard lineup of Benkai, Devi, Forsaken, Jing, and Mindfreak have really put to the test a lot of the teams that have overcome them. And going into this match, I feel like they're going to be very confident going into their MYSG rivals, Bleed Esports, because if you look at their history, if you're a PaperX fan, you do know that they've played multiple times all the way back from their MYSG challengers for stage 1 and stage 2 for the playoffs, and they actually haven't lost yet in the record. So, you know, it's a pretty good standing. I'm sure the team is very confident, especially going into a familiar opponent like Bleed. But PaperX overall, talking about them more, is just a team that always has that power to really explode. They have that dynamic duo Forsaken and Jing, but they always have the Vibe Benkai and Mindfreak to really hold the line where it matters. And all of these players at any moment can really pop off. And when they do, it really puts a lot of pressure off the rest of their team to really move around. They have the most innovative comps, I think, and one of the bigger agent pools, who are also the team that I think are very brave in the sense that even though they are at the top, they're not afraid to experiment with new things. So expect the unexpected coming in with PaperX.
It always is expect the unexpected when it comes to PaperX, but that's just how they operate. They're always, I wouldn't say mysterious, it's just how they are. They're explosive, but at the same time, it's just so calculated, right, Trix?
Yeah, they have this form of unpredictability a lot of times when they play. The way that they change up their own play style, it seems like suddenly they'll go aggressive, suddenly, you know, they're forcing those duels, or they'll pull back and they know when to pull back. And I feel that's what I love about watching PaperX, is their understanding of their team synergies and how to play with each other, their crossfires. It's always a treat watching them.
Yeah, it's funny how you mentioned that, because that's actually part of the introduction that I have for the second team. So it just goes to show how, I wouldn't say balance, but like how this head-to-head, or like how this whole match is gonna go through, because there are similarities when it comes to both of the teams. So on the other side of PaperX is the second MYSG team here at the Knockouts. I have been accepted as their mother. And I'm very proud to talk about this team because their progress throughout the stage has been insane. They're explosive, but they're explosive. Like, that's established. But their explosiveness now has that added discipline to them. And PaperX better watch out, because they're a team. This is a team that's constantly improving. And I think that they're just about ready to face off the Giants. So here they are. It is Boom Esports. Oh, sorry. Bleed Esports. Oh my god, I'm gonna get... My lovely children, please, it was an honest mistake. I need coffee. But Trix, here they are. It's Bleed Esports. You know, we've got Darian, Lenny, Lexi, Maxi, and of course, Fifth.
You know, similar to a lot of the teams that are here on the APAC Knockout stage, there's little to say that hasn't already been said. But for the viewers out there, just wanted to remind everyone, Bleed Esports coming in from those play-ins, doing a fantastic job in terms of their team synergy, finding that nice balance and middle ground between our SCA players with some European players as well, kind of getting in with that, with those big brain plays we usually see, but also the insane aim that we tend to be known for in the SEA region. So I find it fantastic. Bleed Esports doing a great job. Darion also just having that kind of the confidence to take those peaks, and I find that that confidence is a mixture between being confident in his teammates as well as his own abilities, because you can just see Darion when he pops off, he really shines. He takes those duels and he's not afraid to do it.
Yeah, he really isn't. I mean, yesterday he ended the series with an ace, and I don't think that that's the first time he's done that. He's just so masterful with what he does, and he also has a lot of trust when it comes to his teammates. So that's really cool to see. But you mentioned earlier about the big brain plays that this team is executing. And you know what? As we go over to our head-to-head, we'll actually see some of the people who are responsible for thinking of that, or perhaps helping in the execution of those exact plays. So Fluffy, here they are, the big brain players of the team. We've got Benkai and Pith.
I mean, Benkai and Pith, a couple things they have in common, right? So they are the big brain players of both teams. They have the experience also, another thing that they have in common to really back it up. Really strong players that have a big FPS background, OGs in a lot of ways, especially here on the Valorant scene. These two players are not only cracked in the mind, but also in the body. They have the aim to back it up. They always get those impact frags, and they always assist their teammates to get the most space and value out of all their pushes, plays, or defenses. You know, the stats also reflect that they have the highest KDAs that we have seen. And I think that between both of these players, one other thing that is kind of different is I feel like Pith is a bit more calculated, but Benkai seems to be the more proactive of the two. So I wonder how that's going to clash coming into this match.
I wonder that too. It's just so good looking at these guys. And the way, I mean, we talked about their executions. Bleed Esports, more known for their 5-man executions. Excuse me. And Paper X, on the other hand, is just so creative the way they pull everything off. Especially, again, when we talk about the compositions that they've shown here, it's always different. So obviously the strats behind it are also going to be different. But, I mean, Tricks, these two players, I know that you love analyzing these games. And when you take a look at the people who are actually responsible, I feel like you're due to say something about them.
I mean, just their understanding of the maps, you know, the way, even when they call timeouts, right? Sometimes whether it's Paper X is lagging behind or Bleed Esports is lagging behind, you kind of see that both teams just switch on to something. And I like to imagine that I understand them very well, but I also know that for a fact there's something going on with in terms of understanding your teammates, understanding the limitations, understanding how you want to adjust yourselves in order to play against the opponents. And when Benkai does it, you know, he usually is, as Fluffy has mentioned, he's very proactive. He moves his positioning, he moves his utility. Pit on the other side, when we get to this timeout and when it seems that they switch on, for him it's also not just moving the utility, but it's changing his timing, which I love to see. It's like he moves in a different time frame in which he was moving prior, and I feel like Bleed really lean into that, because all of the Bleed players, we've seen them change the pace in terms of discipline, in terms of angles that they're peaking, and I think that they need to continue that against a team like Paper X, but also expect the change in setups, which will keep Bleed on their toes.
You know what I love about Bleed Esports is that we talked about during APAC 1 about the fusion of like European and Southeast Asian.
Yeah.
But what I'm actually looking at here is the fusion of the younger players and the veterans and how well they balance each other. You know, you've got the big brains of Pith again, and the way it just translates to the younger people or the younger players in that team, it's just so good, Fluffy.
Yeah, I think another great thing about Bleed Esports as well is they, in my opinion, though they have played this specific matchup against Paper Rex a couple times beforehand, and unfortunately it did not go their way for the most part, I think Bleed Esports today is a very different team that we've seen them in the past. I feel like, especially if you've been watching and keeping up with APAC specifically, coming in for the play-ins, they've had that Cinderella run that really has pushed a lot of their limits, and it hasn't actually stopped them from stopping anytime soon. And I think that they're planning to continue their momentum into this game. Bleed Esports really has, in my opinion, got a lot more discipline, like you mentioned, but also still retains that fire and that firepower that can turn into that infernal cascade at the end of every round that can really help, you know, close out these tight rounds, especially if they can get that connection between those younger players like Darion and those experienced players like Pith to really work together. So I think that although we've seen this matchup in the past, this could be a completely different story, especially with both teams coming into this undefeated. Only one team will still remain that way after this.
Yeah. I mean, maybe this is Bleed's turn. I don't think that they've won against Paper X in the MYSG. I mean, Paper X was only defeated by Gaming Gladiators, or Lays, if you guys are familiar with the former name of Gaming Gladiators, which is Long Amazing Zebra Ears. Yeah, I had to mention that because I love that name. I mean, I'm happy for them to be acquired by an org, but it's just a really cute name.
Yeah, I also saw on social media actually recently that I think it's the coach of Bleed right now, who mentioned that if they finally win this game, if they beat Paper X, I think he's gonna shave his head. So all goes for it. I could be wrong if that's not what he meant, but that's what I saw this morning when I woke up.
What is going on with people and placing important life decisions on team games? Because I know for a fact that a caster yesterday was tweeting that if Team Secret wins, she's gonna get a lover. I'm not gonna name drop. I just saw it on Twitter.
Wow.
You guys guess which blind item of a caster that is, but I saw that on Twitter. So what is it? What is going on? I don't really. I mean, we do our predictions here, but I don't really go as far as like making important life decisions off of what these players do. But you know what an important decision is? Picking the maps that we get to see today. So I hope that the teams just really bring out the best of the best over them as we head on over to our map vetoes. All right then, Fluffy, what do you think we'll see today?
What I think we'll see, I'm not yet so sure, but what I don't think we'll see is for the side of Paper Rex, Split or Ascent. They haven't really shown it here on the APAC stage yet, but they have been showing a very strong bind. Well, on the other hand, Bleed Esports really haven't been playing the bind map, so I feel like that's going to be one of the maps for contention for majority of this series, especially back to Split, where they do have that good control on the side of Bleed Esports for Split, so it might be one of the stronger maps if it gets selected. And as I say that, Bleed Esports does choose to remove the bind, so we're not going to see Paper X have that 100% win rate coming into this. They have a lot of exciting comps. They've played the Fade, they've played the Yoru in the past, and unfortunately for us, we won't be seeing that, as well as the Icebox, which will now be taken out by Paper Rex. I'm very surprised by that because Paper Rex have a decent track record on the map, but I guess they just don't want to test because there are very cracked players on Bleed Esports, and if they can get that ball rolling, it could be very detrimental for the side of Paper Rex.
I also think that I'm a little surprised Bleed is leaving up Fracture because I think Paper X enjoys playing that map. They have quite a bit of confidence, and there it is, Paper X picking that Fracture and Bleed picking their Split. I feel there are no surprises so much in this map selection. We've seen both teams really shine, right? We always remember Bleed's judge control on Split and the Fracture executions on terms of Paper X. But Paper X did show that they do have weaknesses, especially on that map.
Yeah. This isn't something that you usually see. Most teams here try to avoid Fracture and it becomes their decider, but Paper X is unafraid to do so. And interesting enough, Trix, we always see the defense being picked first, but for a map like Fracture, I think it's only fitting that Bleed would go for attack. But Fluffy, not gonna be seeing Breeze. I wonder what Paper X is gonna be banning. I hope they show it in 3, 2. What? No, not yet.
Nope,
not quite
not
yet.
today. But I think it's gonna be probably the Ascent map they're gonna take out. They haven't really shown much of it here on the APAC stage because I think they have a very confident Haven as well. So I don't think that they'd mind moving into Haven as their third map. They haven't lost on that map yet, but we also do know that it is one of Bleed's stronger maps. So it's a question of, do we both play our game and play the Haven map, or do we ban it out and try to spot one of their weaknesses instead of playing to both our strengths? And it looks like that the answer to that question is that they're going to remove the Haven map. They don't want to deal with knowing how strong Bleed Esports Haven can be, and we're going to default in Ascent, which I believe is a very comfortable map for Paper Rex in general. And on the side of Bleed, it is also a decent map, but I don't think it's as strong as the Haven pick, so I kind of understand their decision making for this map selection.
I think, looking at the maps, I feel like Bleed should be able to pick up their Split. They have shown a lot of proficiency in that map, just as Paper X has shown proficiency in theirs. I know that, some of the casters have pointed out, it's not always that when you pick the map that you're going to win it, but it is to say that when you pick those maps, it's more because you are confident in your gameplay.
Yeah.
The question being, though, is how are they going to adjust? How will Paper X adjust to the way Bleed is playing, and vice versa? How will Bleed adjust to the way Paper X is? And who's going to be making those split decisions faster? Who's going to be able to stop mid-round and be like, okay, we've denied information, we've taken space, let's regroup. But it's not, it can't take 30 seconds to decide this. It's usually within 2 seconds the team has to make a decision.
Yeah, and speaking more about split decisions, going on to the map of split itself, I'm very interested to see what both of these teams are going to bring out, as we know that they have a variety of diverse compositions that they can bring out. But overall, Bleed has always had a very good track record on this map. Not to say that Paper X doesn't, but it's just such a consistent map for Bleed that even though they might be giving the quote-unquote advantageous side back to their opponents, I feel like they come in with such a good game plan because they're so comfortable doing so. We've seen them do it in the past. We've seen all the judge plays that we have from Darion, especially with the double controller setup that they normally have run here in the APAC stage. And I feel like if they allow Paper Rex to come in, but they're prepared for that explosion, they can really use it to their advantage unless Paper Rex comes up with something very special.
I mean, Split, like you said, very good track record, but we have to remember that this is actually the map that Paper X lost against Gaming Gladiators as well. So that's something to consider, because it seems like there are some teams out here who are starting to pick up off of what Paper X has been doing. And what I think surprisingly, okay, I'm looking at the statistics over here, Paper X kind of does better on attack on Split. That's not something that you see every day, because we always talk about Split being a defender-sided map, but for them to thrive in attack, that's kind of surprising if you ask me. But what I love to see here is usually, you know, for either of the teams, it's always the battle of that, like, Cypher or the Chamber. But after what Trix has told me, after what she's taught me these past couple of days, I have been enjoying seeing the mobility, the lurk potential of the Cypher, especially here on Split. It's just really good. Plus the usage of utility, I mean, we've seen it from RRQ. I have to talk about a PH team at one point. But yes, I've seen Nexi on his Cypher, and it was really enjoyable to watch. So I love seeing these new innovative setups as well. But yeah, I know the Tricks. Maybe that's my thing. Maybe I enjoy watching Sentinels come to life, because I know Trix loves seeing a Sky being brought out. But maybe that's my thing.
I think there's definitely, sorry Fluffy, there's definitely, you know, perks to Sentinels and Skies and every agent on the map.
Of course. Fluffy?
Sorry. I was just going to agree with you actually for the previous point that you had. I think that on this map, the last time, if I remember correctly, the last time that Bleed Esports and Paper Rex did play Split, Paper Rex took 10 out of the first 12 rounds on the attacker side for Split. And it really shows how aggressive that they can be coming into a matchup like this. But also, as you mentioned, the Cypher pick is something that's very interesting. We've seen both Pith and Benkai do it in the past. I don't necessarily recall a recent-ish game where we've seen both Cyphers, but if we find it out on Split, I feel like it creates such a big change in the dynamic of the map, just because it creates that kind of autonomous site that you can leave alone, and it allows your players to move more of their manpower somewhere else. So coming into a matchup like this specifically, Paper Rex seems to always pull through historically, but I think that Bleed Esports has really had that mastery of the map, especially in recent times, to pull through a lot of the time.
I agree.
Yeah, and if you guys have been listening to Trix, take out the utilities, take out the traps, make more space for your team, play a little bit more mind games against your opponent, because again, as you said, Fluffy, once you have the setups in place and the traps are there, you need less manpower on that specific site, which allows the other members of your team to kind of funnel onto one side and just defend that with better manpower advantage, right? But if you take out those traps, you take them out, then they're gonna need more people to actually look over there and watch out. You know, you're gonna mess up their mental, because now they're like, oh wait, they took out the trap, maybe they're pushing here, maybe not. That is the big question for every time you break the Sentinel traps, right? But I mean, it sounds so fundamental, but sometimes we see that come into play, and the players are also very cautious. I mean, given that they have a lot of things to think about, but it really does happen. But you know what's another mind game for us? It's the predictions. Let me just take a deep breath before we get to this part, because I always have PTSD whenever we go to the predictions. It's not fun. However, since Bleed Esports is gonna be playing today, I've already established that I am their mother. They will people riot if I predict otherwise. So, I mean, no. Wait, I made it sound bad. I'm saying that I am wholeheartedly, willingly, happily supporting Bleed Esports for this one. I'm predicting them. You guys, your turn, Fluffy.
Well, for me, I'd have to go with the statistics with this one. You know, it's very hard to argue how consistent a team like Paper Rex has consistently taken out Bleed Esports at times like this, though I think that Bleed has improved and they have a very good shot. You know, my analyst brain has to look at the research, and I have to go with Paper Rex, I think, for this one. They're just such on a top form right now because they're also constantly improving just as much as Bleed does, and that probably is why, even up until now, they've remained undefeated.
I would have to agree with Fluffy here. I think, being the analysts and looking at the numbers, Paper X has that consistency, although they remain creative. And I find that Paper X should be able to take the series from Bleed Esports today.
Mm-hmm. Well, Bleed Esports is also consistently improving. Not
That's
to say
true.
the least that they aren't good. They are. But that's the thing.
Very
They're
good,
getting
yes.
better. So I feel like it's going to be quite a challenge. I definitely, track record show that they did not beat Paper X during the MYSG. But it's different. When they stepped over here on APAC, their performance has been different. It really has been. And I feel like Paper X is going to be facing a completely brand new version of Bleed Esports going into this series. It's just insane when we take a look at it. Now, I'm going to take a look at the stats again. We're going to be going to Split, Fracture, and Ascent. Why don't we start off with Split, Fluffy? What compositions do you think we'll be seeing on either side?
I think at least for Paper Rex, for Split, they have a couple compositions that they've run. I always like seeing the Cypher, especially out of Benkai, but they've also tried running multiple initiators, bringing out the tactical terrors of Fade alongside the silencing powers of KO, which I feel like if they really go through their adaptation correctly, if they have the good research, the KO value actually could be super high. They normally do stick with that raise. It's overall good in a map like Split, where you can control a lot of things with that explosive utility, but they have also shown a lot of flexibility in what controller they pick. They have the global presence of Astra, and they have the aggression coming out from the Omen. I think that in general, most probably they're going to be going with the KO and Raze for sure, but which Sentinel they decide and which controller will be the big question for today. If they're going to stick with something that they are comfortable with, or if they're going to try to do something like Team Secret has, Coach Fade has mentioned in the past, where he says that they choose their compositions based on their opponents and how they want to adapt their strategy, knowing how they play with the research. So if it's comfort, I think they're going to go with something like Cypher Jet, play that double duelist. But if we're thinking more adaptation, more new style, I think they're going to go with more like a Fade Astra over anything else.
What about you, Trix? I know that we've enjoyed Bleed Esports with a double controller,
Yes.
with Darian on that judge. But do you think we'll be seeing that today?
I would not be surprised. I find that Bleed has a good track record with that lineup, and I am a firm believer that if you are good at something, then perfect it. And I feel like Bleed is on that road, is on that track to perfecting their lineup, perfecting the way that they play with each other. As Laika has pointed out, they're a team that is consistently growing throughout this tournament. And I don't think that growing in the middle of a tournament necessarily means changing your lineup.
Yeah.
I find that sometimes it might mean playing the agents that you have played, understanding your opponent on top of that, and understanding what the agents do, the kind of skills that they bring into it, how you can counter those skills, how you can play accordingly and adjust. So I think coming into this, in terms of agent lineups, we've got Paper X's couple lineups that they play, both aggressive in their own way, both able to take that information, take the duels, and Bleed having that way of denying information, forcing opponents to certain locations. So I'm really wondering how they're going to change it up, whether it's Paper X or Bleed, how they're going to change it up in the Split map to see which one is reading the other better and how are they adjusting.
Right. I think for Bleed, knowing that they're the type of team that, like you mentioned, kind of doubles down on what they're comfortable with and just learning the ins and outs of that composition, they basically use that double controller setup with the Sky for the most part for every time they've played Split. So I think adaptation-wise, at least, Paper Rex would benefit a lot running something that can really abuse the fact that they know that they're going to play double controller. I think the Fade and KO combination, especially with the Boombot coming out from Raze, can get them a lot of space without really risking anything, because with the Fade, for example, you can use that agent with its prowlers to push through a lot of these smokes, where we know that Darion has been famous for holding a lot of close angles with the shotgun with. And as I mentioned, that it looks like they're going to go with a mix of the two compositions on this side of Paper Rex. They're going to go for the Cypher as a Sentinel, actually the double Sentinel coming into the chamber as well, not really running a KO, which I think had value, but I guess they're going for the real big hold, the double Sentinel. I find that very interesting because it'll control not only sight and mid, and Fade, of course, is going to be really good into that double controller setup.
Tricks, I know you already mentioned it earlier. We already talked about Bleed, but it's the exact same lineup over here. And
yes,
I'm looking at this. In the back of Tricks' mind, why did you not pair the Fade with the Sky? No, I'm just kidding. But I do know that you have your notion, especially when it comes to getting that hard intel. Would you say that Fade is good at getting that hard intel that we like to talk about here? Because, I mean, we already talked about Bleed Esports, really good at denying information. So, putting a Fade over here, I'm not quite sure how this is going to play out.
I feel like Fade shines in terms of being able to clear corners, very similar to Sky. Her utilities are malleable and it pairs well, for example, having that Raze on hand. I do like Paper X's composition because I find Cypher also gives you that kind of hard intel that I find is lacking in some agents, and he covers that ground. When you have a Cypher camera up, you can count players, you can see them, you can hold a flank. So there's a lot of malleability in terms of what Cypher is playing. And on top of that, I think Tash is, screaming in her chair that it's Bankai on the Cypher. And we love seeing Bankai on the Cypher. He's so big brain, and we highlighted this earlier. So having him on that Cypher is fantastic. And I think it offers a lot of malleability in the way Paper X can play both defense and attack.
Yes. Wow, what a first game, what a first lineup, and I can't wait to get started. And I know that the people who are watching can't wait either. So why don't we go ahead and get straight to it, you guys. This is it. This is game number 1 for today, and it is Paper X versus Bleed Esports.
Here we are once again, guys. First series of the day. It's going to be Paper Rex versus Bleed Esports. My name is Asaroy. With me now is Raph. And I gotta tell you, Raph, real quick, it feels like this is something along the lines of Multiverse of Madness, right? For Paper Rex, they've said, it's not I love you in every universe. It's I've beaten you in every universe. Can Bleed Esports change the status quo, or is this going to be another takedown by Paper Rex? We'll see.
Well, for Bleed to perform, they have to pull out a Master Exploder to get that pick of Destiny, right? They gotta shred that fabric up apart, of course, with the power of heavy metal, maybe, but you did mention that, yeah, in many of the encounters that both these teams have come across each other, Paper Rex has been very, very convincing. Bleed, they look to change the fates right now. What?
Yeah, sorry. The screen is kind of low res.
Hey man, not everybody has a 240 hertz monitor like you. It's completely fine, it's completely understandable, but I don't like the trend that 144 is the new 60. But again, getting back into the match.
Yeah, you were mentioning about the thing about is just it feels like it's gonna be a Paper Rex game once again. But there's so many things that Bleed has definitely proven.
Oh yeah, many things, and they made it this far again. But to be toppled by Paper Rex, I have to admit that this could potentially be a big blow to their mental. But Darion has already made his way into the site. Mind Freak, not even landing that paranoia, but enough of a distraction to get them that numbers advantage. Now Forsaken, Benkai, and Mind Freak are left alone as Davai has also been quelled by Lenny. And now Lenny, arguably one of the best initiator players here, statistically speaking, some would argue. But Forsaken, he cares little for that, as he only sees the heads, and he'll be a very, very good shot. But I jinx that. As he whiffs his first 3, he still moves forward, tries to hold the defensive line, Asarai, but Maxi, the veteran, finds Forsaken, finds Mind Freak. And Benkai, the man with a hat, the man on the mission, the man they call Cypher, is getting ganged upon by Bleed Esports. Beautiful first round there by Bleed.
Definitely a beautiful first round. Just speed as speed can be. They just run amok. As soon as you saw Darion just get into the site, this is probably the power that we're going to be seeing on the offense for Bleed, even through buy rounds on both sides. Just a lot more powwow than anything else. Playing slow just means that you're wasting more utility. So I think it's going to be a shotgun style play. Not the weapon, but like the style itself of them just being able to cuck themselves on mains and then starting to, again, initiate on sites with Darion on that double satchel. Paper Rex on their hand is going to be situated to go for a weaker buy, but Forsaken, of course, to still hold on to the Headhunter. Unfortunately, Maxi, that felt like he was just swimming in a pool and so elegantly just disperses of Forsaken there.
What?
Oh, that was awkward.
That was incredibly awkward. I thought Benkai had the backstab there, but unfortunately for him, yeah, Lexi just has too much of a thick head, apparently, at least when it comes to the attributes of stopping bullets. Now Darion might actually get tagged up by that seize. No, instead he dodges it. Now retaliates with a paint shell of his own. Still trying to control B Heaven, but so far Bleed haven't really flushed out the remainder of Paper Rex, despite Paper Rex having only classics. But Darion crossing, and I love the movement here. Jing does get a freebie, and that's all they get. As Bleed, they have been utterly fantastic these first 2 rounds.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, just really good satchel plays from Darion. The thing is, right, people are so immersed already with the double satchels that they tend to forget that before the innovation, I guess, of the really cracked how do you call this, raise players, it was actually just wall satchels that have been the norm for a couple of months, just being able to boop yourself there. And Darion just takes that one step further, having the elevation on top of rafters. Now Paper Rex, that's going to be their adjustment here again. There's always going to be that powwow from Bleed here. It seems like Bleed just using their numbers once again. 4 people coming out of B main, and Device been overwhelmed. Benkai, the 1-2, at least defend the site. But that dog, activates the trap and even stuns him. He might get the wraparound here, but it seems like the rest of Bleed are hesitant to go for the push forward. The thing is, they've picked up a couple of weapons on the fallen members of Paper Rex, and Maxi gets spotted perfectly there by Benkai. The rest of Bleed now have to at least respect the control that they have on the B side, but Jing is about to hit the mother load as Bleed is about to go peeking on mid.
Truly the mother load, but Jing even finds Lenny, gets a spray down on Lexi. Pith is all alone in a 1v2 situation. Pith has been clutch all of his career, but Forsaken, like you mentioned, is right there in the sewer. Hey, what are you doing here? You don't look like no turtle. You don't look like you're no Master Splinter. The Paper Rex, they take their first round on the board here. Asarai equalizing the back just a little bit. Bleed, I know you're not too much of a fan of the Astra again. We'd like to highlight that, but I feel like the way she can shuffle her utility here and have global presence on the map is just so devastating. Again, the rotations can be fairly quick on both sides. With an Astra looming in the corner, well, obviously Benkai shooting him in the head, there's not much value in that, right? But going back to the game, Paper Rex, they kind of have to bleed this out as quickly as they can. With Pith and Maxi on that double controller, it's going to be death by 1,000 cuts. But Forsaken, completely blind. I think he was just out of range for his rendezvous. Maybe he thought he was right there, but Truly unfortunate.
I think he was in range. Look at where the other rendezvous was on the top of the ramp. So maybe he was just thinking he wasn't going to get pushed in. Or maybe it's because it's too vertical. But no, there's some rendezvous that allows you to get a little bit not on the same level as the rendezvous for it to activate, right? So I don't know. That was a little bit awkward for Forsaken. Maybe he just really wanted to hold that A main angle. But on the other side of the map, Durian has been spotted on mid here. Linnae's got to back away first, but has the Seekers to get back at that mid control. The whole enchilada has been released here, Raph. The zoo seems like every animal has been let out. And while that was happening on mid, Lexi and the rest of Bleed are starting to work their magic onto the B site. The thing is, though, Benkai could be a thorn on their side. Unfortunately, gets spotted by Maxi. Vi gets the trade quick in the end, but it's still going to be a 3 versus 3. Ultimate from... Who was this? Jing? Okay, Showstopper does absolutely nothing. Now the fight continues. Nice double peek, but the Vi very good on the fight. It's now down to Mind Freak. Smoke will be had in about 5 seconds, but this is a really difficult crossfire for him to handle. He can maybe isolate an angle here. Might incur the wrath of Lexi, and they are just absolutely honing in on him. He's not fully blinded yet, though, and he can still find a fight against Lexi and force Linnae to actually fight him in that position. Now he has a chance. Maybe go for half first. As Linnae starts to creep right in, this is going to be rather difficult. Has to have the spike first. Tries to go for the challenge, but that smoke actually allowed Linnae, a really good angle against the person himself.
Like I said, right, this utility shove on the side of Bleed just becomes so tiring to deal with if you're a Paper Rex player. Maxi and Pith can really just hold on to all those smokes and bleed out the round. True to their name. But yeah, this was a curious case on the side of Forsaken. I think he was just barely out of range there, Astra. His vest didn't pop gold. So, again, very telling. But I love how well played they did, or rather how well they played the situation where there was a very strong crossfight. No need to overextend. No need to even really go for the kill there. As long as they held Mind Freak, the win condition was very clear, very apparent. But yet again, Paper Rex, they're suffering from an eco buy. And Bleed, they are very much happy to capitalize on this.
Linnae now starts to capitalize on this with that mid-control using the Trailblazer. Forsaken's position, always the one and done for this man, but he hasn't found any form of success whatsoever, and it's been caught by actually multiple members of Bleed right now. Durian holds the control on mid. The Vi does get a headshot here, but the trades again are very swift. Jing tries to go for the peek. I think he heard Lexi actually swap weapons here, so he's very afraid of what could happen if he does try to go for the peek. Unfortunately, does not get the headshot, and we're down once again for Mind Freak. Again, the problem is Mind Freak is a very good clutch player, but it hasn't really amounted to much as Bleed are just, well, corralling Paper Rex to where they want to, especially with Paper Rex starting on the defending side.
And it seems that the split map has already given fruits, or at least some of them. I would assume that it's the claustrophobic nature that Paper Rex really can't do their super high-powered run-and-gun, high-octane playstyle. Again, the map just doesn't allow it. They have too many angles, too many corners. That's a good mix of verticality. That just makes it so dangerous for them to attempt what they want to do. But maybe this is a test of their temperance. Now, Paper Rex, they go for a very similar and a very default mid layout here. Forsaken, undeterred whatsoever, still pushes forward on that as Benkai. I don't think he knows what's in front of him, because so far, Darion has different ideas. He gets stuck in the cage. Good thing that Cosmic Divide didn't actually stop him, and the Showstopper finds Benkai, puts him 6 feet under. And look at this, Asarai. Paper Rex, they still try to go for this. And now, if you can do it, I can do it too. Jing, absolutely fearless. But Lexi tells him that you will die braver than most. Maxi now on the flank, gets the Vi. Forsaken and Mind Freak, stunning players, but literally stunned is Mind Freak. Has to make a mad dash out of the site. I feel like this could potentially be a save call for the Master. The economy just won't allow them to get onto this side, and with Bleed having such a strong man advantage, that's getting picked apart apparently by Paper Rex. Now suddenly 2v3. Okay, now that is definitely the flag for Mind Freak to just exit this, save the rifle. Let's hope that they can, or rather, they're thinking that they want to salvage the rest of this half, because 1-5, man, not a good look for them. But hey, we've talked about the Magic 6 and how it takes 6 rounds for a lot of teams to adjust for an attacking team.
Absolutely true. I think maybe a Magic 4 for a team like Alter Ego, mayhaps. I will say, though, Durian has come into this game just absolutely decisive with how he plays. And you see that with how he's been just utilizing the double satchel time and time again. And what's kind of interesting with this one, too, is it feels like on B side specifically, Benkai plays on an island. He has the help of Jing and I think that was Davai, who plays on B Heaven, but there's no real need to come out from Jing as soon as they just start rummaging in. It could be because they were afraid of the power of the showstopper that Durian already had, but even without that particular ultimate, it feels like Paper Rex are leaving Benkai on his own. Granted, Benkai can get those value plays and whatnot, but when there's so much focused utility from Bleed, right, with the composition that they've created, and again, like I said, that this was looking incredibly exciting because it's such a stark contrast to both sides. There needs to be a form of response from any of the other members, because it feels like, again, they're left in a 1 versus 5 in like a couple of seconds of interval, and that's more than enough for Bleed to just get into the site.
Like we said, right, Darion creates a lot of bedlam, absolute bedlam when he jumps onto the site. Is it the best play possible? Who knows? But he has been so decisive, and the team has been following up on him. It's been creating a lot of success. And that being said, what really determines a good play is it if it works or not, and how sustainable is it to keep repeating that motion, that action. But so far, Paper X, they've only found one round, one stop. And Bleed, their offense has been running in full gear. Forsaken, yet again, on that chamber. Looks to maybe peer into Frog, but will only find a statue and a monument of his miss. That could have been very, very good and big for Paper X, just because they needed that extra gun eliminated. Now, as for Forsaken, not having any sustainability in terms of, I don't know, Sage Heal or even regrowth, this is probably going to lower his stock in the round, and he might just play a little more passive, especially with Jing falling just like that.
You know, your adage, shoot gun, get killed, is what Paper X is best known for, but it seems like they just can't find any value whatsoever. Benkai, through the smoke expended, was that shot off from Forsaken to even things out just a teeny tiny bit, but this is far from ideal from what Paper Rex would want to actually have. As we see as of the moment, they've opened up the quarter outside of screens here, which is good for Forsaken. That gets smoked off. That's a little bit awkward. They know that there's a lot of them playing on this particular corner. But again, it's so freaking awkward for them just to try to fight this. If they try to push in, that's just a smoke. They can still pop shots from A main, Maxi, and teammate. And the best that they can really just hope for is force Bleed to die to the spike once again. And they don't really have that many strong weapons for anything. The vibe, great shot overall. Seems like they're going to charge up on this. Good slow as well. And they're going to have a nice little team ace as the round dissipates. Nice little kill again for Durian. That's not what you actually want to happen. This man has gotten so many showstoppers already in the past 7 rounds. You don't kind of want to give another, but you know what? It's a white frog. They'll take it. Frog.
I love frogs. Frogs have been the new hotness as of recently, and Bleed has been absolutely searing. As Paper X, like you mentioned, right, they do thrive in that gunplay type of arena. And we see that. We saw that at the tail end of the round, but just because of that, again, utility shuffle. Raph keeps talking about it. Raph keeps emphasizing, well, duh. Paper X is losing to it. What else am I supposed to talk about, guys? Again, you did say, run fast, shoot good. That's how Paper X has been operating very, very well. We know that there are multiple dimensions to their game, but since one of the most important ones have been eliminated because of the said smokes and the line of sight deniers, it's been so difficult. But with Maxi out of the picture, Asteroid, potentially this could be a good swing in Paper X's favor. And like I said, without any deterrent to their vision, they are just gonna land shot after shot. Benkai gets a tag here. Pit, he'll have a little bit of a reconsideration. It's like, oh no, they've landed a little bit of a dart on me and a few shots. But Benkai, does he expect Lexi? And yes, he does. Beautiful reactions. He even gets a double. You were asking more from Benkai, and he delivers. Despite Lenny getting the trade, Forsaken will repeat that action, repeat the process. Paper X, they saw that magic 6. Answered the call.
Yeah, the big Benkai gets those take of shots as the clock runs down just a teeny tiny bit. So this is the Paper Rex that has just respected the initial contact that, you know, Bleed likes to enforce right now in this first half. So they're starting to adjust a little bit more. As you can see as well, they've just given Benkai the A site, put the operator in the hands of Forsaken, who plays a lot more on mid. And Bleed will have to adjust once again. But they have so much of a cushion here, of a buffer, that it feels like they have time to, again, understand what Paper Rex are starting to do. That being said, though, they actually go back to the default once again, where Benkai's going to be on B. I think they just felt the situation where Bleed will never go A, and it's going to be B once again. This could be actually good because there's 3 playing on the side. No. Benkai is by himself, but the nade gets thrown out. Durion hits the shot. Devi, actually will get spotted right there on B main. Takes a bit of damage. A little bit afraid of the push that's coming in from Maxi, and here comes Durion with the boom pow pow. Does he know the device right there into the corner? He just needs to throw this out, right? But Devi, so meticulous, handles the situation quite perfectly, and Maxi does absolutely nothing to actually go for the trade. He actually goes wrap around onto B main, which could be good, but they still have yet to get in control of Garage. Mind Freak, he's about to pop. Yeah, he's gotten the kill. Although Lene and Pith are still here on the site, Forsaken is very far, as you can see, and they know that the Devi was last spotted on B Garage. And this is really,
timing,
really bad.
Asarai.
Absolutely.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. All right,
well,
Devi's the last one.
Devi indeed is the last one.
That makes 3.
Oh, good shot. All right. Maybe. All right, just placing himself just a little bit, but that spike is planted out in the open. Unfortunate as can be. That was not what they were hoping for.
Indeed, that was not what they're hoping for. And pardon me for interjecting, right? But again, if we notice the discrepancy and the differences between those last 2 rounds, the one that Paper Rex won and the one where Bleed recently took, is that they kept Maxi alive. I found it incredibly questionable why Maxi was the first one to try and find contact in Garage on that early spawn swing. But thankfully for him, the one-way didn't work out for Paper Rex. And with, again, that utility being so present and being very evident with both controllers alive in the last round, it just makes it so difficult for Paper Rex. It almost feels like a Bleed are making Paper Rex force the issue here. Now Lexi, he's sick and tired of Forsaken peeping into A main. I respect my privacy. I have an operator. I will look you in the eye and tell you to go fend off somewhere else. Now Paper Rex losing one of their biggest guns, and both figuratively and literally. Even with a somewhat shaky buy like this, Asarai, we've seen them steal rounds away. But like I said, right, with all this utility and all the smokes in their face, what are they really doing?
No, big guy!
Oh my gosh! What? Incredibly awkward. But Pith and Lenny, they open up the site. And now Mind Freak and Jing is wondering, well, that was not a pleasant way to be acquainted with each other. Jing all alone. Is he forced to save this up? They do have enough for a rifle by Asarai, but again, it really does beg the question. Is he gonna save this so he can drop for his teammate as Darion? Has no idea, but now his brain has been sliced open. Lenny is like, nope, no brain surgery for you today. 2-8 for Bleed. A beautiful map for them already.
Oh my goodness. I have no words for how awkward that was. He swapped weapons, and they were just at the simplest of things, just touching the tips of the barrels, man. Just right in front of each other. That was a really awkward situation. We throw out the word awkward plenty of times how we cast, but that was hella awkward for Benkai.
Well, once again, a byproduct of, I think both of them were trying to outread each other, but that's just what happens, right? Oh, hey, you're at the book club too? Wait a minute. And then they touch shoulders and go off with their goodbyes. They probably left their dignity there too, but it doesn't matter, as we see a little bit of aggression towards mid now on the side. And again, Maxi trying to swing off Darion here, who's been fantastic, but they have full control over mid apparently, as Ropes has been vacated. Male, he'll get hit by the C's, but it doesn't matter. Completely deaf, completely blind now. Maxi, not enough to stop him from fragging out, as Forsaken has fallen yet again. Jing gets Maxi on that showstopper, Asarai, and now the limited weapons on Paper X just really not helping their case.
Absolutely not. Now, as you can see, there it is once again. So much control because of the double heater, double controller composition here. And Durion drops down, actually ruins his accuracy, but still hits the shot. And That flash does not spot out Benkai, but Durion's not having it. He's just full committed to the position itself. Benkai does pick up the Vandal. 1 versus 3. Does he have that specific cross? Great shot overall for the beginning, but again, this is incredibly difficult. His opponent placed up on B Heaven, so it's 1 top, 1 below. Benkai just tuck tail and run to the A site. Just nothing to be had here.
I mean, what else? What other choice does he have, right? Again, their economy has not been good. I feel like maybe a few rounds they tried to force the issue, but I feel like ultimately Paper Rex, knowing, or at least maybe coming into this one, right? I think this was a real curveball by Bleed. But I feel like one of the reasons why Paper Rex can't really get anything going on this defensive side, or how far forward they are, I don't think this team has enough flashes to push through all that utility. I mean, yes, you can push through smokes, but once again, there's nothing to deter Bleed from just staring the wall down. You know, maybe gaze a hole into Paper Rex. It's proven to be quite problematic as Forsaken, again, undeterred, hyper confident still, and we love that. We love that bravado. We love that brazenness.
Yeah.
Maybe at times it's just with the lack of flash and proper support, this defending side on split, not the greatest for Paper X.
It feels like Bleed has downloaded the timing for Paper X ever so often. If not the timing, the off angles. You know how I mentioned yesterday that Forsaken, he's one of those players that has incredibly gifted confidence or granted confidence, and I will say again that he just makes it look so easy. But the thing is, Bleed, as we mentioned, is a team that has so much experience against fighting Paper Rex that they might have just, you know, gotten a bit more used to the frequency, the tempo of their counterpart team from MOSG. That it feels like every single time that Forsaken or Jing want to peek out, Bleed are always almost prepared for that encounter.
That is true, and for Bleed, they are a team that hinges off on a lot of good lurk timing. Of course, with Maxi and Pit there, it's really hard to go against that grade. But with the Nightfall, I don't think it really tagged anyone here. And we have... Oh, they're trying to shove the walls. They're making it look like a prison break again. It's Shank o'clock, but Jing gets Lenny. Now Darion and Maxi are the wardens here. Back in your cell, inmate. But Forsaken, the prison break is still here. And Lex even gets a double at the end. Sheriff's in hand. And like I said, back in your cell, inmate.
You ain't getting out of my prison. Oh my goodness. Ah, yes.
Oh man. Like we
I
said,
miss
right?
Morgan Freeman's voice in Shawshank Redemption. Anyways. You were saying?
Oh yeah. I was just saying with the Cosmic Divide in place, it just really becomes that much more difficult for Bleed to try and flush again. Asterai, I keep saying this, but what if they had a flash? I think you can hear me like just kind of slap my table, but what if they had a flash? I feel like Paper X, I love their confidence. I love their ability to just outright overpower a lot of the teams. So Bleed, I think they're just really sick of that. A lot of the R&D has been put to good use, and we see the once again it bearing fruit. True boons going in their way. 10-2. This is not a familiar sight for Paper X, especially in their APAC showings. I believe the only loss they took this entire stage was against Lays, right? And Lays becoming yet another APAC team in the form of Game and Gladiators. Very, very promising as well. But Bleed, like you said, they're sick of it. I am tired of Paper X. Or that's probably what they're thinking. I don't know, man.
I mean, they probably are. Yeah, I will say, though, Bleed... I actually don't know the last time we've seen them on Split. The last time we've seen them on Split on MOSG region, right? But the last time that we saw them, I think, was the fight that they got against Rex Dragoon Kaon. And this was somewhat similar to the comp that RRQ actually brought out, where it was double healer with a dedicated flasher on the sky. And it actually took Bleed for a ride. That was the only map that I think Bleed lost in that series in a best of 3, and it was 13-9 if I remember correctly. Any case, if they did get some inspiration out of that, it does show how quickly this team can really adapt to certain situations and again be able to utilize things that have been used against them. And you'll probably say, oh, isn't that copycat things? But the thing is, you know, even if you try to imitate something, there still is that level of execution that is very necessary. And Bleed are really utilizing that to an utmost T here, Raph.
And a great example of that, and again, this is for all the boys back home, SV Empire is probably one of the biggest reasons why we're such a good Haven region. And I'm pretty sure a lot of other teams have taken cues from them too. And Forsaken's like, I think Raph is wrong about the flashes. I'm just gonna walk in, click heads, and I like that. I like that, young man. Keep it going. He gets a third, potentially. He swaps to the classic. So many guns at hand, so many options. Yet Lenny will have a grand old time with his Ghost. On his defensive side, potentially also kind of biting Bleed in the back. Split attacker side, question mark. Pith, the Viper, the Poison, the Whiff. The Whiff on both sides, hello? But Jing, the amount of bullets and just the rate of fire will push him over the edge, giving Paper X an extra round.
Well, they call it classic for a reason.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he was so prepared for that jiggle peek. And then 2 targets that he knocked out mid-air. Oh boy. Only Forsaken.
That's kind of
This is what we're talking about, right? It's shoot guns, get kills. Yeah.
You know, I'd be very guilty to say that, yes, we love the incredible macro play and the emphasis on strategic play because we know how the gaps in pro play are very, very small and very minute. It's just because they're playing against each other, right? These are very, very good teams at the very tippy top of the world. So when we see them play, they look like normal players. This is something that people don't take into account, but when we see flashy plays like that and when we see the greatness that is pretty much on display for us every single day of the week. Jing tries to get a few frags here just to open up heaven for him, but the gates remain closed. Him forcing his way here is like, hey, I'm on the list. Maxi and the rest of the boys with their upgraded pistols, they try to get something going, but Lexi actually gets his vision blocked. Now that is a very creative way, albeit unintentional, but Maxi is here with 2 frags to his name. And this is incredibly expensive on the side of Paper X already, Aserai.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, there we go. I was wondering where the Free Spectre was given to. It's actually picked up by Durian here, and Forsaken's barrel just a little bit too happy to see the rest of Bleed. Benkai coming in from the wraparound, but it's turning into 1 versus 1. Very much winnable for him. Durian hits the shot. No! Benkai has the HP advantage. And just in the nick of time, able to wiggle one out as he finds Durian trying to still fight the duel and not tap the spike.
That is true. And just as apt as that was, I want to go back to my point that, you know, sometimes we talk about the strategic value of properly layering utility, which is true, absolutely true. The science of the game is always present, but this is an FPS game. So if you land your shots, that really is the biggest barometer for success. Like, oh, what? I'm not hitting my utility, but I just killed him. Okay. But again, guys, do practice good discipline, as these teams, they're incredible. They're incredible. They can get away with things because they've already mastered that rulebook, the fundamentals per se. Forsaken with that operator again. We know, I think I've already expressed my gripes with operators on split, and we've seen it really bite teams in the back. Again, Forsaken, he's been fairly hot during the side swap, so maybe he can find some value here, but with all those smokes, I'm not entirely sure.
And you never know, you know. They are them for a reason. They defy our logic as players. Anyways, Jing found access to the back inside already. A little bit too far forward for Jing as teammates were actually delayed because of that gravity well. Operator finds no value just yet. And they have to back away. Bleed just full lockdown onto the A side. And Maxi puts down another star. Deters the vision. Lexi looking for the cross. Nobody actually peeks out. And while there's 2 players of Paper Rex hidden on B main, you can see already where Benkai lies.
30 seconds left.
Looking for any anti-traps and everything. Durian has the angle. But if Benkai can win this fight, maybe a run through the A side is going to be what's possible. He's thrown out all the Cypher cages. 20 seconds and a dream. But the spike is going to get put onto B. They don't know. They don't know that Lexi is on board. The chalkboard. This is going to be very difficult. I put out a poster for me to get to see who has the best bounty on this one. They're just trolling him. He's jumping in. And Pin still gets the kill. Oh my goodness. Yeah. They had to check everything on the site, but again, as you mentioned it with the operator, it's so difficult to do that.
It's difficult. It really is. Then again, on the retake, and if you want to open it up, yeah, but thing is, PaperX, I feel like they're banking on Bleed's tendency to kind of overheat at times, especially with the younger players. They love to get those forward plays, and for good reason. We see Lexi here, like you said, on the chalkboard, using that magic chalk, dragging so many players into the chalk zone. But Pith and the rest of the boys, they do get that salvage play out, and Benkai is still very adamant on getting a rifle here. A Bulldog, very much lethal, but maybe not as proficient as the Vandals and the Phantoms that are on the opposite side. A slow take is at hand here. But how many seconds can they really hold onto A main? Not a lot of forward presence on Bleed side. Very, very disciplined, very tempered. But Darion, like I said, those Phantoms are absolutely lethal in this range, and Forsaken still trying to get value off of that, but with a combination of everything going his way, being thrown his way, it's just so difficult. But did I mention that the Bulldog is the most amazing weapon in the world, apparently? Benkai gets 2. He gets the space that he needs, even gets that neural theft, so the positions, the information is there. Still no upgrades. I love that Lexi's denying so much weaponry away for Mind Freak. Mind Freak would have loved to get that, but now he gets a little bit of a love tap through the wall. The patience by Lexi. This ramp is mine. As both of these players, they decide to play it close, they decide to play it kosher, and the buddy system. It's a different look on Paper Rex's side. They have a crossfire, but that smoke is gonna give precious seconds for Maxi here to clear out the side. But now they have information that Elbow, it's probably Elbow. I think both players, they're gonna turn their attention here. Benkai dancing with the stars now, but now Lexi finishes off Mind Freak, and like I said, Azar, that utility value is just so crazy.
There was a point where PaperX actually had advantage in that 2 versus 2. It was the point specifically that Benkai actually spotted Maxi getting closer and closer to Elbow. Because you saw the pinch happen with Lexi dropping down, and Mind Freak was so afraid to just peek out through the smoke. He actually placed a very, what's the word here? Selfish smoke for himself, which could have worked if Bleed actually pushed up on ramp to try to maybe clear him. But the thing was, they played it perfectly where they were just holding angles, waiting and peeking. There's so much time for them to actually try to go for the fight. And now, Jing, a one-way stop with the showstopper, and actually finds Pith. Oh, this is absolutely perfect for them. 4 versus 5. But it's so damn difficult because, again, they still have so much control of top ramps. Linnea is actually not giving it up, and they're gonna have to try to cross this. Durian pushing ever forward with the operator, spots out the tripwire, does have his teammate holding on to the angle here, has to back away. Benkai spotted him, but they have no control whatsoever. Lexi comes in, deactivates all of the traps, and now the rest of Paper X on the site is incredibly trapped in, unless Jing comes in from spawn. 2 kills already. Somehow the tables have turned, and Lexi, last person on drop. This is a little bit too precarious, but Jing still finds the kill with the 4K. And Mind Freak hells him out. Got the op? Nope. We need all the rifles we can take, as we need 7 rounds in a row to force overtime.
Mama, there goes that man. My goodness, Jing, and they forced them into, I believe, the first eco on the side of Bleed. And this is why Paper X is so dangerous, just the ability to go absolutely ham. I honestly thought that Bleed had control over all the avenues of rotation and whatnot, and just basically put a tack on all the places that they've really bunkered down. But with Jing just kind of absolutely jumping it, running it down now, it's like, you know what, guys? No more. 1 round is all it takes for Bleed to win, and Jing has gone into maximum overdrive. Forsaken, he doesn't want that spotlight too, Asterai. He's like, no, look at me. Back at me. They're lighting it up, man. Yeah.
Trap destroyed.
No, you look at me. I'm the captain now.
Potentially hijacking this game, and both of them are just on an absolute gun show. Pith in the pit of death, but hopefully not his burial ground. I don't know what's going on, Asterai. He gets 1. That's Lenny. And Jake gets a 3rd again. Pith with a stare. Pith with a bite. Pith with a sheriff. With everything. Is he gonna shank Mind Freak? Yes! He will! Devi is all alone. And the pressure, the momentum is on the side of Pith. He's probably feeling it right now. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Pith? Are you feeling it now, Mr. Viper player? But the reads are here. He thinks it's gonna be a garage plant. Oh no. Is he gonna check garage? No! Oh my god, Navai! Don't do that. Don't scare
That could
us.
have been the Vayay.
So many times, Asarai, we've been thrown into a bit of a rut, a bit of an emotional roller coaster. Again, that was such a beautiful eco round. On the side to Bleed, nearly forgot that it was an eco. Everybody's coming alive, man.
I will say that's a mistake from PaperX. Like chasing that hard, man. Do they still have money to buy?
Satchel out.
Yeah, they do. All right, double satchel in. Jing.
They do it again.
All right. Oh, you run away! The Durion showstopper! He actually gets out in the nick of time. He was afraid. You thought you have a big weapon. Look at my big weapon. Kaboom. What? Mind Freak, though. Oh, he got through because of the Nightfall. This is absolutely perfect. Gets them onto the site. Close contact. Forsaken on the swing. Gets the kill. And now repositions himself as he puts the trap onto Heaven. As the dust settles, it's Pith, Lexi, and Durion to try to go for the retake here. There's a camera, I think, open from Benkai somewhere, and it should spot out Durion here as he tries to come in through A main. Oh no, it's actually on the side itself, but it does give so much information of what needs to be. Benkai, though, it's a little bit tagged by that snake bite. They can't actually go in just yet, but what is good here is they can force the rest of PaperX to just play on the side itself. They actually brought up a couple of their friends, and here comes the battle. 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1. Maxi on the swing, gets the kill, 60 HP remaining. And now can he hit the shot needed? Oh my god! Maxi! Is there time? No. Run away.
No.
He might be gobbled up by the Event Horizon. No, he's good. He's good.
I was about to say Maxi welcomes everybody to the clutch, but PaperX with a smirk, with a grin. Steal it away, 7-12. Bleed, they would have wanted that one so badly. But PaperX, they hang on for dear life. Now, I was just saying, Asterai, when you are swinging PaperX just like this, and I believe that's an open invitation to disaster. Again, we've touted how every single person on the server is so mechanically gifted that you kind of need just that extra edge. But Maxi, absolutely fearless. But time is undefeated. But this time it sides with PaperX. Oh dear me. And yet another stifled buy on Bleed. The judge not going in the way of Darion, actually. It's Pith looking to find some value. Some sort of a close encounter with it.
I will say...
No, you won't.
Alright, never mind then. I
go
will
on.
say, each and every save by that Bleed has, it feels like PaperX have to go through some kind of obstacle course just to get onto the site.
That's true.
Whether it's because of their own undoing or the setup that Bleed has, it feels like PaperX are not able to build up the building blocks of a possible clutch here. That dog might have actually spotted Bengai at the tail end of his life. Prowler doesn't give away Pit's position, but the Vi very aware of it. And the rest of PaperX already looking Lene. Ooh. Still has to flash for the takedown. Jing is running right in. Spots out one, but Lene has the crossfire alongside Durion. The buy hits the shot, though. Lene has got to back away. Still has the sheriff in hand. Could pop a couple of shots through the smoke. But the rest of PaperX with still time in their hands. Looking to fight onto A Raptors. Unfortunately, they try to go back to A main with the rest of Bleed. All right, let's go for the swing. 2 versus 3. They have the numbers. They're lining up. Oh my goodness, this is just pandemonium as only Mind Freak 2 remain. And now he's left into a 1 versus 3. No TP to had. He can't run to the B side and go for the cheeky little play. He has to dissect this every single angle. He has to check, but Pith finally gets value off of that judge, and game number 1 falls into the hands of Bleed.
Bleed taking it away, or actually no, cementing their pick here and being very, very proud of themselves there. They avoid and potentially could sweep away PaperX Aside. Is this the revenge tour? Is this the sweet, sweet vengeance they're craving for? Like you said, they're trying to build up those blocks, and it seems that they have enough bucks to do it. Looking good in that first map, and hopefully they can keep that fire, keep that momentum going as the series progresses, because PaperX, they're not going to be taking that one very, very lightly.
Man, Bleed can definitely make gods fall it still is, again, as you mentioned, very early, and this is still the first game. It's a best of 3 series, but this is a really good indicative factor of how Bleed is starting to understand their their MOSG counterpart. Anyways, we're gonna go on a quick break. Me and Raph definitely gonna take a breather after that intense first game, and when we do come back, it's a panel to discuss that first game. So guys, don't go anywhere.
A drop of blood on a piece of paper. That is how this first game went. 13-7 for the side of Bleed Esports over here. Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix once again here on the panel. Bleed Esports, what a fantastic performance from these guys, Trix, with Maxi being at the spotlight at that.
I find that a lot of the times in Bleed Esports, they did such a great job on that attacker side. I believe they closed it out 10-2, and they were just so dominating the way that they would control the map, deny the information. The fact that Paper Rex was running the double sentinel did not matter to Bleed, as we could see a lot of the times Maxi would just come in the back line, being able to pick off Paper X the moment they tried to go in for those retakes. So I find that honestly, yes, as you said, like a Bleed just constantly improving. I love watching them play and just the big brain plays that they have on their team.
Yeah, I know I touched it up earlier how I saw from statistics that Paper X was really good on attacking, but my god, Fluffy, I did not expect that from Bleed Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed Esports coming out with a boom right there because Paper Rex really didn't expect how strong their attack could really be, especially considering the fact that on defense they were running that double sentinel, which you'd think would really bolster their defenses. But instead, what ended up happening is because of how explosive Bleed just was, the amount of sight control that they had was just overwhelmed. And I think that instead of fighting for the site itself, they didn't have that retake power, especially because they only had the initiator in that fade to really try to get any ground back over the Omen flash. It was very limiting for them. I feel like one of the things that Paper Rex could have done better is probably just fought them on the spot instead of trying to take back space.
I agree with that. And, you know, on top of that with Bleed, I find they weren't as one-dimensional in terms of their plays on Split. We could see that sometimes they would pressure mid, sometimes they'd pressure A main or B main, and they wouldn't commit to it. I know that before some of the issues have been the overcommitment. They have proven that it's no longer an issue for them. And I think it was brilliant that there were... I remember this one round they were pressuring B main a lot and some of the players shifted towards B main. And we had that triple B main from Paper X as well. They were trying to contest it. And then Bleed would just rotate. They'd get all of the utility out from Paper X, and then they'd go mid or they'd hit A instead.
Yeah, the rotations were really on point, but something that really stood out for me, and I know that I mentioned this to you, Trix, how good was that Cosmic Divide to counter that Nightfall? That was fantastic. Maxi just so big brain over here. Look at this. This is it. This is the exact same scene.
My gosh, Maxi being able to pull off that Cosmic Divide. I remember seeing his position as well and was just thinking to myself, nobody is going to check where Maxi is because he's so far away. And I was slightly concerned until I realized that his Cosmic Divide was up. He put it for his teammates the moment Paper X started that retake. I just think fantastic play.
Yeah, I think that people are gonna start using that in the ranked games. You know, like when you see it, when they're gonna check, they're gonna turn on the tab and they're gonna look. Hey, Astra has the Cosmic Divide. Sorry. I was gonna say Fade has the Nightfall ready. Yo, get ready with your Cosmic Divide over here because we're gonna pull it out the next time that happens. But that was just really good execution on the side of Bleed Esports over here. You know, maybe this is the scenario that the casters were talking about, that Bleed Esports has gone up so many times against Paper X that perhaps they've already learned some of their tricks. But Fluffy, what do you think?
I feel like the experience that they've gotten from their previous matches really just has paid off in this one. And currently they have a very big advantage going to this series with already getting the first map out of the way, although they'll be moving on to Fracture, which I believe is Paper Rex's pick. Bleed Esports, though, they have kind of shown how strong they can be as a team. And I feel like, especially with the composition that they're running on paper, right, you'd think that, as I said earlier in the Agent Select, the fact that you have Fade and that you have the Boombot from Raze, it should help a lot of them clear these pesky angles with the double controller setup. But what ended up happening was, because of the amount of vision denial they just had in this map, they had to use so many resources to just be careful to creep up for space. And they also couldn't even use the Cypher Cam to the best extent just because there's so much in the way visually. So I feel like they play their composition, they play their game plan well, and it's probably why, as Trix mentioned earlier, they run that one comp and they run it really well, and that consistency has really just pushed them into the victory today on this map.
It really did. And as you mentioned earlier as well, Trix, Bleed Esports is a team that is so good at denying information, and that's exactly what they did. All of the mind games with the rotation, as well as, you know, as Fluffy mentioned earlier, you take out that Cypher Cam. Even if you use it in an aggressive manner, there's just so much information denial with the smokes and all of the utilities being thrown out that it doesn't give as much value as you'd like it to have. But that is the creativity that came out of Bleed Esports for this one. They really came in split, prepared. And we touched up on this on the past, how it feels like Split is one of the best maps for Bleed Esports over here. But Fluffy, we're going to be moving over to Fracture. what do you think that entails, especially on the side of Bleed Esports, since this is a Paper Rex pick?
I feel like for Bleed Esports, on Fracture, they don't have the best track record right now on the APAC stage. And obviously, being Paper Rex's pick is probably the map that they're more comfortable with. We know how explosive this team can be. They haven't lost at all during the MYSG Challenger Series on the map, especially with that Neon and Breeze, just so much pressure. But then as we've seen them play before also, they only have that at least they normally play that single controller in the Viper. So if we take some lessons from some previous series that we had yesterday, we know that if Bleed opts to choose something like a KO or maybe finds a way to play around that Viper wall, I'm sure they've done the research and obviously they have the experience to really know this team by heart at this point.
Yeah.
And if they play the way that they did confidently and stick to their game plan as they did in map 1, I don't think that it's impossible that they take map 2 and get this 2-0 done with.
And adding on to that, and on terms of Paper Rex's side, following up from also their performance yesterday, I find that they really need those crossfires. That's what I love to see in Paper Rex and a lot of the top tier teams, that they have these fantastic crossfires. You know that the angles that are open. Somebody's always marking your flank, and I just found that Paper Rex getting caught off guard quite a lot. I hope that coming into the Fracture map, they're going to be more aware of their angles. Change up the pace. Yes, go for that aggression that we like to see them do, and we have seen them do, but also pull it back and sometimes just play that crossfires on the sides.
Yeah, one takeaway too that we have from the previous map, even though they had that double sentinel comp on split, it didn't stop them at all for having a great run on the attack side. It wasn't enough on the first map, but coming into Fracture, that attack power that they do have, especially now that they're choosing to run the double duelist setup, having explosive powers, and the fact that they're running Jing on that Raze and Forsaken on that Neon, can really turn into some kind of electric boogaloo with this, especially with the overwhelming power of Breach.
I'm looking at this. I always love that Neo Breach combination. I love the stun potential or the concuss potential.
Yeah.
But wow, these guys, I mean, you guys said it. You did not expect that outcome, or you did not expect the game to end so early at the very least. You expected a closer scoreline. But Bleed Esports is just full of surprises, and maybe that's also bound to happen here on Fracture. Both teams have had their experience here, but looking on paper tricks, Paper X has the upper hand.
That is true. And also looking at Paper, I don't think this is a lineup that Bleed Esports has actually brought out. Granted, they haven't played Fracture as much recently. They have played the double duelist before, but not with the Jet. So I'm thinking they're gonna go for more of this, similar to Paper Rex, are going for that explosive entry, just forcing that space open. You have that dash on the Jet, you have the flashes with a Breach, and you have the smokes and mollies coming in from the Brimstone. I think both lineups are quite similar, but have very slight variation in terms of what makes them powerful.
Yeah, and to add to that too, I feel like one thing that's nice about both compositions is how simple they are. It's nothing really big brain. No one's trying to run a double something, double controller, double initiator, etc. They're just going for the standard thing that you'd even see in your own ranked games, going for that double duelist, someone to help your entry support, an initiator to help you go in. One thing though that I kind of might find lacking is the fact that because the initiator that both teams are picking is that Breach, they won't have the information on either side to really gauge where the enemy is, especially on a map like Fracture where they could be anywhere. There's so many entry points on Fracture. Teams have to play so coordinated, and lacking that information means that both teams, to play their comps to their strengths, would have to play very aggressive, not only on the attack, but even on the defensive side. So I feel like I'm going to expect a lot of early fights with this one, a lot of counter stuns, and a lot of ways for them to take space aggressively.
Oh, I'm expecting this, since you already brought up the topic of space, I'm expecting a lot of these fights to actually not occur inside, because both of these guys are incredibly aggressive. They're probably going to push out Dish or a main tree wherever in the map, but it's probably like when push comes to shove, the battles are going to end up in the sides, but I'm expecting it to not actually end there most of the time. But with that said, we're going to be going to Fracture, ladies and gentlemen, and this is going to be game number 2. So with that, casters, do take it away.
Mr. Fluffy did mention overwhelming power on both sides, really, and a lot of early fights. As Aserai, the tempo from the previous map could be turned on its head. We saw a lot of not meth, well, that's bad. A lot of how would I say it? Measured approaches, right? As Aserai is still looking over his notes, and he is absolutely giddy about the fact that he has a new toy to play with. And I find this very, very interesting on Bleed to still forego that, I would say, emerging meta now to have almost always a Neon on Fracture. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, it's all right. Again, I think it was a couple of months ago where Paper Rex was the one of the first teams that actually started bringing out the Neon, specifically on Fracture, and everybody was like, whoa, that makes a lot of sense, because again, I think Trix mentioned just yesterday that Fracture is a map that you really have to be proactive in, and I think that's just given more by Neon because of the bit-by-bit reset that you can get with her slides compared to the Jet that has that one big slide overall. That being said, though, I think it's still not too bad, especially for Bleed here, because they do have that supplementary with the raised nades. But I'm not sure how effective this could be possibly for the A side. They might rely a lot more on Lexi to actually double satchel in rather than Durian, and Durian's going to be the one for just a little bit more of supplementary entering here. But I don't think Jet is unideal for Fracture overall. A little bit too overzealous there as the Vibe picks up the shot. Yeah, again, you really kind of want Lexi to be at the first start of that because he just has faster access to his weapons with the double satchel rather than the dash, as you saw with Durian just having a little bit of difficulty. But Paper Rex not holding their breath any further, actually just deep dives into the end of the pool as they go in straight for the spawn of Bleed. And it's a very, very difficult wraparound that Bleed might not be prepared for. They're actually being dwindled bit by bit, and now it's only down to, never mind, nobody's alive. And that's a swift little, not even retake, just an overall wraparound for Paper Rex.
Just fight, you know? Like, you give us a space, you're not going to have anything to deter us, we're going to fight. And that's what Paper Rex have made, you know, that's how they made their money. Darion, like you said, I don't really think I have any qualms with the Jet on this map because I feel like she does still have certain qualities that a lot of the agents, you know, barring, of course, this specific moment, right? But I feel like with the Jet, you still kind of have to take control of Sands earlier just so you can dash updraft onto A, potentially. B could be a similar story. You kind of can't dash Q up because there's just so many angles that will end up looking at you unless you are really focusing on becoming a bit of a sacrificial lamb. But here we go again, Aserai. Push comes to shove, and Paper Rex, they are shoving very, very hard.
Ooh, just barely gets out of that one. And here's the thing, Raph. Durian and the rest of Bleed have actually gone for the Force Buy. Benkai gets overwhelmed. Okay, 1-for-1. Although the damage onto Lexi. Forsaken can't really deny the damage on that satchel, but they're both very low, so it could go either way. The double swing is imminent, and Lexi so fast on the trade. Pith, though, gets another, and we're down to Jing. 4 versus 1. Oh! What a shot from Pith. Spots him on Dice, and he is just, well, he's Dice, mincemeat. Goodbye. Next round.
Pith turning back the clock. Super, super vintage, super sharp. Like I said, Maxi and him, incredibly timeless, as he still has a few things to teach the Youngbloods here. That's right. It does look like a lot of the fights we're going to have here, it's probably going to have either all the utility or none at all. Because so far that's been the theme of Fracture. We either see a mega utility dump on the opposite side, and then later on, if they ever go for that mid-round adjustment style, they're not going to have too many tools to work with. But once again, what are tools when you have a gun? To vie with that custom pistol, that headhunter finds Darion. And maybe, just maybe, you saying that the Jet's not super strong here could potentially be a bit of a buff on the side of Bleed, because we know they're already experiencing another one. And that's the Bleed Mother Leica buff. But look at this ass, right? The Spectre's in hand, and a bit of a turnaround, really, despite Paper Rex winning the initial contact on that pistol.
Well, Bleed is a team that seems to be incredibly decisive coming into this. You know, I think they live and die by how just confident Durian does play. It's somewhat similar to Paper Rex in that form. When he is, the rest of Bleed just come into the swing. They're completely composed as an entire team, but it's Durian that gives them that, I feel like, a one-up, if ever. right? And having him at least just dash into the sides, even though he's 0-3 and 0 right now, again, gives access to people like Lexi to just pop off ever so often.
Ever so often, as you mentioned. Pith, I think that's back-to-back 3Ks for him, albeit one of them is an E crown. Nonetheless, that is maximum value for him, as he's gonna have that tour de force in his back pocket, and he's going to use it immediately, very liberally actually. Now, what are they gonna try and open up here? The beautiful flash from the breach coming out, just deterring Paper Rex from pushing any further. And now the defense has receded towards the side. Are they gonna go to the CT and potentially play a retake for both sides? No, they still hold their ground here, as the stack of the information gathering still just on one side really. And Aster, I think this is also one of the problems with Split, right? You have to commit to so much information. Otherwise, you're just going to be taking so many fights blind on Fracture.
Yeah, and Fluffy mentioned this already, right? Where because it's only breaches as initiators for both teams, because there's no Sky, because there's no Sova, both of their shots missed. That's all right. Anyways, they will have to actually go in blind. So it's a little bit like CSGO, where you have that entry fragger to actually get all the information. So it's going to be down to Durian and Lexi to get that powwow. Ooh, bit of a misplay there on both of the duelists as they get stopped dead in their track. This could be really bad for them as they use, but basically everything. The lineup from Jing could provide a lot of damage through the smoke. And the challenge from Benkai, as he tries to back away, the trade will be imminent.
30
It's still a 1-for-1. Spike will get planted down. The smokes just to be topped off by Maxi here, as Paper Rex will have to play the retake. Did Forsaken actually slide already? Not actually just yet! Just Pit survives, but he actually doesn't TP back away. The nade from Jing, though, he has a showstopper. He can actually use it if he wants to. Durian on the wall. They're starting to just get them one by one, bit by bit. Lene and Maxi to remain. Big flank coming in from Maxi all the way around. That fault line is absolutely beautiful. And now they know that Maxi's right there. Somebody has to start defusing the spike! And Mind Freak goes in big just to save them and actually give them a little bit more leeway on this defense.
I was talking about how crazy it would be if we didn't go to a 3-map series, because if you look at this map alone, it really is building towards that. But I have to say, man, the preparation that Bleed has been doing and, again, the steps they've been taking to improve, it's been incredible. The first time we saw them, I believe it was a stage ago as this roster, we still had problems, or at least not problems really, but there were noticeable things in their gameplay. There were movements that didn't seem like it was drilled enough. There were spacing issues, and it just seemed like it was a bit of a mess. But now Bleed, they act very, very cohesive. They're very, very in tune with what they want to do now. Paper X, they're getting... Actually, no, they're encountering quite a bit of trouble here as they, once again, force the issue. Little do they know that only Pith is here. They do eliminate him. A force majeure perhaps for him. An unwarranted fight. But Darion, how indeed is the question, but the Vi, he'll ask questions later. He'll shoot first. He finds one. That's all he gets. Benkai is here to reinforce the site. Forsaken with a beautiful readjustment onto Lenny. And now we have Darion left alone. He did get that first frag, but he's going to be the last survivor on his team. He has to make a friend, but not in time, as there are no volleyballs on this island. No Wilsons to be made.
And it feels like he was the castaway of that journey alone on the site itself. This was interesting that Duran actually got out of that position. So on a micro perspective, who was that? Mind Freak thought that Durian actually pushed through his own cloud burst, and Durian had the just mindset to back away. You know, it's these split decision making. I think the panel was talking about a while ago with the discussion on split that really matters for these teams, and Durian is just one of those players that can do that on the fly. Although he doesn't know. Wait, Forsaken, what a 180! What? The rest of Jing though and Paper X actually coming in for the fight. 2 versus 2. How did he know he was there? Zipline use, just to get out of that position. And as the dust settles, Maxi and Lexi to remain. Lexi, though, all the way through B main, as Benkai is going to be the one to spot him on the contact. Not going to be the case, but the spike is actually dropped down on Bleed spawn. It's a turnaround. It's a tip of the scales here, Raph. And as it feels like it's just opposite day, as Paper Rex is on the attacking side. All right, okay, attacking spawn, we'll take it. The Vi holding the angle with the operator. Lexi doesn't get the shot connected, which is good. So he can get a little bit closer here, but there's so much smokes being thrown out by Mind Freak that it's turned into such a polluted site right now. Both of
That's
the
right.
players of Bleed is trapped. That's right. Absolutely! As the buy on the contact. TP's out. Lexi, he has very few options to actually go for this fight. They know exactly where he is, and he's about to go to the crosshair of the buy once again. He knows! But the buy, he's not having it. He's still holding on the angle. And Lexi, what do you got? Gets tagged. 5 HP more! What a shot!
And save the turtles. Apparently, I think it was the Brimstone. I think it was Maxi running the RGX. But you know what? Devi's like, hey, no plastic allowed. That gun has composites. I don't like it. Let's remove it. But like you mentioned, right? A big potential mishap on the side of Bleed, but early aggression kind of fencing them in here. Like you said, I don't want to imitate the sound to completeness, but here we have the Vi again with the aggression. Lexi does get that opening tag, but with all eyes trained on him, it does become incredibly difficult for him to do anything. Now Bleed, they have to be a little wary, but this time around, Paper X go for a hard read. They occupy dish side, arcade side, but with nobody home, they have to check another house, and Davai hits Maxi with a fadeaway. He's looking like MJ. Put a number 23 on that jersey, as he has still so many shots to make, so many clutches potentially, and Forsaken giving Lexi a bit of a static shock, telling him that, oh, I have a wool coat and you will suffer for it. Now Darion trying to help his teammate out here and even get success.
Oh, the boot!
Despite being completely blind, that was so timely on the concuss. They still try to find a little bit of value with all of this, but Pith with a lone rifle gets eventually taken out by Benkai. And Paper X, suddenly, they turn this around. They look like a dominating force yet again, and Bleed potentially punch drunk.
I don't know. State of transition, right? They try to get into the site. It has to be somewhat of a bloody occurrence because they definitely need to play trade with this. There's no fast lane. What is it? Fast lane highway? I forgot. The wall of Neon that is available for Bleed. Yeah, fast lane. To help them get into the site a little bit more safely. So that's why we're seeing Paper X, I think, have that tiny bit of angles for them to utilize. And I think the relay bolt overall also kind of helps out, right? Because fault line plus relay bolt just means there's so much angles that you can concuss in a quick span of time and then slide in with the neon. So without that, it's a lot of this attack from Bleed turns into full contact. And we're just talking about the skill set overall for each agent that Bleed has utilized, right? We're also not forgetting how the Vi, when he has that certain hallway for him to just be the hall monitor, as it were, and hit those shots. Yeah, he doesn't give them the hall pass, man. He has the hall block. He has the hall restriction. Stops them dead in their tracks.
I really think, yeah, again, with the Vi on that chamber, I really think Paper X becomes a completely different beast. I know that they want to mess about, or not really mess about, but experiment with new lineups. I think this is a really strong trait that Fluffy also brought up during the panel. But the Vi has just been so stable on that chamber, and that's the glue they need. Again, potentially, maybe we'll see Forsaken pop off just a little bit more, but it's not that highs and lows here. But Forsaken's like, oh yeah, you're talking about me? Jinx says that I'm gonna chime in. I'll get 2 for you, and maybe even a 3rd. So they make this look like an eco round, but it really isn't. Now Pith reminding them that they have rifles, but Mind Freak turns a blind eye, giving him a subtle slap on the wrist. Okay, no, don't do that. Don't ever trade my friends out like that. But
oh yeah,
like I mentioned, right? I think Davai and Mind Freak, we keep talking about Benkai's mastermind. We keep talking about Jing and Forsaken's ability to just absolutely go nuclear and irradiate the land with their frags. But I feel like Davai and Mastermind, they are the glue. Again, like I said, they're absolutely fantastic. No doubt they're amazing players. They work in the shadows, so to speak. It looks like Jing and the rest of the way still want to do the same thing, Asarai.
Look at that reposition from Forsaken. Immediately just plays around underground while the rest of the leaves like, yeah, nope. Ooh, that is full commitments on the ultimate where actually nobody was hit. The wall spread out. The snakebite already used, and Durian has actually used his dash, I think primarily or initially on B main on the contact that Forsaken was doing a couple of seconds ago. Still, they will be able to get into the site, get the plant on that spike. What's the delay tactic for Paper X?
Absolutely nothing. It's all about the retake for them. So this is going to be quite interesting, as it's still a 5 versus 5, but Bleed is incredibly low. Maxi does have the ultimate, and they're going to have to try to isolate fights right now. The rest of Bleed actually using the numbers to their advantage as they've taken down Forsaken and Jing. Again, if they tap that spike, the orbital strike is still prepared. Somebody has to at least coax away from the hands of Maxi, but no, they're still fighting. Benkai hitting the shots. There's the ultimate. Rolling Thunder to boot them right back up. He's going to have to find Lexi here, but Lexi hits the shot once again. Oh my goodness, the number is working in the favor of Bleed as they just go into the site and, well, create a hemorrhage on A. The numbers, Asarai, what do they mean? Paper Rex, they need to find a med kit somewhere because this could be potentially the first cut, a very innocent one. But like you mentioned, potential clotting could be happening in the Apex Predator known as the Indomitable Rex. Bleed once again rallying, rousing the numbers. That was a beautiful, beautiful steal that they did. We are going to see an equal round here. Tour de force on the side of Devi. And like I said, the stability that he provides is something that Paper X love to lean on. Aggression yet again is here, but a little more support from Sands. Not the most immediate, not with a flash, nothing of that nature, but it's Jing. Firepower upon firepower. Doubling up. And Bleed, patience is the key here. And Devi, he will not allow anybody to break the locks on this defense. The castle wall. 4v5 Asarai and losing Maxi, they are just in a world of hurt right now. We talked about how Bleed is very good traversing those smokes, but what movement on the side of Bleed? Forsaken doesn't care, he gets to, and Darion, a shining light that is obviously trying to blind Paper Rex here. Will attempt to equalize the numbers, but still a 3v2 and a healthy tour de force on the side of Devi could pose quite a number of problems here, but Lenny is a problem solver. What is a conundrum that cannot be solved with more gun? Well, Snakebite, apparently, as yet again, Mind Freak. It's all about winning that round. Nothing too fancy, nothing too flashy, no frills, all business. That was a nasty, nasty kill from Lene there, but look at that. It feels like there was a couple of bugs on the windshield here or on your room, so you have to use that bug spray. That's what Jing was kind of using. Yeah, that Snakebite was kind of nasty. That was so good. And again, people gotta remember that Snakebite as a molly ability is the weakest out of all other molly abilities, but it does have that vulnerable debuff, right? Yeah. So if you are able to hit that at range, it is so powerful. And anyways, also, just a little bit of a tidbit. This ultimate that Forsaken is using has infinite range. So if he can see him down in the line of sight, even at the farthest of distances, he'll be able to zap them as soon as you spot them. Now it's only Pith to remain. Forsaken, the Gucci gun. It doesn't pop out. Oh my goodness. Wait, Forsaken? What are you looking at? Wait a minute. He knows. He knows. Knife him. Do it. Do it now. Do it. Let the dark powers consume you. There you go. That is the way you top a 4K off. Do you remember the knife that Pitt did a couple of days ago? Exactly. This is karma. Exactly. You want to do it. Unlimited power as Forsaken once again uses that Sith lightning. And I was just about to say, Devi, you didn't need to shoot him in the head like that. Completely fine to do so. But Forsaken tells Pith, hey man, so I like your vest here. Maybe if you turn around, you could have a heart-to-heart talk with me, but Paper Rex. Yeah, I was going to say, Jason Statham has proven in Expendables that knife somehow good. Oh, Dorian. Knife cool. That was also good. Oh, yeah. Bullet cool. Everything, or rather anything, is falling into place right now. As Mind Freak, usually one of the latter players to fall, Forsaken gets a little bit of revenge. This time, that's 2 for none in the last 2 rounds for him, both in the gun duels and in the knife fight. I'm not entirely sure why Jay couldn't spawn him out. Maybe it was a bit of a team flash, but Benkai rectifying the mistakes of the past. Looking forward to the future as Maxi's already here, a time traveler. The Rolling Thunder. Wow. It's going to come, but doesn't actually hit anything. Lenny now on the hunt for Benkai. Benkai hiding in the bushes, hiding in the shadows, but Lexi is just too good, too quick. Now 8-4 Asarai. Still a pretty much anyone's game really. Just one big swing for Bleed, and there we go. Very, very competitive already. Absolutely. I was wondering why the Rolling Thunder was used, but oh yeah, it's the last round of the first half. Can't forget about that. But gotta say, man, there is that quick shotgun plays that Bleed can utilize. Sometimes it works, and those were the couple of times that it can. But again, this is going to turn incredibly scary. I think the last time we saw Paper Rex on Fracture, they actually had a difficult time on defense, and then more. Sorry, the other way. They actually had a better time on defense, and then they had a difficult time on offense. So even though there is that 8-4 4-round differential against Bleed, there is a really good chance here for Bleed, because again, I think Paper Rex are just so much more confident when they're the ones coming out of their own spawns and then challenging their opponents. But, well, we'll have to see how that goes, as again, second half is on the way. Okay.
Oh yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, right?
Triple zip.
Aha!
Quadra
One
zip.
more. Yeah, but like you mentioned, right? Performance does really come down to how comfortable you're feeling that day, and it's completely understandable why that would be the case. But now Bleed, they do quite like to be a little more stagnant on that defense, a little more disciplined, yes. But Paper X, their aggression has been very, very controlled, I would say, for good reason. But we are on a map like Fracture where, like you mentioned, right, there's a lot of comfort fighting out of your own spawn and knowing you have to be the one that's to be aggressive. So it's a different mentality, a different mindset. But success all around is still what they're looking for. Darion's still having quite a bit of a game, right? Top fragging, albeit the gap between him and Pith not the biggest. Still being top of the scoreboard and being the entry. I guess the question is Bleed somewhat underperforming on this map already? I mean, where are the trades, right? If that's the stat line we have to parse information from.
Well, the trades are coming. The problem therein lies, I think, again, just the speed at which both duelists on Paper X's side can actually just pop right in. You saw, again, how Jing just uses that double satchel to really supplement Forsaken if he drops down or needs to readdress the angle. Forsaken here, gonna get stunned out in the open. Maxi, cheeky little angle placed out. A little bit of a misconception there, misnomer from the rest here, but Lexi's damage. All right. Hold on. Mind Freak and Dubai still remains, but Pith, Lene, and Maxi already have a tight little crossfire that they set up for Bleed's side. A spike has been dropped on Heaven. Smokes will be dissipating soon, and it seems like Paper Rex will be waiting just a tad bit more. See if they can isolate a couple of angles here and start moving in for the kill. Mind Freak, if he can pick up the spike, maybe he can run all the way through the A site as Dubai is making some noise on B main. They do know it's there. He's still very much aware that somebody could be holding on tower as well. Making noise on B main here. Wait! Why was Maxi out in the open? That was a little bit interesting. They onto the site. He has the angle. Mindfreak spots him. This could be a pincer move. And look at that. The isolation. Pith in a 1v1. Mindfreak's got to be very aware that he's up against a headhunter. One shot, one kill. That's all you need. But Pith expended it. He's going to have to go for the fight here. The reposition, and Mindfreak just goes in. He knew that Pith needed a different weapon once again, and Pith had to back away. Paper Rex, how did they win that 3 versus 2?
Just a few seconds. That was the difference between them winning the round and Mindfreak getting that final frag, I believe. And like you said, Asari, what was he doing out in the open? I think he was checking for a flag. Not a lot of presence towards A.
Yeah.
But like we mentioned, right, he heard the weapon pickup and he even heard the reload. So Pith was like, you know what? If he's still reloading, that means he has less ammo than me. So I'm just going to dump. I'm just going to clip dump into him, see how it works out. And it worked out perfectly. But now Paper Rex, not going for anything too fancy. They try to sandwich B. It appears they've done that. They found the core, and Benkai even finds Lexi. Lexi had real no choice there. Nowhere to backpedal, but Lenny on that side strafe, getting Forsaken. If you move with the Spectre, it's perfectly fine. In fact, why stop when you have the Spectre in hand? And we see a lot of utility, the fault line, the aftershock, everything. But Benkai only needs bullets to stop his counterpart. And now we have a 2v4 Asteroid. Can they replicate the magic that Paper X did? Unlikely, question mark. Darion does have the judge, but the range and the gaps that he has to close, highly unlikely. Yep.
Yeah.
Right on cue.
You also have to remember that this is a force buy from Bleed once again. So
if they don't have anything in this round, this is a free 11th for Paper Rex already. Look at Lene there. It's just, man's dead already, man. Just, you know, I will say, he got the pick so quickly on that player coming out of spawn because, I don't know, Mindfreak's timing with the snake bite also pretty good to kind of supplement the fight in the long range with the Spectres, right? That was just kind of out of nowhere. I'm pretty sure that's not telegraphed by both players, but it was just kind of a nice little cherry on top of the peek out, right? Anyways, quick little charge on the site here, and Forsaken just holds on to the teeny kind of it. Waits for the reposition with Jing. He's found a kill already. One still on the side is Durian, but his teammates are falling all around him like flies. Durian can still pop off. It's actually only one player remaining on the side, and Durian finds him. This is actually beautiful. Now,
no aces.
Spotted.
Forsaken's like, come on, guys. Do you think this is funny? This is the second time this map alone. But Azure, did you notice at the beginning of the round, or at least at the beginning of that A main push, Forsaken actually got booped forward. It's like, huh? Okay, I think... See, look! He got booped forward by the blast pack.
Yeah. I think he was okay with that, though, right?
Yeah, he was like, sure, I'll take those. It's one of those things where I don't think I was asking for this, but you're generous. And I'm not one to throw away the good graces of anyone, really. It's Paper Rex. 2 rounds. Bleed, Azure. This not the same bleed we saw in Split.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like it's the 1-2 punch that you see from Paper Rex, right? Like, if the left hand Forsaken is tired already, there's the right hand of Jing that just goes in for the kill. So you kind of see that in motion as of the moment. Pith has brought out the operator here. Oh my god. Benkai has an ultimate. What? It's been, what, 3-4 rounds? Yeah, this is going to be hard.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, is this a hero shooter?
You know what? You might actually be right on that. I feel like it's very hard to dispute, but like you said, it is coming into play, and Darion, despite having that first shot lethality, is gonna get sprayed down. Forsaken does the same thing. Maxi has a trade, but Jing, once again, picking up an operator that isn't his, but it's making his own. Yet another one falls. And Lenny, all alone against 2 very angry Bleed players, or rather Paper Rex players, and Mindfreak has no problem of eliminating him, sending him back, sending him packing, back to the spectator stands, and Frog. Beautiful frog spray.
That was a double op commitment from Bleed, by the way. So it's Durian and Pith that actually had operators in hand. And they willingly went against the grain, knowing that Paper Rex on attack has, again, so much powwow. This is, again, that 3rd installment in Fast and Furious. It's Tokyo Drift, man. Come on if you know. Living in Tokyo. They're just drifting onto the sites.
So when does Han explode? I'm kidding. But again, no, I think the reason why they wanted to go the double up because they wanted to cut off that attack right then and there, right? But like you mentioned, the gap close is just too much to handle. Again,
oh my god.
Has an ult. Forsaken has a second. He has a third. Does he have a fourth? There he goes. Does he have an ace for his name? Or who's going to steal it this time? So many questions. So much lightning.
Durian.
But are they going to catch it in a bottle? He fights Benkai. He's like, guys, stop it. Stay back. It's mine. And Darion even gets a second kill. And finally, this man gets the ace, gets the map, and we have a series, Asarai.
Did you see Forsaken's face when he got that ace? I'll try to imitate it later on the camera because everybody was probably looking at his electric fingers for that ace. Oh my goodness. Well, again, I totally agree with you that they want to stop the push from Paper Rex in that last round where they're committed for the double op. But the thing is, they'd be too much smokes, man. Fast lane, Viper wall, they have to deal with the fault line as well. And again, if you get hit by a concuss as a sniper player, you actually can't scope for the good duration of that concuss. So you're just primarily screwed if there is just that percentage chance that you get hit by the concuss. It is just not good for you specifically. So Paper Rex, it feels like they're coming back to status quo. Fracture really is their map. Good start from Bleed as we saw them get those 2 rounds, but after that, man, it just was Paper Rex's show all the way.
Again, they did invite them to Electric Avenue, and despite Paper Rex being very, very cordial, Bleed wanted to decline, but look at this microphone placement by Benkai. He doesn't talk with his mouth. He is directly translating his thoughts onto that microphone, and Paper Rex They need not open their mouths, but their minds. But again, what an interesting map, to be honest with you. A lot of aggression on the board being thrown across. And we see so many schools of thought yet again clash. Are we going to see something of that nature in the third map? I guess we'll have to find out just in a bit as we take a look at our beautiful Paper X players here. They gear up. They're like, what is going on?
So that means that the last map that we're going to be looking for is Ascent for map number 3. This is going to be the finale. We talked about, again, how Paper X, ever since the start of this tandem, this rivalry between Bleed, has always won every single series, and we'll see how that goes. Also, this is what Forsaken looked like when he got the ace. This is pretty cool. Anyways, we're gonna go on a break, guys. Pretty sure not the mouth part, but yeah, gonna go on a break. When we come back, it's game number 3, and of course the panel before that.
Running in place, y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. The celestial scope, the stars blow.
During game 1, a drop of blood dropped on paper. But you know what makes you bleed? A paper cut. And that's exactly what happened. Paper X really cutting through Bleed Esports' plans over here at Fracture. Now, Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix once again for your panel over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. And Fluffy, I gotta tell you, that game was something. And Paper X, they were electrifying.
I mean, Paper Rex, especially with that electrifying neon on Forsaken, really does seal the deal because they have that aggression that we know they've always had. And playing into the composition where they both didn't really have that information, where they basically played off the timing of the breach, really created a lot of exciting moments, especially because just the fact that you're able to, see that Forsaken and Jing duo that you normally do see, or that are just very notable from Paper Rex.
Really is notable, and I love how their setups was, but I think that Trix loved it even more.
I did. Paper X on that defender side just going so aggressive. Honestly, the Paper X I love to watch. And we could see that, whenever the Neon would push inside a main, when they push the attackers right back towards their spawn, we'd also see Jing getting up to on a vertical area. So we see that Forsaken is playing lower and then Jing is playing on top with the breach supporting them. And I think that just shows how well they synergize with each other. Like, that's the kind of play that you need, because if one goes down, the other can always get that refrag because they're also in different positions. It's more difficult for the opponents to react to that.
It really was difficult for Bleed Esports over here to react. I mean, the aggressive pushes were just something else, and you have Paper X with phenomenal aim, just like them, pushing you, pinching you into a corner, and you're kind of trapped at certain points. Now, I do want to point out that Davai is so unfazed. He wasn't afraid of the boom bot. You see the boom bots heading straight right at him, but he still gets a pick, and then he rendezvous away.
Oh,
how do you get that bravery? That was so good on him.
It really was so good. You could just see the confidence he had in himself too, that I'm gonna get a pick and I'm not going to get hit by this boom bot. I'm not really sure what it takes to play like people in Paper X nor in Bleed either. Bleed doing a decent enough job in terms of opening the site, but I feel like what happened when Paper X was starting to play that aggression, especially pushing him to the spawn, rather than Bleed fighting it, I had hoped to just see Bleed rotate. Because if you think about it, Paper X gives up a lot of utility trying to get to spawn side. So if you just take that TP, try to get away from them before they can even hit you, I feel would have helped them in terms of their attacking.
I mean, it goes into play again, what we mentioned before about how Fracture is like a track. You go round and round and round. So if you're being pushed towards your site, maybe the best strategy is to kind of rotate, push a little bit further instead of further aggress. Aggression means aggression. A lot of blood is about to be shed. Now, let's talk about that scene. I love that one smoke-filled area over there. And it was just so smart of them. I think that one of the highlights for Fracture every single time we go into this map is the phenomenal use of utility, Fluffy. I mean, you see people dying from all sorts of the utility, especially the snake bites. Oh my.
It's a map that's just so susceptible because of all the narrow entrances that you can pass through. That if you do land a couple abilities, if you hit that snake bite, as you mentioned, if you hit the relay bolt, even the stun coming out from breach, as well as the raised nades and satchels, anything that has that area of effect can really just get the maximum value out of it, because teams are just forced to go through a lot of these chokes that they don't want to. And the solution normally is to just go fast, which in fairness Bleed did try to do a couple of times, but unfortunately for them, they also weren't able to get a lot of the opening picks at times. And Paper Rex's defense really just had the aim to back up their use of utility. And I think that overwhelming utility is another thing. When you know that you're starting on the defensive side, having that Viper over something like a Brimstone also does provide you a bit more room to play with, because unlike the attack, you have a lot more things to play around with the smokes and double the mollies that you would have on Brimstone.
Yes, and adding to that point, right, the Viper wall adds that decay to the opponents whenever they try to push through. So I find that Paper X, being this team, at least they're also having a little more in terms of Crossfire, getting that early information. They're able to just weaken the opponents and kind of go in for a cleanup.
Yeah, that was really good. I was actually thinking that it was like a combination of the fast lane with a Viper screen that was going to happen. A lot of just smokes all over the site, but really good execution for them. And I gotta take point into consideration the crossfires that were happening on the defense side of Bleed. I think that they had really good crossfires. However, Paper Rex is just a master of angle isolation. They were able to kind of break through that crossfire situation that was really happening. And my God, if you take into consideration also how completely aggressive Forsaken is on that Neon. Is there any other button on his keyboard other than W? Because I don't think so. The man just got an ace and something else. Not only that, style points too by getting a knife kill off of Pit. I remember that Pit got a knife kill the other day, and I don't know if you call this karma or what, but what a knife kill over there. I love it when we get to see that because it is quite rare over here, and it is just quite a treat to spectate. But hey, what is the next map going to be, guys? Can you guys refresh my memory? Is it going to be Ascent?
It's going to be Ascent.
It is. All right then, Tricks. On a map like Ascent, what should we look out for?
A lot of default plays, I think. I find that a map like Ascent, you know, you're looking for whether or not a team is going to be able to give information, deny information, play on the rotates. We've seen some teams thrive in terms of their lurk potential, particularly Team Secret, but also having that ability to pull back and give false sense of security to teams. I find, but Bleed on the other hand does tend to play a more aggressive style. They choose one place to anchor and just really hold it down.
Yeah.
The moment pressure's coming from somewhere else, they're saying it's okay, you can have it because we're gonna take this area anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did over at Split. But I think you have something to say, Fluffy.
Yeah, I was about to say that for Ascent, one thing that I find interesting about both teams is when you look at their statistics, right? You look at PaperX, they haven't really brought it out here on the APAC stage, but back in the MYSG Stage 2 Challenger Series, they actually haven't lost a single map in 4 games of Ascent, and they've always been running that same comp, and it kind of mirrors in Bleed, as we've seen Bleed here on the APAC Stage 2 Challenger stage. They've also haven't lost on the Ascent playing just one composition. So I feel like unless any adaptation does come into it, they're probably going to go with things that they're comfy and that they already know, but it will be the end of that 100% win rate streak for at least one of these teams, and not just because of the undefeated status they have overall, but specifically for the map of Ascent, which they've shown that they're very confident in.
So a lot is on the table over here. It's kind of pride in taking over Ascent fully, if I'd like to say so myself, but here they are. The compositions are being revealed right our very eyes. And Tricks, are you liking what you're seeing over here?
I do, because I can see that both teams are respecting each other here. They're playing lineups that they have played before. PaperX having that Fade and KO combination, I think, is a potent combination. But again, it depends on the kind of information you're getting, and if you are being smart about it too, in terms of not getting the wrong kind of information, not over-rotating, because on a team like Bleed that tends to play this aggressive side, having that Breach and that Sova long-range and close-range ability to control just makes me worry a little because of the way Bleed has given us their variations of strategies.
Yeah, another thing also about the compositions is I think a big factor is the difference with the Sentinel. So one side for PaperX, they are going with the more aggressive option, picking up that chamber. But Pith, on the other hand, for Bleed, is going for that consistency in the Killjoy. Now, Killjoy is a very interesting agent. You know, she's very strong when she holds down a site, especially with that lockdown.
Yeah.
And normally your counter for that is some source of indirect damage. And now that they are running the Fade as well as KO on the side of PaperX, they don't really have, unless they have like KO or a Raze lineup, which is very, not necessarily rare, but they have to prepare for it. It's not the most immediate source of way to break it, where, you know, it's not as direct to get the value out of that, meaning that the KJ, I think, will be a defining factor if the lockdown does land. But it also kind of plays in with how good you can really get the value of the 0 point. If you can land a lot of these 0 points at the right time, it can stop a lot of these pushes, because it looks like from the composition of Bleed that they're gonna go for a lot of aggressive things with the Omen and Breach, which requires that ability power, which KO obviously might suppress.
I love this lineup for both teams. You know, yesterday we were talking about mirror lineups, but what about this one? It's the complete, there are no similar agents across the board over here. So I think that's very interesting, because you will see completely different playstyles come into play. And I love that Fluffy pointed out how important the 0 point is going to be, especially on this game. So both teams really better watch out. Without further ado, guys, it is game number 3. Game number 1, game number 2, quite interesting, but this feels like a hard reset as we go into sort of like a game of one, game over here. Best of one, game over here. But with that said, once again, let us welcome to the stage Bleed Esports versus Paper X.
I got something caught in my throat for some reason. And look at you. Coup de grace for the last series, and the evil Raf is here to give us his thoughts on the last game. What do you think about what's going to happen here on Ascent, brother?
Knife him more. Keep knifing, you know? Keep it very, very close. Just keep shivving people. But yeah, again, a lot of valid points and a lot of great points on top of, you know, with the panel bringing up the KO. And of course, timing that you really need to play around when you do have that KO. Again, I did mention that I'm not a fan of the solo Fade, but Fade as a supplement to the rest of your team, it's absolutely fantastic. Just causes so many problems. And again, in tandem with that Fragment, although I am a fan of the Vi still being on that chamber, Forsaken will land all the shots that he needs to. But I don't know. I feel like there's a style difference between Forsaken and Devi, and they're both good. But yeah, I guess it's just preference at this point.
I will say, I think at least out of the two of them, Devi has the better understanding of utility usage because he's been, for the longest time, that kind of player. If you remember what Agent Devi specifically played like a couple of months ago before all of these new agents popped out, it was actually the Soba, if I remember correctly. And he was like one of my most favorite clutch players way back then. And you kind of see that personality or ideology still come into this iteration of Paper Rex. Exactly!
Oh, Lenny the Crab, no!
The Crabbers. Forsaken, though, is actually not out in the open just yet, but they might challenge him. Could TP away, but the rest of Paper Rex now coming in through A short. Forsaken's backed away right now. They're still charging right in. Beautiful use onto the Paranoia from Maxi to delay things even further. Durian, one more shot could be it. Oh my goodness, Jing is coming right in. Someone needs to get the refrag quickly. And it's the rest of Paper X who come right in for the swing. Forsaken, delayed push onto A short, actually finds out Maxi. And Lene will be the last person standing as the dust settles. He's closed the door on B, but it's also could have also closed the door on the opportunity to get closer onto the A side and maybe get a couple of kills here on the fight. Only has a classic in hand, and this is not looking too pretty for Lene.
Not looking pretty at all, but beauty is within the eye of the beholder, and I love that buddy. It's the only thing keeping Lenny company right now. He has that. He does have the recon dart in his arsenal, but I don't think he's gonna attempt to do anything with it. He's probably just gonna posture up and get a death by Spike. Maybe get a free kill here, but it's Forsaken after all, still landing all those shots. But talking about this Asteroid, I feel like something that we have to highlight as well on the agent comps is that this feels like it is a battle of time periods. We remember, I think it was for a good, solid half a year, where a lot of the comps that we would look at would look exactly like Bleed Esports. Meanwhile, I feel like on the side of Paper X, it's all the more recent agents. You could say it's a bit of a generational gap, but again, it's two schools of thoughts, two philosophies, potentially just having a debate with each other. Which is more effective? Are the old arts, or at least the old ways, truly lost to time? Apparently not, as Bleed still tries to get a little bit of success here. But so far, Asar, they've put all their eggs and their players in the basket known as the Alpha Site.
Alpha Site gonna get consumed by Paper Rex as soon as they just start marching right in. Mind Freak not hearing the footsteps, I think, from Bleed here, but oh, now they know. Yeah, he's dropped down. Multiple people have actually dropped down. Durian, cool, calm, and collected, hits the shot, but he's down to 40, and now they know. And though they could pick up Mind Freak's Ghost, but that's not really going to be too much of a hindrance for them. I like this multiple-pronged approach from Bleed. They could isolate a couple of fights, and Durian could have challenged Forsaken there. If Forsaken wanted to re-peek the angle, there could be a little bit of refragging right here and right now, but it's not going to work out. It's all down to Lene. Gonna try to go for the cross. Jing very, very low. Does not want to drop this weapon per se, as the rest of his teammates go charge right in. Well, Benkai, I choose you. Go, quick attack. And he hits Lene with a fast one.
That was more than one shot. I feel like that ref. His pick shot me a bunch of times, not just one burst. You know the rules, Aster. You gotta wait your turn. And Paper X doesn't seem like they want to give it up, honestly. Bleed, they might have a bit of a speed debuff. Like you mentioned, the quick attack and potentially a speed up buff on the side of Paper X have given them so much initiative here. What I do find a little curious is that with the way that they were, well, granted it was an eco, right? Well, I guess the question will have to be addressed this time around as we see a little bit of a default. Obviously, Bleed for going mid control. Oh, Darian would have loved to have that one, but again, it was not meant to be, Asarai, as the parallel lines, no matter how close they get, they'll never be together, and that frag has to be something that he has to, well, adjust here, and, well, I guess we do not witness the death of Lexi Forsaken, the Grim Knight, the Grim Reaper. Every single thing that's been thrown at him has been absolutely annihilated. Lenny, I'm not entirely sure if he should be making first contact here as he is the Sova, so that utility is going to be so much value later in the round. Maxi gets one, and now Forsaken finds our Hunter. And Pith and Maxi, man, we know how effective this duo can be. But again, the question lies that these Paper X still have so much utility, so much firepower, and so much space, and more than enough bullets to share. And spare. There you go. Round going the way of Paper X.
I don't know if that was intentional from Forsaken, but you saw his movement there, right? He tried to jiggle against, who was it? I think that was Lene. Well, you might see it on the replay. He actually tagged Lene's leg first and then went for the headshot. I'm not 100% sure. There, see? Slowed him down with the tag and then hit the headshot to follow to boot. Whether that was intentional or not, that was really a death sentence for Lene because he couldn't get back into cover because he was too far from jumping into the B side. If he tried to do that where he was, he would have just not had the chance to actually go for the firefight against Forsaken here. I gotta say as well, macro-wise, the pinch from mid was really something that Bleed just could not really deal with. In any case, Bleed, there's one covering the A site technically, and that is Maxi, but can't really do too much. Right behind him is Forsaken, who just pops out of the smoke. Will not know that Maxi's right behind him, but he still hits the shot regardless. Benkai hits another one. 4K for Forsaken, no 3K. But the rest of Paper X just make it into such a clean endeavor as they just rampage right into A site.
I guess looking at this, right, Paper X does feel like they have the more proactive approach and the more proactive lineup. It's something that Bleed have to consider and build around because, like we said, right, this is a very, very classical lineup for them. And we'll never question the old masters. They built the way for a lot of us, for a lot of the players, and the pro scene has just built upon that success. Darion, it's imperative that we find success with this operator, man. There's really nothing else that we could say. He has to find a pick, otherwise Paper X could potentially have another round. And there you go. Darion knows the importance of that, and now they're gonna pivot off that first contact, especially with it being the Vi. They're not gonna have that 0 point anymore, no flashes whatsoever. And remember what happened to Paper X with no flashes? I don't know, man. Seems kind of recent to me.
Yeah. The word I think is they felt a little bit kaput, especially on that split map that we had on the first game. That being said, though, they still do have Mind Freak with the smoke, so it does somewhat alleviate the difficulties of not having the flash up and running for them. And they do have Benkai with the Nightfall already, so here we go. There's a charge right in. There's no smoke on the cross, so that's going to give Pith a little bit of access to get the kill onto Benkai. As now Forsaken gets popped off. 3 kills for Pith. And now it's Jing all alone on the site. He's going to try to fight Durian here as the smoke is about to dissipate. Durian, oh my goodness, still gets away and hits. No shot. Pith, though, down to 30. Or no, excuse me, Jing down to 30. And Lene finds him as he was very much trapped. They'll be able to pick up the operator once again, but the lack thereof, the smokes on the cross really hurt them as Pith got that 3K.
Well, we're gonna see Pith, like you mentioned, right? He did get a monster pop off there, just a little bit. Now he does have that lockdown, and we know Bleed, the moment they have that, they're very, very likely to use that. I feel like that's a team habit that maybe a lot of the R&D folks have learned, and Pith has no qualms of doing that, because typically when we see Pith play the Killjoy and even the Cypher, he does have a really good game for himself. With Bleed, I feel like their lineup is very, very independent from each other. Sure, they have the combos, but I feel like Paper X, they have a more macro-heavy comp. And with them not really establishing any lurk presence, and them getting shot in the side like that, I think it might hurt their stock yet again. But Benkai, he's the one to fall. The flashes are still very much intact. Now Jing jumps into the side, tries to fisticuff his way into Boathouse, and the gentleman's agreement states that Maxi and Lenny have to concede after losing the duel. Now Jing tries to swing away, but no, it's Pith to get the trade, to get the double. The Vi finally finds a little bit of value in this round.
Lockdown.
Lockdown indeed. And my goodness, Asarai. There you go, right? No qualms whatsoever, but do they know somebody is just around the corner, ready to sting, ready and waiting. Mind freaking Darion, go at it. But, well, there you go. Darion tries to dash in, tries to go for the stairs, but Mind Freak, he's playing without the keyboard and the mouse. He's playing with the mind.
I think Darion still had his Cloud Burst up and running. Probably didn't know that Mind Freak was actually placed somewhere on B, but yeah, this is the quick decision making of Paper Rex. I actually was wondering how Darion got the shot on the outside of B main, because you saw, I think he just like went straight hard outside of Catwalk and had an angle where he could peek down on B main, but that would have meant that he would have needed to push hard on tiles, and that just shows how aggressive Darion can be. The problem therein lies that once they knew where he was, again, they just immediately either chase him down or go the other direction. 4-4 though, Linnea's ultimate does quell the oppression of Paper Rex's teeny tiny bit. Max is gonna have to back away here as the Molly forces him off of the charts, off of the site rather. And here comes Paper Rex on A. Mind Freak gets the lone lurk kill outside on top of B main, or A main, excuse me. Wait, no, excuse me again, top mid. And here comes the rest of Bleed trying to retake the side. Paper Rex is Forsaken, just holds off a tad bit more. Fault Line forces him back. This could actually be really, really good. Although, there's going to be a haunt setup. There's a lot of weapons that is available right now for Paper Rex. One of them being the haunt 3 versus 3. They're gonna have to start at least defusing the spike or trying to challenge. But Maxi can't get it. Nobody can get it from Paper or from Bleed. And Paper Rex get the kill time and time again.
Yeah. I have a question. Do you think just because we've seen this lineup on Bleed so many times through so many iterations from, you know, from a lot of teams, do you think there's a level of predictability here? Again, well, certainly Jing had his qualms of doing that, but you know what? It's for the good of his team. But like I said, I think there might be a level of predictability on Bleed side here. And to be honest, Paper Rex, they're not really mixing it up. They're just really playing as a 5 and overwhelming them with a lot of utility. And I know I've said this so many times in the series, but Paper Rex, I think they got sick of Split. Like, you know what? No, we hate losing to the utility shuffle, so let's do it again. Let's do it this time. With weapons like this, Bleed have a slim chance, but we know how dedicated they are to their aim and how delicate the balance of getting shot in the face is. Sheriffs abound. Potential thrifty? Who knows?
I 100% agree with you. I think like Paper Rex don't really know where Bleed play on specifically. Maybe they have a faint idea what or where, but more so than not, I think it's more of the on-the-fly style that Paper Rex is very much known for as to why you see them just bully the site, bulldoze onto the sites, right? And whatever happens, they just have this quick refrag ability that just works so well for them. And you see that happen right now. Again, this is just a weaker buy for Bleed overall, but Paper Rex are coming to form once more. Maybe their form just was just a little bit delayed on that split map, and now again 7-1. It's looking incredibly dire straits for Bleed.
I love dire straits, but again, maybe this is the reverse of the Thundercross split attack. I think this is also very, very similar in the manner of Split, where Paper Rex went for that Omen Cypher combo. And again, I love Cypher, I love Omen, but it does kind of feel like it's a little bit dated, Asarai, considering that they were playing against, I would say, a fairly uncommon lineup for Bleed to pull out on Split. Granted, we don't see that many Split games from them. Paper Rex, similar story, but this time they're the ones writing it. They're the ones in charge of what might happen in the story. And Pith finds Jing. No vision needed. Maxi was spraying it down. He's the one getting hit by the fears. What is his deep, darkest fears? We'll never know, as he does fend off that maniacal advance by Paper Rex. And this might be the first time we'll see a little bit of flexibility in this round, because so far they've had no resistance whatsoever, just barreling themselves towards the side, and Bleed could potentially have a second one on the board for them.
The case, though, is Mind Freak was able to just go all the way through spawn. If he gets the kill onto Linne, maybe. Now it's going to be just incredibly difficult for Paper Rex to hold on to this. Benkai does have the Nightfall, so he can use this to at least give them a fighting chance if he survives this fight, but he is just playing on the knife's edge here, Raph, unfortunately. We'll get tagged down to 39, and Durian backstab kill with the operator. Spots out another! What a shot from Durian! And that's going to give them a fighting chance, maybe, as Bleed take their second round.
You is kinda nasty. Beautiful stuff there by Darion, and I guess that's exactly what Bleed are looking for. The bravado of Darion to take the space with an iron fist. And now Bleed looking far more impressive this time around, and I love that anti-jet dash setup there. Again, I think those are the things that come with time and come with practice, and definitely come off a raid. We've seen, I think, was it in EU or KR where we saw a Cypher trap. This was long ago. This was last year, and I can't really remember the region, but I specifically remember an anti-updraft E into the site. So most likely it's KR, right? But again, it was a cage, it was the cam, it was the E. We don't see that now. We see the new age of utility and a cosmic divide to really widen the generation gap. And now it is a much more tangible prospect as Forsaken, the aggression, the creativity, not all that present, but enough to pressure Bleed to receding and giving up all that space. Nah, sorry, with Maxi gone, they're not going to have as much retake power, nor are they going to have safety. And even Lexi being removed from this, even more so is the case. Now Darion jumping, looks to create a little bit more space for his teammates, threading the needle, but Device sticking it into his eye as Lenny's trying to salvage the situation. Now 2v2. What are they gonna do now? They do have the choice to potentially save this operator and not.
What?
Well, Forsaken, man. One bullet. What is it? Well, okay, there's another one. That's 2 bullets now. Like we said, they have to get this investment up and running. Lenny might actually run into a little bit of resistance as he crosses mid. But I don't think Paper X are gonna go for the hunt. Could be proven wrong. They go for wall bangs instead.
Man, Bleed, they're just getting out-positioned and out-confidence? Is that a thing? Because you could just see how well brave enough Forsaken and Jing are with how they place themselves. No setups needed. All they really have to do is place themselves somewhere, and Bleed will have to respect. Like, Bleed can try to fight the angle, but there's so many off angles again, both Forsaken and Jing can provide, that is so detrimental for Bleed here. And again, Forsaken is such a polarizing player in terms of the KDs, right? Where he's going to be one of the games, maybe particularly Fracture, he's just going to have like 6 kills, while Jing and Divide will have like 15 apiece. But there will be some where he's just completely dominant, and you'll see that from Paper X when they have these 8-2s, 10-2s, where he's the one actually getting the top frag. And we see that happen right now with that 13-5 in the name of Forsaken.
Well, again, you mentioned respect, and I think that's the reason why Bleed can't really push out, because if you look at the utility, again, looking at the utility, if you look at Benkai, if you look at Divide, these are agents that don't necessarily have to plant their feet to get value off their utility. They can do it on the move, they can pop flash, they can do whatever with the Prowlers, and even have a Haunt. Again, the Haunt does have setup, but the way that this agent is kitted, you succeed in short-range fights, and again, providing much more mobility. On the opposite side, we have Lenny, we have Lexi, long range, and again, just giving them so much more matchup issues, and Darion just cannot find even the safety that he needs as Lexi. Tired of using his utility, the paint shell will come through, but look at Bleed. They're like, well, okay, now we are gonna start the gunfights, and we are gonna succeed as Divide gets pinned. 3v3, pretty even ground, but with the players on Bleed getting stuck in market, I don't think that this is the high ground that they want to be banking on. Lenny's not even gonna have a chance to fight back, as too many of the players from Paper X already corral him. But Jing, man, Jing's just cleaning it up. Astra, you did say that Forsaken is quite polarizing when it comes to the KDs and whatnot, but I feel like a good comparison would be Kobe. Kobe missed the most shots, most field goal attempts, but Kobe has a legacy, you know? You miss every shot you don't take, and he's gonna shoot that ball over 3 defenders, 2 defenders, and I like that. Forsaken is, how would I put it? Undeterrable. There you go. That's the word.
Yeah. It's the, I don't know, for lack of a better term, he just has that star power. Like, this is again what we kind of mentioned with Paper X. Again, we're Filipino casters. We we enjoy our Team Secret and everything, but I don't think it's gonna be fair if we say that Team Secret's like the best team out there for us in APAC.
What
I think it has to be it has to be Paper X, especially when they got this dynamic duo of Jing and Forsaken. I think that cannot be remiss at all. In any case, Lene pops a couple of shots down to the 2 versus 1 with Pith. Always a great clutch player. Out in the open, good shot. Actually drops the spike out in the open. He has the HP advantage. He has the ultimate advantage.
Yeah.
And Mind Freak will have to try to pick up that objective once again. And look at this, the 50-50. Yeah, the read is perfect for Pith.
Is it really for Pith or is it for Mind Freak? As we enter yet again a different layer, a different zone. And he looks at that cute.
No,
Don't look at the dog's in the eyes. Knife him. Oh, well, never mind. As well as Pith gets shot in the back of the head. And like you said, Asra, it's layer upon layer, timing upon timing. And that is just the beauty of Valorant. And you did mention that, yeah, we're obviously from the Philippines. We love our Team Secret. We love all our teams. But if we really look at the grand scheme of things, there's really no team in the entirety of APAC that we don't like. I feel like every single team has brought a unique thing to the table. Team Secret #1, bias. I'm kidding. Of course, jokes aside, right? It's been how far or how much can teams bridge the gap between them and Paper X? Because Paper X have been so consistent. I think me and Black and Blue had a discussion who is the greatest team, or rather the most consistent team on APAC. I think there was a case for Xerxia because Xerxia has not missed the Masters yet and even represented our APAC as a whole on Champions. But if Paper X, I think they're very, very close to toppling that feat. And if they can keep up this consistency, then we might have to give that crown up.
Well, who was the representative from the first stage, right? Paper Rex.
Paper Rex.
True enough.
As we look at them, yeah, like we said, right, it's just really a matter of consistency. We talk about that a lot. We highlight that a lot on the panel. Mainly because I feel like Southeast Asia is also, or rather APAC as a region as a whole, can be a big mixing pot of a lot of strats. And I think it was Dubstep who tweeted out, what is the primary play style for APAC? Whatever works, works. And for some reason, Paper X, Xerxia, and all these teams that have resided on the very top, the Zenith, they've used every single thing in their arsenal. And they've proved to be a master of weapons, a multi-specialist.
These multi-specialists, as we can see, is just quite the sight to behold, right? As we now enter our second half, but such a discrepancy from this one. If Paper X wins this pistol, the next round, you'll know that Bleed will force buy once again. How is that going to be working? As all the pressure will be put on Darion, as again, his jet here will be paramount at just being able to get into these sites, as it were. Indeed.
Well, we did mention the KR dash where you go updraft E into sight. And I feel like maybe Paper X, that's where they're somewhat vulnerable in. They don't necessarily have that traditional stopping power. But with that scan up, probably going to be forced to back out. But the question is, what can Bleed do with that scan now? They have the information, 2 players are there. But they haven't really crawled up. They haven't contested the smoke. A lot of respect being given, as you mentioned. And still, yet again, a lurk threat being attempted by Maxi here.
Yeah.
So far, Asra, it's been pretty innocuous.
This is gonna be good for Bleed though, because they've already drenched out or dried up all the utilities that Jing has, especially that paint shell. So there's nothing really that's gonna be deterring them from rushing into the sites. Benkai does have the haunt, so he can at least help out Jing as they start to go into the site itself. But this is going to be quite difficult again for Jing as he gets spotted by that recon dart. His life is just forfeited already. Benkai's spotted as soon as he comes out of the doorway on Market. And this is a solid start of the round for Bleed. Absolutely. Still have to be very careful. They have very much a lot of pronged approaches on the attack. One playing on B main, 4 on the site itself. Forsaken very close on contact as he tries to get some value off of this Headhunter. Wow. What a fragment coming in from the buy. Forsaken comes in, shot after shot. This is absolutely perfect for him. 2 versus 2, and starts to defuse the spike. Now spotted out Pith, who will have to play ring around the rosy as Forsaken is chasing him down. One more shot on his Headhunter. Not going to be allowed by Pith. And Bleed They start to lose players left and right, but still somehow manage to take it in the end. An absolutely necessary round to take, mind you that.
Did it matter in the end? Absolutely it did. Like you mentioned, it's necessary. But somewhat Paper Rex, they have to numb themselves to the pain of losing that very, very important round. Again, if they won that round, then they would have potentially won the map already. But Bleed, they have a lot in the tank. They have a lot to give. And they are proving that they still have a long, long way to go. But Paper Rex, what can they do with these eco buys? We've seen some thievery on both ends. Devi being a little more passive here, now paired up with Mr. Sasanto in that chamber. Devi is probably wondering, how come I'm not playing the chamber? As that knife, as that 0 point is not going to tag out Darion. Darion could have potentially found a timing here on Forsaken, but Forsaken puts it on a silver platter, hands him his head, and the first frag on the round goes to Bleed. And Asarai, this is looking mighty fine. As these pistols, what can they really do?
The word of the day for us, possibly, could be comebackable. The Vi, he's got to be careful. The LMG is there. Ooh, look at this HP just drop lower and lower, but gets back onto the site. This is good. The rest of Paper Rex spotted out into the open. Jing repositions, but Maxi is just pinning him down. There is going to be the seize, but here comes the rest of Bleed coming through on spawn, or excuse me, on short. Mind Freak pops a couple of shots with the classic, but shouldn't really be too deterrent for Bleed here, as the Vi, last robot standing, beat Boop, as I am down for a reboot.
Is it a robot? Is it a lizard man? They walk among us, apparently. And Bleed, I like this attacking side, potentially wrapping up or at least a comeback, waiting for Paper X to open it. Potentially yet another spurious strategy in hand. Again, I really appreciate the aggression and just the unwavering confidence of Forsaken. And again, they didn't have too much to lose, I guess. It is the eco, so maybe we shouldn't be deep diving it into it too much. But Pith, already farming those orbs. Potentially we might see a fast one here too. But with the season, with the combo, that's going to be initial space taken by Paper Rex. But maybe this is a weakness that we may have overlooked. Their mid-round's not going to be as potent, considering Darion already found Jing. Oh, well, wait a minute.
Oh, the pop shots!
Answers back, and pop shots indeed. And they've been going in the way of Darion, man. Darion has been so smooth ever since the side switch.
Well, he's the one peeking out all these angles now. Just have to check them one by one. You need somebody that doesn't miss a beat when that is the case for him. Forsaken readdresses the angle that his teammate Ben Kai did kind of dropped on, but this could be good because Darion might not know this, doesn't have to dash anymore, and Forsaken was very much ready for the swing. That was too much. That's what we call the diarrhea of Christmas lights. Too many on the screen for Jing to, or excuse me, for Forsaken to process, and now Devi's all alone, and it's 1 versus 3.
Wait, I want to go back. What Christmas lights? I want to know if I heard that right. What? No, say it again, but slowly.
Diarrhea Christmas lights. It was just too many. Too many graphics all at the same time, man. It ruins you. You know what it is.
But look at this. Wait a minute. This could potentially be a clutch in the making as Devi. He does have two angles to clear, but not necessarily one that they can peek out of immediately. And Lenny, he does find Devi. And a round on the board. 5 to 10. Very, very doable. But I don't think those two words should ever be mixed together. There's just a lot of Christmas lights. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, we're Filipinos. We know what Christmas lights are all about. Alright. That is disgusting. Yeah. Again, we're on Ascent. When you got the LMG, every wall is back. Alright. Paper X, they call the timeout.
Yep.
There it is. It's always nice to like get a timeout when you're on the save round because again, you can start to also mull things over just a tad bit longer, right? Because this is going to be a round where you still fight, but not really full commit to it. So you will have some time to increase your talk with your team. Although Forsaken will have his tour de force. Now, being said, where is he actually going to peak with this particular weapon? He's been, as you mentioned, losing to Durion ever since the second half has started when Bleed got this attacking side. And this could be the start of the downfall, maybe, for Paper Rex. But it's still 5 rounds differential against Bleed, though.
potentially could be in the making. I remember a lot of actually no, I think I saw a statistic somewhere where Chamber is actually one of the least winningest Sentinels in the grand scheme of things when it comes to pro play. But we'll have to bring that up. We'll have to maybe look that over because so far we've seen quite a bit of popularity here still. And you did mention that Forsaken not having the greatest time against Darion, especially since the Alpha Omega swap. But with the Tour de Force in hand and him dominating the long range, it could potentially be, or rather they would be singing a different tune now, Sarai. But Jing, this is a one and done angle if I've ever seen one. Wait a minute.
Wait, he bypassed him! Jing could have a position here, but Darion spots him! Oh no, indeed. He actually just rubbed shoulders and somehow couldn't find a pick! Benkai! Alright, he got it. He got it. Forsaken.
One.
Boom! Alright. Forsaken. 1 versus 2. No Headhunter, only Tour de Force. And will this Tour de Force of nature get that 2 versus 1 in such a detrimental position? Doesn't even break the turret. Now he does. One more shot is left on this particular ability, and he finds one! No distance, no shot! Oh, if he didn't miss that first shot on the turret, maybe could have had a chance against Pith.
In a perfect world, he didn't miss the Timmy the turret there. And, like you said, Red, just imagine. But we have to focus on the next play. That's what PaperX probably wants to do. Just leave it be. That was a decent enough eco round. But like you said, right, Darion had the instinct to check. Like, I don't feel like something's right. But Forsaken popping off just a little bit here. And there you go. The dreaded turret was removed. Pith with a beautiful swing, beautiful timing. Bleed Asar, they are narrowing. And they're narrowing this gap. Wow, and Forsaken actually survives that. I wasn't even so sure if Darion was gonna check that, but his instinct, it's come alive. His ultra instinct, perhaps.
Bot coming back.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's not how it goes.
Is it not?
No, that's not the ultra instinct.
Oh, that's the other one. Right, it's the more dramatic music.
Yes.
Alright, never mind. That paranoia actually hits on to Jenny, but Jing, he's a Lisa. Oh, reposition! Oh, is he still getting all this? Oh my goodness, Jing goes on top of the position and then backs away, so he has that crossfire with the buy. Maxi somehow gets the TP up on top of Jenny, but does absolutely nothing. And look at his drive-by with the Odin. Truly is the god of weapons. Unfortunately, this god will be killed by the god killers of Paper Rex. Now 3 versus 1. Pith embracing arms of Forsaken with his operator. It's not a warm embrace, it's a cool, cold, deadly one. As Paper Rex finally get themselves 1 round, 2 more before we end this series, possibly.
The cold shoulder, and again, the variety show by Jing. You mentioned Jenny, you mentioned Lisa. Cherry Young might be thrown in the mix, or, you know, Rose. Jisoo also. Variety has been the name of the game, and I love that. He's like, come at me, now! But the Vi, of course, he's seen too many action stars for him to swing that out using the fragment. And once again, variety bound. We see aggression this time from Jing. Wow, okay, that one-way nearly messed him up. I think his legs were vulnerable there, but it doesn't matter. We move on to a different part of the map. We see a little bit of scanning by Darion. And Darion on top of the arc, just brooding like Batman. Devi.
Yes.
He hears the jump spot, but does he know that there's a double up potentially coming his way? He could flash himself out here and maybe even go forward. But gambles not for him. He goes for the safe player. Forsaken, even though he gets tagged up, no response or no capitalization on the side of Bleed. Bleed, they take it slow this time, then. Oh, indeed, Asteroid. Man, Darion has been so important this half, with him being that low with no way to recover that health. And Forsaken getting Lenny from the back. What is going on? Is this where we see the crumble? Are we seeing cracks in the foundation? But maybe PaperX has found divine timing here. Oh, but my goodness, Devi, despite turning his back, trying to ignore out of sight, out of mind. I can't believe he still saved that. Benkai got Darion out. But look at this, Asteroid. The numbers are still dwindling for PaperX. Bleed. They've come alive yet again. 3v3. 30 seconds. Commitment has to be made. It has to be made. And Ace side is the only culprit here. Lexi just putting down an additional line of defense for them. Benkai, very, very low. Has to be the first to swing, but are they waiting for his utility? Or are they going to go for the off-time swing here? The footsteps, they're going to be hearing them. But this is potentially a shooting gallery for Bleed here. 11 HP is what Benkai has to work with, and we see the Astra Stars. They've been placed, hoping for all the stars to align. Was that a counter smoke? It could potentially been, but now they even narrow, or rather, lessen the room that they can work with. But the trades keep coming. Who is gonna win this round? The time it's ticking down. The double swing is here, but Lexi finds, and the rest of Bleed, they find everyone else on Paper Rex. 7-11, very, very precarious purge for Paper Rex now. Looked so good at the beginning, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Bit of an overheat from Forsaken as he just jumps out of A main and gets picked off by Maxi there. That was already an initially good pick for him, but yeah, as you mentioned, it was so interesting that Jing still survived because Benkai helped him out. What was also, I think, the winning factor here for Bleed, aside from this crossfire that they kind of set up, was Paper Rex. Before that 3 versus 3 on the retake actually happened, there was no more utility actually prepared for anyone else. It's only the regenerative utility that was available for both Maxi and Lexi for Bleed specifically. So a fault line and a smoke really helped out their case to even out that round. And Paper Rex just had to go full contact, which, as you saw, wasn't really as good as they would have wanted because Jing got in a little bit too quick from the others. Although he did get the pick initially, still wasn't able to get the pinch on the double hell players that was still there from Bleed.
Oh boy. Very, very difficult indeed, as we saw all the utility. Mindfreak even getting one with the lesser weapons here, but now Bleed, they use their overwhelming power, their overwhelming advantage. The greatest of effects. Being Benkai and Divide, all they want to do now is just to get maybe a freebie, maybe get some orbs their way, but Benkai has been left all alone. And I don't... Never mind.
Ooh,
Benkai even gets Lexi as he goes towards Heaven. One more bonus potentially. Do they need to save this rival? No. They have quite a bit of money as Timmy the Turret, a total MVP for Bleed. Benkai has to make some sort of gamble here, but this time his dice hits a critical failure as Lenny and the Odin just doesn't want to stop apparently, Asarai.
Well, it's the Odin, man. It's the best weapon in the game. It just doesn't get that much love because it's too expensive, and as the size dictates, as the size shows, a little bit unwieldy at times. But when you got those angles where you don't really have to peek your opponent, this is what happens. Suppressing fire!
Suppressing fire! As they would love to honestly keep this no man's land for Paper Rex. Paper Rex, they still try to get a little bit of an advantage here, but my goodness, Forsaken, that was an uncharacteristic whiff. Mindfreak, though, is here to back him up, gets a trade, but he is going to be flashed to Kingdom Come. He will survive, but how long? How long? 25 HP in a dream! The Vizier and Bleed! Suddenly, they're the ones bleeding!
Oh my god!
The Nightfall. There are no gods in the darkness, apparently, as Maxi looks to clutch this, has the operator in hand. But too many players, too many numbers. He tries to back out, but Paper Rex at the cusp of taking the series, remaining undefeated potentially. Bleed, they're still in this, but they're crawling, Asarai. They are honestly starting to look like they're grasping for air, grasping for straws, grasping at nothing.
Yeah, crawling in my skin. These wounds, they will not heal. As Bleed is the one hemorrhaging in this situation. Paper Rex on the trajectory to possibly winning this series already. There will be that buying power, but man, Durian, when he shines, he just blinds opponents, although there was so much darkness just thrown out into the mix that his ever so shining light for Bleed has been clouded. Still, though, not the end of the world yet for Bleed. They have brought it from, what was that, 2 to 10 to an 8 to 11 and now 8 to 12. So there definitely is a momentum swing here from Bleed, but definitely have to respect the power at which Paper Rex can really throw them into a mix, especially now that there's not really a lot of ultimates that both teams can utilize.
Yeah, the matchup just has become that much more rigid as times and round has progressed. Bleed, they're still looking for those tiny cracks they can open up potentially for Paper Rex.
I think Forsaken really being aggro is one of the points that they want to punish as much. But Paper X, with the way that they've been really pushing the tempo, nobody on site, and we see no separation between the plans of all their players, which is something that we have to highlight, because potentially, even if it's a bad play, if you're all in it, then you raise the chances of winning, right? But Darion is like, hey, wait a minute, Forsaken, that operator's mine. Oh, did you see that? Lenny was right in the middle of that gravity well. I was like, huh? But here we are.
I mean, in a Maelstrom, right? Eye of the Storm is the safest of the positions.
Yeah, but what if the Maelstrom has guns? You know, I think it does kind of change the tone of the game just a
You
little
mean
bit.
Sharknado? Something like that.
What a beautiful movie. Those are not guns, those are sharks. I hope you find the distinction between those two, Asar, because I find it alarming that the comparison was even made that way. His Mind Freak, he will try and inch his way closer to the B side, as that recon dart is going to be a big tell. And Davai, he looks to survive, but Jing, where did you come from? He gets two, but the numbers are piling on. Benkai all alone, all blind. 9-12, Asarai. 9-12. Bleed, they do not back down whatsoever.
Okay, first of all, back to our discussion there. Valorant has designed Elder Flame Vandal. What do you think is the possibility that they'll make a Great White Shark or Megalodon Phantom or something? Very, very likely. All right, down the line, it's gonna be possible, and then that's where we can make those Sharknado puns. Anyways,
I love that slide. Slide.
That was so awkward. Jing did get that 2K as you mentioned, but Forsaken is starting to Forsaken is really starting to slow down a little bit here. But maybe it's not him that's going to be the finale of this round. It's Jake with the showstopper. They're coming in outside of B main. And like Instincts, they swarm to the center of the stage. It's now down to Pith and Maxi. They're so both incredibly low, as they need to back away first. Seems like they've controlled the offense of Forsaken and the rest of Paper X on their defense, mind you, Raph. They are very much out of their element here. Maxi can always TP into a site, but the problem therein lies he's 15 HP. He needs to hold hands with Pith here. He needs to hold hands with his counterpart, but he's going to try to do something, maybe just to switch up. Oh, I love this. The fake around. We'll try to see if that will force the rotation from Paper X, but that was an absolute gamble here from Bleed, as they're going to come in to the B site. There will be one holding it. It is going to be Devi. He owns, not Devi rather, but Benkai only has the classic in hand, but does have the haunt for a bit of that position, for a bit of that information gathering. And as they drop right in, as they try to plant the spike, this is the perfect time. Pith, if they do get this, if they do force this post plant, he will have that lockdown. So this is still pretty good.
They need Forsaken.
Will now try to reposition. They need Forsaken indeed.
I don't think they should be moving forward without Forsaken, and Devi gets the right idea here. They double up for their lone weapon. Wait a minute. This is not a tour de force. Now that this one is a tour de force. I'm glad that we made the arrangements for that one. But 11 seconds, it could potentially be this time. And look at that. The first shot onto the turret is enough.
Oh!
He has more than enough. He gets rid of it. And my goodness, Paper X, they go absolutely nuclear. And they collapse onto Bleed like thieves in the night. Eco or not, they are here to remain undefeated.
Defenders win.
You'd think that the lockdown would just make Paper X second guess, but this is a team that is the absolute apex predator of their era, of their prehistoric period, and Papersaurus Rex gets the series against Bleed, and it seems like in every universe we do win against Bleed. There's not one instance that they cannot, and they get it once again. 2-1. They did lose split, but what a comeback on Fracture and Ascent, just ever so dominating the MOSG powerhouse of Paper X is.
Alpha Earth, Omega Earth. One thing remains the same. It's Paper X. Unmovable, Asarai. As once again, the shakeup, the power rankings. When will they ever learn as Paper X? They continue to chug along. And I really feel like it's that ability to just take every single thing that's strong about the other teams and potentially assimilate it without losing their identity. But I guess the panel will be the ones to divulge that information. Any parting words, my friend?
I've lost my mind. What a series, what a game, what a absolute banger of a match between these two teams. And it seems like Evil Raph will be leaving this first series with me. We'll see you guys on the next one. And again, we still have 3 more to go. I believe it is going to be Team Secret versus ONIC in that second one. And it is going to be the panel to discuss things even further. So we'll give it to them. Guys, see you in a bit.
In a space and more, your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is. Here to support you, the blend, the blend, the blend. The blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats for me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit.
In the end, the wound did not heal. The paper cut too deep that the blood kept flowing. PaperX getting 2-1 in this opening series today. Valiant efforts, of course, by Bleed Esports. Great series that we had over here. By the way, it's the likable Fluffy and Trix here on the panel. And I gotta say, Fluffy, the question for this series was not if they could attack, but rather if they could defend, because that's just how it went throughout this round.
I feel like Paper Rex's attack, though, was just so good, especially during the first half. They had such a dominating lead, and overall just had that commanding first half that I thought, honestly, that it would transition into a commanding second half, but Bleed Esports had other plans. They really were able to adapt on their own attack, and they were able to make the most of it, pushing Paper Rex and slowing down their momentum enough to gain enough rounds. But sadly for them, it did kind of close out in that amazing fashion with the last round, especially with the tour de force in hand, leading the score to 13-9 to end everything out.
That was so good to watch. I mean, Forsaken on that tour de force, just something else. And I do have to mention, Tricks, that I would have loved for Blade Esports to try and get more space, but I actually don't understand, or I didn't get to understand what was going on over there in their defense. Why did it feel so scattered up against Paper X?
I feel like because of the way Paper X entries into the site and forces the opponents back, they tend to at least get one pick off on Paper X's side, which gives them that advantage, the man advantage. They have to hold down the angles. Paper X during the attacker side, they had some great crossfires, great refrags. When one player goes down, it's usually an immediate refrag from somewhere else. However, when they switched to defender side, Bleed was actually exploiting the fact that Paper X getting kind of angsty and pushing up a little more than they needed to, taking more aggressive peaks than they had to. They could have just played for the crossfires because their lineup is not that fantastic in terms of going in the aggressive. Of course, you have Forsaken who can get out of positions quickly with his rendezvous, but I find that that's exactly what Bleed was punishing on the side of Paper X.
Yeah, I feel like that Paper Rex also, with their composition in mind, every time you do lose one of your members with the agents that they have, you also lose a lot of value that they could have, as most of their agents have some form of recharging utility that they can use later on in the round. But as we see here, not just the utility, but also on the series highlights, we show the impeccable aim that both of these teams have. I feel like, especially for the side of Paper Rex, Jing and Forsaken just have this, I guess, mental connection that really, when they swing, they always take angles that are not the standard, like 1, 2, 3 swing together. They're always slightly apart, maybe sometimes elevated. It's very hard to take one or both of them out at the same time. They're always prepared, as Trix mentioned, for that refrag indeed. And Forsaken, even though he's not on that duelist, he still has that duelist mindset playing on that chamber, and it really makes the biggest difference, especially in the final round.
It really did make so much difference. Such an impressive playstyle from Forsaken over here. But again, he never fails to surprise us with his gameplay and his positioning, as we just saw over there, getting that pick from the last person entering over at Catwalk over there. Now, Bleed, on the side of Bleed Esports, when they were attacking, I do have to commend them for the very good refrags that they were showing. I mean, there was this one round where as Maxi died, Pip just swings and get that refrag instantly, and that is how they won that round. I don't know what I feel about Lenny, Fluffy, with the Odin feeling like an action star, especially on the attack.
On the defense, it's something we see very commonly, especially with Sovas, but on the attack, it's pretty hard to pull off just because the gun, like Asarai mentioned, is kind of unwieldy. But speaking of players that do wield their weapons to the best of their ability, we have Forsaken as the match and series MVP for this one. It's well deserved, playing that Neon, playing also that Chamber, bringing all the frags that we like to see from those highlight plays, but also the discipline for his team to really back him up and allow him to do those things.
Forsaken just doing Forsaken things, am I right? Now, one thing that I do have to comment, I know that there were times that Paper X was over-aggressing during their defense, but towards the end, I'm not exactly sure what changed, but despite like showing signs of over-aggression, I think that they were successful in actually controlling the offense of Bleed Esports. I mean, you see them push so far offside, and yet they were able to control the kind of rotation that Bleed Esports was doing over here, Trix. So I do want you to kind of break it down for me. How did that all come to play?
I think there was one round I saw that they noticed that everybody on Bleed's side was in B main. They used the null command. I felt it was a little too early for the null command, save it for the retake. And you can see that they kind of worried suddenly that they might be on A side. And I felt that's what they needed to learn, to just give it up. It's okay to give it up because you can retake it. As Fluffy mentioned, the retake potential in the lineup of Paper Rex is actually good. But the fact that they weren't utilizing it, they were taking too many fights. I think they finally switched onto it near the end.
Yeah, they really did. I can't believe you mentioned give it up. Now I'm singing it in my head. But aside from that, I guess that we also have to give it up. And by this, I mean this series, because we are going to be moving over to the next series of the day. And I'm really excited about this one. I say that about every single team. But like Raph was saying earlier, every single team out here has not failed to impress us. They have their own unique styles every single game, and we love to see it, which is what makes all of these series just oh so more exciting. So the first team for this series are very systematic. Their strats and movements are so calculated, and this could actually be their biggest strength or maybe their biggest downfall, since this opens the opportunity for their opponents to read them. But hey, this team is something else. I'm sure they'll pull something out of their sleeves when push comes to shove. So here they are, ONIC G.
ONIC G coming in hot from Indonesia. I find that, as Laika pointed out, they have this systematic approach. We've got Elmimor, Monyet, NC Slasher, Severin, and Shiro. Every single player on ONIC G has definitely been able to step up in terms of making space for one another. They have that ability, especially with Elmimor on his clutch potential, but Severin on that initiator role, being able to assist the team in terms of getting that advantage that they really need to take the site. I find watching them, they have this form of aggression when they play, the way that they overwhelm a site. I find very characteristic of the teams that we have seen from Indonesia. They're so solid on that 5-man execute and being able to assist each other to get those advantages, and they're still able to lurk. I think that's the best part about ONIC, is that they're not always going to go all in together and that's it. Sometimes you'll have that one player, they assist to take the site, and then there's one player that kind of lays back and says, okay, I'm gonna try and get some more timing to get that advantage, whether it's a post plant, and also for the retake, going in from different angles and different sides. I love watching them play.
I love that too. ONIC G is just a team that's always able to set the tempo and set it in their favor. Now, going up against them is the top team from PH. Their resiliency has landed them a slot here in the knockouts. Not so surprising though, since they did make it to Champions 2021. Individually though, they're also mechanically skilled. I mean, it does come from the experience that they've had, because a lot of them, or all of them, are actually veterans here in the FPS scenes. So without further ado, here's Team Secret.
And here we are. It's no secret that this roster, this rock-solid roster, is the last hope for the Philippine scene here on the APAC stage. Consistently always performing at the highest level, even on the local scene, winning VCT for almost an entire year. A very dominant team indeed. But as we see them on this stage, we also see them have those consistent victories. The team, of course, composed of Borkum Dubstep, Dispenser Wits, Jesse Vash, with additions of Jeremy and Coach Fade on the side, really bring the balance of both explosive power as well as that consistency and calmness to always come back even though they're losing a fight. We saw them yesterday play an amazing series against Xerxia Esports, where they were already down the first map, but it was a reverse card on the second, and on the third map they really brought out their all. Before that, taking out Fancy United as well as FW Esports very cleanly with a 2-0. It looks like this team is gonna push themselves, I guess, to really carry that momentum into this game against ONIC G. This team, in my opinion, is one of the better teams on the PH scene that really has that mastery of the map. They really know how to work together as a team, and at their best, I've always seen them being able to land a lurk here or there, be it Borkum, Dispenser, or Dubstep, to really push the limits and catch a lot of the opponents off guard with their timely rotations. I feel like one of their strengths also is just the pure experience that they've had. They're probably one of the most experienced teams that we've had, making it all the way where other players want to dream to be. And this team has yet to disappoint, so hopefully they bring it out their all against ONIC G.
Oh, I really hope that they bring it out as well. I mean, you've got an experienced couple of players versus people who have a very systematic approach to the team, or to the game rather. So that is going to be quite an interesting battle right there. And as I say battle, I think that it's only fitting that we get straight for our head-to-head to actually see who will be battling it out in terms of numbers, strats, and gameplay. All right then, we talked a little bit about the lurk potential from these teams, and no surprise over here. I mean, we've seen Elmi Moore perform as well as Dispenser and Trix. These guys are just amazing to watch in game.
They are amazing to watch. I find both of these players are able to read not just the map but their teammates. Dispenser in particular, it's a little more rare to see him on the support role in terms of playing an initiator, but I find that when he is on that initiator, he's able to really, like, he thrives in making space for his teammates, in supporting them to get that early pick, to get that information, and Elbimore just really being a force to reckon with. The way he's able to fight his duels, isolate the duels even, to make sure that he gets that advantage. I'm not even sure sometimes how he's doing it, but he's able to constantly pick off players.
He really is. And Fluffy, just looking at these two big brain players over here, what are you going to say about these Sentinels and how they play?
I feel like they are a bit more to the aggressive side for a lot of Sentinels. Like Trix mentioned, they have a very good habit of picking off the stragglers of their opposing teams. Elmi Moore especially, he always finds those kind of ratty and unexpected angles, off angles, or however you want to call them, to really get the most value out of being patient, while Dispenser always has that game sense and presence of mind that maybe when another Sentinel in his place knows that there's no one on his side, instead of just holding down the fort, he really makes the time and effort to make a calculated push out and give his team a lot more reassurance and map control. So it's a bit more a riskier tactic, but oftentimes for Team Secret, because they also play a bit systematic when they're at their peak form, it really pays off for them in that regard.
It really does. And, you know, speaking of setups, you need a map to go with your setups. Obviously, you just can't set up in thin air, right? So why don't we go ahead and go to our map vetoes. We zoomed out over there, and we're going to be seeing the setups over here. Trix, off the bat, what maps do you think we'll be seeing?
I feel like Team Secret hasn't recently been playing Fracture, and ONIC having a stellar performance on that map. I would be surprised if it goes through. And yes, we have ONIC already banning their buy-in. Kind of a map that they haven't had the best in terms of results, so it does make sense. I am, however, surprised that Team Secret chooses to ban Split instead of Fracture, so I'm thinking that maybe this will be the time ONIC will pick it.
Nah, I think Team Secret looked at the stats and was like, wait a minute, ONIC has 100% win rate in Split? Ha, that's a lot better than our percentage, so maybe it's best that we skip this one out for today. I mean, there's still a chance that they do ban Split later on, but right now, Fluffy, ONIC is gonna go with Icebox.
I'm very surprised that they're going with Icebox. Icebox is a map that Team Secret is pretty proficient at, although in fairness, they haven't had the best win rate and performance on it recently. So if ONIC can really exploit that weakness from Team Secret, maybe that they're out of practice, or maybe they haven't run it as hard as them, because ONIC always has a very stellar lineup, especially with that Jet and KO combination on that map, to really push a lot of boundaries for other teams. And if it gets too overwhelming, you know, it could be a struggle for them. When Team Secret, on the other hand, locking in Breeze, a map that we've seen them play multiple times, especially here on this stage. We've seen them play it, especially with Jeremy yesterday with that Chamber, and I feel like if they sub him in and he can make a lot of those plays yesterday where he gets a lot of those headshots and rendezvous out with the amazing picks that he can get, that it can make the make or break difference for this team.
Oh man, you got me started on Jeremy. I saw him play yesterday. I mean, honestly, I loved seeing Team Secret over here at Breeze, because I also saw that comfort that Dubstep always likes to show whenever he's on the Jet, and it was just really effective for them. And again, Jeremy with that phenomenal aim, I can't get enough of him. I know that we don't get to see enough of Jeremy, but moving on to Breeze later, I am excited to see him. But Trix, to cap this series off, we might look at going to Ascent once again.
We possibly could be going to Ascent. I don't particularly look at these maps and think favors one team over the other. Both teams are formidable in their own ways and are able to shine, especially with those duels. I think the deciding factor, especially on Icebox and Breeze, would be who can get that early control and how are they going to play as a team, because I find that these maps in particular really require coordination, whether it's that you want to lurk or whether you want to execute a site. It's that requirement of your team needs to put presence on the map. So I'm finding that this could really go both ways.
It really can. And I gotta say, you know, having Ascent as the decider map, I love it. I always love to see the adjustments from either of the teams. And I know that Team Secret has put Dispenser on the KO over at Ascent, so that's very cool to see. But you know, that's later on. We don't even know if we're actually gonna go to Ascent. It all depends on how the first two games will result. But before we get to that point, you know, we have to battle our own hurdle over here on the panel, which is actually going through the predictions. So, Fluffy, why don't you take the first pick over here? Who do you predict is going to win on Icebox, Breeze, and possibly on Ascent?
I mean, yesterday, based on their performance, I think the Team Secret have a very good chance on Ascent, especially if it gets to that point. And on Icebox, I feel like they're a pretty decent team on that map. They have had their struggles in the past with certain compositions, but overall, it doesn't hinder them, I think, because it still is a map that relies on mostly aim. And for the middle map, the second map for today, which is Breeze, if they're very confident in taking that mid control, if Jeremy can land those shots, I feel like in general this series will go 2-1 either way, but I would have to vote for Team Secret for this one.
Ah, that's an interesting pick. But I actually agree with you. I'm looking at these maps once again, and I do agree that Team Secret has had their fair share of struggle over at Icebox. Over at Breeze, though, after yesterday's performance, that was amazing. And kind of troublesome for ONIC G, if I do say so. But again, these are the maps. Two out of the three maps that we're seeing over here are similar to the maps yesterday. If ONIC G was able to study that, then they would have the advantage. But basing off of the performance of Team Secret alone, I'm gonna go with Team Secret as well. So that leaves you, Trix. What is your prediction for this one?
I am predicting ONIC G. I think that ONIC G is doing a fantastic job, and I do believe that with the way that they play and in contrast to the way Team Secret plays, it's not going to be an easy game. But I do think ONIC G can close it out.
ONIC G is just something else. I'm looking at their stats over here, and I remember Monyet. And I think that's probably why Fracture was banned in the first place. I mean, towards the end, like, Team Secret was not having it. They had the option of having Ascent or Fracture as the decider map, and they're like, no, we've seen ONIC the Hedgehog Monyet over here, and we're not having it. We're not having it at all. But we're going to be moving over to Icebox, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't think that we'll be seeing a Neon over here, Fluffy. But what do you think?
Honestly, I'm kind of personally hoping to see something wild. We've seen Team Secret try out a bunch of different comps. There was that one time where they played the Yoru with the Fade, with the Omen, as well as Breach on this map. Super unconventional, but I feel like after that loss on that, they're kind of falling back to what they feel is comfortable, going for the standard Killjoy as well as taking the second Sentinel with the Chamber, really providing a bit more defense for their team on Icebox. While on the other hand, this utility-based team can be really hindered if, again, this very impactful tool with a 0 point does land on the side of ONIC G. I feel like, especially on these maps where, like, Icebox really has a very tight A, and for B, the amount of control you have is very small, that the null command actually reaches a majority of it and is one of the biggest game-changing ultimates, especially into a utility-based team like this.
Yes, so I am seeing a Sage over here, Trix, and I know that to some teams, this is still a staple over here at Icebox, but I want to know what your opinion is.
I like how ONIC G plays the Sage. I feel that they're able to play it aggressively, and they know how to pull Sage back to give themselves that advantage, especially if their slow orbs are still available. So I think that ONIC G's lineup, pretty solid, something we've seen them do before. And we have seen they're able to get value off of that KO. I am hoping that they'll be able to get value again against a team like Team Secret, because Team Secret also looking so solid.
I kind of also want to add that I kind of like the Sage, but I like Sage when people come into it with an open mind. Because when you hear the word Sentinel, you normally think, okay, you're the guy who's going to hold the flank, you're the guy who's going to make sure that everything's under control, so we can be a bit safer. So a lot of teams, I feel like, tend to use Sage kind of one-dimensionally and use them, to use the Sage wall just to plug a certain angle, like be it tube or mid, etc. But the agent is so flexible, especially on the retake and the post plant. They really has the ability to stop a lot of these things. You can just wall diffuse a lot of the time and waste so much time. So I feel like having the Sage and obviously the intrinsic value of just maybe having a res every now and then, especially with a very flexible and disciplined team like ONIC G, could be a lot of value for them.
It really can be. And the way it was played yesterday, I can't remember which specific player that was, but it's somewhere along the lines of becoming a battle Sage. And maybe that's the kind of Sage that NC Slasher will pull out today. We'll have to wait and see, you guys. But with that said, we are going to be going over to Icebox for the first map. It's a chilly start for these guys, but it's going to get hotter and hotter from here. So folks, listen up, keep your eyes peeled, because the first game of this series is going to be an Icebox between Team Secret and ONIC G.
Thank you so much, Laika. We are your casters. Hey, I'm Quack. This is Marquis. And she's absolutely right. The temperature is just going to keep on rising. It's going to keep on increasing because every now and then we get a series between two teams that are just that good, coming from their own country, from their own region. And it's so tough to predict, right, Marquis?
Yeah, it's a battle of the archipelagos too. The Philippines versus Indonesia, two of really good FPS regions, and between the two teams, I really can't tell who will win. But you know what? Something really interesting when you do some stat digging. Dubstep has been having such an amazing APAC tournament. The last three series he's played, plus 17, plus 16, plus 23. That man is an absolute monster on KO, on Jet. He's flexible, he's also really good. And we're gonna see Team Secret versus ONIC G, with Team Secret not running the Sage, so their compositions are starting to be a bit more innovative, and I like that. It looks very different from what other teams are running, but they're very comfortable with what they're doing, and they're having so much success with it.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to say the least, but at the same time, I'm not sure how innovative that's going to be, because some other compositions have proven to just work, especially when you've got ONIC and the Sage. TS with the Killjoy, I don't know, but they are starting out in defense, and that's something that could help them a lot if they can get that many rounds. That said, ONIC on the attack, slowly making their way through A main.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned, the panel mentioned though, that Secret are very good on Icebox, and it's one of their best maps, I think.
Oh my god.
Momentum based as well. Oh, Dubstep. So patient. Oh, he actually gets found. It was a bit of a bait and switch there. NC Slasher just knows to check it. Doesn't find anyone there, and the rest of Team Secret now have to scramble.
I mean, look at how they're even clearing in the site. The way that ONIC are approaching this. Secret have no choice but to back up, but Jesse Vash is just pushing up front. He's quite able to do a little bit of damage, but not before the trades come in. And right now, the only one left is all up to Borkum. He doesn't have that much health either, which is why this is such a tough situation for him. ONIC, they're thinking that he might be behind them. They've got about 30 seconds. So I guess they could kind of rotate or just go back around to plant on A, but this is going to cut it so close.
Well, they're giving so much respect to Team Secret here. And a low HP Borkum. Like, they know that he's one hit, but they don't want to leave anything to chance. And A has a lot of corners, so there's a lot more potential for Borkum to take these 1v1s, and I think there's a good call by them. And unfortunately for Borkum, he's all the way on the other side of the map, and they're completely red. And here, On B, it's a lot easier to go for the refrag. It's a lot more open. It's not like A where Barkham with just some nice shimmy movements can probably hide in a corner, kill one, get back in a corner, come out in another, and kill a second. I think this is a great choice by ONIC.
It's exceptionally safe and smart because they are both really high HP as well. One of them even having light shields. No matter what happens, it's just that tough for Borkham to find 2 dinks or even a perfect headshot that way, especially since he was that low. There's no way he was making it out that one. So ONIC, they pick up the pistol.
Yeah, and I think the only way probably that Borkham wins this if he right clicks with his classic. One of them hits the
That's like
Sage
1 in a
and 2 of
million,
them
Marquis.
hits Shiro. It could happen. I've seen the classic do ridiculous things.
That's true. But we're talking about ONIC right now. And look at how they're approaching this as well. Again, such a careful approach through A main, making sure that, yeah, nobody's hiding on top of nest, clearing out pipes, clearing out maze. At the same time, though, Team Secret, they are playing their own safe approach as well, off angles all being held, but they kind of spotted out the little player model, and that's enough for Monyet to pick up the first frag. Even with a Marshall, I don't see how Dubstep can really make it out of this one with that much damage.
Yeah, he hasn't found those opening frags. Like, with a Marshall, you like getting those first 2 kills as they start peeking in.
Oh.
But once the post plant is in, it's a bit more difficult. That's a classic, but there's the Spectres. They're just overwhelming Team Secret. Jesse Vash finds a second, though, jumping with that classic and finding another kill. Not too heavy an investment for Secret. They can buy up this time around. Only Dubstep, rather. Only really bought anything there.
Mm-hmm. Not too big a deal. I mean, you know, Vandal, Light Shield, he's still good to go. But, I mean, this is just crazy coming in from Jesse Vash. The double classic right clicks. And you know, that's our favorite phrase. That's a classic.
That's a classic. And it's really just... It's still so
free
good.
Gun.
Like, yeah, it's a free gun, by the way. Like, it's a mini shotgun. Like,
that said, though, ONIC are still incredibly sharp at clearing out a lot of these corners, but right now they just don't quite have the economy to buy up. So again, back with the careful approaches. In fact, I think this time around they're gonna have to be extra careful about how they want to peek into some of these lines of sight. Team Secret, they've got the full buys, and at range against these you know, budget weapons, it's gonna be tough.
yeah, it's going to be very difficult, especially on B side. But it's actually pretty open, but they're going to force the issue anyway. They're going to use that toxic screen to try and get close. But Dispenser is going to be here. Does not find the first frag yet, though. But it's going to be Wits. Going to help him out. Going to find the first kill. And takes a little bit of damage, but they slow down this push from ONIC.
They could slow down enough, in fact, Marquis, because they're still trying to force it, and all it takes is for Dubstep and Wits to spray it all the way downtown, and that's how Team Secret gets their win back on the board. But of course, this is just the standard start. ONIC, they get to buy back in, and now that they've gotten a feel for how Team Secret defends against them on this map, you can expect some adaptations.
Yeah, this is where it starts getting interesting, when the rifles come in, when the big guns come in, and when the economy starts coming into play. Both teams are, I would say, equally equipped right now, exactly mirrored as well. One Phantom. And big one difference there. I think it's, yeah, Shiro, who's actually on the Phantom. Interesting choice here. I actually prefer the Vandal so much on Icebox, and so do most players, but you know, the Phantom works too.
Especially for spraying through smokes sometimes. But that said, again, looking out for how ONIC actually approaches this. It's the same approach back to back towards A main, and not completely committing or aggressing. They're trying to get bits of information, but with the way that Secret are holding this right now, neither side is able to gain that much. Ooh.
Yes, Secret are playing a bit defensive, and they stacked 3 on A. They're not pushing any sides, but it doesn't matter. They're in control. Dubstep takes one. NC Slasher makes a trade. They know someone's in Jenny. They take the res up onto Severine. Oh, but Jesse Bash takes Monyet down mid-area. Gets a triple. Almost converts the fourth, but Dispenser is going to be there to take down Severine. And Elmi Moore, the only one left alive for ONIC right now, is going to get taken out by Barkham. Takes down Wits in the process, but what a play by Team Secret. Like, I was gonna say that ONIC are actually playing slow. If Secret push forward, they can get information. And we saw that in some series before where Ghetto Artist is the one pushing forward, like always finding the information, trapping the attackers. But Secret, they have such an ironclad defense that you can see here that it doesn't matter you're playing slow and going for the burst. Secret are ready to receive. They're ready for retakes as well. And they were 100% ready for this receive.
I mean, what a play. What a hold coming in from Jesse Vash, especially. It's one of those corners that you just don't quite check, but right now, Jesse Vash sprays through the poison cloud and it actually picks up one. The shock dart as well, taking Severine down to 13 HP.
This guy, oh my god, he's shooting through the wall too. Oh, it gets another kill too. Jesse Vash telling these kids, don't reach, young blood. All the experience, he just knows exactly where everyone is. 13 HP on Severine. Gets taken down. Jesse Vash, what a god.
I just want him to like stroke his beard right now. It's like, you know, you're not there yet, disciple. I'm still the master. It's gonna take a couple more years before you reach my level.
Yeah, he's 10-3 right now, and like he found it off a refrag on A, and then here at mid on the anti-eco, he just finds 3 of them. 2 headshots, the shock dart. He doesn't take a single point of damage either. He's just rocking. And oh, look at this now, Team Secret with a double op setup.
And that is just making things a lot more difficult for ONIC. I mean, ONIC, they've tried several things. Right now, the Viper's Pit up as well. Previously, they've been trying to use utility just to try flush some players out of positions as they push into the site. But in that process, you know, there are players holding off angles and such, and that's where they start to lose numbers. Back towards mid, you know, Jesse Vash is there. They don't really want to deal with that either. So they're going to have to be very careful about how they want to find that first opening duel to create a little bit more space for themselves.
Yeah, it seems like the kitchen play is the most open play right now. Like, they can get in the kitchen, but after that, what do they do? I'm not too sure. But that's really the only opening that they have right now. The Viper's Pit is open. There's Wits, staring down a Wits' operator on B long. But it seems like they might just try B long. Let's see if Wits can find the first kill here.
Yeah, it comes down to Wits with his operator. Of course, he makes the first whiff. Not too shabby. He can rendezvous away, but this gives ONIC a little bit of space to work with as they approach and take control over green. From this spot, they could take yellow. They could eventually go down the B site. But if you take a look at the minimap, you've got Dispenser, you've got Wits, and that's not an easy task to deal with.
Not at all, and there's information from the Midwest. But Jesse Vash finds the first kill. And Dubstep with the operator takes down Severine as well. Wits with the second operator. It's now down to a 2v5. Oh, the Nanostorm also takes out anti-slashers, all down to Shiro. He gets 2. He doesn't get a third. Dubstep with the operator takes him down. And you know what? I'm going to say something real quick as well.
Yeah?
With 2 such prolific duelists, flexible duelists on Wits and Dubstep, Team Secret are so adaptable. Like, they can play so many styles. Because both Wits and Dubstep can play the op. They both can play the jet. They both play... Wits sometimes plays the Sky. Dubstep plays the KO as flex initiators. And they're just so versatile that it feels like they can just do anything. Like, they have so many different setups. They can bring a different setup depending on their opponents, depending on the map. It's just so versatile for Team Secret.
I mean, that's just that Team Secret showing a lot of map control just from that one setup alone. You've got 2 Sentinels on the B site, and we just saw how effective that Killjoy Nanostorm can be because of the setup towards the default spike plant. At the same time, towards A, you've got a player like Borkum just setting up the Viper's Pit. It's so tough for ONIC to break through that. That was just that one round, though, because this time around, Team Secret does not have the Viper's Pit. ONIC, they might have a little bit more wiggle room as they try to approach back into the A site. Of course, this timeout does give them a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of time to think and reassess their options.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of an early timeout, and this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Secret are so good at winning, stringing multiple rounds together. It doesn't matter which map.
Oh, it's starting.
They have gigantic streaks of like 4 in a row, 6 in a row. Right now, they just got 4 in a row. and ONIC are, well, struggling to say the least. Like since the rifle round, they're just struggling.
I'm gonna give Team Secret. Well, I'm gonna give ONIC 2 more rounds, right, Marquis? If Team Secret can win 2 rounds, and on that 6th win they break ONIC's economy, that's game over. Because Team Secret, they get the winning streak. It's so tough to break their momentum. They are in full control. This time around, ONIC's looking to break that with their own speed, with their own breakneck rates at which they're approaching this site right now. A little bit of a fragment to clear out the corner, and here comes Monyet. He's looking for something with the Blaze Storm, but Wits just swats him down. Sit down, boy, because Dispenser is here to play as well. The spike's been dropped, a couple of players behind, and all that's left is going to be Elmi Moore. Sheriff in hand. He's going to look for a peek. He's able to take down 1, but I don't know what more he could do. Gets the 2nd, but here comes Dispenser with the trades. It's the rifle against a Sheriff. It's the new Sheriff in town, and unfortunately, he's got more bullets than you.
Yeah, and Monyet did not expect that. He didn't even see. I don't think he even saw Wits. By the time he saw Wits, the shot was already out. It was so fast from Wits, and that, we see why this double operator works. They've saved both operators as well for 2 rounds in a row now, and that just makes it so much worth it.
It's been working out incredibly well for them. I mean, they haven't lost them yet. They have been making their shots with these operators. It locks out so much, and right now they're switching up the positions as well. I mean, look at what Dubstep is doing. Locking down Tube. No way that you make a mid play at this point, because you also have Jesse Vash on the other side of Boiler. Here comes Borkin, though, getting a little bit too aggressive, and after losing his life, he can't put up those toxic screens. Wits, of course, just comes back into Control Garage, though. So right now, I think the only option for ONIC right here is to go through A.
Yeah, it's going to go through A, and Jesse Vash gets taken down. A little bit of unlucky timing for him as he peeks. Monyet was already there. 3v3 right now. They still have 2 operators on the side of Secret. If they can't get into position just yet, it might be difficult for them to go for the retake.
Just might be. Of course, Secret is aware of this hit coming through, and they're just watching the angles with the operators. A single peek is all it takes, but okay, taking a look behind. It's a lockdown as well. It gets shut down, and here comes ONIC. The Sage Wall comes up. Dubstep with the Sheriff, though, is able to take out 1 as well. A bit of a trade, and now it all comes down to Wits. 1v2 scenario, Marquis, and he has to find the opening shot, but unfortunately, Monyet with the off angle just makes it an easy win for ONIC. The win streak has been denied.
And that feels good for ONIC. I think Secret losing those double operators was okay for them. They've already gotten the rounds that they needed from that. And because of that, they're still able to buy up in full. Wits still has his tour de force. Their economy is still really good. Now it's up to ONIC. They need to string a few rounds together. Otherwise, if they lose this next round, they get reset. And their economy is not great.
It's a little bit of an expensive investment as well, and we need ONIC to continue off with their initial win. They're looking to make some aggressive plays, though, this time for mid control. Monyet positioned up to the top of Tube, and you can see that Team Secret are respecting that as they fall back up as well.
And ONIC are respecting Secret a lot. Like at the very beginning, they always play a default, try to look for anyone who's curious enough to push. Actually, Secret have been very disciplined in not really pushing. They kind of inch forward and take a little bit of space, but they don't do a full push.
Interesting. Yeah, they're not just fully committing yet, because they're looking for that, like that one weak link. You know what I mean? They're looking for that one player that they can exploit, break him, get that opener. Once that space has been created, that's when they start to go in and take down sites. So far, they haven't had the best success because Borkum is playing really defensive on the A site. You've got Wits with the tour de force on B, and it's just a little bit difficult for ONIC to find that opening pick.
Yeah, I mean, normally you like to avoid a site with an operator, but both sides have operators this time. And it's just so difficult to break that. And ONIC has to try really hard to try and break it. Looks like they're going to go for this A execute. Dubstep gets the first kill, tries to jump away. Jesse Vash is going to be there to take down Elmi Moore. Takes down NC Slasher as well. Shiro finally takes Dubstep down, but Jesse Vash says, "This is my domain." Yet another triple kill on the A side, and he gets the 4th as well. Jesse Vash. What a player!
I cannot believe this, Marquis. Every single time ONIC tries to go through A, Jesse Vash is there with his long beard, with his wizard's hat and his staff, the Vandal. He slams it onto the ground and says, "You shall not pass," because this is his domain. Every single time. It's always on the other side of the maze, always on the other side of pipes. He just holds those angles. And you have to account for the fact that Borkum's there to assist him as well. Every single time there is bits of utility that get sent out just to delay them. ONIC, they need to go for a different site right now, and B is looking like the next possible hit.
Yeah, they're gonna have to try to go against Wits this time, who's been really good, but they haven't been visiting the B side. Wits has not had not many opportunities to really showcase how good he is yet on this map. Right now he's gonna try to hold this anti-eco, tries to look for one, sees a second, jumps away to safety. Great discipline from Wits. ONIC can't really move forward still.
Yeah, not to mention a trademark on the other side of that box as well. Wits is just waiting for it to pop. He's going to play off of contact at that thing. But here he comes with a little bit of a peek, and that's enough for that first headshot. Dispenser now chiming in, and here comes Dubstep with the operator. We're just waiting for some peeks. Monyet, he's able to find one, sneaks through the toxic screen as well. Elmi Moore, he spots the barrel, but does he know that Jesse Vash is actually right behind him? It's not enough. He just goes on through, and here comes the rest of the Team Secret squad. They actually have them surrounded, Marquis.
And this is the effect of winning that round 2 rounds ago and then getting reset. ONIC feel like they're having to fight a mountain. Look at Team Secret. The mountain is Team Secret's economy. They haven't had to force buy. They haven't had to save since round 2. They've had full guns on everyone, double op setups since round number 3, and they're just cruising right now. Like, you can't break them. They're just holding too strong. They're just too good right now.
Just a lot of control, and it feels impossible to break through this fortress of Team Secret. ONIC are still trying every single possible thing, though. They've got Severine with a null command right now, and that could be one of the possible catalysts for them to maybe use to just push on through, deny that utility that Team Secret has been so good at using for delay purposes. This time around, though, slowly sneaking up through the middle, they might be able to rat their way through to B.
Yeah, they might be able to cross through middle, but they will be sandwiched by Team Secret.
Boy.
Oh, Jesse Vash. Playing whack-a-mole here, but nobody finds a kill just yet. Tries to rush on Jesse Vash. Monyet gets the first kill. Dubstep is going to be there. He'll take down Severine. Takes down Monyet as well.
God.
Switches to the shorty. Dubstep still holding strong on the A side. NC Slasher with the rest on Monyet. Borkum though takes on Elmi Moore, and they're gonna have to visit this Viper's pit. Oh my god, they can't find Dubstep. Dashes away, takes a shot, gets a knife kill as well, and Wits is gonna finish off this round. Team Secret just cannot be stopped.
You have to admire this. Every single one of their players are stepping up to the plate right now. I mean, maybe someone takes the first point of contact and then they get traded Jesse Vash, but instantly the rest of the squad comes in just to surround, just to wrap around wherever ONIC is trying to approach. We saw Jesse Vash losing his life, not a problem. Dubstep comes in. Someone else loses their life, not a problem. The rest of the squad is already hot on their heels, surrounding the A site. There's zero chance for ONIC to make it out of that one alive. This time around, it's a different approach. They're going a little bit faster. They just don't have the guns. We might as well go into the next round. We've got the Spectres. Let's rush into A.
Yeah, this hurts. It's the last round of the half. They're on Spectres. Elmi Moore's on a Bucky. It's just so difficult. And let's see if they can do anything right now. But Jesse Vash already gets 2 kills yet again. Dispenser gets another one, but Severine and Elmi Moore get a kill apiece. The Viper Spit is deployed, but the spike is not in their favor just yet. Okay, it's going to be delivered in. They've actually made this possible. It's a 2v2 right now.
This Viper's Pit. They need to use it to sneak a plant somehow. They need to find a way to take Dubstep down. And that Recon Bolt is the first way to do it. Now being a little bit more careful as well because they know Wits is somewhere around the corner. Oh no, goes in for the plant, but here comes Elmi Moore with a Bucky shot. 1 shot to the clock and he gets that win. 8-4 at the end of the first half, Marquis, and that is not too bad.
It's not bad, not bad at all. And of all rounds to win, it's the round where they were forced into Spectres, into a Bucky. ONIC really has it in them. They just Team Secret just had the best of them for quite a few rounds, and the streaky Team Secret. You see that five in a row, 3 in a row. They're really so good at stringing these rounds together. For ONIC, they get around here and there, but it's starting to look very difficult for them. 8-4 still manageable though, like you mentioned. And Icebox is one of the maps where you could just see teams win maybe even 10 rounds in a row. So it's definitely 100% doable for ONIC, but Team Secret are just firing on all cylinders. It just looks like there's such a well-oiled machine that on the attacking side, I'm scared for ONIC.
I mean, I just want to highlight Jesse Vash once more because he was that anchor of the A side for Team Secret. Every single round, Marky. Every single round. He was just hiding around the bottom side of pipes. Anyone who tries to go forward, I'm not quite sure. ONIC, they check the corner, they check the angle, they tried to pre-fire him, but he was just able to take that first shot in no matter the circumstance every single time, and that's why he's got that 17-6-5 right now. Even with the assists, even with the lineups from the shock darts, he gets a lot of value. On the other side for ONIC, I'm hoping that someone like Moniette can step up more because we need to see those aggressive plays. Now that they're in the defense, taking active map control is going to be so important.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's all down to Moniette, how he opens up these sites. But it didn't really pan out on the attacking side. So on defense, maybe Moniette can punish Team Secret if he can play aggressive and maybe sneak his way around. We'll see about that. But on the rest of the team, the rest of ONIC, they're going to have to find a way to stop this onslaught from Team Secret because they're fired up. They're playing like it's the grand finals already. They're playing with blood in their eyes, and they can really smell ONIC's fear. Like you can see the ONIC, they're the best team in Indonesia, but they're respecting Team Secret a lot because Secret are playing out of their minds, and they are playing out of their minds this game as well.
But of course, we are swapping sides. And with that, a little bit of momentum reset. Scratch that because Team Secret are just running it down to the A site instead. And like you mentioned, there is a lot of that respect. They hear those footsteps and they instantly back off in the screens. It's a bit of an off angle, so Dubstep will have to sustain a little bit of damage as he goes through. But that's not too bad because still, it's the space that he's created for his team. They managed to, okay, spike planted, but the shock dart still takes out Dispenser. Numbers advantage for ONIC here is crucial. Oh no.
Wits with a headshot with a handhunter finds and connects to one. The rest of Secret though still holding strong. Wits and Dubstep one apiece. Severine has found 2. The defuse is happening. There's a wall though that's stopping them from killing the diffuser. Severine gets taken down, but this is the nature of Icebox. A wall can easily just deny your post-plant setups, and ONIC steal that round from under Team Secret's noses.
I see your Killjoy, I see your Borkum, and I raise you a Sage. I raise you a wall, a barrier that does just enough for us to get the spike defused. And despite Team Secret managing to take down the A site, it just still wasn't enough. ONIC, they managed to fight their way back, but that said, this is only the first round of the second half.
Yeah, and Team Secret got the plan as well, so they can afford to buy a few pistols this time. So a few sheriffs on Dubstep and Jesse Vash, Frenzy on Dispenser. I still wouldn't count them out, but great on ONIC to start closing the gap because, again, when you're down 4-8, you really want to win that pistol round.
Man, you really want to bring this to a 6-8 as well. And then stand a better chance at potentially turning this around on its head. That's it though. Ooh. Look at how Team Secret are approaching this. A bit of a fake dash as well, and all of a sudden ONIC are pumping the gas, looking for these players, denying control over the site. Moniette, he's got the Marshall, he's getting a quick double, and even with Elmi Moore all the way towards the top of the site, Dispenser is having a tough time just finding one shot, and that gives ONIC their flawless defense.
Flawless defensive round, and you like that because you want to bring these rounds over to the bonus round, the guns over to the bonus round rather. so that you can stand the best chance against these rifles. But right now, Team Secret with the rifles, we've seen this exact same thing happen in the first half. They lose a pistol, they lose the second round, but when the rifles come in, Team Secret are like, okay, let's put our big boy hands on and we're just gonna take you down.
Look at that. Marshall no scope as well. I mean, yeah, you use that thing like a musket, but that was right after the dash. I mean, just incredible skills coming in from Monyet. And you have to admire ONIC right now. Looking a little bit better, but let's see if they can actually hold off against this full buy from Team Secret, because this is the one that counts. Team Secret, they're looking to regain that momentum.
And they definitely need to regain the momentum. They do have the Vandals, the Guardian on Jesse Vash. They're trying for this A site yet again, trying to break it, trying to see if they can dissect it. But right now they're taking it a bit slower, they're taking their sweet time, they're trying to find an opening right now.
Clearing the corners. I mean, they knew it. These were the same positions that Team Secret were playing earlier on. But look at how Monyet is positioned, how the rest of the team is positioned. It's the off angles, and they are able to spray down. Elmi Moore, he comes in to help out as well, but does not expect a player from above. Jesse Bash with the Guardian. He has to run back around, though, because there's just too much heat right now. And here comes Borkin from the middle as well, able to destroy the back lines. NC Slasher with a bit of a trade, and all of a sudden it's down to the 1v1. Jesse Vash looking to get the spike planted somewhere, somehow. Bait out a peek even. But unfortunately, he commits in an open position, and NC Slasher just comes in to cut him up.
I guess they didn't know where NC Slasher was. He had a Spectre. So when Barkham died and was pushing mid, he didn't know where he got shot from. Probably thought, okay, maybe mid or maybe somewhere on A. That's why when Jesse Vash jumped over there, I guess he didn't have time to kind of go for that plan anymore. So he just had to plan it open and go for that risky play. But NC Slasher was just there. He was still in the same spot, just waiting.
Yeah.
Swings out and, well, ONIC convert the bonus round. They only get one gun upgrade, but it's more than enough. You convert the bonus, Team Secret are forced to eco yet again. And look at ONIC, looking really good in this defensive half.
A lot more comfortable, am I right, Marquis? 8-7 now, and they know they're against an eco round. That's why they're getting a little bit antsy. They're peeking out. They got the opening shot. They got a second opening shot as Severine finds yet another through the middle. Monyet with the operator now. And all of a sudden, Team Secret are at a loss. They had the momentum earlier in the first half, but now all of it has gone away.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to go into a tie game, but you really don't want to give Secret the momentum. You talked about this, right? Once they get around, they'll string a few rounds in. But it's like you mentioned, who needs to step up Monyet? And he's stepping up for his team right now. With that operator, locking them down, even on this anti-eco. You want to save as many guns as you can. Build up that economy, just like Secret did on that first half.
And even then, they're starting to build that up. They're starting to gain control over the map like it's nothing to them. Flawless defense again. And just because of a couple of opening picks, all of a sudden with Severine peeking up the top of middle, Team Secret, they've got another full buy and they need to make this one count.
Yeah, they definitely need to make this count. Otherwise, they lose the lead that they've built, worked so hard to build. And that just is kind of a blow to your morale. Especially for a team like Team Secret who likes stringing wins together. You really need to win here. You really need to win now.
Certainly need to, but the question is, how can they do it, Marquis? They've tried to approach the A side a little bit carefully. They've shut down that 0 point, but still not enough space created. Screens is such a tough position to deal with, not to mention this one toxic screen that blocks off so much.
Yeah,
they've got the alarm, the lockdown though.
Oh yeah, they can use lockdown. But they've been trying A over and over again. I haven't really seen like a B execute or even a mid execute from Secret. But they're going to try it until it works. And I think that's why Secret can string a few rounds together. They're going to try it until it works. And when it works, suddenly it's all the different strategies coming in.
They're trying to sell a bit of a fake. That toxic screen towards B.
Trying to sell the fake. Oh, they're already creeping up. They kind of faked out Elmi Moore a little bit. There's Severine getting taken down as well. And the fake kind of works because Elmi Moore actually left the first contact angle. didn't see Secret sneaking in. Once he peeked out, he just got taken down. And right now it's a 5v3. ONIC on the back foot.
Yeah, that one play, that one toxic screen, just managed to do so much. Team Secret now have full control over A site. They even have JessieVash watching the flank in case anyone comes up from behind them. It's just a little bit tough for ONIC to retake this right now. Hence, they're looking for exit frags and exit frags only. They got the first one, Monyet with the second, and now looking to hurt Team Secret's economy even further.
Yeah, actually, look where JessieVash is. He's all the way on B. JessieVash far from home right now. Trying to look for kills here, but they've set up a nifty crossfire here at mid as they save their guns. For ONIC, they actually have pretty good economy for the whole team. They didn't really need to save this, but they're just erring on the side of caution. They seeded around the Team Secret because look at this. Once the two players were killed, all other three defenders were on the B site. So going to A, they've lost so much time. At that point, they thought, okay, it's too late. And wow, ONIC, great time for a timeout. They recognize the situation. They recognize that this might be the start of a Team Secret momentum push, and they're like, okay, we need to stop this Team Secret momentum, and it's getting close. I mean, we're getting close to double digits right now, right? So ONIC doesn't want to lose this. They have the economy still. They can game plan for this.
That's what this timeout is for. Game plan, and absolutely just to pause and stop that possible future momentum from coming in. If they can do that, they stand a very good chance at turning this around on its head. I mean, it's only one round difference right now. And that said, I mean, I just got to remind everyone again, Marquis, because this is such a crucial series for Team Secret. We're in the upper brackets, and if Team Secret actually gets sent down, they have to go through that long run, potentially face off against teams like Bleed. And if they don't make it that far in this entire knockout stage of the APAC Stage 2 playoffs, it's tough. They don't gain enough points for LCQ, and that's ultimately the thing that they really need to secure right here.
Yeah, and they really need to get far. They're returning from their champions push from the first season of VCT, and now in the second season, we're seeing them back in form. We're seeing them start to dominate. They dominated the PH scene starting in the third stage, and they're just looking really good right now. And they're looking pretty good, but ONIC are also looking good.
Really, really good. And look at how they're defending the map right now. That's this one toxic screen towards the A site. It being diagonal actually denies quite a bit of space. And that said, denies quite a bit of vision as well. That's why we don't really see JessieVash just running on towards the site. On the other hand, though, towards B, ONIC are just holding comfortably. As long as Team Secret makes a move, they will be able to react.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing Secret go for this B execute. Let's see what ONIC have in store for that. There's lockdown being committed. Let's see, Monyet still aiming down at a toxic screen, blocks any vision of anything though. Dispenser already inching up, inching forward. Okay, here's the difficult part, right? Holding from yellow on the B side, only from yellow for Team Secret. That's the only side they're gonna defend from. Oh, they also use the null command, so that's gonna be really difficult for Team Secret, but null command says no. Severin gets taken down, and they take two players down already. There's 100 Fury coming out. The defuse was tapped a little bit. There's Severin actually gets rezzed. Wits takes Monyet down though, and Team Secret are still holding strong. Wits takes down Severin. Elmi Moore, the last one remaining with 2 HP, takes down Wits. Has to find JessieVash, and Borkum, it's a bit too much for him to handle right now as he's flanked on both sides. Borkum takes him down, and Team Secret are taking the lead once again.
Here. The post-plant hold was just absolutely nothing short of perfection. I mean, taking down the initial pushes, the initial entries that came in with the retake, just did so much, provided so much value for Team Secret. I think it's kind of like what Fluffy and Trix were talking about. They tend to leave this one player on the lurk. I mean, this is not like some huge lurk towards the middle, catch people off of rotations, but it's just enough right underneath the site, the second floor, that as long as a player pushes through, like Severine, they were able to take him down. This time around, it's going to be Jesse Vash with a recon, providing value. But here comes the judge. Oh, God. Able to take out Dubstep, and that's a big find as well. Wits makes it a trade, though. And now here comes the approach in towards B.
I think it was an accidental reload from Dubstep as well. Like, he shot a few bullets, he saw the judge. I think he wanted to dash away, potentially. But accidentally reloads, got taken down. Still 4v4 right now, still doable for Secret if they want to force the issue. The plant is going to go down, and Wits with that operator is going to be really scary. There's a counter Viper Spit as well.
And it just blocks it off completely. ONIC kind of at a loss. They want to make use of utility and some blind shots to find something. That recon was great, allowed for Monyet to find something, but answers back with Wits. 2 players left, and they tap the spike. Dispenser is looking for it. They have the post-plant utilities as well. It rains down, and it just buys up a little bit more time. ONIC, they have no choice but to tuck their tail between their legs. Run off. Don't die. Save your weapons, because you will need them. Team Secret, they've managed to win yet another round, and this is, what, 3 rounds in a round now, Marquis? The momentum is there, so you know it.
It is the momentum. Again, you give Secret an inch, they'll take a mile. You give them 1 round, that's going to be 4, 5, 6 rounds in a row. I wouldn't be surprised if...
Oh my God, you're absolutely right. This round is actually quite important. I'm sure their round loss bonus will give them enough to buy up, you know, maybe light shields and a rifle. Maybe they have to go with a bulldog. But if ONIC loses this round, the next one on match point is just going to be so painful.
Yeah, I mean, it's already difficult now. Elmi Moore has a bulldog, and Team Secret have just figured things out. They figured out how to take down ONIC. After that 8-8, they just kept going.
Man, even with the timeout from ONIC as well, Team Secret, they've got some tricks up their sleeves. And kind of bits of information as well. There must be a reason why they're not pushing out into the middle.
They want to find information. They found some already. Severine taking the first shot. Dubstep just dubsteps his way sideways, gets a headshot. Ferrari peeks him. Severine got punished, and Wits finding the 2 kills, blows up the A site open. Dubstep with a Blade Storm as well, gets a headshot. And now 1 last player remaining. It's Elmi Moore hiding here. Probably wants to save that gun, but you know,
oh my God,
they're looking for him. They're hunting for him.
Is it Borkum time?
Might be Borkum time.
Is it Borkum time? Borkum? No?
No?
All right. Just be careful about it. Elmi Moore potentially saving? If he can find an exit frag and like pick up a rifle or something, like a Vandal, I think it's a hero Vandal for the next round. They can make use of it somewhat. But look at how Team Secret are doing. None of them are running. They're hunting, but more like stalking their prey.
Yeah, I wonder if they just missed 1 corner and Elmi Moore actually creeps up to the spike and defuses it, because no one's on the spike right now. Just imagine. They figured it out. Look at, they're pinging Snowman. They're pinging that corner. Elmi Moore. Yeah. Dubstep! Oh my God! He gets found by Dubstep, and he dubsteps his way to the penultimate point. He puts his team 1 step away from the dub.
Marky, look at that! Like, off that 1 right click with the Blade Storm, Elmi Moore has to go with the Sheriff this round.
Yep.
That was all because of Dubstep. What the heck? How did he know? And that's just the worst thing in the world. Like I said, they have a bit of round loss bonus, so they will be able to buy up, a little bit. Rifle, light shields,
stinger,
but still not the best. Oh my God! And he's instantly taken out by Dubstep. Monyet though, able to block off, and here comes the res as well. Yeah. Numbers. Oh
gosh.
My God.
The res doesn't matter as Wits starts taking them down. Dispenser's already moved forward. He's already deep inside at A site, and they've already cleared it. 3v2 right now. Team Secret look like they're about to close this game out.
Very, very likely. Here come the shock darts though. But unfortunately, the lockdown will be deployed. It will come into effect. And it's up to Severin. With a bit of utility, he's got the fragment, he's got the flashpoint, he's got the 0 point, excuse me. And he needs to turn this 1v2 into a winning scenario. Goes in for the peek, able to isolate and take out the first. Jesse Vash getting a little bit eager. Wits, though, is holding with an operator, and that's why it's so scary. A single shot, and that's all it takes. He goes up front. He's got the headhunter. Crouches, and with 2 HP remaining, is able to close this out. Team Secret takes away Icebox.
Team Secret, you don't want to play them against them in Icebox. You really just don't, and this is why. And that was ONIC's pick too, so it's going to be really difficult for them. Team Secret really stringing rounds together. We mentioned it. ONIC kind of made it competitive. It went to 8-8, but after they got that 9th round for Secret, they just won all out. They didn't drop a single round after that. We talked about it. They're they're so good at keeping up their momentum that it's so scary to just give them that 1 round.
Yeah, they find that momentum and they hold on to it for dear life. And unfortunately, ONIC just couldn't quite snatch it back, if you know what I mean. And that's it. I mean, even that second last round with Dispenser just like kind of around the edge of the box, that looked so intentional.
Yeah, it's just so good. Team Secret just figure things out, and once they find these things out, they just break down the defenses, and ONIC had no answer for that.
Of course, though, that's only it for Icebox. Next up is going to be Breeze, and I believe that is Team Secret's map pick. I don't know how that's gonna go, but our panel will break that down after this break.
Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk of the problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk of the problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap.
The entire Team Secret is just online right now. Every single player showing their individuality as well as their coordination. ONIC G also putting up a great fight, but alas, their efforts are not enough over at Icebox. Back here at the battle, Likeable, Fluffy, and Tricks. With Team Secret opening this series up like that, Fluffy, it's looking like a bright day for the Filipino fans.
It looks like it was true that Team Secret really brought in the momentum that they had coming off their win from Xerxia into this game, because they had such a great lead, especially in the first half of the series, getting so many rounds over ONIC, especially Jesse Vash and Wits, I think, on the defensive side, really pulled their part. Jesse Vash getting 17 just before the half, already showing his mastery of the agent with Sova. His utility also allows his team to really play around it. And more than that, I think that the capitalization that Dubstep and Wits can do, especially on that chamber and jet with all those crispy aims they have, can really, I don't know, it really made a difference, especially because ONIC seemed to be playing very structured. It looks like actually both teams were pretty cautious about how they're moving around the map, but it just so happens that this day for this map, Team Secret really came out on top.
They really did, and you already touched up on Wits as well as the Spencer, and I gotta say, Tricks, that they had that double operator in the defense, and they made sure that as expensive as the operator was, they had so much value out of it.
I find Icebox, when you have that operator and on a good player with the operator, it's just really a little too difficult to enter those sites. And we could tell, you know, Team Secret was really locking ONIC out during their attacking side. We talked about prior in the panel that you need to get value off of that KO knife. And I also mentioned that one of the things is they shouldn't have a false sense of security with that KO knife either. With the amount of information they're getting, and Team Secret recently showing up that they're able to deny that info, give a false sense towards the opponents on where they are. I think that is exactly what happened to ONIC. We saw that there was, you know, that fake that really got the ball rolling for Team Secret. They faked out on the B side. They pushed back the Sage, and then the Jet also was there. And what happened is Team Secret was able to just enter into A side, walking in, playing for that contact. And that was a really good call. I don't know how, you know, what Team Secret was thinking of it, but the fact that they made that call was exactly what they needed, that contact play, because the information was not on the side of ONIC.
I loved how they actually played off of the timing over there. I mean, I know that round that you were talking about, but you also got to remember that they did not rush it. They were very careful. They tried to fish out as much information as they could, pushing it really slowly and carefully. Actually, thinking about it right now, Fluffy, I feel like both teams actually played very carefully. I don't think that either of these teams were underperforming. It's just that at the end of the day, despite being as careful as they could be, it was just Team Secret that came out at the end.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. They really seemed like they were very calculated with their moves. They were very patient, which kind of made the rounds a bit longer than usual because they were willing to wait for their teammate to get the correct play, to make the correct move, to flank when they needed to and fix their spacing. But aside from that, I feel like, yeah, as we mentioned a bit earlier, the KO knife especially, granted that you have these two initiators, it feels like they were a bit lost considering how much information they could have been gaining, especially on the attacker side. And Team Secret really just had the ability, especially once they adjusted on the second half of the, I think they were on the defensive side, or I mean attacking side, that they really had the confidence to really go for it at that point because they just had X amount to go. We always talk about how important it is to have a good first half, and Team Secret really brought that to life.
They really did. And I just have to mention that, you know, on the side of ONIC, something good to look at them is that their aim is really crispy. I mean, winning 2 pistol rounds on both halves. But when the gun round came out, Team Secret was just really popping off. I mean, Fluffy already mentioned this earlier, the way Jesse Vash just holds the site. Borkum and Dispenser with their defensive layouts. And of course, Dubstep and Wits being beasts on those operators. It was just really, really good. But Trix, I know that you went wild for this game as well.
I think, there were definitely moments of brilliance on ONIC's side, especially I recall that one round on Attacker, they waited and tried to take screens instead of giving up screens because that Killjoy ultimate was coming in. They isolated the duel with the Killjoy to break the utility, the ultimate, and they fall back into sight. And I think those little moments are what ONIC needed to do a little more consistently. Waiting, being a little more patient, exactly what Team Secret did on their Attacker side. That patience will reward them, but if they're just trying to go in for these duels while Team Secret is holding all of those angles, it's so difficult.
I feel like it's such a challenge though, because at the end of the day, it's just risk management, right? Do you play when the game is very tight and very close and very slow? Do you choose to play a bit slower, or do you kind of decide that maybe taking this X factor risk in peeking or doing something explosive might be the hero play that can launch you to close the round? But unfortunately for ONIC, I guess in this case scenario, Team Secret was just really prepared to be able to trade their teammates and make sure that the site was locked down, no pun intended, with the amount of utility and just how much angles they were holding.
Yeah, the crossfire from this team, really good work. And I do feel like it's sort of like a morale boost as well. I mean, they took down Xerxia Esports yesterday, which is one of the giants that we've been looking forward to ever since APAC began, right? But Team Secret, really stellar performance from these guys. And as we move over to Breeze, I think that things are looking up. I believe that Jeremy will be going in, and if he is the same exact Jeremy that we saw yesterday, then my God, Fluffy, I think that ONIC G better watch out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yesterday we saw him against Xerxia really bringing out the crack duelist. He's such a young and talented player in his own right. And on that chamber, even with just the headhunter, he gets those multi-kills that we all love to see.
I gotta say though, Trix, I feel like if I were younger, I could do that too.
True.
I mean, if only I could aim and play the same way everybody on the servers are aiming and playing. Like, just the sheer amount of skill and the synergy that you can see in the team members, I just find that it's refreshing to look at. I know that initially, Team Secret coming in a little, I guess, experimental. They were trying things, they were being creative. I felt this was a completely different Team Secret than when they started. I felt they just didn't want to show their cards. And now that APAC is on the line and Masters is there, they're saying we're going to take this quite decisively, it seems.
Oh, it's just something else. I guess it's just the energy that they bring out to the table. And I guess because it's knockouts, right? And so much is on the line. You're so close to making it to Masters. You gotta put all of your cards on the table, and that's exactly what Team Secret has been doing so far. I don't really hate them for doing the experimental card, pulling it out during the group stage. I feel like if it did work, that would have been amazing. It really would have. And actually, now that I'm recalling that moment, I know that Fluffy actually had a fifth sense and predicted that they were going to be pulling out new compositions. So Fluffy, what's going on there?
Well, I mean, Team Secret, even in the local PH scene, has been the team that really pushed the envelope for a lot of compositions. They're one of the few teams that brought out Fade as well as Neon on release on their first games, or at least close to their first game. So they're a team that has always been the one that pushes boundaries, because even if they are sure they're established, sure they've been here for a long time, they're consistent, but it doesn't stop them from always, evolving, especially when they have such a brilliant coach in Coach Fade.
Brilliant coaches indeed. Now we are going to be moving in Breeze in just a bit, Trix, and I gotta wonder, what does ONIC G need to do this time around to make sure that the results over at Icebox are not the same over here on Breeze?
I think the proactivity was lacking in ONIC G's side, being able to understand how far you can push and the kinds of crossfires that you need to have and the refrag potential. Team Secret really showing that they knew exactly that. They knew how to play with their teammates. They knew how to force the information and also fake information. I think ONIC G going into this need to be a little more creative in that sense.
Yeah.
They need to be a little more proactive and don't be afraid to die.
True.
Yes, it is. It's a high risk, high reward scenario over there. And as you mentioned that, I actually remember now, there was actually this one round in that game wherein I think ONIC G tried to switch it up a little bit. They feel like They were trying to aggress at certain points, but it just wasn't working. And then in this specific round, they actually tried to prevent Team Secret from planting down the spike. You see the Viper's Pit just pulled out really early. You see the Sage Wall placed early as well. So you know that they're trying to take up that space, defend it as long as they could. But in the end, it still wasn't the exact strategy that they needed to pull out against Team Secret. And it just goes to show that when it comes to the explosiveness, it's very hard to stop Team Secret once the momentum is at their side. So maybe moving over to Breeze over here, maybe it is a game of momentum, but that's something that we'll have to wait and see. I mean, ONIC G, based off of Icebox, they're very good at getting those first rounds. They're very good at the pistol rounds. They're unafraid to do that. And they're also not afraid to buy at the second round and just take as many points as they can early on. But again, if Team Secret's aim continues to be this crispy, especially in an open map, which we've established in the past, Fluffy, then ONIC G better watch out.
Yeah, I mean, for a map like Breeze, we saw how Team Secret really gets a lot of mid control on that one, especially with the agents that they select. They kind of prefer having more of that frequent information when they pick the Sky over other teams where they normally go to the KO. And as we go into agent select right here, we're going to find out which version of Team Secret we're going to see today on Breeze. ONIC G, on the other hand, they've had a pretty good track record, 100% win rate. They won round 2 and round 3 of the group stages against both Boom and Alter Ego with the same exact composition. So I would be pretty surprised if they're choosing not to run the KO, but I'm most likely guessing that they're going to stick with that double initiator, high info on the Sova, and good utility with that KO.
I know, Trix, that you have a lot of opinions, especially with high information picks. But I think that you're leaning towards the Team Secret pick over here. I'm not going to let the Sky go, Trix. I'm going to hold it over your head every single time.
One of these days, she'll get over it. But yes, I do find that Sky brings a lot of value, especially to maps like this where it's large, it's, you know, the flashes I find, because they're malleable on Sky, give a lot of safety as well as information when utilized properly. I am imagining that Team Secret will go for that mid control. I do hope that they give it up if ONIC G starts to contest them and they start holding those angles from the sites and from the defaults. I think if ONIC G really wants this to work, they need to get more value off of their initiators. And they have to decide quicker. Are they going to go for that retake together? And if so, they need to start hitting that flank. They need to start pinching the opponents inside the sites. But again, that really depends on how ONIC G is resetting and coming into this.
It really does. I mean, I mentioned this earlier. I don't think that ONIC G is underperforming. But I do think that they kind of have to spice it up a little bit. I mean, Team Secret looking like a formidable foe right now. So they have to bring it their all. Step out a little bit off of that comfort zone. Try, like you said, don't be afraid to die. You know, I know that you guys love being careful, but it also comes with a price. Being careful, too careful at that, comes with a price. And we mentioned high risk, high reward over here, Trix, and maybe that's exactly what they need to do.
I think this is the moment where ONIC G needs to decide or understand there is a difference between being careful and being indecisive. And I hope they're figuring that out coming into Breeze.
All right then. Well, it just goes to show that you can't be hesitant whenever you make these plays and executions. You have to be able to decide on the fly right here, right now. And what's happening right here, right now for us is game number 2. So folks, we're headed over to Breeze once again with ONIC G versus Team Secret.
Once again, thank you very much, panel. Thank you very much, Laika. Very, very apt analysis. I mean, I think this is very true. This is Team Secret's map pick to begin with. And also, ONIC have been very, very respectful of Team Secret and how they approach the game.
Yeah, that's the thing, Quack. It's a bit too respectful to the point that they seem to be frozen in indecisiveness. They just don't know where to go, and Secret are just holding strong. Sometimes they just wait for Secret to push, they're not pushing. Sometimes they try to be aggressive, Secret's ready to receive. And right now, at least on the first map, it just seems that Secret are just a step faster. And for ONIC, they need to really step it up, especially on a map like Breeze, where on the attacking side, your execution needs to be a little bit more coordinated. It's such a big map, and especially with the lineup that they have on that KO, you really need to go when the utilities come out, and you really have to time it right. Right now, though, ONIC are going to be starting on the defensive side.
Yeah, and of course, with Team Secret attacking, like you mentioned, that one difference would be the KO and the Sky on Team Secret. So I think what Leica and Trix were saying is absolutely true. And ONIC, we would like to see a little bit more spice coming in from them. And at the same time, if they could contest whatever Team Secret is trying to approach at them with, maybe it's middle, maybe it's a cave, they should be exploiting those instead of giving them all that space. This round, if what we're seeing on the minimap is going to happen, is that ONIC gives up the A site completely. They just leave it up to chamber utility, and then they come in with a flank from behind.
Oh, they're getting the trademark.
I don't
hasn't
like
popped
this
just yet. Oh, they get through the trademark.
Okay.
No, they use 2 smokes to get through the trademark. Jesse
Vash
might be able to receive this. Oh, he gets the first kill though, and they're starting to smell blood here.
Oh my god!
Jesse Vash found 2. That's a classic right there. They finally take down Jesse Vash, but only Elmi Moore is left alive. What a round from Team Secret. A bit of proactiveness from ONIC, and I like that, but I think Secret were just so ready.
I think it's a bit too much proactiveness.
A little bit too much, yeah. Mid push for 3 of them. That's kind of crazy.
Because you lose so much control over the spike sites, and that's the crucial one. You want to have at least, like, I don't know, maybe 1 player to defend. If you go all the way through middle and you give up every single other spot, first of all, you don't gain information. Second of all, there's no one there to defend. There's no one there to defend. Yeah. The Cloudburst was good to bypass the trademark, but I'm pretty sure Jesse Vash heard something. That's why he turned around. This round, though, they're playing a little bit more default now, and the only one there to receive is Severine. He's got the Sheriff. The rest of the squad is already underway, and Team Secret looking to rush it down.
Yeah, the rest of ONIC, though, they're already made their way. They're already on bridge. Can Secret hold this? Can they use the guns that they have to their advantage with the long range?
Oh, wow, they're actually backing up. Dude, round 2, 2 Vandals, and 1 Sheriff from Monyet takes out the first one. Wits picks it up, and with the weapon upgrade, has to look for a different option now, because those Sheriffs are still... They're still a force to be reckoned with.
They're waiting for the defense to reset before executing again. It seems like they're intent on going into this A site. They still have a toxic screen there, so they can reuse that utility. But it looks like they're going to make their way through the tunnel instead.
Yeah, they've got 2 guiding lights still. They've got the recon. The site is more or less clear. It's all up to the other parts of the site itself that they got to look out for. The boxes. Borkum all the way through the middle, able to dismantle these defenses. And ONIC, it's a good attempt. They managed to take out 2 players now with Elmi Moore on the second.
A Vandal too. Oh. They pick up the Vandal.
Whoa, okay, big value. Could convert to even more.
Yeah, if they can get some more kills here, there's going to be big value on that Vandal. Just didn't expect the push from them. ONIC still playing very aggressive. Severine gets taken down by the Spectre though. It's all down to Elmi Moore. Has the Headhunter, but only 60 HP.
Okay. Oh, well, unfortunately, even with a Spectre at that range, Borkum is still able to take him out with a headshot. 2-0 to start for Team Secret, but the damage has definitely been done. And now we can see that ONIC, with their proactive approaches, starting to pull off unsuspecting flanks. Team Secret, they might be a little bit more paranoid now.
Yeah, but look at Borkum here, like a silent assassin. Went through doors with the Spectre. They didn't know where he came from. On a second kill because of that. For Secret, they lost 2 members, but they still have 2 Vandals, and they're buying up. They actually want to fight for this round, and they have 3 Vandals this time, and I think pretty good fight for them. If they can win this round off of this risky buy, that's great. If they lose this round, I think they're still pretty okay for economy, but there goes Dubstep. Jesse Vash can walk over and recover that gun if he so pleases.
This is the bonus. Dubstep thinking about it, but wow, look at Elmi Moore. It's the perfect setup for ONIC now. This time around, not that much proactive pushing. but that's because they don't need to. They've gotten the opening picks. They know they have the numbers advantage, and right now they have the information. A lot of players positioned towards middle. And unfortunately, well, not that many anymore. It's a 2v5, and Borkum trying to do whatever he can. Able to take out the first one, but Severine already in position to trade.
It's all down to Jeremy, who's been subbed in for Breeze. He's their Chamber on Breeze specialist for Team Secret. He comes in for Dispenser's place. And, oh, look at him.
Oh, that's
that
why.
Headshot onto Elmi Moore. This is why. This is potentially why. And he has a chance for this 1v3.
He can
He's
plant.
got the sight. He can plant. He's got the guns. He's got full armor. He's healthy. I think there's a chance here.
He is a little bit paranoid, though. So just trying to bait out peeks. He ensures that the site is clear. He does get it planted. Now the question is, where are they approaching from? He knows that two are by arches, but no! Unfortunately, the whiffs and those shots from ONIC were just a little bit better. So, standard start. And ONIC, they managed to take out round number 3.
Yeah, they're going to take the third round again. We've seen this before. It was Team Secret losing the pistol rounds on Icebox, but this time around they were the ones who got that. And ONIC, they get to save 3 guns into the next round. Secret, their gun situation should be pretty okay the next round. Not 100%, I believe, but I think there's enough to go around.
It's quite a bit. Yeah, they will be able to buy up. Just maybe a bit of a half, some sheriffs or something. That said, though, ONIC, they are starting to adapt to this. And at the same time, this map is just so big that you need very careful, very set plays in order to make it work. Secret has gone for a very careful approach of, you know, trying to find some kind of an opening pick through mid. And so far, it hasn't really worked out. This time, back towards A main.
Yeah, back to what has worked for the first 2 rounds for them. Trying to poke this A main, trying to see if they can find an opening kill. ONIC's defenses on A main is actually pretty open. It's only KO up front, and the rest play on the tunnels. The rest play around bridge, which is pretty far, and nobody can refrag for NC Slasher if he gets taken down.
That said, though, what we've seen for the past couple rounds now is that they kind of set up around A. Maybe a couple players push through cave, but then Borkum is the one who lurks around the middle and tries to make a play through mid doors.
Yep.
This time around, it's just a big old fake. They're actually headed towards B elbow. What?
Yeah, they're not biting on it though, ONIC. They still are retaining the same defenses. On B, they're kind of consolidating on that corner. Go?
He shot out a recon all the way, and it here comes the push anyway. Viper's Pit gets set up, but Monyet and Elmi Moore were already prepared for this. They were just holding the angles, and Jesse Vash getting fragiled up. Unfortunately, he gets broken. Borkum and Jeremy, though, was that a shot through the Viper's Pit? He manages to make it work, and with a little bit of control, they get the spike down, but Jeremy unable to cut them off on the rotations. It's down to 1-on-3 scenario yet again.
Is it Borkum time?
I don't know, Marquis. He's in the corner. They haven't spotted him yet, but they're preparing to push together as a team. Oh! And just a perfect pop flash from NC Slasher along with the headshot.
That was so good from ONIC. They all stood in front of the Viper's Pit, waited for the pop flash, all peeked in to just try and kill the Viper as fast as they can. Borkum was playing a very close and dangerous angle. Wanted to probably get the first kill first, trying to see if he can get one at a time. But ONIC, it was so coordinated for them to go back into that. There's a shot, like the flash, the shot, swing in, and Shiro was just waiting outside in case Borkum peeks out from the other side. It's just not many teams have a very good grasp of how to
choreograph,
take down someone in a Viper's Pit. And it's not easy. There's too many corners to fill, and you know the shape isn't always the same. But ONIC did such a good job there.
NSYNC. Bye. This time around, it's the 0 point that gets information towards A cave. Again, it's Team Secret with the similar setup. Maybe not a bait this time around though, Marquis, huh?
Yeah,
we're looking for Borkum.
Maybe not. There's 2 hero vandals on the side of Team Secret, so their economy was still pretty good that they're able to bring these 2 vandals in and still buy later. And they're pushing forward right now, trying to look for members of ONIC. Dubstep already so far forward. Doesn't know there's someone behind the smoke. NC Slasher takes 2. Borkum takes him down. It takes the second down. He's the only with a big gun right now, but he gets taken down too. Jeremy does have a tour de force, but it's a 1v3 right now for Jeremy. It's going to be difficult for him to find these kills one by one.
It's been this scenario before, but this time he does not have the spike. Has to go in to clear out the corners and isolate the duels. And with a bit of a pre-aimed crosshair, is able to take out the first, but now the big question mark, bridge as well as the metal door. He has to be very careful about this. 20 seconds remaining though, and he has to get the spike planted as well. And look at what Elmi Moore is doing. Just has the perfect crosshair placement. A single shot is all it takes. And one shot, one kill. It finishes it off, and we go 3-2.
Yeah, it's a great headshot angle from Elmi Moore. And, you know, ONIC look much more comfortable on this map than on their own map. It feels like they actually have a little bit more understanding of how to defend against Secret on this map. I think that the space, the length of the map is really helping them out a little bit because they're winning these long-range duels. They're able to let Team Secret go into the site, just let them in, and then fight them as they go in.
I agree with that statement. It's just such a big map that there are tiny gaps in between your approaches, and ONIC is able to pick them off one by one, especially now that they have the operator in their hands. Monyet kind of senses something coming towards the B site, and he's just waiting.
Yeah, it's a good call for him as well. Sheer has already made a rotation, but they're actually rotating back there thinking, hey, it might be a fake. Already making his way to Nest, but here's the Hunter's Fear getting used. Jesse Bash tags one. Oh, it doesn't get a kill. Shiro takes dubstep down, but Jeremy is going to be there for the trade.
And here comes the swing as well, all the way from the back of site, the back of wall. Jeremy is coming off huge, finds the quick triple, and all of a sudden NC Slasher's the only one left. The tables have been turned, and Team Secret is looking for that momentum that we've been talking about so much, Marquis.
Yeah, you don't want that to happen, and right now it looks like the momentum is about to swing their side. They know where NC Slasher is. He suppressed one, but does it really matter? He's trying to look for people, but Secret are just holding strong.
Wow.
And Jeremy with a 4K, the young gun, the newest member, the 6th member of Team Secret.
So, like, this is why they subbed him in. Like, this is why he is that chamber specialist, that breeze specialist, perhaps. 8-3-1 right now, and I'm pretty sure he's very close to that tour de force, or maybe he even actually has it.
He used it the previous round.
Oh, okay. But yeah, with 4 kills, like that's halfway through the next one already.
Yep, it already is, and that's pretty crazy because like the moment you charge it up yet again, just great. An extra gun for your team, and that just does so much for the economy. On the side of ONIC, this is probably their last buy until they have to eco again. And for Team Secret, we said it, they're such a momentum-based team that once you give them one round, they'll win quite a few. So I think that Secret just might be able to snowball this.
Well, that comes down to whether or not ONIC is able to defend their sites. Guiding Light confirms players towards B, and here comes the hit as well. But all of a sudden, the null command gets popped, and Secret has no choice but to go in aggressive to find frags. They are actually able to get them, though, even through the arches. Severine tries to do whatever he can, but unfortunately, the trades just do not favor his way right now. And Severine, last one left alive, coming all the way through middle. The game sense on Team Secret, they read it all too clearly. And with that, momentum, Marquis. Momentum.
It's really the momentum. They get reset now, ONIC. They have to save here. Gonna buy a Hero Guardian. There's gonna be the timeout from ONIC yet again. I like the timings of their timeout though, don't get me wrong. They always call the timeout the moment they start losing the lead. That's the exact same thing what happened when they went 8-8, 8-9. ONIC calls for the timeout. They try to figure things out. Although I think one way to tweak it is probably don't call a timeout right now because they don't have the economy to actually buy up and make a full plan. They're probably going to be planning for the next round. And right now, I guess they're just going to be saving up a little bit, just trying to see if they can damage Team Secret's economy. But wow, Team Secret are just so good at really maintaining their momentum. And from the first map, it was Jesse Vash, Wits, and Dubstep that is showing up on Icebox. But right now, look at Borkum and Jeremy. Borkum and Jeremy, between those two, 21 kills already. That's the exact same number of kills the whole enemy team has.
It's so planned. Every single hit that Team Secret comes up with. I mean, they change it up every now and then, and that's why ONIC doesn't quite expect it. So along with this timeout, what I'm hoping from ONIC is that they go in a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more proactive, like what Trix was talking about. They give up mid so much, and Team Secret consistently play through, whether it's through B elbow or mid itself. The ONIC lacks information to read the plays, to expect where the hit goes towards. This time around, what we're seeing is that Elmi Moore goes all the way through B main, but unfortunately, Jeremy's just holding on the other side. So you can kind of see how challenging it is for ONIC to find these duels, to find these bits of information, because every time they make something happen, they get denied.
Yeah, Secret just have such a good read of the map. They also have some great patience. They're playing with the tempo so much that ONIC don't know when to play aggressive.
Like
they don't know when
offbeat.
Secret are going to... Yes. Yeah, like, there's no rhythm. Like, Secret, whoever shot calling on Secret is calling it right. Like, let's go for this play. Let's play slow. Let's play fast. And it's just making... Oh gosh. Dubstep even checks that corner, and NC Slasher couldn't sneak a kill with that Guardian. Doesn't even pay off at all. Borkum through the wall too. Severine tries to find some from the shooting gallery with the Sheriff. Takes one down. It's all down to Monyet now. Only a Sheriff in his hands. Ooh! Hits Jesse Vash in the head twice, but Borkum is going to be there for the refrag.
Man, so much effort, but even then, Team Secret just read them like a book. I mean, that check into the corner was awesome. And at the same time, like you mentioned, again, we just got to highlight these guys, Borkum and Jeremy. I mean, first of all, the toxic screen, it seems a little bit standard, but it just provides that much value. The timing of when he sets those up as well is something that throws ONIC off. And at the same time, Jeremy's just that sharp, and he's landing all of these shots. He's already got the second tour de force, and I'm pretty sure he's using it this round.
Yep, he's fresh and ready to go, but you just said timing, and you said Borkum. Of course, timing is all about Borkum, and Borkum is all about Borkum time.
We gotta love Borkum time. And right now, it's just a little bit of contest towards the middle. I like what ONIC is trying to go for, but it's still... It's still so risky for them to do that. Elmi Moore down to 12 HP, and he's literally a glass cannon at this point. Jeremy with the tour de force, just positioned through the middle, able to catch a player off guard. This weakens ONIC's defenses so much, and now they've rotated all the way to the A site. It's not the right call.
It's a complete fake. They actually thought they were wrapping around ONIC. The timing on the toxic train, really. You are 100% right. That Viper Spit is completely rendered useless. The B site is completely open. The Hunter Sphere is going to be there, but it only just does a little bit of damage. The rest of Secret, they're going to plant the spike. Dubstep is already moving forward. Already taking down Monyet.
And then, that's 3 players left. They've invested quite a bit into this round, Marquis. Operator in Elmi Moore's hands, the 2 Vandals. It's way too much, and they really need every single bit that they can get, especially into the following rounds, because now I think we can agree. Team Secret, they have the momentum. ONIC, they need to find a way to stop it.
Jeremy, is he gonna find this one, dude?
Saw the hit.
Tell me, no, my God, how does he get that flick? He just scopes in, quick scope, flicks onto Severine. That's such a heartbreaker, and Elmi Moore just might be found here. They're surrounding him. He has 12 HP. He finds 1 kill, but they want to find him. They're not going to, though.
Came close. Thankfully, he was able to make it out of that one alive. Dug himself into the foxhole.
Yeah, but this is a feels bad save because you have an operator on Elmi Moore. The rest of his team, look at that. Marshall, Spectre, 2 Sheriffs. If 2 of his teammates survived that and saved those 2 Vandals, it would have been perfect. Like, they would have stood a fighting chance. But look at Jeremy here. Takes one down. Takes a second. And on the third, we don't see it in the replay. The flick was just so nasty. They want to show it again. But right now, Elmi Moore even misses the shot. Team Secret are playing fast. Exactly what we were talking about. The tempo just shifts too fast for ONIC.
it's a consistently shifting gears, and it really keeps ONIC on their toes. They're not quite sure what's happening right now, and all of a sudden the spike goes down on A. Even with the operator, even with Elmimore getting aggressive, unfortunately not quite able to do all that much. NC Slasher, though, taking Borkum down, does give them a little bit more room to work with. But here come the sprays. Jeremy able to take out 2. Dubstep with the Phantom all the way between the pyramids, takes out yet another. Severine has something to say about this, but he's down to 5 HP. And unfortunately, a couple of taps through the Cloud Burst is all it takes to knock him down. Team Secret 7-3, Marquis.
7-3, that's 5 rounds in a row. You said it. Every time Team Secret win one, they'll win a lot. You don't give them that inch because they will really make you pay for it. And this was an expensive round for Secret, but it doesn't really matter because they've already built up so much economy. Even through the face of these losses, the loss of their team members, they're still find a way to ensure their victory. And ONIC are really on the back foot. Look at their economy. They have nothing.
Oh, no.
Secret have enough left in the tank for the next 3 rounds.
Not to mention some ultimates as well. Elmimore, I think ONIC are starting to bank on their ultimates for the next round, because if they don't make that much happen in this one, next round is the last one before the swap, and they're gonna have a tough time, especially with the fact that they are playing on defense as well. And this is Team Secret's map pick. Team Secret now, careful approaches up to the middle, and Monette unable to react fast enough. Team Secret so quick on that trigger.
Yeah, how does Wits get that? He just swings and they suck.
Oh my god, Dubstep.
Got a second. Dubstep got shot down a little bit. Oh my god, Wits is just on a tear right now. Has found 3, might even find a 4th. They know where he is though. Elmimore finds Borkum, starts to make it doable. Dubstep misses the shot as well, but he gets tagged down. Wits with a 4K, but Jeremy is gonna find the last one, and Team Secret have already secured the 8th round. Such a dominating performance from Wits from that round.
That is just incredibly smart, and again, it's just this play of them working together as a team. I mean, some of these players, maybe over on Icebox, Borkum didn't have the craziest score, but this time he certainly does. And at the same time, every single one of them are reading each other so perfectly that they know how to position around themselves. They know how to trade around themselves. ONIC, I'm not sure what's going wrong, but this is the last round before the swap, and they need to make something work.
The last time this happened on Icebox, they were on an eco, right? It looked like the similar buy as well, and they won that one, Quack. So this is interesting. Let's see if they can work with less pressure on them. It feels like when they have nothing to lose, they're a bit braver. They're a bit faster in how they make their decisions. They get 1 kill. Monette with the Blade Storm dashes away to safety.
My god, he jumps and updrafts upwards, tries to find something, swaps to the Spectre and sprays through the Toxic Screen. Doesn't quite find much though, and all of a sudden the hit comes from behind. Team Secret, they managed to take control over the A side once again, but here comes Elmimore. He does have the Tour de Force, and he does need to find something. Can't quite get an angle though because of this one Toxic Screen. It drops, and unfortunately, no one is positioned on the other side. Severine coming up from behind, able to take down Jesse Vash, picks up the Vandal now, and they have Team Secret surrounded. Wits all the way from the back of Bridge, though. And this is the one that they need to take out because he's such a thorn in their sides just from behind. Buying time now, sending out utility. The Seekers have gone to play. One person taps, he's got the Viper's Pit as well, and Wits is looking to take out at first. He runs out of ammo, and this is how ONIC comes back into the game. Like you said, Marquis, they've got nothing left to lose, and they put all their cards down on the table.
This is exactly how I want ONIC to play, like they have nothing to lose, because whenever they respect Secret too much, Secret just find their way. Look at this. Monette peeks forward, gets the kill. The rest of ONIC are brave enough to come in and save him. Severine also brave enough to push. Look at them. They surround Secret. This is exactly what we want to see from ONIC. But Secret are they're just overwhelming right now.
100% online, Team Secret, every single one of them. But we definitely love what we just saw from ONIC. They need to pull off more heroics like that for the next half. Because if they don't, they might get sent down to the lower bracket where they might have to face off either Boom or Xerxia, and that is not going to be a fun ride either. Lower bracket runs are tough, and of course they make men, but right now. ONIC, they need to get a little bit more aggressive. I mean, one of the reasons why I think that round worked, right, Marquis, is because they sent players to come through from every single possible angle. Maybe not bridge, but they came through cave, they came through mid doors, and that's something that Team Secret maybe weren't quite expecting, exceptionally, excuse me, at that rate. Where's our heart?
I completely agree. Like, they're playing forward this time around. ONIC are used to playing back on the side, not really peeking, not really aggressive. And the moment they did that, Monyet finding a first kill, I think they need to trust in their aim a little bit more. They need to trust that they can stand up against Secret. But right now, our representatives from APAC, from last year's champions, they're just looking like a champions ready squad, to be honest.
They really are. I mean, again, Borkum and Jeremy, they're doing so much. Can they do the same thing on the defensive side? And I mean, I might be talking about Borkum and Jeremy, but you have to account for the fact that every single other one of those players have stood up before. Wits, he's doing so much with his guiding lights, initiating and breaking things open. And at the same time, now that Dubstep is on the defense, I think if he gets his hands on an operator, there's going to be hell to pay.
Yeah, we saw that on Icebox. That operator almost never left his hands, and it was just too difficult to handle for ONIC. ONIC, though, trying to play fast on this, but Jeremy already finds 1 kill. What is going on here? ONIC tried to play fast, but Secret were ready to receive yet again. And look at them, they're pushing forward. The frenzy, Jeremy pushes forward with a headhunter as well. What is going on? ONIC thought they had control, but Secret were playing them this whole time.
That's what we're looking for. Just not caring that much about the positions, just pushing up front, and it really catches ONIC off guard. Even with the blind right now, Severin pushes up front, but Borkum's already prepared to trade. And along with this 1 win on the pistol, it's again that momentum that we all fear and love.
I am so scared for ONIC. Like, this is such a morale breaker here. Like, you have a set strat coming to this pistol round. You probably talked about something in halftime. You know that you want to do this, and Team Secret were just like, we'll read you like a book. We send 2 tube, it'll take you down, and they just all got demolished in that round.
Just can't believe it. I mean, they went fast in towards Hall. I think they kind of thought that it was clear, but Jeremy just took that perfect shot. Not to mention Jesse Vash to back him up as well. This time, Jeremy all the way from A. He takes down 2. Borkum here to trade, and suddenly Jesse Vash drops all the way from mid. Picks up 1. Elmimore trades, but he's all alone now. They're going in fast. At what cost, though? They do lose quite the number of players, and this is still possible for Elmimore.
Yeah, they've lost quite a bit, but Dubstep understands the situation. There's the rendezvous. He knows there's only 1 left, but Wits is going to be there like a SWAT team. Wits and Dubstep are going to finish him off, but they lost quite a bit, though. So ONIC have made it pricey on that round. Oh, but look at Dubstep. Is he going to do it?
Are you kidding me? Oh, he actually is.
He actually just might. And you know what? In fact, I actually think they have the economy to buy a few rifles and light if they want to force the issue for all of them. But I think South America is just going for the sheriffs.
Yeah, and you would be right.
They had the money. They all have money to buy rifles, actually. But you know what? They decide, you know what? Dubstep, you're on your own, buddy. Use that op. Monyet takes Wits down. I think that Dubstep is still looking for that first kill. Doesn't get the first kill, though. Has to dash away. And Secret, they look like they still want to try this, but Monyet finds a second kill too, Quack.
I think Dubstep might save, but the rest of them go in for exit frags. And here comes the headhunter. Oh my god, Jeremy. Holding all the way from arches allows from Borkum to push up front close and personal with the stinger. Gets the shot, picks up the Vandal. And all of a sudden, ONIC are sweating bullets. They have to turn around. They have to look for the angles. And in that chaos, Jeremy pushes up front. Dubstep is just saving and holding for exit frags. And he has to be careful as well because he wants to stick on to that operator for the next round. This is the reason why they have bot. This is why they're keeping ONIC trapped in towards the B site. Potentially close towards dubstep, close towards the spike with the explosion. Thankfully, 2 of them make it out alive, so they will be able to buy back into the next. But Team Secret still hold on to quite a bit of money.
Quite a bit too, and they made it expensive on the back of Jeremy and Borkum. What is up with Borkum and SMGs, by the way? Like, you see him spraying with the Spectre from so far. He's so good with his Stinger as well. It just feels like he has mastery over the SMGs and closing the gap somehow on a Viper.
It's just Borkum, you know? He does the dabs, he's got his shenanigans, and this time dubstep positioned towards the top of the pyramid. Oh, no way ONIC expects this. Monyet, you're gonna want to be very careful about this, dude. And he's just waiting for them to show up. Goes in for the flick. Misses onto MC Slasher because of the widest peak. But now repositions. Borkum still able to do damage. A bit of a trade, though. And now Dubstep is in quite the precarious position. Lands the flick towards the metal door as well. How is this possible? ONIC does not have control over the site yet. They're waiting for the toxic screen to come up. They're trying to get the spike planted. And there they are sticking it, but it's just not that safe. They are scared. They are not sure if they can actually make this happen. Team Secret are hot on their heels. They have them surrounded, and now Wits looking to initiate a big fight. Goes in for aggression, but unfortunately gets denied by Shiro. A little bit more time being spent, and ONIC is looking to take down these players one by one. But here comes Jeremy! He's the tour de force! He's coming in with the French snipes! He's able to take down 2! And Shiro, alone and cold on the site, doesn't know where to look. Jesse Vesh from behind takes him down with a headshot to the back of his skull. 11-5, and Team Secret are not slowing down.
Oh, Jeremy completing the flank. They knew exactly what they were doing. The reason why Wits pushed forward was to not let ONIC get into position on the site. And once Jeremy found angle, oh, the flick from Dubstep was just so sweet. Look at Jeremy's positioning on the minimap right now. When he finds them from the back, he strikes. Those 2 shots, so quick from Jeremy as well. And unfortunately for Shiro, he was surrounded. Could not find Jesse Bash nor Jeremy in that spot.
And they pick up the operator as well. We are so close to match point now, Marquis. ONIC are in danger. I have to say, Jeremy was my MVP of the previous round because those 2 frags really broke things apart for ONIC. Those 2 frags caused ONIC to sweat, but all of a sudden now, ONIC, again, we're starting to see that competitive spirit rise inside of them. They've got nothing left to lose, and now they're making the widest peaks. Monyet able to find 1. Blade Storm at the ready as well. He tailwinds onto the site. They are looking to create that space to get that spike planted. But no! The tiniest peak, and Jeremy still exploits that. Jesse Vash now. Oh, able to take down the spike planter. Elmimore makes it a quick trade. Shiro as well, but Witz still on the aggressive. And all of a sudden, Borkum's left alone. Coming in from the middle, though. And that's something that ONIC has to look out for. They are trying to get the spike planted, but you never quite know where Borkum might be.
No, and this is exactly what you want. Borkum time for this clutch.
Oh,
can he do it?
boy.
He has the Viper's Pit as well if he wants to.
Oh, look at him.
More hit Wits while blinded though just now. I think that might have been a no scope too. It was pretty insane. But right now, Borkum is gonna look to try and find more kills. I'm not sure if he's gonna go for the win here, but he's definitely gonna make ONIC pay at least.
They've got the round lead, so he doesn't really need to do all that much. Maybe just do a little bit of damage. Spots the barrel. My God. Takes out the first. Doesn't have that much time left. About 20 seconds. And now a sudden peek from Severine with the Sheriff. He takes out Borkum.
He just waltzed out there and just fired. I didn't even see him. I thought it would take like another half second before he completely clears that wall, but he just goes forward and bam, Borkum. Well, Borkum time has been broken. The watch has been broken.
He kind of made them think that he might have been saving. I think that's possibly why Elmimore wasn't really expecting it. You could even see like he kind of turned at the last second as well, but
yeah.
That said, Team Secret, they have the leads, they have rounds to spare. Let's see if ONIC can actually chain some rounds together now.
Yeah, the economy not great for Team Secret, so they're gonna have to save. This is ONIC's chance.
What?
What? This is ONIC's chance, but Jesse Vash just dashes her chances with a Hunter's Fury. He gets a double kill off of that. They can still revive NC Slasher, but Borkum is there to capitalize. Takes him down as well. What is going on here? Borkum, he gets the headshot. Oh, he doesn't connect the final bullets though. And it's still gonna be difficult as Jesse Vash finally takes out NC Slasher, times out on that robot. Severine and Monyet are gonna make it work, but it's still Dubstep. Dubstep coming from the back. Just might find the right timing here if he moves forward fast enough.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Dubstep. He still could do it. It's so important that Monyet lands his shot. He's watching the right angle. But if Dubstep swings up at the right time, he might just be able to take down two of them. They're waiting for some kind of a move. Being so sneaky, they want to get that spike planted, but there's the first peek. Oh my god, Dubstep. One more is all it takes. He goes in with a couple more bursts. He still has health to spare. Monyet, what are you doing? Goes right around behind the pillar. Baits the peek, but all of a sudden, the pick from above. And Monyet takes down Dubstep.
Yeah, this is great for ONIC. They almost lost that round though. Secret were on an eco off of that double kill from Jesse Vash. Barkham capitalizing on the revive onto that KO. And they made it so expensive for ONIC. So I think pretty good for Secret, but I think Dubstep was knocking on himself because he had such a good chance of winning that round. I actually thought he was gonna get it. After getting the kill onto Severine here, when Monyet swung out, I thought that was it. But Monyet,
still
fake plant into the swing here, finds the right 50-50.
You have to admire that. I mean, credits to Monyet for winning that 1v1, but right now, what's important is that they find more because here comes TS with their full buy. They're looking to gain back that momentum again. And if they win this, it's match point. Elmimore able to do a little bit of damage back to them. But this just evens up the odds a little bit. And suddenly, Borkum comes in from behind? What?
It's the lurk is just so fast. This is not something we've seen from ONIC. They didn't really have that lurk, and Secret has it. And look at Barkham, even moves away. Now they can't even find him. He's like such a pest. They know that he's behind him, and he finds another kill. Barkham from the back.
It is Borkum time, Marquis. And here comes Jesse Vash, ring around the rosy. This is my playground. And I've got a big old stick, and I'm going to hit you with it from behind. Match point for Team Secret in style.
Match point. Jesse Vash, the faceless void, bashing people with his mace. And bashing Elmimore there.
Dude.
Really rubbing his salt into the wound right now. And it's match point for Team Secret. They're about to take this series on their terms. They've been playing so well. And look at ONIC's buy right now. It just looks impossible for them to get back into this game.
Oh my goodness. And that was all planned as well. I mean, the guiding light, they were just keeping him trapped in that position. Oh my goodness. Here comes Monyet though. He wants to take the fight back to them. Right clicks, picks up the Vandal, and he's created so much space for his team. The Viper Spit comes up and they will be able to get the spike planted.
Now let's see if they can actually convert this round. They played so fast this time. I like this from ONIC. When they play aggressive and make that space, when Monyet goes in, the rest of his team comes in to support. That's exactly what they need to do to win rounds. And even with a scuffed buy, I think it's starting to look doable for them. But Jesse Vash says no, he finds one. He doesn't care that it's a Viper Spit. He finds a second as well. That's a Viper Spit going down, and Team Secret look like they're just gonna take this away. But Shiro says no. Takes down Wits. 2v3 right now, Quack.
Jesse Vash, all the way behind. It's up to him, but here comes Monyet. The monkey swings onto the site, and he takes out the entire TS squad. Starting off with the Blade Storm and the right click. This is the ONIC that we want to see. This is the ONIC that goes in aggressively when their backs are against the wall.
That's exactly what I want to see from them. They look so good when they play fast, when they want to take that space, when they want to execute what they want to do. I think they've just been playing on Team Secret's terms for too long, but when Monyet gets going, he really gets going. That triple kill, absolute masterpiece.
Able to rival Dubstep as well. But now, coming down to the next one, again playing for match point. Team Secret looking to close this one out. They are looking to delay and buy time for the teammates to rotate over. But if you take a look at the minimap, Severine is lurking towards the middle. Might just be able to catch off the rotation, but no, Dubstep takes him down. And right now, ONIC with control over the site, with Wits the only one here to stop them. They will get the spike planted. Wits backed in the corner, still able to bite. Takes down 2. And here comes Dubstep as well. The kunais from above, the assassination from midair. He takes them out. It's 13-8 again, and Team Secret finish this series off in fashion, 2-0.
I love this celebration from Dubstep. As soon as he got that kill, he threw his earphones down. Just really goes to show Team Secret are back, and they're back with a vengeance.
Oh my gosh, they truly, truly are. Even towards the end, signs of life from ONIC. And Team Secret just snuffed that out. I mean, maybe it's Borkum with the coconut water buff.
Look at
maybe
Bash.
It's
He's just staring at the cam.
Yeah, it's like, dude, what? I've got Hunter's Furies. I take out players. This is not a problem for me.
Not a problem at all, and they look so good. Team Secret really looked champions ready. Look at him. He's stroking his beard. He's stroking his beard, Quack. He wanted to do it. He's doing it for you.
Thank you. And also, I mean, there was that backstat that he had with the I can't remember the mace. I forgot the name of that
mace.
bundle.
He just smacked him from the back, and that, oh my god, Team Secret just looks so good.
They really are. I mean, that said though, I still want to believe in ONIC. They will go and play fourth in the lower brackets, but they definitely showed signs of life. When they get confident and when they get aggressive, you know that they can play.
Yeah, definitely. And we're gonna see more from them because they're not out just yet, but Team Secret, my god, what a good showing from them today. And they look so dominant, really representing the Philippines, the #1 team from the Philippines.
And that said, we finish off this series, but on to the next Alter Ego versus Griffin Esports in the lower bracket. Our panel will take you through that after this break.
I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around this.
Team Secret with their secret secured once again, getting 2-0 versus Indonesia's finest. Back here on the panel, it's the likable Fluffy and Trix serving you guys these stories over here. Now, this was the last non-elimination game of the day, so nothing too scary on the side of ONIC G just yet. However, Fluffy, I feel like there are tendencies that need to be rectified, especially for this team.
Yeah, I feel like especially with ONIC, they always have been known to have that very careful, methodical play style, but sometimes it kind of bites you in the wrong direction, especially when you're not able to pull off the plays that you're trying to do. The composition does allow them to do that, but it just seems like they're playing too careful and it's too detrimental for their own good. They're not able to do a lot of these explosive plays, and Team Secret also, on the other hand, is doing such a good job shutting them down, winning a lot of these crucial aim fights, especially Jeremy, so good again, just like how we played yesterday against Xerxia on that chamber, getting the multi-kills even with just a headhunter, and Wits as well, getting the important kills that we've seen.
On a lot of rounds on Team Secret, especially in the attacker, we've watched our fair share of Breeze matches, and you know, we kind of sit here on the panel saying, I wonder why nobody's going halls, or I wonder why nobody's really going through mid. Do they only want to go through the main areas? Team Secret really utilizing the size of Breeze. It seemed that they would condition ONIC a certain way, to play a certain way, make them feel the sense of security on understanding how Team Secret is moving, and then Team Secret also changing their pace, changing the areas they attack from. We've seen them come in through halls, we've seen them come in through mid, but we also see sometimes they'll pressure it and then they'll just go together through the mains. I thought that was fantastic, seeing them juggle that kind of repertoire and strategy.
Yeah, even on the pistol round, one thing that really impressed me about Team Secret was just how good they are at responding to the questions that ONIC is presenting them. I remember them having to deal with that. You know, normally you have like maybe 1 to 2 guys going for the flank, but ONIC chose to go for the 4-man flank. Jesse Vash got the timing off that with the pistol, and the rest of his team was just systematically collapsing on it. And it just is a beautiful way to play Valorant, trusting your team and not really overextending or exposing yourself, knowing that your teammate is there and your only job is to play your life. It's a lot of that discipline that I feel like comes from the experience of Team Secret that really pulls through this game.
It definitely felt that ONIC could have given a little more in terms of showing presence on the map. I felt that they were purely active in most of the rounds that they were playing. It didn't really feel like ONIC was hitting their mark, taking that mid control, for example, or really trying to push Team Secret back in certain areas. And it might just be the way that Team Secret was playing on that attacker side, really being able to utilize that control. But I find that also having that control is on, you know, the downfall of ONIC not being able to take it in the first place, not being a little more aggressive or proactive on mid side, or not being able to play for those retakes set up with the flank. How many times I say they need a solid flank as well, and understanding how to start with the trades, like who's supposed to actually make contact first. Is it the people on the flank or the people on the site? And they have to decide this.
They really do. And I loved how you mentioned the rotations and the pacing earlier, just really good on the side of Team Secret. And we just saw over here at the highlights the multiple flicks that Jeremy was just performing, and oh my goodness, Jesse Vash once again with the Tondo Gaming. For the reference of those who are not from the Philippines, Tondo is basically a place that is filled with knife fights happening over there, and Jesse Vash just good at representing that. And this team is just something else. Team Secret really brought it out today, and I'm excited to see how they're going to be moving forward in the upper bracket. Now, I just mentioned him over here, Fluffy, but it is Jesse Vash that is going to be our series MVP.
I mean, it's a well-deserved series MVP overall. He did play that Sova to perfection, in my opinion, especially on the second map. But even on the first map, we saw how his utility is just backs up his team so well on the entry, but also he utilizes his own aim and positioning to get multiple kills. We consistently see this initiator at the top of the leaderboards for his team for a very good reason. Jesse Vash is always calm under pressure, coming from the experience he's had over multiple years of playing in the esports scene. And now that he's in Valorant, he really shows that there's like no signs of stopping for Jesse Vash.
Really no stopping the Sovash. I mean, we've coined that term for so long when it comes to this guy because of his mastery with the Sova. Why are you laughing?
No, it's true. It's true. When I watch Jesse Vash playing on the Sova, it just feels like that's what I want whenever I see any Sova player. It's being able to get that information for your team and also being able to force an advantage with your ultimate. I find that he's able to get so much value from the ultimate ability from Sova. It's just fantastic watching him.
His absolute mastery of the agent just really goes to show whenever we go into these games. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love having a flexible player on the team. We've seen these guys adjust to whatever role they need. But when you put them at their comfort, Fluffy, they just pop up. It's a whole different team when you see them in their comfort zone.
Yeah, for sure. They look more put together. They look a bit more structured, and it obviously shines when it is backed up by the amazing aim that they have. Jesse Vash, again, with his Sova, and as Strix mentioned, his ultimate, I feel like one of the things he does better than other Sovas right now is the proactive use of his ultimate. It's not as one-dimensional. It's not like he's just going to run away and use it for post-plant because of the risk that he might not be able to tag people. He doesn't use it necessarily to just go on an entry when he tags someone with a drone. Whenever his team pushes, he uses the ultimate in such a way that it splits the opposing team. If he does tag anyone, it helps his teammates out, and it really zones out and gives so much space. And if he does score a kill, it's obviously a great advantage for the team. And it's one of the things that I think sets him apart from other Sovas, and it's probably also a good reason of why he has so many kills with the utility.
And just to like kind of go back to it as well, Jeremy though, on the chamber on Breeze, it was fantastic to watch. The way he would just take the angles, you know, it's like there was no fear there. And I feel that's also because ONIC just not putting enough pressure on mid, not putting enough pressure on punishing them for taking these angles, or alternatively getting punished themselves when they're trying to react or do something about it. And ONIC, you know, going into it, I feel like they had the direction they wanted to go to. They had an idea of it. I just find that maybe they were playing a little too careful, a little too safe, as Fluffy is saying. And it caught them on the back foot.
It did. Now, I know that for the most part, we saw ONIC G be very careful. Though, as early as the first round, they actually tried mixing it up a little bit. I love that. I actually love the very first round of this game. Because you can see 4 people from ONIC G going outside double doors, going all the way around. And then you have the Viper smoke covering the Chamber's trap at the back, so that all 4 of them could flank. But it just so happens that Team Secret was kind of prepared for this, and it did not work out. But I love that aggression. That's what we were looking for in the previous map, and I love that they started off like that. However, Team Secret just really came today prepared. They were so prepared. They were so ready with the maps, and this is exactly what we look for here in APAC. This is exactly what we're trying to look for here at the Knockouts. But again, as I mentioned, ONIC G is still safe. This is not an elimination round like the next series that we will be seeing in a bit, but it's just that they have to really reflect what's going on. I think that we've mentioned this in the introduction. ONIC G, this is kind of part of their brand. This is kind of the personality that they have as a team, wherein they're very methodical, they're very systematic. But as you said earlier, Trix, it did bite them back. It's I feel like when it comes to Valorant, there are scenarios wherein it's high risk, high reward, and for them, because they did not take as much risk, they were not as rewarded either.
I would agree. I think that it's always difficult sometimes when you're used to playing a certain way and it rewards you. You need to be able to adjust, adapt, and step out of that comfort zone, kind of challenge it a little.
Absolutely. And that is going to be the dilemma for the next series that we're going to be seeing over here, folks. Adaptability, adjusting, everything in between is the name of the game over here. And, you know, I did say that the first team or the first two series, no eliminations. However, for this next series, you guys better watch out because one team, it will be the last time you get to see them here on APAC Stage 2. So keep your eyes peeled, especially because for the first team, they're known to be quite explosive throughout their run. They're unafraid to try new compositions and kind of challenge the meta from time to time. I mean, we've seen their double controller setups from time to time as well. But perhaps mastery and perfection is the next step for them. We'll have to wait and see, but they're the only ones that can answer all of these questions. So let us welcome Boom Esports. Alter Ego, rather. My apologies. Okay, Trix is telling me that I have quite an attachment to Boom Esports. I'm just a little bit shaken up. Please forgive me, Alter Ego. I love you guys. You guys are amazing. But I think that Fluffy has a lot to say about you guys. So, there we go.
I mean, Alter Ego, one of the best Indonesian teams that we have here. Now on the APAC stage, this roster filled with cracked players such as Adrian King, Noxy, Moji, Kush, Axelovia, and Delby are the promising, I believe, team that is kind of in that risky zone right now for elimination, but they also have shown a lot of strength. They kind of had a rocky start to the APAC Challenger Series. They won against Global Esports, then lost against Xerxia, won against one of the PH teams, RRQ, and took them out of the running, but then they eventually lost to Paper Rex. So now that they're in the knockout stages against Griffin Esports, it's their time to prove, to get that consistency back, and it's really their time to really shine and make a lot of the plays matter and work out for them this stage, because there's no room for error at the moment, and it's Alter Ego's last hope.
It is Alter Ego's last hope, and I love this team because they're not afraid to break boundaries and go above and beyond their roles. These guys are amazing to watch. And up against AE, though, is a team that's shown us that both sides of the lion and the eagle, they have that ferocity and the intuition in them that landed them a spot over here at the knockouts. But perhaps their fearlessness is something that'll be a disadvantage? I guess we'll find out. This might be the thing that takes them out of the running. Hopefully not. So let's find out with Griffin Esports. Tricks, here they are, the beautiful mythical creatures that we love to call Griffin Esports. We've got Feng3, Rainy, Qfat BB, Winner, and of course, YR Select.
I find, Griffin Esports has been a team I said had a lot of growth, similar to Bleed. Although Griffin, on the other hand, seeming to feel a little lost last we saw them, But the amount of utility that they have, the amount of space that they can make, especially with Shufat PB alongside Winner, and just being able to play that explosiveness, I feel that's what I always love watching about them. They like to go explosive. They like to take that space that is not always typically taken. I remember there was one time on an Ascent match, they took all the way to defender spawn, and they rotated actually from defender spawn to the next site. And that's not a strategy we typically see on a lot of teams coming into APAC Stage 2. So I am looking forward to seeing Griffin Esports play. I am wondering, however, if Alter Egos has done their homework and will find Feng 3 in the spots that he always likes to play on and punish him accordingly. Because we have seen him get away with pretty cheeky things. And I feel it's, because they just know when to go into those positions. They give the kind of information that they're not there. They end up being there anyway. So I'm wondering if Alter Ego is going to pick up on that.
I wonder that too. I mean, especially on Ascent, you kind of have to check every corner when it comes to Feng 3, or else you're going to be caught off guard. But there are other really star-studded players over here, and we're going to be meeting them as we head on over to our head-to-head. So let's take a look who the featured players are going to be between Alter Ego and Griffin Esports. All right then, Fluffy, it's the battle of our duelists over here, Del B and Sufat PB.
Yeah, these two players, amazing in their own right, are the vanguard for the most part for their teams. They are the main entry that creates the space that is required on attack, and it's also the consistency and aim that you need on defense to really hold down the site. If they can really do their job, and if their team can really support them in doing so, they could be one of the most disruptive players on the server today in the upcoming match. Delby, of course, has always been a consistent duelist, always explosive in his own right, but for me, Sufat BB has always been the one that has the most potential. I've seen him pop off multiple times, and when he does, much like other great duelists before him, he really can take over a single round and close it out for his team. So I feel like it's a very good head-to-head. We look at the statistics, very close in ACS as well as KDA. The headshot percentage, in my opinion, it's pretty high as well, but considering how many firefights they have to be in, that honestly doesn't really super matter. And in general, I feel like these two duelists, if they can really play their part, just finishes all the requirements that their team needs in order to feel safe as they enter.
I love these space makers over here. They're so good. And I know that we talk about, not always just looking at the duelists over here, but we can't really help it. The duelists are the first to enter the site, and again, it's in the name. They duel.
Yes.
So it always feels so explosive whenever we get to see them on site, off site, wherever they may be. There's always just that tendency. I mean, after all, they're packed with these utilities that allow them to reposition every time they get a kill. So that is very useful, and that is exactly why. That is exactly the role of a duelist, right, Trix?
That's true. The duelist is there to make space for a team. I know a lot of us go in thinking that yes, the duelist kit is made for them to also kind of shine in terms of getting those frags and being able to replenish their skills by getting those frags. But I think at the end of the day, a duelist's job is to make space. So when you have a good team, and let's take Alter Ego right now. Alter Ego being that kind of team that has the crossfires, that have that kind of utility coming out together. They have that explosive side to them, but it has a refrag. And I feel that when you have a duelist like Delby going in there, making that space for you, followed up by a team that knows exactly where they want to look and know exactly how they're going to play and space for the refrag, that duelist gives you a lot of impact because they just need to go in. They just need to make that space, that initial contact, and then everyone else is charging with them.
Yeah, but as soon as Delby goes in, I hope that he actually checks corners and not get targeted by Feng 3, as we mentioned earlier, because that is a scenario that I can imagine in my head. I mean, these guys are just so cheeky when it comes to this game, and I love seeing the cheekiness. I feel like sometimes games tend to be straightforward, so when something that's out of the blue or something that's kind of repetitive or is a pattern and it works, we love seeing it because, on the other end, like, yes, this is a pattern that is working, but on the other end, okay, let's watch and see how the opposing team is actually going to counter this pattern, how they're going to do their adjustments and work around them. And it's just so fun to watch, Fluffy. But again, going back, Griffin Esports and Alter Ego, both incredible teams, Fluffy. And I feel like you can actually just. Who is a player, Fluffy, that you're really looking forward to?
I mean, I don't want to sound repetitive because we already mentioned him, but Delby is a player on the side of Alter Ego that I'm really excited to see. But more than that, I feel like Adrian King as well is another consistent. Normally, we
Yes.
see him on that initiator role to support when they, especially because they run a lot of double initiator. And I feel like he's one of the members that if he pops off as well, can really alleviate a lot of the stress off his team and can really make the round close out a bit easier.
I'm looking at their lineups right now and I'm excited, Trix. I'm sure you are too.
I am actually, on the side of Griffin Esports. I love watching YR select. He's a good player, and I find that he's able to isolate duels. And I feel like a player that's able to isolate those duels, it also highlights their game sense, their ability to know what their limitations are, where their teammates are, where the opponents could possibly be. But on Alter Ego side, the person I'm really looking forward to watching is actually Kush. I also feel Kush as an initiator kind of
Yes.
takes that role a little further, playing it aggressively, and I find that that's not something we see often in initiators. Some play a little too selfishly, but Kush knows when he needs to make a play and when he can make a play with his team. And I find that balance is really nice to watch on Alter Ego side.
I feel like I said earlier, this is the team that challenges or like pushes past the boundaries, right? And I
Yeah.
was actually referring to Kush over here because we often see it, for example, Chamber. He's a sentinel on paper, but the way these players use him is he's like a duelist, right? And for Kush, the way he uses his fate, it's like a duelist. So he does push past the boundaries. If everybody else is like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna turn Chamber into a duelist. For him, I'm gonna turn Fate into a duelist, and it works out for him in the end. I love his wise use of the utility, not only for himself, but also for the rest of his team. And he's also really good on that Soba. I wonder though, I wish that there was like a tier list of the Sobas out here because they're so big brain. They really are. And I can say that with pure confidence because the two panelists that I have with me right now are actually seasoned Soba users as well. And they know what they're talking about when they actually praise the Sova. Look at Fluffy. Fluffy, you're smiling right now. What's in your head?
I love Sova. I think the biggest defining factor, I think when people generally think of Sova, they always think of the flashy lineups and the things you can do with the shock darts, etc., how creative you can be. But honestly, the most important thing about Sova as a player in any level, be it professional or in your average rank game, is really knowing when you need information, knowing what to scan and where to scan. Maybe you don't have the best god arrow in the game, but if you have that game sense to really know this is what's important right now, and if you can get the info on that so that we don't have to stress about it in a while or our team can be prepared, those are the things that make or break Sobas, especially on this level when Sobas are so practiced around their team. Their team can really play around the most valuable information you can have, because unlike other agents aside from maybe Fade, it's the only scan that gives you a live feedback for multiple people.
True.
Mm-hmm.
The Sova is so good.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I'm looking at these two teams, right? And this is my personal opinion, but I do feel like going into this, Griffin Esports is kind of like the underdog. You guys could have a totally different opinion than I do. However, Trix, I wanted to ask you, what are the tendencies that Griffin Esports should watch out for or should be careful of not doing, especially up against Alter Ego, quite a seasoned team?
I think in terms of Griffin Esports, they are good on the aggression. They are able to set up for that, but I find that they are lacking in terms of retake potential. We've seen it in multiple maps that they've played where when the retake comes in, there's usually a player or two that are a little overextended, and it's like this domino effect where one goes down, the other goes down, and then the retake is falling apart because they can't get into the site, they don't have the utility, and it's kind of panic-inducing.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with Trix there. It's very important to have that quality because, in my opinion, a team like Alter Ego is actually one of the most disruptive teams that I found in the APAC stage. Back when I was coaching Oasis Gaming, we actually had a strategy which we called Alter Ego, which was when you go and interrupt someone's plant or defuse mid when they take the site. So instead of waiting for them to fully take it, you would go and try to interrupt it to try to get a timing, because this team specifically has always had the ability to pick people off when they least expect it. And if you combine that with their controlled aggression, they can really take space and take control of a lot of rounds.
I'm thinking right now, Fluffy, you know, we're gonna be headed over to our to our map vetoes rather right now. But as we do so, can you share with us what your alter ego might be? You know, we talk about superheroes having their alter ego. I wonder what Fluffy's alter ego is.
I have no idea what my superpower would be. It's probably something cool like Neon's ability. At least I don't have to pay for my bills.
Maybe, or like getting a girlfriend could be considered a superpower, Fluffy. Maybe
Apparently
it's
a lot
time
of
to
people
get it.
have that superpower, surprisingly.
Oh, cool. What about you?
Maybe one day I'll have my moment. But speaking of moments, we do have Breeze as the first map going to be taken out here on the map veto. I'm not actually surprised that AE chose to ban this. They haven't really played this to the best ability. They lost when they tried it out in the Indonesia Stage 2 Challengers, and here they haven't even played it on the APAC stage even once, so they must have either issues with the map or lack of practice. But on the other hand, as a response, Griffin does remove out Fracture, a very complicated map, so it looks like we're sticking back to the basics here as we move on to Bind.
We're gonna be moving over to Bind. I think that alter ego really good on the Bind. High win percentage. And again, this is the map that we saw Kush with that duelist fade. Plus, I know for a fact, Tricks, that they run the Fade and Sky combo. So I'm gonna say it before you do. However, on the side of Griffin Esports, I do believe that they were the team that pulled out the Yoru Fade, which Tash was talking about last time. So interesting read that we might see into Bind.
I think also, you know, Griffin playing that Yoru not really one-dimensionally, which we've seen a lot of teams do, which is fantastic. And then moving over to Split, which is actually Griffin's decision. I think they have shown that they have a good split. And Alter Ego a little shaky, I would say, on that map. I'm not really sure, because it doesn't really fit Alter Ego's style, in my opinion. There's a lot that they have to pay attention to. But we do have Haven banned out. We have Ascent banned out as well from Griffin. And the decider being Icebox. I find that, you know, on those larger maps, we have mentioned before, Griffin Esports does a good job in terms of getting those picks because of their aim. But Alter Ego on the other side has this way of playing together, this synergy on executing the sites. And I find that it's going to be so important on all of these maps. And I'm wondering how Alter Ego is going to push back Griffin in terms of the split map, because they are starting on defense.
Same. I mean, I told this, was it yesterday or earlier? Wow, I'm already confused by the dates. But split is something that I look forward to seeing nowadays. I know that Bind is there, I'm pretty happy, but I'm more than excited to see split. Probably because you won't be seeing a lot of it in the future, but also, as I've mentioned before, these teams really pull out some surprising series results based off of split. I mean, Paper Rex and Bleed earlier. Bleed did not let go of split. And it's just so fun to watch. So, Alter Ego, Griffin Esports going into split later, that's gonna be so much fun. And I think that among all of these maps, Split has one of the maps that has the most lurk potential. Probably because it's a little bit smaller compared to the other maps, I would say. But we always see that. And both of these teams are known to kind of pull out that Cypher as well. So you already see where they're going with this, right, Fluffy? Whenever you pull out the Cypher, there's bound to be some lurking happening.
Yeah, especially on a map like Split, if you do choose to bring out the Cypher, it's such an invaluable pick because you always have like the literal vision that you can constantly have on a site and leave that alone. You can always use that information to make sure that since there's no one there, you can tell your whole team to stack somewhere else, and it creates a very, very different dynamic once you have multiple people stacked on a certain site. And especially the thing about Cypher that I feel like a lot of people look over is that if you do set up your traps in a way to get kill traps, when you know someone hits the trip, you pop your cage and you can just go through the spray. It's a very good and clean way to stop a lot of these fast executes, because if you don't have a good way to remove it, it's one of the best sentinel tools you can have in a lineup.
I love that you said it that way, because best sentinel tools, that's exactly what these teams need. So you got to be really careful with these setups, with all of the traps, and just, you know, watch your back, because you never know. Somebody might pull a Jesse Vash on you. But hey, I think that it's just about time for us to move on to our very dreaded predictions. Guys, I don't even know who to vote between these two. I've seen the progress that Griffin Esports has had, but I also know how powerful Alter Ego really is. So I'm going to go first for this prediction, and I'm going to say that Alter Ego is going to win this one out. What about you, Fluffy?
I'd have to agree with you. I think that Alter Ego, though they have that roller coaster start for for at least this APAC, I think they still have the potential over Griffin Esports to really take it this game. And with the map pools that were given, I'd have to also go with that team.
Alter Ego, very dominant. And Griffin Esports, although yes, a lot of growth and fantastic to see, I'm just not sure that it would be enough to take down a team like Alter Ego. So I do think AE can close the series.
Unless, of course, they show a different side of themselves today.
Yes.
I mean, Alter Ego, that means you have a different self, right? And
True.
you know, maybe Fluffy in another universe or another ego of yours is a lady. Anyway, not gonna I'm just kidding. For those who are watching us and are not aware of how close Fluffy and I are, we're actually friends, really good friends. And I like to pick on Fluffy from time to time. All good fun. I might see myself on Twitter being Flynn and like, why are you picking on Fluffy? It's because he's my friend and I'm trying to help him get a girlfriend. So I'm just kidding. Anyway, Trix, look at Trix's reaction over here. Like, I have nothing to do with this.
I am neutral ground.
True.
You always are.
Yes.
What do you mean true? I feel like an evil person over here, but
Maybe that's your Alter Ego.
maybe. But I am likable, so...
Oh, that's true.
Anyway, these guys.
Oh, no.
What do you think we're going to be seeing over at Vine, Trix?
I think what we can expect is a lot of aggression first from Alter Ego. At least that's how I'm seeing it. They might want to feel it out, see if they can bully Griffin to certain spots. If Griffin pulls out the Yoru, however, then AE might be trying to see how they're playing the Yoru, see if they can start to predict it, and in terms of being able to move their agents around, I think the retake potential in AE will be strong. So if Griffin can actually pick out the agents or pick up the players that are trying to play aggressively, then it could sway towards Griffin for quite a bit. But I feel like AE is one of those teams that are able to adapt and adjust, and they like to start it off feeling the map, and then they decide what they're going to do with it.
You know what my concern is for Griffin Esports? We're so used to them being explosive. And Bind is no stranger to that, the way they play it at the very least. And I know that we talked about this with ONIC G about being too careful is also something that could be problematic for your team. But I think that on the flip side for Griffin Esports, that's something that they kind of need to be more aware of, because we've seen their explosive 5-man executions, but we've also seen them be shut down because of it.
Yes.
So that's going to be the troublesome part over here. But Fluffy, I'm sure that you have your own notions over Bind, and I'd love to hear it.
I feel like Bind, especially the way that I know Alter Ego has played it in the past. Normally when they play this map, they do bring out one of Trix's favorite combos where they bring out the Sky as well as Fade. And I feel like in a map with these TPs and such, using the value of having so many effects to just hunt for people in the Prowler or the Trailblazer, it's a lot of information that you can gain, which can at certain points halt the aggression that we keep talking about from Griffin Esports. And if they remain proactive, on the flip side, Griffin Esports is also the type of team to run a very similar comp with the Fade. And an interesting statistic about Fade specifically, especially on this map, is there's a 60% chance normally when you play against a team without a Fade, that overall for all VCTs, that you actually come up on top and win the round. But with both teams having a Fade, it comes off to more of like a timing issue if they do go with that option, to really define what they want to do. And if they can really change the pace of the game, because it's such an oppressive agent if it gets rolling, but if it can get stopped, you might as well be playing something like a Sova.
I love that you're bringing that up, Fluffy, because one of the things I notice, especially now in the knockout stages, we are seeing that need to juggle utility better in terms of getting information, in terms of not using too much utility at the start, or at making sure to get value from your utility. And I think the most pressing for me in terms of Alter Ego and the way that they play, what I remember from them, is they tend to use the Prowler alongside the Sky Trailblazer which opens up a lot further duelists just to go in. And we see that duelists time and time again, they'll be just going in there with the raised blast packs. And I'm wondering how Griffin is going to respond to that kind of aggression, because although AE does that, they also slow it down real quick when they need to.
I feel like the biggest factor that you really have to take focus on is every team in general, by the way, has to always make sure that they're on pace with the clock, that their spacing not only in the game is also on pace with the clock, because that's the one that is the really defining factor. Because at the end of the day, it sounds very simple, but one team is trying to plant the spike and one team is trying to defuse it, and there's only X amount of time to do it. So spacing your utility correctly, or maybe putting more than what you might need to be safe so that you can hard commit to either retake or attack a site, is the most important thing for a lot of these teams. Because you can easily, especially at this pro level where everything is so sold and believable when everyone does a fake, that you overcommit utility. By the end of the round, you have such a hard time retaking a site just because you don't have any more gas to work with. So as long as the teams keep on pace with their aggression, I feel like it's fine for either team.
God, I love the way we're talking about this. I mean, I talked about how the journey has been so far for all of these teams. And honestly, every single team here at the knockout stage has been really impressive. I mean, during the group stage, we always talked about, you know, we hope to see more proactiveness or aggression from these guys. And they're really starting to deliver over here at the knockout. So I guess the next step, which you guys just said, is to be a little bit wiser when it comes to the utilities. Don't spend your utilities too fast, too early into the rounds. You gotta find that perfect timing, or you gotta make sure that there's value out of every utility you throw at your enemy. Because we've seen during the group stage, we've seen some of the teams kind of throw in their utilities too early, like with Fluffy said, and then later on during the retake, there's nothing left. And that's just a waste, because you really, you know, sometimes you have to consider that preventing the enemy from actually planting the spike might not be the best strat over here. Sometimes it's your retake potential that really pops off, and you gotta bank off of that. You gotta really assess the situation and find out what strategy comes into play. I mean, tricks, that's what timeouts are for, to reevaluate what you guys are doing right and what you guys need to work on.
I think that timeouts, especially when they're used, are very important. You want to, similar to your utility, okay? I find timeouts to be one of those utilities that you have where you get a rain check on the team. Be like, okay, this is what's happening, this is what we're doing, this is what we might need to do. Or looking at all of the tells that a team has and how you can react to it. But also just resetting that mindset, like, hey, it's okay, it's round per round. So I find that going back to the utility conversation, we have teams that tend to overcommit utilities sometimes, and because of that, the opponents just say, hey, they burned all of their utilities. They're going to have a really difficult time on the retake. And I feel that some viewers might not understand that so much. You can count utilities. And I feel a lot of pro players do this. They're counting, okay, they used one Prowler, so they have one Prowler up. And somebody else will say, no, they used a second Prowler, so there are no more Prowlers there. The Haunt will be back up in like 30 seconds or so. And this is the kind of strategy that a lot of teams at this level are going into. They know the timing of everything, so they also know when a small window opens for them to punish the opponents, that they cannot retake, that they cannot stop the push, or they honestly just can't enter a site.
I'm thinking about it, and I can hear the communication already between the team members. They're like, can you guys bait the utilities first? That's exactly what's probably happening at certain rounds in these matches, right? Like, can you please bait the utilities so we can get, like, let's wait for them to throw it at us and then we go in. That's why we see some of these rounds just being very slow and very careful, because sometimes that's what these teams are waiting for. Like, let's wait for them to throw their utilities and then we go in, because by then it'll be hard for them to throw anything at us because they have nothing, while we have everything, especially on the attacker side. Like, no, let the defenders just throw it all out, and then we attack, and then we throw everything back at them, and then it's easy for them. That's how it is. Now, I do want to go back to that whole timeout situation, because I've seen Griffin Esports actually pull out their timeout later in the half, which has worried me in the past. But then Raph was actually the one who pointed this out to me, that sometimes, I'm sure that you guys can relate with your coaching experiences of the past as well. Sometimes it gets a little bit too late for these teams to have that like eureka moment wherein, you know, they go through several rounds not figuring out what actually went wrong. So sometimes the timeout calls pretty late. I could be wrong, but I think Fluffy, since you know the insides of this, you could share some insight.
Well, when we're talking about attack pause in general, one of the things, there are like a lot of factors that go into it, right? Normally, you'd see a lot of teams do it when they're kind of on the back foot, when they're losing a bit, when they have to readjust. Some teams, especially when they're on the lead and the half's about to end, for example, they'll use it just to make sure that they have time or to cut momentum. So attack pause can be used in multiple ways, but it also depends on the round. Sometimes coaches specifically will wait just to make sure that you use attack pause on a buy round. And some teams have a prepared strategy where they will attack pause just to do something on an eco to make a play. There is a sort of mental game that happens when you attack pause, because obviously everyone knows that there's attack pause going on. You're literally paused. So the opposing team is also thinking, what are you going to do? And they might also use the time to adjust their setup. So it goes kind of both ways, which is why sometimes I feel like it's a bit awkward to use. Sometimes your team is doing so well also that you just don't want to cut your own team's momentum by going into attack pause. Or maybe you really need to say something to your team right now, but they don't have the economy to back up your strategy anyway. So it's its own game in its own way, but a lot of the top teams can really use it, because we always see teams who, after they go into attack pause, they just completely look like a different team. It seems like they've figured everything out. And if, you know, the big brains in both of these teams can really mesh together, I feel like it can be the game-changing factor in a lot of these games.
That's very interesting. I never really thought of it in that light. I mean, you gave out so much insight over here. We have multiple scenarios of why you call in the attack pause, right? And it's just so fascinating. But I'm not exactly sure what the setup is for either of these teams. But I feel like it's easier when you have a coach, right? And not all of the teams, I believe, that we have here in the knockouts actually have the luxury of having a coach to kind of have that outside looking in perspective. So I am curious, with that kind of composition of a team, how do they figure it out? How do they go through the motions and say, you know what, I think that this is what we actually are doing wrong? Because I feel like when you have an analyst or a coach on your team, it's a lot easier to pinpoint the mistakes, right? But what happens if it's just you and your teammates? What happens then, Trix?
If it's just you and your teammates, it's just a matter of calling attack pause and saying, okay, so what do you guys know? Because everyone has a different perspective on the game. Everybody is playing in different roles, different agents, different areas. Sometimes they're taking control of somewhere else. So let's say you're on the defender side, you're playing A side typically, and then you want to know what's going on B side, because you want to understand, does this mean that you guys can be aggressive on A because they tend to like put a lot of utility on B early on? And that's also the kind of communication that players themselves can give each other. And I think having a coach, yes, it's great, but at the end of the day, the players are the ones that are in the server. So everything that they are taught, everything that they learn, they practice, it's up to them to bring it when the map starts.
Yeah, I think it all boils down at the end of the day to experience. A lot of the players here are also practiced and veterans in their own right.
Yes.
So they already kind of know what to do. Generally speaking, after you do all the prep and once you're in the server, it's up to the players to do whatever they want to do. Even as a coach, you're just basically suggesting because you have the benefit of retrospect. But it's really the players in the server at the end of the day that go for what's comfortable with them. Some teams, in fairness, really stick to their coach's plan, like you have to do this. Other teams are more go with the flow. So it's more of a team dynamic and a very case-to-case basis. But generally, I think that all the decisions in the server always start and end with the players.
Ah, very interesting. I guess it's just really helpful to have that extra insight at the back of your head, right? Something to look out for, especially for these players, because we talk about them, you know, they have this more like micro view. They only see what's happening in front of them, and it's really good. That's why we have VOD reviews and everything in between in terms of preparation, because those are the things that really help these guys. Now, straying a little bit away from the more serious side of these things, I'm actually staring at both of these teams and I'm thinking, Griffin Esports, mythical creature. And I'm thinking, what other mythical creatures are out there? Because one day, who knows, I might start my own esports team with Trix leading the way because I know that she's such an amazing player in Valorant. So, Trix, if we were to start our own team, what kind of mythical creature would be our symbol?
Something invisible would be nice, you know? I don't know. But
Kind of hard to have an invisible logo, no?
Hey, if you believe, you can create it, right? So, but
I mean,
going in,
I think it's the same when it comes to compositions. If you believe it, you can do it.
Actually,
right, Fluffy? Right,
true.
Fluffy? It's mine. Mine.
it is true. And going straight into Bind, I am excited to see what kind of lineup is coming up. We have actually the double initiator on both sides. They are not pulling out a Yoru, which they did last time. So I think that would go towards their favor. Griffin with this Breach and Sky, I feel might be going more for that explosive, you know, just hard forcing the sites, while Alter Ego has more of that utility where they can clear the angles and they can also, if they wanted to, hard force the sites.
For me, the thing that's really interesting that stands out, especially for Griffin Esports, is the fact that they're playing Stage. A lot of people, you know, kind of think that Stage is maybe a little slow on the meta side, but it does provide you with very unique utility. The wall itself is a very useful tool that is not non-ultimate. You can have it almost every round, as long, well, technically you can have it every round. And it's a really big way to gain a lot of space on the site that you can safely plant behind, which is something a bit lacking on a map like Bind. The slows as well, and especially on Bind on A or B, B long specifically, as well as even in hookah, it's just a big area for you to get a lot of control. It really slows down the push and allows your team to rotate. Although that does mean that their team is giving up that anti-flank potential, kind of forcing them to always have a player watching their backs. If not, they might get punished for that.
That is true. We don't have the same chamber or cipher traps or perhaps the killjoy. We don't have that. You need that extra pair of eyes just watching behind you so that you don't get stabbed or don't get flanked, basically. Easier terms over here. But yes, Bind, very, very special. I love this map, but in all honesty, I feel like for Rap's eyes, this is like character development and me saying that I'm actually looking forward to map number 2, which is Split. But needless to say, I'm also looking forward to the first map over here. So guys, no more dawdling around. It's time for game number 1 of the 3rd series. Remember, one of these teams could be knocked out of the competition. Hence why it's called the Knockouts. So with that, guys, game 1 is up. It is Griffin Esports versus Alter Ego.
It's not just a match, it's lives on the line. Welcome to the eliminations here in the Knockouts, and my name is Dax, here with Black and Blue. Here we have it, guys. Next to the series, all about eliminations here. If you win, you continue on. If you lose, well, you're going home and you're not going to be able to make it to Masters Copenhagen instead. But Black and Blue, quite a series we have here between Griffin Esports and Alter Ego. And in more ways than one, Alter Ego's whole VCT plans for the year will absolutely depend on the series.
Definitely so, but not only theirs, because some other teams are banking on their misfortune as well in this series. If Alter Ego take this, then the only SA representative with any real hopes of making it to LCQ could be taken out in global esports. So Alter Ego, they're fighting for their tournament year here, really. Yep. If they go even further, then they can maybe catch up with some of the other teams. So Griffin, they're pretty set in place, I think, for the LCQ, but
yes,
if everything goes wrong, then they might just go down in the slot, but they'll still be in part of it. But opening map of this series, Dax, to really decide if Alter Ego make it, is going to be Bind.
Yeah, Alter Ego, the next few months will depend on this best of 3, and the weight of their world is on their shoulders. Griffin, in the meantime, already proving above and beyond where no HA Taiwan team has already achieved this year. So truly, accolades abound for both sides. For Alter Ego, the better future. For Griffin, just to keep the standard and push it even more forward here for the HA Taiwan region. Now, I do have to bring this up, Black and Blue. I love the composition that Griffin is doing right now. It's a little bit different from the usual Euro antics that they bring out. They go over to the old school stage with the Brimstone and the Breach, but action already coming here towards the Shower. Reigning winner, quick little crossfire to get those takedowns, and Alter Ego trying to find contact, but they just get collapsed on instead.
Well, this is that composition that we have seen the last outing they've put out here in Bind when they face up against Paper Rex. Now, it wasn't too fortunate, but they put up a good fight. Shufat, though, waiting in here, Dax. If he finds a perfect timing, he can deny this plan.
Here he goes, Shufat, baby, as you mentioned. Screw Nostradamus. All he needs is Black and Blue, apparently. Can't see the future. Noxy, though, finding a target in response. Alter Ego still gets with that spike down. Way too many people here, courtesy of Griffin. That was a whole crowd coming Noxy's wave. He could get one, but not all 3 of them. First round goes to Griffin.
I like the adjustment here from Alter Ego to kind of back off, go towards that B side, but Griffin, they know how to play these cheeky angles. Almost committed, but it works out in the end with Rainy kind of being that aggro puller, winner following up, and same with Shufat here, him waiting in the site, and I do like when they kind of flex him onto a role that isn't necessarily a duelist, like a Sky here who still has some fighting capability, but isn't necessarily tasked to be that first person in. They can rely on his very reliable, really, gun skill to be that second man in and to follow up on a lot of the space that we're going to see here made by Winner. But with Rainy holding on to Hookah, it's a big job, but a big position for him to really control for the meantime.
Oh.
2 goes his way, but quick trade here from Kush.
Yeah, of course, close quarters with the Spectre. Effective here for the side. Rainy. Alter Ego, though, can't find at least a side to go on, but there's just no stopping Shufat Bibi right now. Absolutely on point. And back to what you were saying there about Shufat Bibi, he had that flexibility back then. He wasn't really their main duelist last time around this stage. And that's the best thing about Griffin Esports right now. They made so many changes here for stage number 2. They brought in Rainy and Winner, if I remember correctly, during their local qualifiers. And then they added in YR Select to the active rotation Justice APAC. So for a squad that has really only come together in this tournament itself, it really goes to show how potent this team can be. And Winner, of course, perfect angels there to get that takedown. Shufat Bibi now looking for Axel Love you as much as possible. Brimstone completely trapped here, and Griffin will take the 2 rounds.
Griffin, okay. Nice feathery start to this opening map, a map that they really should be able to take, but it's been, I think, a really great story looking at how Griffin have performed throughout their entire year. They're that, as we've said in the past, the only team that has been able to make it into top 8 coming from HK Taiwan, and the only real promise that we saw from the region at the start of the year, really. And when they made those waves during stage 1, a lot of us were looking forward to seeing them hopefully requalify here in a stage 2, and that they do. And they've been proven that they can really make a big, I guess, shake-up here in the entire APAC scene when it comes to this top 8, but we haven't really seen them break through. This match against Alter Ego could be the difference.
Yeah, it's about the impact that the region's trying to do, and everyone looks at usually Indonesia, PH, Thailand, NYSG to be the big dogs here for the SEA side. HK Taiwan caught in the wayside. But Griffin Esports, that's the squad who's a little bit plucky, but wants to prove that they belong here in the big leagues. One thing I do want to bring up, though, in this matchup versus Alter Ego, it can kind of feel like at home for Griffin Esports. You know, HK Taiwan is all about contesting that contact. Alter Ego, I'd say, one of the most mechanically skilled rosters we have here in the top 8. And case in point, Noxy there leading the charge. So we'll see if Griffin can use a bit of balance that they were able to utilize back in the local scene to their favor, but right now the favors will not go in their favor as Cushion or Darren King just push on forward to our select right now. Able to make a trade happen with Alter Ego all over the site, and it's quickly as they come. Quickly we will end with the guns. Alter Ego will thrive and fight.
Wow. Very significant round there that they take to do that with just full confidence on the anti-bonus and not even lose much. Only a single player went down is going to be a great sign here for Alter Ego. Now, the defensive side is the side that typically teams like to have here on Bind. It does bode well a lot more, but for Griffin, if they can get a few rounds here to make things a lot more doable to close out in the second half, we can see that. But we also do see at times when it comes on Bind that the attacker side for Griffin, that's where they shine. They have a 70% win rate to that compared to like the 53 that they have on the defense. So when it flips over, Griffin, they could look even more potent than they are.
I mean, you want to talk about stats. Alter Ego, on the flip side, has been undefeated on Bind for the stage until that matchup versus Paper X. But Bong won't be beaten there over too long. Delby will fall down. AXELOVU and Kush get on the board. A bit too over-eagerness there from Griffin will lead to their demise. A big crowd here of Alter Ego looking to get onto the site. And the Nightfall, apparently the Shroud, they can utilize to make it even further. Prowler with a chase. Kush with a takedown. And he's looking to lead the charge. Oh, that's that Haunt though, bouncing onto the corner. Not gonna get the intel that they want up in the hands here of Winner, but Griffin, already a difficult retake looking at it.
Especially with the op. It's gonna be so difficult to get this going unless maybe Winner finds a pick, but I'm not sure if that's gonna come too idly, especially with Alter Ego. They have a great position to deny this defuse if it does come. Wire Select, he's got a molly to throw out. The Turnkane's giving his position away. They have to assume that there will be presence here by Noxy towards that long position, and that it is correct. Our Select goes down in this round, conceded and given up as they have to save the op here. And you know, Dax, when they played against Paper Rex and they picked Bind, I saw lots of people kind of wondering, why are they picking Bind? This is one of Paper Rex's best maps too, but it's a really good map for Alter Ego. And as you said, they have not lost it in the past stage, aside from just that PRX match. So I don't think the same result that we're going to see from Paper Rex is going to continue to necessarily here versus Griffin.
Yeah, they beat ONIC, they beat Boom, they beat Global Esports, they beat RRQ. Some big names along the way here for the side of Alter Ego, and they just look so comfortable in the push itself. Once they get on site, the angles that they take are just exemplary to begin with. And Griffin Esports, they need to be very careful right now on contesting the angles that Alter Ego are crowded in. The shots are true, and the shots are sharp from Alter Ego.
Well, looking a lot more refined, the blades they've got, but Kush, he lights them up. Complete spark that they needed to explode onto the site, and that it goes. Haunt will clear out the site. They know it's free for the taking. The plant will go down, and Griffin, they're in a retake on the Eco. So, yeah, good closeout here from Alter Ego to really get the lead here in round 5.
I mean, come on, Kush is a familiar name to you as an Alter Ego fan, Black and Blue. But beyond that, it's just difficult if Griffin decides to play that first contact as soon as possible. They have that Brimstone, they have that Breach, they also have ways to separate truly the offense right now of Alter Ego. But if they decide to go for that dry peak or an early engagement without having the advantage, Alter Ego has proven to be one of the most potent squads this side of APAC. There's a big reason why they were able to come back versus Paper Rex in a way to at least take a map. It was such a close series, and Alter Ego proving their value all throughout. Shifatibi though, nice shot onto Delby. The hunt now on, courtesy of Noxy and crew. And here he comes, Kush even finding the snipe, and the rest of Griffin will fall to the spike. Lead not taken here by Alter Ego, and things are looking more inclined to their offense.
Well, quite proficient it's looking here. Their attacking side for Alter Ego is a side that is really one of the best you're going to see in APAC, especially here on a map like Bind, where you look at the win rate that they've got, and it might not entirely suggest that, hey, they're incredibly amazing. They win most of their maps and most of their rounds here on the attacking side, as it's only a 53% win rate, but just the sheer, I guess, consistency that they do well on both halves is really what makes this one of the better maps from Alter Ego. Shufat, he finds a pick here towards B long, a hard angle to contest when the op is on the other side.
Yeah, Griffin, they finally are looking for that value with the operator. Don't be overeager. Just use that range and get the hell out of there. Please now. There's a pick off as Alter Ego are trying to set up towards that A site. AXELOVU getting ready with the smokes, and it does feel like it will be a two-pronged attack here from Alter Ego. Showers, they need to be contended heavily here by Winner. Time though ticking. And it's all about the moment for Alter Ego to strike. Trailblazer though in the Prowler to start things off. The Animal Kingdom now hunting down any of these targets. But Wire Select, a nice angle there right behind the APC. Already selecting and selecting two. Even puts down the Stim Beacon to make things even easier here for Griffin. Beautiful wall bounce through the crates. Del B will not even be able to see that coming. AXELOVU, the only one left. He fights in contact, fights in close. And over at the default, he's all alone and will be found by his counterpart on the other side. Tied up now again, Griffin making 3-3.
He's like, hey, isn't that me? Isn't that my doppelganger on the other end of things? Well, that's
Who's that handsome fellow?
It's not the only mirror that we're seeing here, Dax, because now that they've tied things up 3-3, and this being one of the best maps for both teams, it makes sense why they leave it open. But we see how, on the defensive side here, Griffin, when they have that man advantage, they are very efficient at converting those rounds into a win. It's now Alter Ego who are going to try and bring in some long-range firepower, trying to counter snipe here, Alter Ego, but I'm surprised they buy up with an op instead of using the Tour de Force to start things off. Yeah,
it's true, but if they have the money, might as well invest it now. Noxy, or I believe Nats from NXL way back when, one of the most story players here on this Alter Ego roster. A Duran King also his story, known throughout the Indonesian scene, and he does it yet again to start things off strong here for Alter Ego. A great punish from AE so far. If you see Griffin try to cross those lines, AE has their marker here.
Duran King, you touched upon his name. He's a local legend in that Indonesian scene of what he's been able to do for the past years. Really a household moniker that you're going to hear a lot of times if you're an FPS fan here in SCA. But for the APAC fans, well, they know what to expect when they see a team like Alter Ego bring things to the table. Here comes a Nightfall to really push him on back. Rainy realizes the pressure on the situation. Wire Select, he has a big job to do, but Griffin, they hold on.
Yeah, some nice defaults here from the side of Griffin. They just try to stay away from the utilities. Decide to go for the contact push though. Finding Wire Select too busy watching out for the other part of the lamps. Because of the rotation of Rainy, it actually leaves most of the site unguarded. Kush even finding Rainy to make things easier. Fung able to make the trade happen. It's 2 versus 2. Alter Ego, they found a way to get coming close, and the Duran King yet again with the takedown. Fung now trading it back. 30 HP left for him though. Single, or maybe even 2 bullets here from Noxy can lead to his demise. Rolling Thunder though the play to concuss the opposition. Aftershock even for the stall. There we have a tap, but Noxy not falling for it. Peeks on out, swings on by, and does get the takedown there in the end. Alter Ego, they just found a small bit of a gap to actually get on site, and that was enough to take the round.
I'm surprised Xerxia still stayed in the lamps at that point when the rest of the team already fell back. I guess he felt like there was too much pressure to be able to exit safely, and he was trying to hold the position, but it would have been so crucial for him to have that orbital strike in the post-plant scenario, and it's a 3v5. You give them an opportunity to get the trade, and that they will. You see here, Alter Ego though, whenever a team is in a disadvantaged position, one of the first things any team will look for is an early pickoff, and that's what they find. After that early pickoff on the Wire Select, they follow things up and secure the round.
Yeah, they found that moment without Rainy there keeping an eye out, and it just allows Alter Ego to establish their foothold pretty dominantly towards the sides. And that's the Alter Ego way. Look to just chip away at the weakness of the opposition. Be as brutal as can be to make it towards the site. This time though, it's absolutely free real estate here for Alter Ego so far, because Griffin, they're on the eco state and they just went for the gamble towards B.
This defensive side of theirs, not the most proficient typically for Griffin on Bind, but it's an attack that I'm looking forward to. For the meantime though, yeah, 4v5. This round should be sealed in and dusted, really. Alter Ego, I don't think there's a real good chance that they're going to lose this. They have a great post-plant position here, playing off of the site, making sure they're keeping their flanks checked, and that will be the case in this triple push, knowing that it's an eco, should be marked. Noxy, he gets that, and this is all over, Dex.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Sufat BB, he's gonna try to come in through the cave, but his spelunking adventure is already caught out. Taxes here from Delby, looking to collect on the minerals. Sufat BB might have gotten there. Alter Ego, a new face really here in the APAC scene this year. But the winner?
No way.
Come on, no way. There's a molly. Oh no. There is no hope whatsoever. Noxy does die though, as well as Delby. So Griffin, duple. Okay, Sufat BB, I see you. Some attention being pulled away. A few kills, yes, at the very end. But as I was saying, Alter Ego, this is, if you aren't really keeping up in the Indonesian scene, this is a relatively new roster after the Alter Ego from last year.
Yeah.
They made it to, if I remember correctly, 4th right back then in Sea Challenger Season 3. But then they dissolved their roster, they went their different ways, and they added in some players from the Morph side. They added in Delby, and finally from RRQ, the Indonesian roster, then they did get the Duran King, and there you have it now. The Alter Ego that looks as aggressive as can be.
Let's not forget as well that old Alter Ego run in LCQ. That really was super impressive. Probably the best performance we saw from an AE team so far. But this Indonesian squad here, right now that we've got the new roster, led by Duran King, and the rest here, like Xerxia and Noxy we talked about, this is a roster that's so potent, and it might just really show up. The old ones were what the new guys got. For the meantime, though, all I'm gonna say, while we have a bit of time, is I love these new skins, this new bundle that everybody's running. Literally, almost everybody on the server is running that Vandal.
Which one? Which one? Is it the newest one?
Yeah, the newest one. I forgot the name of the bundle. Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It has the plasma effect and whatnot. But Alter Ego, we talked about their different face this time, the different roster. The way they play has been absolutely potent so far, all throughout their APAC stage. Here we go yet again, Adren King to start things off. We have the Orbital Strike though to get in the way. A few flashes here from Fung and Yar Select finding Adren King to start things off. So already a great hold here from Griffin. Deleting the place of Alter Ego and forcing them to go for the teleportation and move towards A site instead. Winner though, play the waiting game. Stellar shot onto Kush, reading like that one like a book. You also get the Orbital Strike over to the left-hand side. Alter Ego trying to find some space, but there's just nowhere to call home whatsoever. Wire Select on the board too. All left now to Delphi here in the 1v4 situation. He is seen, he is caught, and he is dead. Alter Ego cannot push as Griffin will hold the line.
It was a great hold there towards B site. The slow orb plus orbital strike combo is an underrated one because many players, I guess, viewers as well, and just teams in general might not necessarily consider a slow orb to be a stun the same way the breach might be, but it kind of is. It's kind of soft CC in a way. You throw it at someone's feet, they're stuck there for the most part, and with that orbital strike connecting, Adren King just had a much more difficult time to be able to back off. And here for Griffin, you see that they were able to shut down as well the intensive Alter Ego when, as I said a while ago, man disadvantage. What a team has to do on the attacking side, especially in the post plant or even to get the plant off, is go aggressive, get an early pick, and at least use that space taken to try and equalize things and get the plant off. But Noxy didn't even expect Winner to be that up close. He says, you want to go aggressive? So do I.
Just the op hold has been essential here for Griffin. We do see, though, that they're maximizing the roster that they have to the best degree. And I like how Griffin really adjusted just for this matchup. This is their lives on the line, and they moved away from playing that Yoru that has been popularized by PPGL all around the region and more, to something that can actually contradict what Alter Ego is trying to do. There were some questions on the panel, what's up with the Sage? But you can see it there, the slow orb can just coincide with what the Raze does, what the Breach and the Brimstone can do together. And there's just so many ways here for Griffin to stop the oncoming train that is Alter Ego. Will we see, though, AE pull up to the station that they want to in the first place? They bring out the Tour de Force now. A hero rifle in hands of Axelovia. There is a Spectre plus the showstopper for Delphi as well. So it's still viable here for Alter Ego if they can find their markers. Noxy though, oh, the smoke comes into play, and now the showstopper hitting the corner. It's Fat Bimby who does get the takedown before the rocket even gets it to out. Rainy also finding a takedown. Advantage right now hit the side of Griffin. You want to hold over to the corner yet again. Axelovia finds the angle and does get two so far. A great push here from the Brim. Now putting that spike down. The aftershock though will stop his plant before it even goes down. And here comes the peek from Fung instead. Contact, and all about to do is Fung finds the kill onto Axel. All left now though to Noxy in a 1v2 slate. Sees Wire Select over at the triple box. He's trying to find the wallbang angle on, but look who's waiting right across. The fire is ready. The trap is set. It's sprung, but oh, the evacuation from Noxy. He gets away in time because the first few shots don't get connection, and at least Noxy now can plant it towards B site instead.
Well, his third of 4 shots this time haven't really been connecting in this round. He has 2 bullets left, 2 shots to connect, and 2 opportunities to win this round and give them a further lead. And that slow orb, that slowing field is going to hamper here the retake from Fung. It's a 1v1 Dax with either side really looking to take it.
Yeah, Fung stepped it up immensely towards that A side. Can he finish the job off? Noxy trying to go for the wraparound.
Oh!
Knife is out, the rifle burnt to his hands. But no, it's not gonna happen as Fung sees at the corner of his eye, I spy with my little eye, a chamber named Noxy. We are tied up yet again. Griffin getting some great counter reactions, but that all started with that stellar smoke timing that kept Griffin alive on that A site.
Very much so, but we still have to commend, I think, here what Axelovia was able to do. Whoa. Anyway, well, I mean, for the meantime, Axelovia, he did a good job to try and get that spike down, but as you said, that smoke timing that they have here, and especially Fung, who came in really big and clutched out the round in the end. The wide swing here coming in from him, able to, I didn't even think he was going to win that, but he still did. The end, though, I feel like there's maybe some sort of nervousness here for Noxy. You see him uncharacteristically missing some shots and making those mistakes, not even coming out and pieing the corner with his weapon first before coming on it. But Shufat only good for one. The trades happen though, but they stand apart. 3-3 remain standing here for either side. The flank catch here from Winner. He does get caught by Delby.
That's some huge kills from both Delby and Kush. I can't believe Kush repeat that just to get that fadeaway kill. Now the resurrection comes online. Rainy bringing one back to life and at least equalizing the odds, but Delby is not done. He got that kill onto Winner a while ago. He's looking for more. Give him perhaps the gold medal here, as that's the 3K for the standing ovation. Delby now looking for someone else. Rainy over onto the tower, but the smoke is in the way. This does buy time for Fung, though, to go for the rotation. Axel Love You does it time it right. It's all about the peak right now, coming in from the shorter angle. And Fung might get trapped here by Alter Ego. Case in point, shots do come. Axel Love You with the takedown. All left now to Rainy, though, but the sun is just so bright here for Alter Ego. More of a drought rather than a monsoon. And as Rainy now creeps on forward, Kush is waiting for him just to burn him down. Alter Ego keeping the lead in their favor. A molly there just for good measure. But you can see that for AE, they're just looking for these moments they can get away with these sudden kills that can keep them in the fight.
And those type of moments that you'd never expect like this. I didn't even think Delby was going to catch that frag, but he does. And he pushes even more forward. Haxlovia has also, as I've been harping his name time and time on over because of just how reliable he is on that backline and in the late round situation. But Kush, 11 frags on him. This is the type of fade that we've been looking for to really blur the lines on what necessarily is initiating the duelist. He does push that pace and really helps Alter Ego get themselves into the site.
Mate, you say roll, I say fragger, and now the Seekers are there. Spot the Trailblazer coming their way. Nightfall also used up here. We saw outside of Alter Ego, a semblance of that side take. Rolling Thunder also played. The floor is just absolutely lava right now. Noxy does find one to start things off. Shufat BB with a trade. All of that does go in favor of Alter Ego at the end of the day, as a Durn King is there to save it. And B-side now, all for the taking. Winner does have the showstopper though, and he's coming in from the teleporter as of the moment. Guardian though in hand. The flying splash does get the takedown for Winner actually. Noxy, he will fall. It's 2v1 now though, and Axel Love You trying to find the target, but Winner, oh no, this is perfect here for Alter Ego. They have the crossfire. They even go for the auto strike just for good measure. It's a last round anyway, taking the gasp at it, but it's Alter Ego making the gap to take the lead.
So difficult for Griffin to win those round stacks in kind of the force buy situation, and it allows Alter Ego to take this, but their defensive side is what I'm looking to here, and really for both sides, it's Alter Ego better on the defense, and Griffin honestly better on the attack here on Bind, so this is where both teams will feel more at home. It'll come down to what they've really practiced and refined throughout this time, instead of what they can necessarily adapt to, I think, because these aren't too far from the compositions we normally see from either side. We did say that, you know, Alter Ego, they pulled this comp out in the last time we saw them on Bind, but so have Griffin in the past, but they did try your route, yes, but to no great avail. So I mean, they did win against Myth, but it wasn't as convincing as some of their other more local wins were with this composition exactly. So, I mean, the only trade out being that Sky, which I do think has been a great change-up, especially for Shufat here.
Yeah, I think we're seeing here the adjustment in a way again, like I mentioned a while ago, tailored for Alter Ego. They can run the Breach, Brimstone, and the Race together, but one of their previous outings from the stage in their local qualifiers was running the Fade and the Chamber together. Now, without that extra trademark to slow things down, and perhaps really just not as much value you can get with the Fade compared to what we're seeing here with the Breach right now, that's the changes Griffin have made to try and keep up with the Alter Ego pace. And that's been relatively successful. There are these rounds where Griffin literally just brings out the red light, the big stop signal, and tells Alter Ego no trespassing here. And Alter Ego can't really do anything. It just has been the sheer force of will here for Alter Ego in other rounds. The fact that they can get more map control by advancing even further, and of course some stellar kills out of nowhere from the likes of Kush, from the likes of a Durn King, saving Alter Ego's bacon and giving them quite the position right now to keep that lead in check. Still though, you mentioned it already, sides more on the favored I'd say, side here for both Griffin and Alter Ego. We do have Stem looking to go for the advance now. Trying to find a few picks or two here, Black and Blue. But really, you can feel that there's so much weight in this matchup, and Griffin and Alter Ego, they want to stay alive here in APAC.
Of course, especially with the rest of the year still possibly in tune for Alter Ego here, more importantly. They may save the bacon, but have to be careful not to give up the ham. Griffin, on the attacking side, this is the side they're more fortunate in and more really capable of taking from the last times we've seen them play on Bind. They slow things down, and I like this, the default, but they're crawling into the read here of Alter Ego, who are stacking the site, so a big, heavy defense on this A site. Really, it can't be understated just how much bodies are still online here, and that nade is going to be perfect. Noxy follows up as well. This is crumbling on the attack for Griffin.
Alter Ego immediately stopping Griffin in their tracks, and now they're tracking the opposition. The chase is on, the teleport plays there, and Cushendel B, they just crossfire to get the takedowns anyway. A big X now. It's treasure here for Alter Ego. Shufat Baby, the only one left on this expedition, and at least he will get the frag there onto Axelovey to start things off. But that spike is in no man's land. Behind enemy lines, he has to go through. Left. You can see Alter Ego now searching for any kind of angle he can come from. The first contact will be Noxy, but Shufat Bibi, he's all alone with no time really remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. But unfortunately for him, this is going to be a hill that he goes down on. He's going to have to fight for it, try to climb up to it, but too steep for even a player of his caliber to pull off. 8th round here secured in the opening pistol of the second half by AE, and that really was just a complete hard read on where they would hope Griffin would go, and that they did.
This Alter Ego, when they can get that direct contact, usually it's just so effective for them. And it's crazy to think that Alter Ego is that kind of team that will be willing to push things out as much as possible. These guys, as soon as you get that pick off, they're happy to take that lane for themselves, and I think that's one of the beautiful things about how they play Bind. If they can get that shower control, that short control, that's their angle for the taking. It does seem like, though, for Griffin, full eco this time. Again, just trying to find a few pickoffs, but this might not be the best call against Alter Ego so far.
I mean, your choices are maybe buy some...
I mean, obviously in a full eco, but in general, I do wonder if Griffin are gonna keep looking for these kind of picks against Alter Ego, when we have seen for AE that duels can go in their favor more so moving forward here, Black and Blue.
Do you think they should just like try around where they go ham and see if they can touch up, push up the pace and see how Alter Ego react? I think that could be the way to maybe see what they can condition with.
Like, if they go in with the Breach and the Brimstone together, plus they get that post-plant with the Sage, and things will look up brighter here for the side of Griffin. That's the future. Right now, we cast the President, pushing under and King. They're already looking to make this round into the pass. 4 here for the side of Alter Ego. Kush getting 3 of them, actually. But Winner, wait a minute, we're not done, he says. Yet again, give him the blue ribbon for participation, but that's all he will get at the very end. Noxy, just a silent shot, executing him from the corner. And Alter Ego will take another round. This is now all our concerns and all our ideas can be put to the test. Rifles out for Griffin.
See now, this is a round they desperately have to win here, Dax, and as we talked about, I want to see them push that pace. I want to see them try and really overwhelm the defense here of AE, because when AE have been able to slow things down, it's been a lot more fortunate for them to work out in the end, and it's not a comp that would necessarily suggest that for Alter Ego. They don't have the Breach, they don't have the Sage, the same way Griffin do. So I'm curious to see how exactly they're going to pull this one off. They go for the default once more, looking for early picks. Winner shoots that late. I guess he was expecting someone to round the corner, but the very light bonus here from Alter Ego is all they got to get. So, I mean, it's a bonus round for you. Why might as well try and overrun the defense, right? Who are low on firepower.
Well, speaking of the defense, though, they're stacking heavily towards that A side. Alter Ego, a chance to make the right call here. And Griffin, they do have to be very careful because Noxy has the judge in hand. Axel love you, though, starting things off here by the shower. There we go with the fault line to try and punish any kind of peaks. Griffin now using that facility just to move on forward. Close contact though. Xerxia Kush tries to reload, straight on the round, almost gets the takedown off the Rainy even. Some absolute value here. Delby though with the chase, with the tap, and will eventually get the takedown there onto Rainy and punishing him for being too eager to get that orb. At the shock though, the play. Delby now absolutely stuck because of the molly even. He throws the pain shells out though to try and stop the plant as soon as possible. But look at Fungo. Already a great angle here. Just pretending to be the defender. Noxy, surprising wire select. And we were talking about that judge being problem. Fungo from the benches, from the bleachers, getting to so far. Dirt King now the only one left on the other side, and Winner will at least be decisive there in the end. Griffin, nicely done to get the round, but that was absolutely costly to their detriment.
Extremely. That round definitely could have gone AE's way. And while, you know, okay, so it's not bad to default on that attacking side when you know the opposing side's on either an eco or kind of like a bonus like that, because the idea there is to wait for a push because there's a good chance they could push, them being on the bonus and having lighter weapons, want to make a play even on the defense. But the thing is, after that default, you kind of have to and should be regrouping before you try and take control, because you can go into these situations where you think it's a 2v2, you have firepower, but you still lose because you're going up close, and that's exactly what happened. So they default early, but they should have regrouped before really trying to take control and instead of spreading themselves too thin.
Yeah, and speaking of the other side of that coin, Kush just exploiting the close range damage of that frenzy, almost getting two.
Yeah.
And the fact that he put Rainy in such a low state allowed Delby to chase after him, so it could have really gone in Alter Ego's favor for that Thrifty. Now, the treasure trove has been unlocked, and the rifles are out here for the defense. You can see how aggressive though Alter Ego wants to play. They're trying to call Wire Select's attention. And Shufat BB getting ready for the counter flash if ever. Fung right now with the aftershock. They just want to get the angles, but Kush, no fear, finally gonna get felled here by Wire Select. And Griffin now will use that as the staging points to actually push on forward. Winner though finding the Dark Eagle for the smoke to go down. There we have the slow field. Noxy will get Rainy, but Winner is still absolutely on point. Gold medals here for Winner. And he gets some more though. They'll be quite low. Winner with a third even. And truly, this chicken dinner is his for the taking. All left now to Delby in a 1v4 slate, but Griffin, a great execution as soon as they got the call. And there you go, 4 for Winner. And that's one more here for Griffin.
Winner, he definitely gets it. Getting, looking for maybe some dinner with chicken after the end. But I do like here what Griffin are starting to do right now. They're upping the pace. Now they're overwhelming the defense. For a moment there, I thought Xerxia was going to be able to find himself in a cheeky spot to get a few kills, but Winner, he catches that and realizes, hey, no one's watching backside. What are you guys doing? Let me check. And that he finds another kill. So for Griffin, pushing this pace has been working for them on the attack. We've said that this is where they do look a bit more formidable, and we're seeing the results of that here in the possible another round, but the great tour de force here from Noxy gets Alter Ego going early.
Yeah, still a shot there from Noxy, and that tour de force for the bailout. That's something Alter Ego can do moving forward. Just to go back though to that last round real quick, Griffin, they're so familiar with such an aggressive playstyle, and many a time they have been able to counteract with utilities, and it's a big reason why they're the first seed of HA Taiwan now. You look at other teams like Ghetto Artists and all the other squads there, they want to go ham, they want to go in. Griffin is the most balanced squadron from that partition of SEA, but Winner and Fung right now able to get the slices that they need. Griffin now moving it towards the site, but yet again Alter Ego making it as costly as can be in these eco states. Axel Love now swinging and getting the takedown. That frenzy, just such a potent force to begin with. Noxy from above even, and Alter Ego, their true face is out and about. And there you have it, Noxy himself just able to play that range game, and it's AE stealing the round away from Griffin.
Alter Ego, no identity crisis there because they know what they're good at and they know what they can impose. With Noxy getting this round started off, look at that, who jumps into a peak like that? Certainly Wire Select didn't expect so, but Delby finding one, then doing so much damage here to the push of Griffin allowed Xerxia to fall into a position to be able to deny that plan from even being stuck, and that he did. 10-7, Alter Ego here, possibly looking to overthrow this map number 1 in their favor.
Yeah, Griffin Esports, if they can get the advantage, then it works out for them. But you can see Alter Ego, no fear, wide swings, peaks with the tour de force, or if they're playing that operator, and just goes to show, he who dares wins. And Alter Ego, even after winning that round, they're gonna go for the timeout. I understand why. Once they had those rifles, they were overrun by Griffin, and they do have to play a bit more patiently against a Griffin Esports squadron that can counteract very aggressive pushes. But if we see Alter Ego take opportunity after opportunity with the angles that they can default on, then look no further than Noxy to get the job done.
The job certainly not over just yet, Dax. We're looking here at another op coming from Noxy. That was a big problem that Griffin have yet to really been able to address. Looking to see what they can do about it, but the showstopper here could blow things wide open on the defense for Griffin's favor. Now they're going towards that B site. The push here once again towards B long. The guiding light should let them know there's an op there, and the shot as well, but the Dern King and Noxy, they still follow up. Look at this. Look at this wingman playmaker push that they're pulling out. Shoot fast, great flash as well to force him back, but the damage is done. Griffin, they're crumbling, but they find the pick to equalize things up just a bit more.
Look, Alter Ego found the other answer. If they're gonna be playing that first step and getting felled that way, they'll take one more step further, and another, and another. Did you see how deep Alter Ego was willing to push that out? And it took Griffin quite a reset just to get a single frag on the boards. So already, good sign here for Alter Ego. Shoot back, maybe they're coming closer and closer. Wow. A great flash, but it's just not enough against Noxy. He deserves the dab after that one, just like a spray, because that was just impressive there. With the chamber yet again, Griffin forced to rotate, and despite some great setups and some great utility usages here from Griffin, it's not enough if Alter Ego can still hit those shots anyway.
My goodness, I thought he was going to go down there, but even with a perfect flash here coming from the breach, Griffin, even while blind, Noxy connects the shot, finding the timing.
30 seconds left.
Make things work. They split up here. 1-1. That'll be his great angle to shut this down, and that he does, holding the line. 1v4, I don't know, that's barring some heroics. Okay, a chance given here. He's got this fault line, the push, and Noxy. We've got a crossfire here in case he drops down, and that he does to the ground. 7-11, convenient round for AE here, as one round away from match point is theirs.
I mean, that was such a convenient hold to begin with. Not only was the operator ready by elbow, not only was the raise waiting by CT, there was also a molly as soon as possible. Yep. You want security, you want something sure. Alter Ego services, that's what's there for you. Just lockdown right now, playing some of these more passive angles towards the side after getting the advantage. I think this is a good mix-up here for Alter Ego. If they can venture even further and then get away scot-free with that pickoff, then things will look so much in favor of the Indonesian squadron. But Rainy, yet again, looking to be punished. How many times do they have to teach him this lesson? Because Rainy will be chased, will be felled. The rest of Griffin will follow suit now. And it's all left to Fung and Wire Select. They have the Sheriffs, they have the Ultimates, but they don't have really much of a position to work with, and it's even worse. Axel Love You and Noxy playing already on the back of that side. Noxy finds the shot! Here he goes, scopes on in. Wire Select impressive from afar, but that's all Griffin will get. This is it. Map point for Alter Ego.
Almost a picture of perfection there from Alter Ego, but okay, Noxy goes down, but he still got more than enough economy here to buy up another operator. Alter Ego making sure that there's no games played on these anti-eco rounds for Alter Ego, and make sure to push the pace and force really here Griffin to not be able to set themselves and maybe stack up and have a play to throw against the defense. So Griffin, timeout here at match point already. This could be the final round here of map number 1 if AE can take it.
Yeah, Alter Ego looking as potent as can be. This is why they're so comfortable on a map like Bind. And despite Griffin's recent success on Bind itself, Alter Ego knows that their history has been forged in these sands. Noxy going above and beyond already. 23 takedowns to his name. And while Griffin has had their moments here on the attacking side with some heroics, especially from the likes of Winner, it just doesn't seem to be the plan in action for Griffin. They can get the punish to get the advantage, and we've seen that happen. But that was just only, what, an instance or two. Alter Ego, as soon as they adjusted, they were always a threat for the Thrifty. They were always a threat from all of the angles they were willing to take. And just that extra bit of activity allowing Alter Ego the advantage here.
Yeah, it's been more of the outlier than the constant, right? A variable, if anything, and they don't row here, at least not through the waters that Alter Ego have placed upon them. It's looking too deep. Alter Ego, they are floating here above Griffin in this competition. For the meantime, though, let's see if map number 2 will be underway soon, or do Griffin extend this even further? once again, defaulting here when their most successful runs have been when they really push that pace and overwhelm the site here. And that could be the case, especially with Alter Ego only having Noxy holding here to B.
I mean, there's always a lighthouse, my friend, and you can see right now the beacon of the defense will be Noxy. Doesn't get baited though by the jump peak. He's holding on to the cubby, very willing to rendezvous out if ever, and I do believe that's perhaps away from the site. So Noxy now looking for a target of opportunity. Waiting for Griffin to come his way. Though, able to get on out. Showstopper though. Doesn't get connection after the rendezvous. So it's all about the baits here, Griffin. Utilizing ultimates to make the space that they need. Alter Ego resetting for the retake.
Slow orb just to make sure no one pushes out of there, and they do overwhelm the site. The post plant is going to be a question though, but it's going to be difficult here, Dex, for Alter Ego. So much utility that Griffin still have to work with to force him out, but the orbital strike could come in from Xerxia to really press this issue. Plus they've got a res, so an extra life to give here on the Griffin side, but the Rolling Thunder is going to be big. Once they push in, that's going to come in. Rainy finds an opening pick, and they're starting to get off Dex.
There we go, trade after trade already. Griffin though coming out ahead after everything's done. It's all left to Noxy now in the 1v2 situation. He's moving on forward though, looking for the isolation play, but Fung is right behind him and Griffin will stay alive. It got so dicey there near the start of the retake. You can see Alter Ego trying to set up, I believe, with that Nightfall, but Griffin, they were just prepared anyway to keep an eye out on that CT angle, and from that point on, it was enough to get the advantage.
That advantage that they've got, barely enough to scrape by, but Fung gets it out in the end. As I said, that Rolling Thunder is going to be one of the most crucial parts of that hold, and that it was, forcing Alter Ego to have to force back. Otherwise, maybe Noxy could have found a better position to get those trades off immediately, but Griffin, they hold on here. They need 4 more rounds to do it, and if they win this, then Alter Ego are going to be in scrappy economy. Wire select, you can't just jiggle like that, my friend. Not with a knife out, you gotta jump to it. Kush finds a frag, but he's immediately traded out here by Rainy.
And the standard Alter Ego things here, play the aggressive angles, go for the push, and take command of the map as much as possible. Showers and Belong, both belonging to the Alter Ego fold right now, and make a wish winner because it's not going to get granted by Noxy whatsoever. All left now to Fung and Rainy, but by this point, it just might be over unless we get, again, the capes on for Fung and Rainy this time. The res is available, but look who's waiting for those corpses to be touched here by Griffin. It's still Noxy, anticipating the resurrection, ready to slay the zombie that may come out here from the attacking fold. And Rainy now coming his way, peeking it out towards Belong, but Rainy has a better angle this time.
Huge.
Even gets the res onto Wire Select. And with the retrieval of the spike, it's a chance for Griffin now to regroup.
The odds have been equalized. Could be demoralizing here in the round for Alter Ego. Shower's control now given up, but look at the flank here coming from Dalby. He could be good for 2. Rainy's anticipating this though, and my, oh my, what a huge frag he just found. Rainy letting things come back, pouring it over the opposition, and he lifts him up to his own demise.
What is going on?
He catches him off of it.
Rainy! Does he have a crystal ball right now? Because this fortune is favoring him instead. A King now in the 1v3 slate. He's stuck here inside the labs, absolutely trapped. Checks the corner first, gets Fung, but Rainy again.
Wow.
The storm is a brewing, and he is just as clairvoyant as ever. All the predictions, man, in the world. Rainy getting the right read at the right time. Who needs the weather prediction system? This guy is all you need.
Great game sense from Rainy. Look, even in the storm with the fog, the miasma clouding his vision, it doesn't matter. He still gets those kills. Somehow lifts Xerxia to his own demise. He raises him up just to take him down. And Griffin, they're fighting back here. This could be the final buy of Alter Ego. If they lose this round, they're going to be in an eco state, Dex.
Alter Ego running out really of those creds. They do have the guns right now. They also bring out the tour de force, but you mentioned it, Griffin. They can make their lives even easier if they can win things out. I am concerned though for Griffin. If they lose too many members, they might not have the most effective buy moving forward. It doesn't really matter by this point because it's all about them staying in the game. Noxy teleporting on a wing and gets shot up by Winner. wasn't really ready with the gun, I believe, with Cushion Fung already trading it out. Teleporter playing it again here for the side of Alter Ego, but Rain with the punish one more time. Fung waiting for someone to push on forward, just trying to see through the smoke, but Delby has his number. Noxie on the board right now, all about the chaos here, and look at Delby go right behind Shufat BB. They're trying to get a pinch on Alter Ego. It's a maze of faces. They're trying to find the identities and the targets, and Axel Love You yet again lifted on up to the high heavens, but this time that's a rapid presence to get that takedown. Delby now right behind Shufat BB. There we have a bit of that range, a bit of that intel, and even more a sprinkle of that clutch from Shufat BB. What a round though, chaotic as can be, as Alter Ego was willing to aggress again.
Incredible round here from these two teams, and we have ourselves a real game. Eco now on Alter Ego, and even though they've been quite adept at making these rounds converted into a win, even without the firepower advantage, I don't know, Griffin, they have a very different luster about them right now, a very different swagger they're bringing here into the late round, the late map situation. And Griffin looking to extend this into overtime, and we could be on path to doing exactly that here, Dax. But not really an eco coming from Alter Ego as they continue on with the buy. They know that they have the full max loss bonus at this point, and Shufat traded out here.
I mean, it's a half buy here, and well, that's unfortunately half-hearted for Wire Select. Oh, immediately sucker punch by Noxie. Griffin cannot be caught napping in those situations, knowing the fact that Alter Ego is so willing to be that ambitious. They see the stars, they see LCQ on the horizon, bare minimum, and of course the rest of APAC in this tournament alone. So Alter Ego, quite limitless if they win out this series in their future. And Shufat Bibi, the rest of Griffin, looking to stop that brightness from happening. Seekers though, start things off from the defense, get that intel. That's a heavy stack. Looking to barrel down towards that B site. Still a possibility for the teleportation action if ever. Adern King keeping the Trailblazer in face. Just telling his little doggo there to sit real quick. And now Griffin will decide to execute on in. Delby though with a fine auto Rainy. Shufat Baby on the board as Winner clears out the back of sight. Elbow now the contention point. Adern King with a wide swing there to get that takedown. Fung able to make the trade happen. 2v2 though. And here comes the rest of Alter Ego. Kush and Axel Love You. Can they bring on the axes and the tools to get that victory? Fung keep creeping in closer and closer though. Griffin right now trying to hold towards the CT angle, but Molly for the stall. Does he get the right timing though? Look at the rotation courtesy of Kush. A pinch of possibility here from the side of Alter Ego. Navigation at its finest, but Kush is found instead by the compass as Shufat Bibi and Griffin. Their myth is still alive. 11-12, man. We are not done with this game.
We're going to the final round of regulation. And Noxie, for him to go down there, that was a big pick because they relied on his, well, headhunter to find even more. He's only good for one, but at the very least, Griffin, they get that job done to secure a potential overtime. And the final round of regulation we go. Operator out once again for Noxie. He has been incredibly potent with this weapon in his hands. And now that they're going to be going seemingly towards kind of like an A-split scenario by pulling defense of Alter Ego towards that B site, they could be simply walking into his ready to aim and waiting arms.
Yeah, this time we're watching Noxie. Can he get away with his operator kill? Close into Cubby, and there you go. Does not disappoint. Deliverance, name is Noxie. Alter Ego off to a good start. But can they get more done here from the chamber? Aftershock though in the way, flushing it out. Fung able to clear out the angle so far. And the lamps now quite controlled here by Griffin at the very least. Still though, Noxie's foothold there. Nightfall now into play. Noxie, will he push this down? Prowler into play, and Danger close with the operator. Who does that but Noxie? Wire Selector holding the corner. Kush is right there, ready for the trade. 3v3 now after everything is said and done, and Griffin trying to make the hold happen. Shufat Bibi though eventually getting Axel Love You with the trade though, and here comes Kush. Here comes Alter Ego. Turn around and the showstopper to end it all. Watch out for this face because the fangs are bared, and it's Alter Ego who wins it out at the end.
Oh, a heartbreaker of a round to lose here for Griffin. After they come back from such a steep climb, they still falter in the end as Alter Ego in the scramble, making sense out of all the madness. Alter Ego, no qualms about who they are. They take map number 1 on a map that should be theirs on Bind.
Some rounds have gone strange, have gone chaotic, but in the end, this multiverse has been able to just collapse in a single reality. And it's Alter Ego with their faces forward and their map to win. What an ending, though. And I completely expected it, honestly, moving forward. An HK Taiwan team versus one of the most aggressive squads from SCA. Sign me up. I'm excited for this one. Not only the implications of victories for these two squads, but just the whole shebang here. getting that chaotic. Alter Ego though proving to get some better reactions. And we have really seen the limits of a chamber on the operator play that close. Absolutely tested in that map alone there, Black and Blue.
What limits are you talking about, Dax? There didn't seem to be
Limitless.
anything that would stop Noxy. Whatever he tried to do, he got it done. And anything that Griffin threw at him, he simply dissuaded it, deflected it from even mattering. But that's going to be it for map number 1, and what a map to start this series off. We're going to map number 2 right after this break. Don't go anywhere, as the VCT shall be back in a hair.
Do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, ZZ don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it. They thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5. I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right. I had to show 'em. I had to grind. I had to beat the hard. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time. We going up. We headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Ah, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Alter Ego in the comic book universe could be your heroic version or perhaps your villainous side. In this storyline so far though, they're coming out as the heroes of this story as they foil Griffin Esports' intent. Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix still here with you. And 13-11 on the scoreboard for the first map. And Trix, as much as I love the way Alter Ego played over here, we gotta commend Griffin Esports for that beautiful, beautiful effort that they showed over there.
I think especially on the attacker side, we saw Griffin change the way that they were playing. We saw them adjusting to the way Alter Ego was playing on the defense, and they did exactly what they needed to do. I love that round, especially by Rainy, such a huge round where he slowed down the pace, he got the resurrect, he got them back on A side, planted the spike, somebody else was covering him because of Brim.
Yes.
Xlovia just likes riding that wall for some reason when he's in the smoke. So I found that, a really good effort by Griffin, but ultimately lacking a bit much on their defender.
They were. I want to touch up on that round that you were mentioning. I honestly thought that things were gonna go south for Griffin during that round, but again, that was really beautiful on the side of Rainy, taking that initiative, taking that beautiful peek onto Noxie and getting that kill, getting that revive. It just turned the game around. But again, Fluffy falling a little bit too short on the side of Griffin Esports. So let's take a look at what Alter Ego really did throughout these rounds.
I feel like, especially on the first half of the game, when Alter Ego was on the attack, they were able to utilize a lot of their space-taking ability. They have the composition to do so. They have that Sky available. They have the Prowlers, and they also have the Boombot, and of course, the Raze movement in itself to really take so much space so fast. And I feel like, although Griffin started out well on their defense, AE's attack was just very overwhelming. And Griffin didn't really have the time, or I think it took a bit too long for them to start adapting, which led to their kind of subpar defense. But then for Alter Ego, though, this being their map pick, Bind being also one of their stronger maps, I'm not surprised that they have the mastery of the timing as well as space creation on their side. But moving on to the second half, I thought because of the massive lead that looks like they have, by round 19, they were basically already on match point. But Griffin had, again, the late adjustment, but it was almost enough to actually secure them the overtime. Just one round away, unfortunate for them. So close, but so far. They were able to play on contact, especially with Sufat BB on that Sky, as well as YR Select with the Brimstone, really pulling their weight, aside from, of course, having the amazing duelist in Winner. So a lot of these factors, I feel like, just helped the pacing of Griffin play into AE a bit more, and they were able to read them. But unfortunately for them, especially with a showstopper at the end of it, it was not enough, and AE does take the map.
They did. And let's actually talk about that. Sufat PB was our map of MVP over here, chicks. And I know that I always like to say this. You have an opinion on the Sky, but did you enjoy watching Sufat BB utilize the skills here?
I actually did. I felt that he was using a good combination of his skills, but I did think that there was a little more that could have been done in terms of pushing opponents back, kind of really pairing up with that utility, especially on the defender side. I felt there wasn't as much presence on the defender as there was on the attacking side of Griffin Esports.
I do gotta commend Griffin Esports over here. I remember this one round wherein AE was basically trapping YR Select onto one corner near the fountain. And it's so cute because they made sure that no man is left behind. They made sure to throw in the Trailblazer, as well as what was that ability by Breach? I believe it was I can't remember the exact name, but you know what I'm talking about. The skills were thrown out just to make sure that YR Select could get out safely over there, and they had that man advantage. It's just so cool how it all comes to play with both of these teams, Tricks.
But also just Noxie, though. Noxie on that chamber for AE, being able to just push up, get those frags, even if they're trying to flash him out of the corners, which is exactly what Griffin should be doing. Somehow Noxie just being able to string those frags left and right.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked about Noxie in the past, and this was actually a cause for concern in some of the matches wherein we were worried that the team was becoming too reliant on Noxie, right? But that's not what went down this time. You see Kush stepping up. You see the rest of the team really stepping up in order to help each other out, prepare the setups for all of the duelists, all of the players all around. And that's just what made it work in the end, Fluffy.
Yeah, I feel like especially Kush and Adrian King both really had the support to enable Noxy to make a lot of the plays that we've seen on screen. It's nothing to take away from the player himself because obviously he has to be very skilled to land these shots, but also the confidence in him. I remember seeing him get stunned up in hookah, but he was, holding the tour de force, and you can't actually ADS with it when you get stunned because of the changes to breach. Yet he still stayed for a while, even maybe just a hope for a pick. That a little bit of confidence, a little bit of overextension is something that I expect from Alter Ego. It really messes up with your timings because you would assume things and you would kind of get that false sense of security. But imagine if he stayed a bit longer and the stun wore off, but thankfully because he was chamber, he was able to just TP out with the rendezvous. But little small plays like that really set Alter Ego apart. They are willing to take the risks when we were talking about risk management to really make it worth it for them. And at the end of the day, although it looked a bit shaky towards the end, they did eventually get the win for the first map, which is great momentum coming into the series.
It really is. And since we're already on the topic of Noxy's courageousness over here, there was also this one round wherein he refused to leave the site and he was able to actually bait the showstopper, and they did not get value off of that showstopper because he was able to teleport out. And that just goes to show how great this guy is, how fearless he really is. I talk about QFAT BB as well as the rest of Griffin Esports being such a fearless team, but I think I was sleeping off of Noxy over here because I didn't get to mention it before. I did not know that this is how this man pulls out that chamber. I mean, I've seen him play on the chamber. I know that his aim is spectacular, but to not be scared of anything. I think that, who was it who played this on Paper Rex earlier? Was it Levi? I could be wrong. But he also played the chamber very fearlessly. And I love to see it. So good.
I think that, it's at this point, at this stage where teams are really playing for it because it is knockouts. They get eliminated if they don't, follow through with what they have planned. So it's playing this kind of aggression, that high risk, the reward for it. But even then, playing with a good team, especially on AE's side, on the way they were supporting this kind of aggression, that high risk becomes just a medium risk because you're able to constantly get out of it.
Yeah, pushing the limits is one of the best signs of a really great team, and especially here on the knockout stage, it's do or die for a lot of the teams here on the lowers. And I feel like, especially for AE, they are really pushing boundaries of what they can do. And even as you mentioned, other teams like in Paper Rex, they really have to know how to play the agent to its limit. Knowing that you have a one and done angle, as long as you have the rendezvous active all the time, you still have to. You can't just take pot shots at this point. You really have to play with a lot of your utility and use it to the maximum effect. If you can linger quite a bit longer, if you can hold the angle just a tiny bit longer, it can make the biggest difference in a lot of rounds.
It really did make a lot of difference. It's just so good playing. I'm watching these guys. I feel like Alter Ego brought out their fearless side today. I say that about them because there's just so many sides to this team. We've seen them become these limit breakers in a sense. I know that Fluffy was just talking about knowing what your limit is, but at the same time, you see a limit, you see a wall, and sometimes that's kind of what, how should I say this? That's kind of what hinders you. It makes you hesitant because you see that limit. But then you see the Alter Ego, a team like Alter Ego that's able to kind of push the limit a little bit further and make sure that, you know what, maybe this is the limit. Maybe I'm this close to the limit and it's incredibly risky, but I'll make it work. I'll make sure that it is worth it in the end. Now, we are going to be moving over to Fracture, Fluffy. Oh, sorry, Split. I'm a little bit confused with the maps. Really good maps over here. And I already mentioned how I'm starting to love Split. There I go again. I'm starting to love Split, but I'm sure that you have your own feelings on this map.
Well, if I'm going to be super honest, I don't think Split is necessarily strong specifically for a certain team. I'm sure that because it was picked, it's pretty comfy, I guess, for the side of Griffin. But overall, they do have a strong showing, and Alter Ego has a decent showing. So if we're looking at the statistics, then one could say that Griffin is probably the favorite in this map. But coming off of their momentum from last game or this specific match, though they didn't win, they know that they have the ability to win. They know that they can really push the limit of Alter Ego in themselves. Even though they might have not taken the map point, they know that they are completely capable of attacking and stringing all these rounds together and playing together. So if they continue to do that right, if that's their takeaway, if they don't take it away as like, oh no, we almost won, oh man, and if they take it more of a, we can do this, I feel like it's a good motivator for you to actually try even harder now that we're moving on to the second map.
I definitely love how Fluffy is pointing that out. That is exactly what I want to say too. Griffin going into that match against AE in Bind was really telling of what Griffin can do. I can see that they tend to shine on the attacker side. It might be just because they like the fact that they can take the duels because they have to take those duels. And I'm hoping that coming into Split, and whether it's attacker or defender, they're going to maintain that notion of taking those fights, but taking them safely, not too safely, mind you, but safe enough that they're always going to be able to refrag each other. They're marking different angles and different levels as well. So it really depends on what Griffin and AE pull out for us here.
Well, we're about to find out what they're exactly gonna pull out over here. Now, Fluffy, AE picked defense going into Split. So looking at the composition right now, what do you think that means, starting off as the defenders?
Well, I feel like for AE specifically, granted that, of course, we know that Split is a very defender-sided map, it's very good that they're doubling down on that fact by carrying the Cypher. I personally would have preferred them, because they're bringing that Sky along with it, to maybe go for an Astra to add even more delay, but I'm sure the team is practiced enough to already have figured this out. What I like about their composition though is similar to how they played in other maps, this double initiator, but this specific combo, the Sky as well as the Fade and the Raze is very popular, because in a map like Split where there are a lot of tight angles, you get so much value off the little drone effects, be it the Prowler or the Trailblazer or the Boombot.
Oh my, Trix, your one-time pair is starting to grow on Fluffy.
Yeah.
It's good.
It is. But I think that Trix can expound a little bit more on these compositions. Not just because they're our favorite, but it's just a very good insight coming from Trix, of course.
I think that combination it's a potent combination in terms of the way you play, whether it's aggressive or defensively. I find that Alter Ego being that team that can actually balance that aggression and defense when they're on the attacking side. So I'm wondering how they're going to take this onto their defender, if they're going to tone it down a bit, if they're going to play a little more disciplined than they showed us on Bind.
Yeah, I was also kind of concerned about that, because looking at the lineups, it looks like that the multiple initiators kind of favors when you're trying to re-hit a site when you're on the attack, but knowing that they're starting on the defense for this one, it might be not optimal to basically just plainly defend. They'd probably have to do something very proactive and use this rechargeable utility to push for information and gain more map control, because I feel like that's where the composition finds the most success. Well, on the other hand, having that Astra and the Sage as well as the Breach provides a lot of slow, which is pretty good on the defense with the global presence and all the CC effects. But on the attack, it might be very hard supporting a single duelist, and also especially because it's a Jet, it's a duelist that we know is always strong, but in certain compositions, the more that Valorant Pro has, I guess, been going longer, it seems that a lot of teams have valued having utility like Raze instead of just having the raw dueling power of Jet.
Yeah, and that's something that really has reflected throughout this competition. You see these people just really pulling out the utilities as best as they can, getting as much value off of them. And that's what we love to see. That's like the adaptation that these teams are really bringing to the table. But with that, guys, we're moving on to map number 2. We're wondering if this is going to be the same results that we saw over at Bind, but for the sake of Griffin Esports, perhaps this time their efforts will not be flawed. But to answer that question, we'll be passing it over to our casters so we can dig into the game.
In this face-to-face, it's all about putting your best foot forward. Alter Ego, though, able to inch away after that Bind map. Griffin looking to recompense for the Fallen and look to tie things up now in this series. Welcome back, though, ladies and gentlemen. Dax here with Black and Blue yet again. And my friend, we do see a small bit of adjustments here on the Alter Ego side. No more to the KO. We get the Sky instead. And I want to hear your thoughts about that little change up right now. But for me, I'm seeing here for both Griffin and Alter Ego, they're adjusting their composition specifically to cater against their opponent in this elimination matchup.
I do agree, because when you see Griffin's side, they're sticking with the exact same comp that we've known for them to use when it comes to Split, and anticipating that, you see Alter Ego switch their KO out for a Sky. Now, there are many differences that those two agents will bring. Information gathering, yes, a bit more beneficial on the Sky, and you typically kind of influence directly what is around you, and that's true for the KO as well. We see many times on Overdex that a lot of the teams that are very capable of countering a KO composition, a composition based on a KO, employ that breach. And for Alter Ego, knowing that Griffin here are a team that like to use that breach here and can affect the fight from afar, as well with the Astra, for them to bring things up close, I think is the right decision for Alter Ego to make, but I think it matters more how they play their hand over which cards they deal.
I mean, Adern King has been absolutely potent on Flash agents. I still remember way back when was that, 2022, 2021 early?
So long ago.
Phoenix, the Phoenix that he would bring out on maps similar to this one. So really the Sky, something a bit more up to the meta right now, but can be self-sufficient if ever. But here we go, Griffin already spreading their wings and flying high with Shufat BB. Kush trying to find the target. It's a Drink King already starting himself strong. Raptor's position for Kush, gets two at the very least. Alter Ego now trying to get the retake on the side. The spike is down immediately. Rainy though onto the corner, and Alter Ego making quick work off the round. Pistol 1 by AE.
That near side lasted forever once it bit onto him. And Griffin there, you can see Rainy especially, he's like, when will this end? When will the shroud be lifted? Never comes though.
Couldn't see anything, man.
Yeah,
what are you
like,
talking about?
That took quite a while, but here Alter Ego, this is what they want though. When Griffin, they bring the fight up close, it's Alter Ego who have more directly influencing abilities really on their agents. They don't really have to set up those flashes the same way a Breach might would. They throw a Paranoia straight out. They can throw a Guiding Light straight out. Same with a Prowler. So when the fight comes up close, that's Brawl, that's Scramble. It's going to favor Alter Ego out, and that's the reason why you'll see them really push forward a lot, I think, here.
I mean, they upped the tempo though real quick, and Alter Ego, especially with the setups that Kush can forget and utilize later on, these guys can play up close and personal with the Sky Intel as well. Griffin, they're gonna be wanting some setup with the Astra and that breach as much as possible, and we're seeing the Sage yet again here for Rainy. I do feel like Alter Ego, one of the biggest successes they can have in this series here, Black and Blue, is when they can stop really the Sage fortifications from happening. If they can't put up that barrier orb well placed for the post plant, if they can't set up with the slow orbs later on, then Alter Ego can net the advantage early into the round.
We've been talking about the advantages of Alter Ego, but Griffin, they've got something going for them too. His global influence could be big, but thought you'd be able to influence this fight, at least in this round. But never mind, Fong, he gets 3! And Shufat, he follows up as well. Suddenly, the advantage here, the man count, it favors Griffin.
Yeah, don't forget that Griffin Esports, that was so close. Whoa there. Axe, love you. Do not tempt fate just like that. But as I was saying, Griffin Esports, one thing that they have done best really from their local scene and more is punish the over-aggression. In case in point now, they have the numbers advantage and picked up some Spectres along the way. Axe, love you. It's all up to him to just yell timber! And 2 will fall in this forest. Shufat Baby, the only one left now in a 1v1 situation, does pick up the spike, has the time to plant it and puts it over to the default. Kush though trying to get the angle from the rafters, looking for that headshot, and he will collect it at the very end. There you go. Delivery, thy name is Kush. And it's Alter Ego getting around, but a great eco state here and a great economic round for Griffin.
Yeah, they did so much damage to the economy of Alter Ego, thus not giving them a true bonus that they otherwise would have liked, and as well as build up some bank with a spike being planted down. Extra 300 credits definitely helps for a lot of these abilities that you can get for free now. So, fun. Great job there to really keep them at bay, but for both ciphers coming out, we don't always see both teams employ a cipher, but it will be a battle of really who can gather that passive information and active information at the same time more effectively. And in that case, it could really benefit either comp, because Griffin, as we said, they have the global influence, but it does seem to be a comp more designed for holding things down on the defense than this attack might would, because as we said, that scrap, it's going to favor Alter Ego based on their comp.
Putting that spike down is the hardest job here for Griffin, and if they can make it there, they can easily manipulate the site to their liking. It can be clay in their hands, but the objective is down. To your point though about the ciphers, I have seen that if you still employ a cipher on a map like this, it's because you know of a pretty crazy setup. We've seen it from one successful squad on split like RRQ, but found the success coming his way. Already shutting down Cushion and Dren King as they go for the aggression. Let's not forget though, gun advantage here for the side of Griffin, and this opens up a site pretty heftily here for the attacking side now.
He gets away with that here against those pistols. He can get healed up as Rainy is slowly making his way to reinforce here the push. They got time to work with, so no real reason to be too hasty just yet. Winner, he's gonna probably set this up with a stun, but no, actually they're playing the contact instead, and the fact that they dropped Kush means there's no tripwires to worry about. Fang, a third goes his way, some damage done, but luckily he's been healed up. Otherwise Noxy could have added his number, and this round should be done and dusted here, Dax.
I mean, it's his name. He has a 3 in his name, and he's already gotten 3 for the round. Can he go for more, though? That's the question. Xerxia looking to play the flank, though, from the sewers itself. But look who's waiting already for the cleanup. Like getting back into cover and can't get the shots to really line up here for Xerxia instead. Alter Ego. A little unfortunate that they couldn't get a very convincing round in that second one. And this is why Griffin is just so confident right now making to the site. If Griffin can keep on doing this kind of formation, if they can get to the site relatively free, then there's a perfect chance for them to set up yet again the stations that we can see. The camera's gonna be a problem, the wall's gonna be a problem, the star is gonna be a problem, and Alter Ego, their job is to prevent that future from happening right in front of them.
The butterfly effect here.
True.
It definitely, I guess, turn out in the end to be quite favorable towards that Alter Ego side. The defense looking okay, but I want to see how they do on a gun round now that things are on equal footing. Fung, huge play, huge round for him to get himself going, and the fact that the neural theft is already online for both sides, catching a lurker here is going to be even more so problematic for the team that loses their lurking player.
And just the extra bit of possibility, and we've seen for Griffin, if they can get more of that freer space, things are going to be easier here on the attacking side. Alter Ego, though, mid is quite a tempting treasure to try and thrive in. Problem is, though, Griffin, they have been vying for that mid control heftily, and you can see now, if someone peeks here from Alter Ego, that's many faces watching them like a crowd.
Here.
Now, Griffin, the population can be controlled in the middle, but Shufat Baby, what a shot! Yeah. Even through the wall there, gets the head of Noxy. And Griffin off to a good start here.
Threaded the needle, but blunt force instead of precision there. Just spams him through the wall. It works. I mean, you can't knock it if it really does benefit in the end. Oh, Flash, that's too high. Forgets maybe there's a bit of a barrier there on the top of the wall towards the ceiling, but Griffin, they have a place to execute this, and this is where they're going to benefit, right? When they can set things up, when Winner can prep his stun, his fault line, and have a flash out, but the Paranoia connects, and that's going to send them to a slower pace. A King, good shutdown on this, and Xerxia fends off Shufat as well.
Yeah, Alter Ego able to buy some great time. Now the frags going their way. Rainy up top of the wall does get the kill onto a Dren King at the very least, but the Winner, look at him creep on forward past the dark cover and just waiting for it to dissipate as soon as possible. Xerxia, though, getting ready in the back offside. Perfect angle here for the Omen right now. Rainy also looking, a crossfire being set up here by Griffin. It's only a matter of time as this dark cover should be running out of time soon. But all about the free fire here. There you have it. Kush with the takedown on the Rainy. All left the Winner, but Kush is just way too damn good to be stopped. Alter Ego taking the round, and you mentioned it. For AE, they hit the Paranoia. They are able to catch one transiting past the wall before it's fully formed. And just that matter of timing going in favor of AE's schedule again.
Yeah, the scramble will definitely work out in their favor, but although they were able to set, they weren't able to burn enough utility, and pushing a base site when the Omen is still alive on the opposing side. If you know that the Paranoia hasn't been used yet, you have to anticipate that, and it connects fully on the Shufat. Free kill, and we also have to commend here Kush for him to fall back to the backside as well to make sure that it's an isolated angle he has to fight, and they don't both go and have to fight a 1v1 respectively for both him and Xerxia. That's a good call for him to make. Fung, he looks into the guiding light and just gets completely blind. He gives himself away with the cam, has a cage to back up, but Winner, he finds a pick here on Noxy towards that B mid position.
And look at Kush go. He's just using it to get through to the supers. Delby does fight for Select. Rainy will trade him out, but this can be the perfect flank here from Alter Ego. And here comes Kush. Does he even go for the knife? No, the turnaround there from Winner will already spot out the Cypher on the prowl. The Neural Theft make it even easier past the Cyber Cage. He's just manipulating the information right now. And here we go. Propaganda Dynamic Kush. Just know his name, know his name, and fear his game. Kush with 3. The damage is absolutely decisive. And Rainy encaged here into the corner. The ponytail is seen. And not just a hair's length, but a whole head is cut there by Alter Ego. 4-1. And just what movement did we see there from Kush? The navigation absolutely perfect.
Able to somehow slither through all the swarm that was around him and make it out on top. Getting 3 kills here, pops that Cyber Cage perfectly on time to give him some concealment. And the Seekers here as well, coming from a Dern King, were absolutely crucial. The fact that they connected on a Shoe Fat allowed him to get that kill, allowed him to adjust even more, to find the follow-up on the phone who came from sewers. If it wasn't traded out immediately, he probably would have gotten the kill on the Rainy as well. So, great job here from Alter Ego. The Blades to come out, but it's quickly traded out as well. Shoe Fat getting damage early on, but Noxy fends him off.
How does Noxy not get hit by that? How does it actually go onto Delby? Sometimes the wonders of the knives will never cease. But man, Alter Ego. It's a pretty simple saying here, Black and Blue, that I love to mention quite a lot. He who dares wins, and Kush dared to dream to go further in that last round. And Griffin caught absolutely napping from the sewers. They forgot to at least plug that leak. Drinking now over onto the corner. The mid contest here from Alter Ego, a lot more stable this time with that gun advantage. They're so confident here for Alter Ego, and why wouldn't you if you have Manny Adren King getting the takedowns here? Absolutely regal with the Sky, and it's 3 for him to end the round. Gun advantage was clear, but a score line getting bigger and bigger for Alter Ego now.
Well, in a way, fortune favoring the bold there, the brave, but he does not get the kill on the player he was expecting to, but still gets one out in the end. True fact. So you can't really knock this. He gets that kill, but it's the only one that Griffin were able to take in this round, and there were feathers being rustled here so far. This defensive side of Alter Ego being way too impervious and too ironclad, seemingly, for Griffin to be able to knock open. And this is a round that they have to take. If Alter Ego continue this streak and maybe get like 8 rounds here, then this could be quite difficult for Griffin to come back, even if they're on the defensive side moving on, because while their defense might also kind of be better, just suggesting on their composition what they're bringing to the table, I'd wager and argue that Alter Ego would probably do pretty well on the attack too, seeing what they're taking here.
Just because they're Alter Ego, that's what I feel. They can do exemplary on the attacking side, but for once here, Black and Blue, despite our perhaps perspective here for AE, the stats haven't really been the best for them. They do have a negative win rate on split. They have only around a 39% win rate for the stage so far. So truth be told, even if Alter Ego has been an absolutely potent force on the offensive, it hasn't seen much success on split. Thing is though, the only saving grace really for them, of course besides the scoreline, is they have made these adjustments on the composition to try and see what works. We'll see now if AE can do it later on, but really my question is, how will Griffin actually make it towards the site if Alter Ego is just always there anticipating aggressively onto those exits?
Alter Ego, they have the real right tools to be able to do that, right? To play this contact, to play up close and back out if they so choose to, or continue the brawl. As we said, that Fade plus everything that they've really got here is made for fighting up close. Omen, Fade, Ray, Sky. To take this up close, that CQC is gonna quickly be turned on its head for Griffin. So you see them going for this mid control, but lots of presence, a considerable amount here being put up by the Alter Ego defense, and this might be a bit too heavy for Griffin to lift.
And one more thing with the Omen and the Fade together, yet again, you can't trust your eyes, and in a map like this, where you might not be able to see them coming, but you hear them coming, and that's a perfect opportunity. What was that? The wire select! I've seen Ferrari peaks, but that one takes the cake. Suddenly, a wild ass appears, and that's in the opening. Griffin is looking for bravery, pretty much the virtue. this pivotal creature can become. But you are divided, you are dead apparently, Noxy will say. Fade deciding to be ambitious and to get that takedown. Not only that, Noxy is just not done. What a setup for himself. Getting a takedown off the shoot fat BB. Heaven is not really a place here that Griffin can rely on. And while Rainy will go for the resurrection, looks at Noxy go yet again. 3 for Noxy already. Make that a 4th even. Quite truly the obnoxious one to get in the way of Griffin's plans time after time. He's always there to be a threat. It's Noxy here for Alter Ego.
As soon as he found that pick onto YR Select, it was still in B main. It became so much more problematic. Look at this peek, stop and pop from YR Select and back out to safety, but didn't even realize that he was putting himself in a dangerous position there, meditating when it's no time to rest. And Alter Ego, they shut down the push here, coming from Griffin. A lot of times in those kind of B split, or in this case, a 4-1 kind of split that they have, with the 4 men going through that heaven and having a late look towards B main, you need that B main to be successful, to make sure that that hell is cleared and not occupied. And since it wasn't, Griffin, they get stalled, and Noxy, he finds an opening pick here to hamper even more the momentum that Griffin haven't been able to build in the first place.
He's just not done. He's just continuing on. Doesn't matter what he's playing, whether it's the Chamber or the Fade. He is as potent as can be, and the rest of Alter Ego now following suit on the example. Delby coming in close and Rainy. Apparently this water cycle will not work out for him. Alter Ego making quick work here of Griffin so far. And I just wanted to say, before that quick round, it's just that taste of their own medicine, but amplified to become the whole damn pill bottle. We got that Ferrari peak a while ago from Wire Select. Alter Ego respond in kind by playing the hard aggress. And that's been the problem for Griffin. They feel like they're okay, they're fine for the time being. But that calm before the storm is not safety whatsoever, because Alter Ego is just creeping closer towards Griffin time and time again, and you can see how successful it has become.
The success that they've been doing here, they've been rather achieving, has been, I think, really, once again, due to that composition they're bringing. Even though we say, yes, it matters more how they play their hand, it's pretty nice to start with a good hand and a good deck in the first place.
Come on, you always go for the double down when you can get to that 21. Pocket aces, that's the way to play. But now the Seekers, the intel absolutely free towards the fence. And Alter Ego. We have seen Griffin already take that mid control, but they cannot get Garage whatsoever. Axel Love you this time, able to chop up the opposition. And Kush, how many times have we done this? How many times are you going to be absolutely trailblazing here for Alter Ego? Flawlessly done! The sewers yet again, the staging ground for Kush.
My goodness, Kush! Just finding his way through the defense here from the sewers, smoking them out. And they had no real idea he was there. Once again, Wire Select meditating, but it's Kush who keeps calm and collected to find the 4K. And Griffin, their hopes are being shattered slowly here. He's been such a crucial piece that Alter Ego have been proposing to Griffin time and time on over. Griffin, the fact that they are just completely struggling to get anything going, they have a bit more archaic of a I guess composition here with Shu Fat on that jet, and it really hasn't been benefiting them on this attacking side that you thought it might be.
Mate, that's the second time they get away with it. The first one's excusable because of that Cyber Cage timing, but this time Alter Ego just catching Griffin in the middle. This has to shake down the confidence here of Griffin right now, and the drinking, well, apparently the confidence is still there for Fong. Kush has to be careful, but look at him go. Never mind, he drops down. Super Bibi will actually get that takedown. Griffin, they just need to keep their calm and collection. It seems like this is the perfect chance to do so. Very confident round here for Griffin. They move towards that A side. Noxy will beat them out, so here for Fong. Nightfall getting ready also. And this will depend on the rotation. Axel love you, but Noxy, he's ready to make the plays for himself. The Prowler looking for a target anyway, and those trails can actually size out where the opposition is. Axel love you now finding low HP on the winner. Here comes Noxy trying to thread through the gap, and here he goes yet again. Noxy now with a takedown from the side. 3 already here for Noxy so far. All left now to Wire Select from above though. The Astra tried to be the star of the show. There we have the pull. There we have with all the utilities, with Noxy just holding right there, smack dab in the middle. Problem is though, you're vulnerable, you're seen, and you're gonna be wall banged there in the end. Griffin will take the round, and what looked to be confident got costly there near the end.
Yeah, way too close to the wire. Alter Ego almost popping the fuse here of Griffin, but Griffin, they hold on. And once again, Dax, this has been a trend and a pattern that we've seen throughout that entire map number 1. It's continuing here. The rounds that Griffin look much better on the attacking side is when they push the pace, when they go aggressive, because that's the only real thing they can kind of do aside from maybe winning out in the defaults. But their defaults haven't been too impressive this map and this series in general. So when they push up the pace, it's been working for them. We saw it on Bind. It works out here once again in that round for Split on this map, but if they can do that once more, then this could be a better chance at the very least of getting back in the game for Griffin.
This is my opinion here, but Wire Select, well, his fact is he can get rid of Noxy. I'm saying it for Griffin, they should be playing a faster pace. Not just because it has been more successful for them. Fang already seeing Delby will get the takedown and get that intel, but it allows him to stay away from the flank that is so essential here for Alter Ego. Kush will trade back, get that intel also for the side of AE. These guys just change hats by this point. And Axel Love You now has to make the waiting game hold. Adren can go over onto the tower. This is condominium, and this is his lock and key to hold things down together. Griffin, though, cannot decide where to go as per yet. They do decide actually now to go for the B side. They will throw like thunder, but the Drenkin, yet again, the timing is just perfect here from the sky. Second time's the charm apparently here for the sky one more time. A Drenkin now looking for a target here. Rainy dropping on down just into the loving arms really of this Majesty himself. And Kush is there to finish up the round even. Just in a game of rotations, it's Alter Ego getting into the right spot at the right time. You are out here, good Sir Griffin. And the bottom of the night now, it's Alter Ego with quite commanding lead.
It's ring around the rosy, isn't it? A carousel here of death, really. You find one, you get the neural theft. I'm gonna do the same to you, returning the favor. Wire Select and the misassumptions here that Griffin have, like Winner, they're not expecting a Durn King to be able to find an opportunity, and as well as we see there the Sage near the end of things here from Griffin coming from Rainy, not anticipating that or acknowledging the presence there of a Durn King. He gets caught out and that just crumbles when Griffin had a firm lead in the round. Their man count dwindles, and now they're at the 9-3 position in this map. And Delby could go big here. He finds one, transfers to the second, but doesn't find it. Now, that drops the showstopper they otherwise could have had.
No more. Griffin, they finally get the man advantage that they're looking for. But yet again, can they actually pick up the pace and move towards that site? Spike being delivered towards that A site. A Dren King gonna get spotted there after some good intel courtesy of Fang. And there you finally get it near the end of the first half. It's Griffin getting the setup that they want in the first place. There's a tripwire there in the south. We have the wall right in front of the CT angle. And Griffin absolutely prepared for what Alter Ego may bring to this table. But keep an eye out yet again on the flank. Axel Love You. Does he find Wire Select meditating? Pretty much just turn on around here. Axel Love You checking the corner first and foremost. There we have the backstab now, but the Cosmic Divide still getting it used. Axel Love You a little too late to prevent that ultimate from coming online. Can AE use this though? That's the question. Already Noxy tried to prove that one right. Rainy though with the trade. Here comes the Dren King yet again. 1v1 situation with Winner on the board here. Trying to find that takedown. And that is his name. That is his game. Winner will win it here for Griffin at the end.
They get a bit of a consolation near the end of the half, but this huge lead of Alter Ego could be the exact cushion they need to soften this pillow here that Griffin are trying to propose. You see Griffin in a lot of these type of rounds just be able to bring things back when it almost looks like they shouldn't, but luckily there for Rainy, he scrapes by with that one. How many times? This is like the third or fourth time that we've seen Wire Select get caught out in meditation. Seemingly more like it creates more stress than peace.
Sometimes you always just want to keep your eyes on the prize, man. And when you're in a different dimension, you're not looking at reality. A little unfortunate, honestly, for Griffin. And in all seriousness, I think the biggest problem for Griffin there in that first half was the fact that similar mistakes that we've seen early on still happening there. Twice did Kush get such good value through the sewers. Twice did we see Wire Select being caught busy meditating, busy setting something up for the team. And it has taken some great heroics here from the side of Griffin just to get some of these rounds. They are going to be on the defending side where, in all honesty, they look so much more comfortable with. But that scoreline is still a problem. And with Alter Ego, the best test now is right in front of them. They just need 4 rounds to get this win to qualify for LCQ and move on to the next round here in the APAC Challengers, but also try to prove to themselves that this is the composition that they want to bring forward on a map like this.
This comp, it's been working out for Alter Ego. Same couldn't be said for Griffin, even though we've seen this from them in the past, and even if they've had good results with this exact comp. But the thing is, the last time we did see this composition here come out from Griffin, that was against the Ghetto Artists, twice on over. And as great as they are, it's not going to be as comparable to what ONIC have been, Alter Ego have been able to do in the Indonesian scene. So Griffin, the last time we saw this comp, and the last time we saw them play Split in general, was in their local qualifier, which is a very different stage that is set compared here to the top 8 part of APAC here in the knockout. So defensive side of Griffin, it has to be impervious. It has to be nigh impeccable. Otherwise, this could be a quick 2-0 series here for Alter Ego.
Alter Ego, there's so much at stake for this best of 3, so you know they're absolutely salivating at the potential victory as soon as possible. Griffin, though, they're trying to make history here for HA Taiwan. They want to move forward into this tournament and prove yet again that the standard of the region absolutely ever increasing. So this Griffin roster, we mentioned it a while ago, really only forming up for this stage, and their final member only getting that activity here in APAC itself. So already a great run from Griffin so far. Can they go the extra mile though to just get the comeback on and force out a map number 3? Alter Ego vying for that middle, and they're just looking for anyone who dares push that way. Still a bit of a regroup from Kush right now, and seems like B side is the target.
Gotta hit the bullseye here. Otherwise, they might be thrown in for a loop. Griffin, they've got a good read on the situation, I think, to default, and if they fall back here and give up the site, it might be difficult for them to retake, but Too Fat, he doesn't mind. He dashes on in into safety, but not for long. Noxie and X11, they filter them down, and Del B, oh my goodness, shredding them apart, Daxes. Noxie and the rest here of Alter Ego make this pistol into quite a fashionable one.
Alter Ego just showing again how potent they can be. They decided, let's just go for that B site and a standard execute, in all honesty, to get those takedowns. Shufat maybe trying to set up a bit of that one way, and it was really that spot onto, well, the drop down that allowed him to get that takedown. But beyond that, Alter Ego so quickly taking back that site, taking the site rather, in their name, and the speed in which they did it just caught Griffin absolutely off guard.
Griffin not even anticipating that, right? They did have a general okay read on the situation, but it seemingly looked like those lines were blurred. Couldn't see the fine text at the end of it. It's Alter Ego who pressed the issue here. This Prowler is going to be huge. Now Wires are like, he's dead to rights, and there's no way he's getting more than anything out of this. Noxie and Burn King just draw him down, Dax, and this is a quick round once more for Alter Ego, and they're looking on pace to qualifying for that LCQ slot they're looking for.
Blink of an eye, and everyone's just dead there towards that B side. Fong, the only one here, trying to at least find some solace. But beyond that, Spectre in hand, Alter Ego, such a complete arsenal. And if these guys play this way, when Alter Ego is this hot, they just look absolutely nigh unstoppable. We always talk about the Indonesian squads being so potent. It's a little bit unfortunate for their side that all 3 are actually down here in the lower bracket right now, so we're going to be seeing more of that civil war later on, and I do believe whoever wins this series will be facing off against ONIC. I'm not too sure about that, but I'm sure about Alter Ego winning the round at the very end. So good damage done by Fung, but beyond that, it's not really the best kind of eco. Only 2 kills, and Griffin, they have a lot of work to do moving forward.
We could be looking at another Indonesian bout here. We saw one to start off this entire knockout stage with ONIC versus Boom, and Alter Ego versus ONIC could happen once more, but I guess that's bound to happen when you have 3 of all their really representatives making it in the knockouts.
3 out of 8. So what's the math on that round? 37.5%?
Oh no.
Yeah, the odds. No. Like it's around every 1 out of 3 matches it's gonna happen, and I guess that's case in point right there. Griffin though, if you're calling me a smart guy, these guys need to be wise of the ways of Alter Ego, and Rainy trying to be ambitious on top of the wall, seeing Kush hop on the round. But look at that, breaks the whole segment and breaks the faces of 2! No one expects truly the Cypher going in like that, and Kush one more time being as incredible as can be. This is looking to be a done deal, and Alter Ego are already signing the papers. Flawlessly done, but what utter timing Kush just is able to exploit there.
Wow. No one expects Kush's Inquisition there. Just exquisite play and timing he finds to break that wall through, and they were really none the wiser, not ready to anticipate that. The bonus here looking like an end one even more for Alter Ego, as we are at the point where Griffin they lose this series, they lose this map, they lose this round, they are out for the tournament. Not out of the year. They still got the LCQ, but Alter Ego, they're looking on pace to qualify into that last chance qualifier.
Just the way that they're commanding this, just the hunger is real, and Alter Ego looking to devour that A-hole as soon as possible. Fung, the first to fall. Noxy going for it already, throws out the C's, looking to at least entrap anyone, but Winner will get that takedown. Shoot from Baby already towards the screens. Alter Ego, ambitious enough to climb the tower, and there you go. Kush, really the ladder's right in front of him. Adern King as well as Axel Lovey with the takedowns. Rainy, the only one left, but this parade will be rained on instead by Alter Ego. The hunger was apparent, the victory is secured, and the future is bright for Alter Ego. They continue on in APAC, they secure LCQ, and they eliminate Griffin Esports along the way. Big win with big implications for Alter Ego.
Lots of confidence Alter Ego has built here. The Altered Beasts have altered themselves into an APAC LCQ qualifying team. And once more, they're founding their stride here in the lower bracket. Is going to be really a big successful point for them. Griffin, they are eliminated here from the knockout stage of APAC Stage 2. But we're going to see them still in LCQ, all things considered, as it's Alter Ego who continue their run here further.
With a single best of 3, their life this month, their life into the next one, and truly the rest of VCT is secured here by Alter Ego. We've seen some of these names already with greatness in APAC get their only foundation through Stage 2. One was Team Secret, the other here Alter Ego, and both of them getting the job done when they needed to the most. So our first eliminated team will be Griffin Esports. They had an incredible run so far, making it to the top 8. Unfortunately falling short versus the just aggression there from Alter Ego all throughout. We still got one more elimination to go. Of course, the panel will break down what just happened there on Split. Daxo in black and blue. We'll see you guys in just a bit here for more VCT APAC.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
Alter Ego truly being the heroes of this tale, and Griffin Esports being the villain for now. Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, likable, fluffy, and tricks once again. And Griffin Esports will be the first team to be eliminated here on the Knockouts. And Fluffy Alter Ego lives on their dreams, lives on here on the lower brackets.
I mean, Alter Ego really showing an Alter Ego, showing a very different form that they had during the first game where, yes, they were able to pull off the map win on map 1, but it was still a very back and forth thing and shaky overall towards the end. But here on Split, it looks like they were so confident coming into this. Their defense was impeccable. A lot of players, especially Noxy and Kush, really was the shining stars for me on that Fate, especially on that Cypher, creating so many good opportunities, be it via the lurk or as well as setting up for the site. And when they got to attack, winning the second pistol, in my opinion, is one of the biggest factors, because when you're up so much rounds on the first half, winning pistol almost guarantees you an extra round. And in that regard, it really pushed their agenda really hard, all until I guess Griffin just couldn't handle it.
It definitely felt that AE had a clear direction, clear idea of how they were going to play this map. We actually even saw Kush, lurking a lot of times on that Cypher, taking that back line. And just how many times has he been able to go through sewers and just fight Griffin at mid and pick them off without them expecting it? And honestly, the combinations of utility on AE's side with the Omen Paranoia paired with sometimes Fade's Prowlers, and then on top of that a Sky Flash, just sometimes giving Griffin no room to breathe and just constantly getting put on the back foot.
Let me take on a deep breath before I even get started with Kush, because if I were on the side of Griffin Esports, if I were on any team over here and Kush just does that over and over again, I would be really annoyed. So I'm glad that that's not me, but kudos to Kush. Really good lurk from this guy. I was really impressed because lurk on me once. Oh wait, what am I seeing on my screen right now? That's beautiful. Sorry, I had to point that out. That was Masters. Really nice stuff over there. Now, going into this map, Fluffy, and with the compositions that these guys had, I have to agree with one of the casters, specifically Dax, when he said that one of the win conditions for Griffin Esports over here was to actually put the objective down. Plant the spike, and then everything else follows afterwards. Because as we can see from their lineup, they had a very good defense potential coming into this series.
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, they didn't make it in time because, as you pointed out, playing their lineup to, I guess, knowing that they were going for an attacking half first, it was very interesting that they still decided to go with that Sage as well as Cypher. Although, overall, I'd have to agree with Dax as well. I think the pacing of the game was a bit more of the problem rather than the agent selection for Griffin Esports. They really gave enough time for Alter Ego to create enough opportunity for them to succeed through the rounds, as we see here on the series highlights.
Yeah, that's definitely that. I definitely saw that in the match too. Just seeing the way AE was able to get that space, get the picks as well, and their Cypher always being in a really good position, whether it's cameras or not. And obviously, even coming in from that first map on Bind onto Split, Noxy just doing a fantastic job. And I think there is no surprise, at least on my end, that he is the MVP.
No surprise at all. I mean, we saw him on the Chamber. We saw him with the Fade. Just a spectacular guy over here. And you guys already mentioned this, but the phenomenal use of utility all around from this team was just nothing short of impressive, Fluffy. I mean, I know that both of you guys, big brain players, and I know that you guys really enjoy seeing these initiators throughout their utilities. But with you, Extra, being the Fate expert here on the panel, Fluffy, I'm sure that you have a lot to say about Noxy.
I feel like one of the advantages that having an initiator like Fade on your team, at least the biggest one for me, is you don't put your team at a disadvantage in a gunfight. Unlike something like a Sky or a Sova where you're playing far back or you're on your drone or on your Trailblazer, you can really bring out your gun and literally push with your Prowlers. And I feel like that's something that Noxy really capitalized on, not only being able to take space, but also having the aim to back it up. We've seen it in the highlights as well, how many times he's gotten 1, 2, 3 frags, and Noxy is really pulling off again, pushing the limits of the agent to its maximum potential here. It's worked out very well with Alter Ego getting that confident 13-3.
Really did work out in the end. I mean, they already started that first half 9-3, and then they just made sure that that was it. That was the last point that Griffin Esports was going to take. And I think this is a mental note for me, but remind me to never face against Alter Ego when they have the frenzies out, because once they rush in, whether it's a 5-man execution or a split push, it's just impossible. I mean, Delby with a control on that frenzy, scary. I know Scary is not on this series, but it is what it is. He was insane. Anyway, we're gonna be moving over to the final series of the day, and as I introduce the first series, or the first team rather, hopefully I don't make the same mistake that I did introing the other teams, because for the first team for this final series of the day, not to be mistaken with Bleed Esports or Alter Ego, my mistake, my bad, a mistake I've done in the past, you know, it is a team that's so great with their explosiveness, literally by their name and figuratively by their game. We always look forward to seeing them play, and we can't get enough of them. So ladies and gentlemen, finally, correctly, I am introducing Boom Esports. Trix, I did it. I finally introduced them right. Third time is the charm. This is officially it, and this is Boom Esports.
Boom Esports. You've got Berserk, Blaze King, Flipshitter, Frostmite, and Tebatol. Looking at their lineup, you know, they really have these players that are able to shine and able to take that execution, but I find, as Laika has pointed out, they do well on those 5-man executes when they're just bursting onto site, when they're overwhelming their opponents. Flipshitter also sometimes playing just out of it. You know, he's so good sometimes, being able to get those clutches, get those kills, always putting Boom on one step ahead. Blaze King, though, also with his ability to get the information for his team. Berserk just able to open up those sites. I find every single player on Boom Esports just has their moments to shine, and I'm hoping that they're coming into this match against Xerxia with a different kind of approach to it, something a little not just explosive but controlling of the map, being able to change their pace, because yes, we know that they shine in terms of being able to go on that aggressive, go on that push, but I'm hoping to see more in their arsenal.
I hope to see that too. I mean, you touched up on them individually, shining stars, right? But as a team, there have been games, I think that was specifically the one they had against Order, wherein there was no shining star. It was team play all the way.
Yes.
And regardless of whether one person is going to outshine the other or perhaps the team plays come into play, I just want to see Boom Esports come out here and perform. And I think that that's exactly what we're going to see, especially as they face off a team that Trix is also a fan of. They're very clinical. However, perhaps this kind of affects their intuition. They experienced their first defeat yesterday, but perhaps that was not the last. But I'm sure that this team will give us their all, though, because they are known for that. They have given us their all in the previous track record that they've shown. So with that, folks, let us welcome Xerxia Esports. Fluffy, their defeat yesterday actually surprised a lot of us over here, but I don't think that that means that Xerxia is underperforming. I just think that, you know, they have something to show for us, especially as they go over here in this game.
I mean, just because Stumble stumbles and loses their way does not mean that they're lost forever. And Xerxia Esports has always proved that they have the consistency to back it up. And although they took that L from Team Secret, the amazing squad that has graced the international stage, composed of Scary, Sushi Boys, Surf Cruise, and Fox, there's always one that has the most disciplined, most clinical, and most methodical gameplay that I've ever seen here on the APAC stage. I'm not going to be surprised if they take that mentality forward, if they make more calculated moves, especially knowing how Boom Esports does play. I feel like this team has the potential to really be a champion, but unfortunately for them, they are playing in the lower. So right now, it's also a make or break game for them. So they can't afford to make any mistakes right now. And knowing Xerxia Esports, as long as they can still remain proactive, they can always make it count.
You know who's an enabler of proactive plays over here? It's the initiators. And I'm so happy that we get to welcome them over here on our head-to-head. Let's take a look and see. So, all right, Trix. I know that this is up your alley because we have Blaze King and Foxy.
I'm so conflicted because I love both of these teams so much. Okay, Blaze King and Foxy. Both of these initiators primarily also playing on that Sova. You guys know how much I love a Sova. Being able to get that information and get the execution for the teams. I have noticed that Blaze King, when he's executing with Boom Esports, able to kind of flush out opponents from certain angles, but Xerxia on the other hand with Foxy being able to start those fights. So it's, to me, it's a question of being that execution hit and clearing out a corner and starting the fight for your team to get that advantage. Both are advantageous on any team that you're on, but the primary thing that every team needs is to be able to be flexible with that Sova. And we've seen that in some teams coming into the APAC stage too, where they're able to change the way the Sova plays in order to turn the tide for each team.
That's just the impact that these initiators have. And especially on Icebox, I can't forget about Blaze King. I love his Sova every time we're there. He just makes gets so much value out of the Hunter's Fury, the shock darts, everything. That's how Blaze King functions. And of course, Foxy, no stranger to that as well. And I can't wait to see what these guys are going to be bringing over here to the table. But Fluffy, these two, I don't know what to think. Honestly, I know that Xerxia Esports, given their track record, have had a stellar run in the past. But how do you think they're going to fare against Boom Esports over here?
I feel like as long as they can control the aggression coming out of Boom Esports, if they can set up a lot of the crossfires that we always talk about here on the panel that can really give them the consistency to not only guarantee a kill, but more often than not guarantee the trade, it's that stability that they have that I think is the strength that they should be playing towards, rather than trying to be over ambitious at times. Although I have to say that by kind of over focusing and tunneling on that one specific strategy sometimes hurts them, just like how they played against Team Secret, where being too careful really lowered that risk-reward ratio and didn't reward them at the end of it. So hopefully now that they've learned from that, I think that they're going to go for a more proactive approach and be the Xerxia that we know and go back to the form that we've seen them in the past.
At this point of the competition we're in, you know that everybody is so well studied. Everybody has their own aggression. It always boils down to the discipline as well as the consistency at the end of the day.
Yes.
I mean, it's too high a level of competition over here. So it's just so scary. I mean, if you don't, there are off days. Obviously, there are. And it just so happens that if you're not consistent on this specific day and you go up against these opponents who are ready, then it punishes you so much and it's so hard to get back up off of that. And we've seen that happen over here in the competition. You've had these 2-0 series wherein some of these teams are falling a little bit too close. Like, it's almost there.
Yeah.
For example, Griffin Esports, they were so close had they figured out the formula and to beating Alter Ego over at that mind map. But it was just too little, too late. So I'm hoping that for either of these teams, that is not going to be the scenario, especially as we go on and reveal today's map vetoes. I wonder what maps we're going to end up at, guys.
I do too. I'm not really sure what to expect in terms of what they want to bring to the table. I find that both teams definitely having, you know, areas in which they shine and maps in which that would shine extra bright for them. But what do you think, Fluffy?
I'd be surprised if Fracture can get through. Actually, never mind.
No surprise.
It's literally right there in front of our eyes. Fracture not getting through at all. It's not a map that Xerxia has really brought out or have been super proficient at. And even on the other side, if it went the other way with BME's ban, if they banned Fracture instead, I would also not be surprised, just because they kind of have like a 50-50 with that one. It's a very coin flip map for them. So just getting that out of the way, Xerxia taking that one out for the pool. We also have Haven not going to be available, which leads to Xerxia going to pick Icebox for their first map. I feel like it's a very good map for Xerxia. They have a very high win rate and they played so many games on it. It could be detrimental in a lot of aspects because you have a lot of VODs out, but that's maybe looking a little too far into it. But I don't think it's a bad map at all also for Boom Esports. So I would argue that it's pretty 50-50 overall. And for our second map here, that for Boom Esports, we do have the Bind locked in. I know it's one of Laika's favorite maps, which also includes Split, which we won't be seeing today. But Bind, going back to that, I feel like is a map that Boom is very comfortable on. They have the aggression to really support the plays, especially if they're running that breach to really support their duelists. They have brought out the Neon before, so very excited for a lot of explosive plays coming out from that one. But Breeze, on the other hand, will be a map that we will not be seeing today.
Ascent as the decider? My goodness. Okay, so I'm looking at this right now and I'm thinking the win condition for Boom Esports is to get 2-0 because I've seen Xerxia on Ascent and they are formidable. They are incredibly scary, Tricks, and I worry. I know you worry more than I do because I know that you love both of these teams.
I do love both of these teams, and I find that I'm consistently not sure who I'm supporting right now because I love the way both teams are playing. Going to that first map, Icebox, Xerxia also doing really well in my opinion in terms of also their history statistically, how they've been performing. But we have also seen Boom Esports be able to really shine on that map, especially with Blaze King, as we pointed out earlier. And I think at that point, when it comes to Icebox, a map that is so large, it's very information heavy. It's going to depend on how the teams gather that information, not getting that false sense of security, which we have seen a lot of teams have, and be able to execute or to be able to play for that retake, if not the crossfires on the site.
I feel like if you're a Xerxia fan specifically, it looks like it's a pretty favorable map veto for you, because I know that they're a pretty good Ascent team, but for Boom Esports, it kind of goes the other way around, where they haven't had the most success so far on that map. So having the Decider already as kind of not necessarily a guarantee, but at least some form of reassurance means that at least for the first two maps, one of which is your map pick, you have a pretty good chance of winning the entire series overall. So we'll see. Hopefully, you know, it's a very exciting game, and Boom Esports is always one for a fight. Moving on to the Agent Select soon, I'm sure that we'll find out a lot about Icebox.
We will. And since we already have Icebox, Bind, and Ascent in mind, I think it boils down for us to make our prediction, cast our predictions right away. So Icebox, Bind, and Ascent, I already said that I felt like Xerxia Esports does have the advantage over there. Therefore, I am locking them in as my prediction. So you're up next over here, Fluffy.
Well, considering that they've taken out certain teams in the past that are also very explosive, they beat not necessarily on these maps, but they've beat RRQ as well as Team Secret, which kind of has a very similar playstyle to Boom. I feel like I'm kind of confident into leaning towards the side of Xerxia for this one. I don't know how many maps it'll go, but I'm pretty confident that they'll almost always, or pretty much guaranteed to get the Ascent map unless Boom comes up with a big surprise. So for me, it'll just be Xerxia.
All right then, Trix. Wait. I need to build a little bit of suspense over here because I can tell by the look of Trix's face that she's so conflicted. And I have been with you since the play-ins, Trix. I know how attached you are to both of these teams. So a little bit of drum roll. I don't know if you guys can hear it. All right, go.
I like both teams. I think that they both have such solid strong points in terms of the way that they play, and I love watching them. But I think Boom Esports for my prediction. I find that the way that they play, yes, it might be teams that Xerxia has beaten before, but I do like to think that Boom also has proven to us and shown us that they can change, especially coming in from the play-ins.
That's such a wholesome answer. I love it.
Aww.
But you can really feel Trix being conflicted over here. So adorable. Are you okay?
I am. I'm just sad that one of these teams have to go. You know, I'm really upset about that.
Yes, that is the sad reality over here. But hey, making it to the knockouts is no easy feat. So the fact that you guys made it over here proves a lot about the skill, the talent that your team has. And regardless of today's results, that's something to be proud of. But again, one has to go. Is it going to be Boom Esports or Xerxia Esports? That is the big question over here. Another question on our mind, Fluffy, is we're going to be headed over to Icebox. What can we expect to see from either of these teams?
I feel like for the side of Boom Esports, the consistent pick that they've always gone with so far for the APAC Challenger Series, for Stage 2 at least, is the double or triple Sentinel, where they run that, not Cypher, but they run Killjoy, Sage, as well as Chamber, and they rely more on that duelist mindset to really work the map rather than having that explosive power. They really rely on that, as well as the standard Sova, as well as Viper, to gain a bit more control and information for the map. But for the other side, for Xerxia, I think that on Icebox, they have two options basically. They either run a multiple Sentinel setup as well, where they run the KJ and Sage, or they go for the more explosive version where they have the Raze. So for Xerxia, a bit more options, but Boom seems pretty consistent in what they're used to bringing.
Ooh, well, there we go. We're going to be headed over to Icebox, and in just a little bit, the agent select will be revealed. Icebox, such a tricky map to hold. I know that we've seen a lot of these Sage compositions, but there are also teams who are trying to break free from that. And now the agent selections are locked in. We will see a Sage on the side. Xerxia over here. Oh wait, no, both sides rather.
Yes.
Wow.
I think Boom Esports going in with a lineup that tried and tested kind of thing, really just needing to refine it, as well as Xerxia. I think the thing that Xerxia definitely has here over Boom Esports is the ability to go on that vertical fight, which we tend to talk about on Icebox. We like to take those fights in the different levels. It makes it more difficult to get that refrag, especially if two people are peeking you from two different vertical areas. So a little worried for Boom. I think they've done it before. They can do it again with this lineup. But Xerxia seeming, if they go aggressive here, they might just get that win.
I just wanted to add also for the Boom composition, it's something that they've brought out a lot of times in the past. They're very comfortable on this composition and it really works for them. But when you look at the numbers, at least on the statistics for the attack versus defense round wins, you'd think that there would be massive shift in how much percent they win during their defensive side. But actually, it stands very close with 53% of the time them winning attack and 56% of the time winning their defense. So even though they are stacking a lot of the Sentinels, it proves that there's still a lot of ways to play around this. And I feel like if they're not able to really bunker down and double down on the defensive side, they might struggle actually on the attack.
I hope that this isn't the same scenario that we just witnessed in the previous series, wherein, you know, you had a composition in mind, you had the executions in head. However, actually applying it into the game is a little bit different. So, Trix, I really hope that this plays out in the end.
I mean, I'm looking forward to both teams, honestly. I don't think that's ever going to be changing. I love all of the teams that I've been watching. Xerxia and Boom Esports, both teams that I always get excited. So I am hyped that they're playing against each other. I am a little sad that one has to go.
Okay, now that I'm looking at this composition once again, we just talked about the head-to-head about these big brain initiators, and both of these guys are on the Sova right now, just as you guys said, and just as you guys predicted it would go out. So I already mentioned that I love seeing Blaze King on the Sova in Icebox. So I'm really curious as to how Fox Z is gonna counter that Sova over here. Who is gonna be the best hunter today? Really, really interesting to see how this is gonna play out. But with that said, folks, it's about time that we get started. Again, one of these guys is gonna get eliminated, so cheer for your favorite team while you can in the comment section of our live streams, because this is it. It's Xerxia Esports versus Boom Esports.
Familiar names, familiar faces, and a familiar situation to the old guard that is doing battle. They know the drill by now after all these stages for the past 2 years. But we know here that one will be going home after this series. Final elimination match of the night. And it's Boom Esports versus Xerxia Esports. Stacks here with Black and Blue yet again. And this is looking to be quite the juicy match of your Black and Blue. Boom Esports, one of the biggest names from Indonesia. Xerxia Esports, the last hope of Thailand that has made those global waves. One of them will be eliminated after this amazing best of 3 coming your way.
Well, we have two very different kind of veterans here in this matchup, Dax. With Boom Esports being veterans of the FPS scene from time on old. They're back here now in a spot where they're fighting for a potential championship run, but Xerxia, they are one of the most veteran and experienced teams, aside from Paper Rex, when it comes to making a LAN debut appearance here for SEA, and they're looking to repeat that once again because they have never faltered in any of the times that we've seen them to have been a team to really go down early on. And so once again, Xerxia, the powerhouse, the original real powerhouse that we've seen here for the SEA scene in APAC, continuing on. And look at this shot dart being lined up from Foxes all the way from spawn.
Come on, this is a classic Xerxia composition on a classic Xerxia map. They were kings of Icebox way back when, at the start of the SEA Challengers. And we know they were the first ones there to put forward their feet on the global stage. Xerxia Esports, never really disappointing. Boom, though, in the meantime, yet again, they have had their struggles all throughout this stage. They're looking to be in fine form as much as possible. We see here from Boom, though, the triple sentinel composition, basically. No duelists whatsoever. Berserk's already able to take down also Sushi Boys. And Boom Esports off to a good start. Xerxia holding close as per usual. They want to get thrown through towards Nest. But Frostmite with the angle. Surf able to trade back. But flips to dirt. The push is real. And the Killjoy able to get that takedown. 4th position already covered up by Berserks. And Boom stopping Xerxia's advance before it even really got started. Forcing their hand. And even better, slaying the last member as he stands. Scary will feel fright, and Templeton with that final takedown.
Great opening pistol here for Boom. Not impeccable, only losing a single player in that bout. And this is a composition that we've seen be pretty efficient here for the side of Boom Esports. The only real time they've faltered in that case has been versus ONIC, which is the last matchup we saw in the upper bracket quarter final, and they went down in that series, obviously. But that's ONIC we're talking about, the one team that has seemed to be the kryptonite here of Boom Esports this entire stage, especially in their local side of things. But we saw Foxes kind of line up a shock dart there to destroy that trademark in Kitchen, but it didn't really work out. So hopefully he can find the proper fine-tuning to get that working.
And speaking of fine-tuning, one thing I was looking at that Boom matchup against ONIC was the fact that ONIC could get those planned situations down. Boom, they have a lot of ways to stop that in the first place. They'll burn down anyone going for the objective. But they have to prevent that from happening. Put that contest as much as possible. In case in point, Boom already doing as such. Berserks with the first takedown. Tebetol also holding that Spectre down right behind the yellow. Some great taps here from Blaze King, using that ghost as much as possible. And here comes Tebetol yet again, just shattering Surf's expectations. A great hold again for Boom Esports. A relatively clean second round with the Spectres. And now it's bonus time for them.
And this is what we want to see here from Boom Esports, to have that refinement and get these rounds cleanly, especially against the powerhouses that we know and recognize Xerxia to be. They've always been that team that has, just at least tenure-wise and consistency, proven to be the best team in SEA, I would say, because of just how, I guess, consistent they are. But Paper Rex, they've been gunning for that title for a while now, and they've proven to be worthy of that, especially during the last time we saw them at Masters. But Xerxia have also proven to be ever as formidable, no matter who they put in that duelist position. And Surf, we talked about him last stage, Dax, how he's fit into this composition, in this team, this roster, like a well-fitted glove. And he's doing more of that here this stage. But Scary, with a catch off on the Berserks, gives him the advantage.
I mean, that's the case for many an APAC team. Just find that missing piece, and Xerxia, they were able to employ it well in that last stage. Speaking of Xerxia, I believe they've only missed out once from the APAC slots in an international competition, and that was stage 3, I believe, in that case. But
yes,
right now, Xerxia, they're actually going to be moving on forward. Over onto the nest, Foxy already establishing a foothold here. Flips it there, though. Over onto the corner, haven't cleared it out yet here for the side of Xerxia. And Surf and Sushi Boys finally with the takedowns that they need. Frostmine, though, contesting up close and personal. Eventually does get the kill onto Sushi Boys, hanging on back to the back of side. Surf, though, assassinating Tebetol and dashing on away, but leaving Foxy. And, well, Surf also dying to the hand of Frostmite. Scary, at least catching it at the very end, but that got very dicey very quickly for Xerxia.
Yeah, Boom, fighting back with what little they've got. And now I think about it, what I said about Xerxia with, you know, them finding that 5th piece to put in and replacing a huge player and a player like Patifan, who also replaced a huge player and a player like Poo One Tap. Same story here for Boom Esports, when, you know, we've talked about Flip Jitter and how he fit in, and then taking up Berserks as well to take that role. And funny thing is, now they're going with this no duelist composition, which you would think that how it really perform, especially with Berserks being known to be that duelist, but him being on the operator has been a big piece, and him being in this chamber especially has been a big piece of Boom Esports' problems that they propose towards the opposing side. And as we saw throughout the earlier stages of this APAC, he's been performing rather really well on this chamber when it comes to Icebox.
I mean, he's been stepping on up when he needed to the most. Struggles there in the Indonesian scene, Berserks, and I'd say the rest of the roster finding a bit more consistency moving forward. Still, though, I like what I saw there from Boom. You saw Frostmine just finding ways to get those isolations, whether it was the dash on away from Xerxia or a great angle in the first place. It allowed Boom to do some great economical damage. And this is going to be quite a decisive one in terms of the economy. If Boom can take this, he can start running away with this lead, but the darts now into play. Berserk's forced on outs and will not hold it there in the first place. Could have been a chance there for Xerxia, but instead they're looking to go towards that A site.
We see a lot of teams try and employ, especially during their local qualifiers, this no duelist composition, right, with that chamber to be it. But in this case, I'm not sure if Boom are going to have what it takes to do it against Xerxia, who looking pretty on point this tournament. Here comes the execute, though, but great fend off coming from Boom. Good slow orbs keep him at bay, and Flip Jitter, he finds one but traded out.
I mean, they're trying to find that utility value as soon as possible. In case in point, there you go. Battlefield manipulated and Blazing and Frostmite get the frags apiece. Over onto the right-hand side, dropping on down from the rafters. And this is such a great angle for Blazing to utilize. Now the crossfire is set. Tebetol and Frostmite are the ones to get that takedown. And this is so much better for Boom compared to their matchup versus ONIC. Be decisive at using those utilities early on, and it can have an impact before Xerxia can get on site.
Tebetol, as soon as he raises that iron curtain here that Xerxia have to push through, they just struggle to really be able to find the great divide and make their way into the site. Getting isolated, the ones who are past the wall, getting picked off, the ones behind it, not able to do anything to help their fellow comrades out. And the rest here of Boom Esports, they pounce on that opportunity. So the Wolfpack getting things going early, 3-1.
Get out of my way!
Seems like the hunting pack is just ready to sniff out its prey. And truly, Boom, hammer and sickle of balance. They're ready again and again to bring the tools of destruction to the faces of Xerxia. And case in point, Tebatol right in front of Foxy there. We also get the one-way setup to at least allow the escape to happen. But Tebatol double dipping and wants to go for more. Keep an eye out though on Surf. Bladestorm is at the ready. Slow orb into play. And for Zerx, finding the shot anyway. Oh, and Boom can stop Xerxia in their tracks. You can see how effective it can really be. And Boom Esports coming out ahead of, well, quite a strong start. But Cruz and Sushi Boys do answer back. Frostbite now, right inside the maze here by Orange. Frostmine, this is his domain. The frozen crown on his head from the impact he's been able to do. Cruz, come on, a little bit more of that arm strength here, Black and Blue. Give him a hand. There you go. There you go, Cruz. At least tossing that operator away. But this is looking to be a done deal unless we get the one taps on.
I think you gotta work on your bench press there a bit. It's like
someone call Asteroid to help him out.
Yeah, it's like whiffing a free throw. Come on. Well, it's not difficult.
It might be heavier. I wonder if there's any kind of physics. If you have a smaller gun, do you throw it further? If it's a big gun like the operator, do you throw it closer? And Blaze King, well, not of course throw it around. He's able to hold it down and give the round to Boom Esports. But I wonder, right? It's kind of weird conundrum to think of at the end of the day. But beyond that, go ahead, give me a point there because Boom is just absolutely on it right now, and I'm liking the fact that Boom is just being so much more proactive here with the utilities they have, locking down this defense as ironclad as can be.
Totally, they're contesting the contact. They see here, okay, Xerxia, they want to push up front, and to quote you, good sir, they like to keep that to, I guess, their real, advantage. When they see here the filter that Foxes and the rest of Xerxia are placing themselves in, they're like, okay, you want to funnel yourselves there, then we're going to show you the way out. And Tebatol, he's been doing a great job of being really one of the biggest problematic points that Xerxia have had to deal with this map so far. We're only 5 rounds in, yes, into the 6th, but we've been seeing the impact of just his Viper come into full effect.
It just seems like Boom right now are understanding how to get more out of this composition. And for Xerxia, the thing is, this is such a mastered comp already for Xerxia. It's been tried, tested, stage after stage, year after year, week after week. And while it has been absolutely refined by Xerxia, I think the problem now is it too tried and tested? Is it too expected here by the opposition? And it's the Xerxia playbook just out there in the open being read by many of their contemporaries here in the APAC scene. We'll see though if they can make those adjustments to be a bit more, I'd say, forceful, because despite them getting towards the site, they're still hampered by the utilities being thrown here by Boom. It's more the proactive side for Boom, yes, but Xerxia, if they can pick up the pace and find an angle of opportunity, might be their chance to win out some of these rounds.
This is a round they should take flight, be able to win here, especially if they can get an opening pick. But that, well, tour de force is going to be a problem in Berserks. He can take these aggressive angles and back off whenever he so chooses. So Xerxia getting that read, they fall back, realizing, hey, the Aldron's coming, let's cut the noise and cut the info. B-site, not exactly a tasty proposal as of the moment, unless they can take this undertube push and really take Orange as well.
Now we've seen Xerxia though, it's been very direct so far to go towards the site. Now they have the ambition to go through the middle. Flipshader though waiting right behind the undertube angle. And Xerxia now just trying to keep an eye out as much as possible. Foxy though looking for contact, doesn't find it. Cruz also trying to see what's going on in the kitchen, but Flipshader, man, just being as patient as can be. The Viper Spit though into play still. This should tell Boom right now that middle is the angle that Xerxia's coming from, but there's so much hesitation from Xerxia. Poison Cloud in the way. They're gonna go for the kitchen here, Black and Blue, but eventually they're gonna go for that A site, and it's just such a difficult time for Xerxia to navigate in the first place. Now the Swarm for the favor, and Flipshader will find the flavor there to get that takedown. Crossbind on the board as well. Boom Esports now cleaning up house, and Xerxia, they were lost in the woods, and apparently it's Boom with the map in hand. 5-1 now, and Boom just overwhelming on the defense so far.
Xerxia just uncharacteristically looking confused there on what to do, and they're not a team that we know to just not have the capability to commit. Really, they're not afraid of that, but seemingly here they don't push through that mid into the Orange, which I thought they were going to do. They had the recon ball to try and gather information on the back of Orange anyways and perhaps find Flipshader out, but the read isn't coming. The calls maybe as well isn't connecting, and here for Xerxia, playing the time to their own demise.
Xerxia Esports, we know them to be such a confident, secure squadron, Last round, really the identity absolutely befuddled there. As Boom Esports looking so confident in Alter Station. We've seen Berserks just be able to hold down on yellow. Yes, there have been situations where he has been taken down, but Tebatol is always ready to pick up the pieces if need be. Snakebite though being primed. Foxy, does he actually advance forward and try to get that kickoff? Really, the matter of the duels here for the side of Boom Esports. Berserks able to get the advantage. He finds a second. They're playing so well with that Poison Cloud, and Xerxia just coughing on their own blood by this point.
Xerxia struggling here so far. Could Team Secret have broken them in that match that we saw up against them? They won that opening map, but after that, everything in that series turned against them and turned sour, really. So Boom looking pretty on pace to get the 6th round, an equal scoreline at the end of the half at the very minimum. Xerxia, maybe they can get a few picks here, get some damage, get some confidence, more importantly, going their way. But Flip Jitter ends Scary quite quickly.
Look, Frost might get away even with using that slow orb. Sushi Boys does get a takedown. There's a quick little toxic train in the way, but it doesn't matter as Cruz decides to navigate. It's Blaze King there to set him back a station. 6-1 now, Boom Esports. Absolutely commanding so far. And we're just seeing so much value from the small little setups that they have done. Their back is just absolutely rolling by this point.
What they've got going for them has been really everything. Momentum, confidence, and the calls, the reads as well, coming into full effect. And they've been winning these gunfights, but another gun round here for Xerxia that they need to win at this point. If they give up another round, even with the max loss bonus, it's not going to be an easy task for them to continuously buy moving forward. And Xerxia, they can't give up a 7th round here on the defense, especially when a lot of teams know this map to be sometimes attackers sided. Not super, but it can be at times, especially if a team gets momentum going, which Xerxia have yet to find.
I mean, I wonder how Boom's gonna look to play that attack later on without that duelist. But I get you. When you have that space here on Icebox, you can do wonders with it. Xerxia, they haven't been allotted so far of that location, but this time they're looking to make a claim towards that B side. Though the play, but Cruz can't even find anyone to help him out. Blaze King spraying it down, praying and getting that takedown. The lockdown though for the space. And Boom Esports will look to respect it, but still keep an eye out on the snowman angle. Would it be too surprised if Blaze King can find another target by this point? Perfect scan, looking for the takedown. Foxy now with a covering fire using that Hunt this Fury, but Xerxia only now getting that spite put on location. It's looking very dicey here for the attacking side as Boom Esports are ready now for the retake. Tempotol though over onto the corner here of the Viper Spit, like to get the backstab as much as possible. They also go for the lockdown here, black and blue, and things are even looking more perilous here for the side of Xerxia. Surf though on the inside, Tempotol already getting 2 so far. Blaze King on the board, and it doesn't matter if Surf is right here because this is as clean as can be for Boom Esports. The lockdown isn't even done yet, and Boom already get the round.
They're the ones keeping things on lockdown right now. A prison, a sentence delivered here towards Xerxia, and they can't find any way to get out of it. Struggling so far. We see there that with the frag found by Foxes, rather by Blaze King, spraying through and catching really Cruz, that made the plan so much more difficult. No wall to use now, no real chance of having him back up online even if he had the res, and Xerxia just crumble at the seams because of it. Boom Esports realizing that, hey, okay, they popped this Viper's Pit to allow them to get the plant, but that will just allow us to circumvent them, take that yellow position, and hit them from the flanks, and that's what they do. Completely swarming over that Viper's Pit, and they seem to find the right poison for the snake.
Yeah, for Xerxia though, even if things are looking absolutely bad news bears right now, we still have that Team Secret matchup to look at that they can try and contest after a bad loss. I know it's a little early, but not all hope is lost here for Xerxia. And let's not forget a bit of that history versus Boom Esports. They have found their markers against each other just this year. Really didn't get much between X10 and Boom back then in terms of the matchups, except at stage 3. But beyond that, it was Xerxia who put Boom in the lower brackets. It was Xerxia who eliminated Boom Esports from the tournament altogether. And Boom right now just looking for revenge in the most convincing way possible. Scary though does find Blaze King right smack dab in the middle. Xerxia trying to get that spike down towards his A site. They have the space this time to get it done here.
They will get that plant down. Most of the presence here considerably from Boom is towards mid to try and secure that res on Blaze King. They get him back up to the fight. and give themselves a man advantage with Cruz. He's got a res to use too, but the thing is, Foxy's is way too out of line to be able to get that going here, so he can use it in the post plant. Hunter's Fury doesn't connect, but shakes him up, it stirs him, and they completely fall down. Boom Esports, everything working out for them. I don't think Scary's got this, even with a flank.
I mean, he's just looking for kills by this point. They could just run away from him, and they even put up the wall just for good measure. It's all about safety here for Boom. Safety in numbers and safety in the scoreline. Commanding lead here by Boom Esports. In a blink of an eye, we just saw all of Xerxia on A site die. And while Scary will get the exit kill, it's not even basically a consolation prize by this point because Xerxia is grasping at straws here in this half.
Struggling very uncharacteristically in a way that we have almost never see this from Xerxia. Yeah, even against the creme of the crop, the finest that you'll see in the entire world for VCT, Xerxia don't struggle this way. Not on a map like Icebox, a map that they have done big things on to start off and get really SEA a name for themselves early year one. So for Boom, this is the Boom where we want to see. This is the Boom we're expecting, and this is the Boom that I was looking at last stage to be the finest that APAC has got to offer.
I mean, you're not wrong with that assessment. They were looked to be as one of the top teams getting into APAC in general, and a little bit of just getting that elimination from the hands of Xerxia. And the struggles this stage have made it a bit wary for Boom Faithful, but we can see now that their fate will be rewarded, and their frags are looking to be as sharp as ever. Surf, though, his blades. This time the potency does come here for the side of Xerxia. Berserk's now ready to challenge next. Foxy, though, able to get the pinch on. And Xerxia this time playing more to the map compared to before. The backstab is perfect, courtesy of Scary. He's got the catch on the Frostmind over at Snowman. And Xerxia Esports, this is what we have been looking for all throughout the half. Get that active map control and just go for those perfect angles against the opposition. It's absolutely systematic. More in line to the Xerxia brand. And while Flipshooter is all alone, this is commanding here for Xerxia after everything is said and done.
Yeah. Finally, a round that Xerxia actually look like they have some command over the situation, have some read, and this could get them going, Dex. If they win every round right on after and bring this 8-4, that is certainly doable for Xerxia, especially if they win a pistol. Flawless round here that Xerxia finally find. Seems like the flower is blooming.
It might be difficult because it's quite an icy waste here, but sure, go ahead. Let's see, though, if Xerxia can sprout for a few more rounds. 8-2, looking pretty scary. If they make it 8-4, though, that is still something of a possibility. And this time, I like what they basically did. Just divide and conquer, find the angles, and their backstabs were so impressive because they got so deep towards the opposing side's location as soon as possible.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to get this one back as soon as possible because their attacking side looking a bit more proficient now. Still Blaze King, though, to spam through, and Flipshooter gets a kill as well. Finding these cheeky angles to punish him, and Blaze King doesn't let that go unchecked here in the Surf.
2 for 1 basically at this end of the day, or in this case 2 for none. Just Blaze King getting the kill twice on the Surf. The aggression there from Boom Esports, allowing them to catch Xerxia off guard. Yet again, we see the problems for Xerxia rearing its ugly head. They're just not ready for what Boom Esports has in store for their opposition. And you can see how much being more proactive has become the strength here for Boom so far. They have the utilities to do so. They have the roster that's willing to actually try it in the first place. And they force Xerxia to play as a crawl here instead.
Xerxia, certainly on pace to maybe flank out of this early on when nobody's expecting this. The era of Xerxia, not looking to be the finest golden hour for them, but let's see if they can continue it on. Trademark here will keep Scary at bay for the meantime as it's slowing the pace down, but the time is ticking. They have to get on this soon. They're waiting for an opportunity, but Boom, they're not going to present that. And this is the only chance they have, but Berserk's, he shuts down any notions of anything happening in Xerxia's way.
Come on, in every kingdom there is that golden period, but there are also the dark ages that may happen. And things aren't looking too good here for Xerxia whatsoever. Tebatol through the middle.
Remaining.
Foxy, oh, he wasn't even paying attention. What went on there on the side of Xerxia, but Scary at least getting that kill from the kitchen. That's all Xerxia will get after the round is over. Boom Esports now making it 9-2. One of Xerxia's, though, is alright. We'll see.
Yeah.
If there are any necessary, I think there's going to be a little bit of pause here going on. But beyond that, Boom Esports just commanding to put it lightly here, Black and Blue, this is just as overwhelming as can be from Boom. And I really harken back to the fact that they've learned so much against that ONIC matchup, wherein the site take was so secure by that team against Boom that they understand now if they can just contest early on and make it so difficult for the attacking side to navigate towards the site, then their composition is going to be even more effective than before.
Indubitably, Dex.
Thank you. You're just waiting for a time to say that to me.
Very well said. It seems like a lot of the lessons that Boom took away from that ONIC matchup, as you said, is what they're really applying on here. And knowing that this composition will benefit more on the defensive side, they're making full effect of that to get as much rounds as they can here in the defense. But then I question, how will their attacking side go with that case? Knowing that they could struggle to not necessarily make space, because that might not be a problem because of the utility that they have, but it comes down to how will they take that space that they've kind of made. When you have, maybe Surf here who can take that immediate space and move himself forward for Xerxia on the attacking side, although it hasn't been working, in theory, that's what you need. But for Boom, I want to see exactly what they can rectify here. We did see sometimes on Over that they're a bit less decisive in that ONIC matchup, but then again, ONIC were really finding things to shake them up, and we have said that many times on Over during that ONIC matchup, okay, ONIC, they don't have a Sentinel, this is going to be a problem, the flanks will come, yada yada who. But it never really was a problem. For Xerxia, they're facing a very different problem here against what Boom have got. Almost seeming like, even though Foxes has prepared himself a nice lineup, it doesn't connect. It doesn't work for that kitchen control. And in that case, you've seen Xerxia go for kitchen here actually more times often, quite often here in this half at least so far. And they've always been held back by that small hurdle that this passive information gathering can bring, but that doesn't mean Boom rely on only that. They also push forward to gather information for themselves, and my goodness, they've been capitalizing off of it and winning the gunfights as well in those kind of lurking angles.
And speaking of gunfights, right, I'm trying to think about Xerxia's impact in the rounds, and we saw a great round there from Surf with the Blades. We have seen some lurks and exits that go in favor of Scary. But the enemies haven't really been lighting up the scoreboard as much here on the Xerxia side. They've been struggling to even get the angle of opportunity in the first place. Boom is the one who takes command of whatever Xerxia can and cannot see. And we've seen the difference that has been made by Boom Esports. When Xerxia gets up close to that A site, it's not just a toxic screen right behind them, but the slow orbs do come. If there's a trademark around, then there's another slow field, nanoswarms along the way. It's just quite the conundrum that Xerxia cannot really solve here. And I feel like it's a bit problematic because you can't get the foothold that they need.
And when you can't even get that foothold, you're going to slip on the rock. You're going to slip on the surface. You can't get yourself within that door. It closes on you. Xerxia here, for the meantime, their opportunity is closing. These windows, they're being shut. And Xerxia, who still haven't found a way to undo that lock, unbind these chains, and break the curse, really the hold that Boom have got over them. And by the fangs here of Boom, not wavering at all, no matter what pressure Xerxia put, but we haven't really been seeing Xerxia be the team that they are, where they like to pick and prod here, like to slow things down, and really play the default super well, and that's kind of what ONIC were doing on their attacking side, and it worked against Boom. So for Xerxia, it is a case of them not being able to apply what they normally are good at. Yes, maybe it's slipping from them in this very moment, but then again, much has to be said also to the credit for Boom to shake up the pace and not allow Xerxia to anticipate the set.
I mean, they jumped Xerxia basically in that last round.
Yeah.
No one expects Blaze King and Flipshader to contest that early on, and Xerxia apparently didn't get the memo whatsoever. Now, I am looking back at my records real quick here, Black and Blue, because we have done this for quite a while already. And did you know that, I believe in the VCT SCA scene from last year, Boom and Xerxia only really faced off against each other once, and that was Stage 3. You'd think that these names would have seen each other a lot more than that, but it was always around Boom versus Bren, and then Xerxia would end up with, what, Paper Rex or Full Sense or whatnot. And it's really interesting that they don't actually have that much familiarity from last year. They got most of their familiarity this year in Stage 1. And like I said a while ago, Boom Esports looking for revenge in this matchup and trying to eliminate Xerxia the same way they were eliminated last time. One more thing though in this whole quote-unquote matchup here, Black and Blue, is the fact that you remember that kind of interesting group stage system we had last year in stage 3?
Yes.
And the fact that Boom Esports was able to win against Xerxia in their series. It was a best of 2, and they won out 13-7 compared to the other map that Xerxia was able to win 13-6. It kind of allowed them to win the tiebreaker and eliminate Xerxia or then X10 from making it to the playoffs in the first place. So it's like there's a bit of history right now between these guys, but my biggest surprise here is just how recent it's been compared to some of the other SEA squads who have really known each other directly through VCT from last year.
Yeah, this has been a bit more of a, I guess, recency in terms of or any real rivalry that we have. But then again, when you look at the last stage here, Dax, and you see how, well, it's been Xerxia who have been really taking things forward and shutting Boom down. They've won the last 2 times they've matched up during stage 1. Once in the upper bracket to send them down, and then again in the lower bracket to eliminate them. So it really is Boom here, teetering at the mouth, foaming with anger to try and get the revenge versus Xerxia. But I do think Boom, they have what it takes, but not just that, not just having what it takes, because you can say that about any team, but they, while might not be in terms of power level in general, the better team over Xerxia, especially tenure-wise and consistency-wise, I do think their playstyle in general matches up super well against Xerxia. Sometimes it's not necessarily about what team is better than the other, but more importantly, which teams exactly they match up and can beat against. And I think that the way that Boom likes to play is exactly the type of play that any team here in APAC will love to have against Xerxia. I would even say that even though Secret were able to beat them, yes, Boom, they are, in my opinion, one of the best teams to match up against Xerxia, just simply playstyle-wise, and a lot of that is because they are so good at not just defaulting, yes, we know that from Boom, but shaking up the pace in a very disciplined way. Not just willy-nilly, gung-ho, go in, but there's a lot of reason to the madness that they're trying to rhyme here, and Xerxia, they're a team that likes to have things a bit more stock standard and by the book, and when they shake up that page, it's Xerxia who try and find that page and go missing.
So you're telling me Boom can read the playbook upside down?
Yes.
Okay, that's great to see. And I can agree with you in a way that Xerxia is a very sharp squad at playing the style that they know. It's been working since the beginning of SCA VCT last year, and it continued on here for APAC. But yet again, when you do the research, you see how they're playing, you can know the style that they're doing it with. The only problem that I'd say for Xerxia right now is they're just not getting the adjustments that they are known to as well. It's been pretty much a more default heavy, a more standardized playbook by Xerxia. But one of the big reasons why they've been at the top of the scene here in APAC is because they know how to adjust on the fly. They know how to be potent out of nowhere, and they can bring out some of the best guns if need be. The only problem now, right, specifically in this map, is we're not getting that. They're just looking absolutely befuddled. They're absolutely in the hands of Boom Esports right now, playing to the beat of their own tune. And for Xerxia, they're gonna need someone to really step on up, because that will be the signal for them to get more of a scoreline. It's been a struggle. I think we can look at Scary right now. He's been one of the best controller players in the history of SEA in general, and he's looking to be the one to stay alive many a time here for Xerxia. But while we do have that time, I am very interested to look at all the LCQ points that we have here. So effectively, it's all SEA for the slots that we have. As far as I know, OCE will have its own tournament to take that last 10th slot. And what everyone's playing for here is who will be the ones who will go to champions directly. The top 2 in the APAC seeding will make it to champions. The rest of that 3rd to 11th place will be moving to LCQ very soon. So it really goes to show that if you make a deep run here, and especially in this case, if Boom is able to eliminate Xerxia, that slot is absolutely up for grabs to go directly into champions.
Ooh, that's certainly case to be made for either team to really want to progress on here, but boom, they have a real good chance of doing that and seeking the revenge. It's a rivalry that we haven't necessarily talked about because it hasn't really existed, but just the fact that these two teams have been going on for quite a while. Well, I mean, last year, Boom were only able to take a single map from Xerxia and nothing else more. But for the meantime, though, we are going to be going on to a break. So, sorry to be the bearer of bad news. We'll see you guys in a bit. I'm Black and Blue, with me is Dax, and don't go anywhere as we'll be back in a hair.
Lost control, looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed. I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know Delilah, don't you know
Wolfpack's on the hunt. It's Boom Esports with quite the commanding lead here in map number 1. We have returns and we'll be getting Boom versus Xerxia very, very soon. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue. We were just talking about how, in all honesty, this matchup looking pretty particularly in fashion for Boom, to say the least here, Black and Blue. It's a possibility for them to actually take this series if they can keep up the level of play that they're doing so for now, but also the adjustments that they have done to really improve their icebox defense. It's Boom showing lessons learned.
Yeah, it seems like they found the hedgehogs of ONIC a bit too prickly, and are now settling here for Xerxia, and it's been working out for them a lot better, taking those lessons and applying it here. The pack on the prowl. Boom Esports are. The operators out. Make that 2 of them, especially for Boom Esports. And this could be the shakeup at Xerxia. They're probably like, oh, we got an off-down attack. Surprise. And Boom's like, we got 2.
Just one it up as much as possible. Surprise! And this is just continuation, though, from where we left off.
Actually,
we have now into... Where's the third? Oh, yeah, third and fourth. That counts. That counts. And look at Blaze King. Are you really going to bring out the Odin? He's thinking about it, Black and Blue.
Yes.
I'm just watching. But, okay, back to the serious business at hand. We continue on. Last round of the first half. Xerxia Esports trying to prove that they can make this A-take work. And here they come yet again. Foxy, though, watching in the middle, trying to see if anyone's going to be pushing that way. And the tour de force now brought that here by Boom to make it even more of a shooting gallery.
It's going to be a problem for Xerxia. Any lane they take mid, B or A, it's going to be a problem for them to have to deal with long range. And for Boom Esports especially, the defensive side is going to bode a bit better for those operator plays that they got. Look at this heavy stack utility-wise and man count-wise towards this A site. Operator rings on out, you can see. This falling back here, flip, they're getting out of the site. And the plant cannot be stuck just yet because Boom, they're doing a good job of keeping this at bay. But here comes the lockdown to try and force him out of the site. And this could actually secure the plant, but the question is, how will the retake work out now for Boom now that they've got a bunch of ops to use? They drop it and pick up the rifles instead.
I love the call, though, from Xerxia, using basically the stall from Boom against them. And since no one could push, it allows Xerxia now to make that space to create a vacuum here and put that spike down. Crusoe trying to go for the plant, but the Odin actually finding its marker! Where do you see that on a map like this? Only Blaze King is able to get that conundrum on, and now Flipster getting on the board. Over onto the corner, though, Surf watching it out from the 4th position. An aggressive angle here for Xerxia, at the very least, giving him a fighting chance. And it's 2v2 after everything is said and done, but Blaze King, your wonders, will it cease? Here we have now the bounces, though, doesn't get the takedown. No, it forces Foxy out, though, and Berserks will catch him off guard. All left now to the Surf. He popped off versus the Rafters. Can he do it yet again? Keeping an eye out on the high ground as much as possible. But the Odin, who is able to get away with it, his name is Blaze King. All hail his majesty, the Odin. And Boom Esports, they make it 10-2 in the most uncanny and unexpected ways, to say the least here, Black and Blue.
My goodness, Dax.
When do you see an Odin like that?
On
When?
Icebox. On Icebox of all things. And he denies the plan perfectly with it. Wastes so much time here. And that vacuum that has been made, well, seemingly enough, it's Xerxia who suffocate in the breathlessness that would have been placed upon them. Blaze King sees the shoulder and takes everything to head as well, too. The Odin here, absolutely crucial point that they've used to really make what you'd think it to be a thick sheet of metal into mere paper. Boom, have been ripping apart.
I can't believe it worked. It seemed like he was playing gun roulette there for a while on the Arsenal screen, right before the round started. He was like, do I play the Phantom? Do I play the Odin? And somehow, the absolute wall penetration of the Odin comes to bear fruit for Boom, and they take the round. It's just incredible right now here from the side of Boom. And when things are looking up, things are looking so much even brighter. The sky is the absolute limit here for Boom Esports. Xerxia, though, they have had a stellar record on their defensive side. And they need to prove it right here, right now, in the score line that we see here as of yet. But we've seen epic comebacks happen on Icebox before. It's still a possibility for Boom, though. It's all about delivering to end the game, and to end the map, rather, in their favor. And they just need to prove that they can actually make this no duelist composition work on the attacking side despite the pitfalls that may come their way.
You know, historically, Xerxia have been very efficient at shutting down Indonesian teams, specifically here on Icebox. They've beaten Alter Ego quite heftily during the group stages, and they did the same towards ONIC last stage around, twice over actually, on Icebox as well. So their struggles right now could be a turn of a new page, a new leaf here being shown by Boom Esports. And once again, this pack, what they've got going on has been a bit too compact for Xerxia to blow wide open on that defensive side. But let's see now Xerxia. They are more efficient on the attacking side in terms of winning rounds statistically, but you gotta throw the stats out the window and see what they've got to play here with today. Triple stack towards that B-long coming in from Xerxia on the defensive side, looking to try and impose a real good control on it. It's Boom Esports who want to take mid to start off this opening half, second half.
I mean, we've seen the struggles from Boom Esports before. Can they cure it now And the finish line is just on the horizon. Immediately they'll flip shit. They're getting a good scout onto Foxy. Nice third placement to prevent the push from Xerxia to begin with. And you can see for Boom Esports, they're willing to play in a more patient manner here, Black and Blue. Since they don't have that duelist, they can actually run down that clock and see if anyone is willing to push towards them here. Still, now the regroup is called, and Boom deciding perhaps we can go towards that A site.
It might be the right call, considering here for Xerxia, it's Sushi Boys and Foxes holding on to it. And there's no real utility from Sushi Boys to keep them at bay. They're going to have to rely here on the wall placed by Scary to be that big toxic screen and keep him at bay. But if they don't gather information to put that up in time, then it might just be to a moot point. Boom here, playing that contact, walking ever so slowly. They finally make that contact on the Foxes. The wall will come up, but the Sage barrier is going to keep them safely into a plantable spot.
Yeah, but the backside now going to be dangerous here, as Xerxia will take control of it. When you wall here to the left-hand side, it's a funnel that will be all about direct contact, but you said it yourself, the hit is there. Sushi Boys having to back on away. Xerxia, not the best HP for 2 already. They're trying to crack this wall as much as possible to give them another angle, if ever. A little bit of the break here, but Berserk's now looking for the shots. They're finding Blaze King though with a stellar shot with the Sheriff. Berserk's now training it back, and Flipcher there looking to crawl on through the top screen. Anyway, Boom though with the frags going in favor, and now the Swarm burning Sushi Boys down, and there's no touching the spike whatsoever here. Scary, the only one left though in a 1v3 situation. Wall is down, and all he sees are Boom looking at him straight in the eyes. Eagles here looking to flock. It's Boom Esports, man, just able to hunt down the remaining members of Xerxia there.
You see Surf here buy up the Sheriff, but Cowabunga's the wave too big for him to handle, and that investment just not really getting much in the end. He's able to buy a Spectre. They could force buy this, and I think it's the right call. You can't give a match point in this case and have to come back, what, 10 rounds? Way too big of an ask, even for a team of Xerxia's caliber, especially when they're playing, like, really not the way we'd expect them to. Boom Esports here, on pace to a very commanding opening map here in this series to eliminate Xerxia potentially, and their era could be over.
It's the first map, but it's looking to be absolutely a pittance here for Xerxia so far. Flips, they're also getting away with that kill for 6 on the board, and this is perfect for Boom. They want to be on a map point scenario as soon as possible, and with just their willingness to go for that contact, they seeked, they destroyed, and now they have that spike down, commanding it again from Boom. Xerxia left with 2 members, and really, Sushi Boys and Foxy, what else can you do by this point?
Not real much here. Sushi Boys and Foxes are going to have to try and bring this back somehow, but that's it. This is going to match point. Berserk secures a round and the 12-2 lead. 10 rounds up and over Xerxia as Boom. This is one of the best looks we have ever seen from Boom against a top-level team.
It's just Boom getting better and better every single series we see them in.
Yeah.
It's apparent the lessons learned from their losses, from both the play-ins to the group stage and to now here in the knockouts, they've been able to find their form. They've been able to wash away the sins of the past, and in all honesty, sometimes having that deep tournament run from start to finish can be a blessing in disguise if you feel that your form is shaky. Boom now. Can they continue on to finish the job off? That's the question. Xerxia, though, throwing caution to the wind, and they're already aggressing towards the A-side. Flips the dirt. Turret found one before. Can it do it yet again? Well, he's watching towards the gate there.
Definitely true, Dax. As we saw in some of the local qualifiers here in APAC, some of the teams that got further were the ones that went through the open qualifiers, right? Instead of the ones that are directly invited to their local qualifier instead. So for a team here like Boom, who have heated up throughout this tournament, and a lot of, people, fans, viewers might wonder, why are they picking the same map that they lost to the last time around? Well, because they have a recent VOD and a recent note to try and take and flip jitter. He takes note of that, but he's quickly traded out here by Foxes. But yeah, to have that information to really know what to adjust in a matchup like this is crucial. That's what Boom have been utilizing all tournament long.
Yeah, Xerxia doesn't seem to be the same case as of yet. The playbook absolutely exposed, and Boom Esports just using the pages that they have read to their advantage.
30 seconds left.
There's the dart action. Sushi Boys using the turret for the distraction. Berserk's finding Surf though to start things off. Already good sign here for Boom. I love the angle there with the Nano Swarm just to prevent that default plant from happening, but Boom doesn't care about that right now. Tempotal hugging the wall, And he just might be the epic surprise that Boom wants to give Xerxia here. It's one gift that can keep on giving, and there you have it. Tempo all right now, taking a sip of the action. Scary will go down. Foxy though, and Sushi Boy's on the board. 3 for Foxy so far. Big step up when they need to the most. And it's all left to Berserks to go for the barrage yet again. 1v2 situation though. For an angle here and sets up the rendezvous. Time though ticking. Xerxia, they need to get the defuse in fast, but there's the peek into the takedown. Doesn't care about the outdrone whatsoever. Great timing there from the side of Boom. But Foxy getting halfway done. Halfway left. It's all about the shots here. And Berserks, he is the true weapon of Boom Esports. 30-2. We thought it would just be quite an explosion, but it's an absolute blowout here from Boom Esports. What a win to start off the series.
What a round, what a map. And what a performance we're seeing here coming in from the Wolfpack. That is Boom Esports, cementing that Indonesia is definitely a region, a sub-region here to be fearful of. The amount of top-level quality teams that they've been really dishing out throughout this entire stage and throughout this entire circuit has been immeasurable. And you can see here, merely what we would call the third seed of Boom, making things happen against one of the best teams we've had consistently here in the APAC stage. But Boom Esports, they're on the path to finally ending the Xerxia era. From start to finish, they could see it all. For the meantime, though, that is map number 1. We're going to see you guys when we come back here for map number 2 of the VCT APAC stage.
Esports takes game number 1 over at Icebox against the formidable Xerxia Esports. Here once again on VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers are your panel, Likeable, Fluffy, and of course Trix. Now Trix, so far so good on your predictions, but I do think that this is just a bittersweet feeling on your end.
It is bittersweet. I felt that Boom, going into Icebox, having received a defeat last time, did a fantastic job in understanding where they went wrong and figuring out what they could do better. Xerxia seeming a little lost, especially in that first half. I'm not sure if they were able to deny the information that Boom was able to hold based on the agents that they were playing. We saw them with that triple sentinel. Fluffy pointed it out that they needed to, bunker down and get those defender points, and I think they did a good job on that.
I actually think they did a great job on that, because when you look at the score for the first half, they almost got the perfect score that you can get for the first 12 rounds, ending at 12-2 before the half. And I think winning the pistol, especially on the second half, really sealed the deal for them, because winning that pistol meant that they basically had that extra round if they normally win the bonus. And after that, it was about more playing to make the least mistakes rather than playing to win, just because the advantage was so big. And thankfully for Boom Esports, they didn't have to wait very long entering and ending the game for 13-2. I think Boom overall, even when you look at the score line, they're very close together. Only Berserks and Tabatol maybe slightly above the pack, but generally speaking, it was just a great effort from the whole Boom team, especially the way they use their utility to really slow down and shut down, if in the matter of fact, the pushes and attempts that Xerxia attempted to make.
Now, my next question is going to sound a little bit critical, but I think that this is going to come from Trix. So I think it comes with a lot of love behind it. What do you think is going on with Xerxia right now, Trix? And what should they do to bounce back from that?
I think that Xerxia was expecting to be able to get those picks on Boom Esports, because Xerxia really thrives when they get a pick. But the thing is, with Boom playing on that triple sentinel, they also didn't give space for a pick to be made. They played it safe, they played it for the retakes, they played it for their utilities. So even if space was given, generally it wasn't actual space that Xerxia could retain, because Boom Esports had the utility going into the site. So I find that going into the next map on Bind, I think being a little more proactive, but also playing to the strengths of their agents in terms of Xerxia. They have things that they can do with their lineup, but I found that they seemed really lost in terms of getting those rounds and finishing those rounds against Boom Esports. And at the end of it, it's really playing to your strengths, playing for that refrag, and not being afraid to take those duels faster.
Yeah, a lot of adjustments on the part of Xerxia's Esports. I mean, I think we probably established this. I know that the casters have also mentioned this, but this isn't the Xerxia Esports that we were expecting to see in the knockout stage. They had such a solid performance in the group stage and as well as APAC 1. So starting off a little rocky over here at the knockouts, and honestly, they need to bounce back from this, because again, this is a do or die match. Fluffy, we cannot forget that. This is a do or die match, and on the other hand, Boom Esports is really looking convincing over here. We talk about Team Secret being back, but we can't forget that during APAC 1, Boom Esports was also quite the formidable foe over here.
I mean, that's basically the entirety of the match right there. It's really do or die for both of these teams, and looks like a very big do for Boom Esports. They really have shown that they have had that mastery, especially on the Icebox, learning from a lot of mistakes that they've done in the past, like Trix mentioned. But for Xerxia, on the other hand, I'm a bit worried, because even though a team practices and does well and improves, a big difference in score, 13-2, is just kind of staggering, if I'm going to be honest. And I mean, I don't want to be a bit critical here, but honestly, Xerxia, I expected a lot more from them, considering the pedigree that they come from, the undefeated streak they had up until the Team Secret game, and just the consistency I know this team can have. So hopefully bringing this mental and knowing it's do or die for them and going into the next map, which I believe is Bind, hopefully they can show a lot more promise there. Although on one hand, they do have a very good Bind, but for Boom Esports, we have to remember that this is actually going to be their map pick, because Icebox was the pick of Xerxia. So knowing that your opponent is also probably more comfortable on that map and it's part of their strategy can be kind of intimidating at times. So hopefully Xerxia has the confidence to bounce back, because they are a very experienced team, and I'm sure they have that in the bag.
I'm sure they do. I'm actually remembering their series from yesterday where I said, this felt like opposite day because the way the maps were picked always went in the favor of their opposing team. For Xerxia's sake, maybe that's the same case today. Maybe, you know, I believe that Vine is a Boom Esports pick. Please correct me if I am wrong.
Yep, you're correct.
Okay. So maybe it's gonna be a repetition of yesterday. However, since that series actually went in the favor of Team Secret, Xerxia Esports better give this their all, and they better bring it up to the final map because, again, eliminations are in order, guys. I'm a little bit shaky for these guys. I mean, gonna get eliminated, and I think that goes to play that they have the added pressure right behind them. I mean, Boom Esports, sure, they could make a couple of mistakes over here, but given that they already have that first point, or that first map point, what's up with the advantage? So they can rest easy a little bit. Oh my god, I'm adding pressure, aren't I? I'm doing it again.
Yeah,
A little.
I feel like it's kind of deserved though, because there's a lot of expectations when you're looking at a team like Xerxia. But I guess a little sigh of relief is knowing that at least for them on Bind, they currently haven't really shown it on the APAC stage. But back in the Champions Tour Thailand stage 2, they did take out Made in Thailand there with a very convincing 13-4 in the upper bracket semifinals. But that being said though, we have seen Boom Esports play this map very phenomenally as well against Oasis Gaming, rest in peace. So hopefully, you know, if they bring that sort of game plan into this game on Bind, depending on what agents they decide to pick also, they can really change their fate.
I love how you were able to sneak in Oasis over there, Fluffy. Is it a little bit of jealousy that I keep...
It's in the statistics, you know?
I feel like it's a little bit of jealousy because I keep hyping up Trix's favorite teams over here. But since you already brought up your favorite, Bind is my favorite, but talk about your favorite compositions over here, Fluffy. What are we expecting to see from either of these teams?
For Xerxia, I think that they're going to go with a very stable Brimstone, falling back on that Chamber as well as Raze and Sky.
Mirror. It's a mirror
matchup. They go
matchup.
for the double controller. So yeah, as you mentioned, it's going to be a mirror matchup from both teams. So when it comes to a mirror matchup, especially on Bind, I think it's more of a priority system that's going to be the game-winning factor. The win condition for both teams is which one can get to the important part, the deciding fight, faster if they can use the teleporters to their advantage, especially having the Sky on both teams. It doesn't provide them accurate information, but it does give them that frequent ping to know that there's an enemy nearby so they can readily expect a push incoming, or if there's going to be a retake incoming as well.
Honestly, Fluffy taking those words right out of my mouth. I think the same way. When I see a mirror matchup, I always say that it's a matter of prioritizing what they're controlling and using their utility to get the maximum value. We do know that Boom Esports and Xerxia like to take that mid control, especially having that Chamber, going on that aggressive with the Sky as well. They're able to get good information here, but it's a matter of if they're going to be able to flush out the sites. And in terms of retake, I think it's also about what kinds of utility they're saving for the retake, if they're saving any at all. We've seen prior that Boom Esports likes to soften up the opponents, and kind of when they're hitting that retake, it's more of a cleanup crew in comparison to Xerxia really just setting up to play as a team.
Yeah, I feel like with this specific matchup also, considering the fact that it's a mirror, so this works for both teams, it's going to be very important for the Sky player, in my opinion, to have our eyes focused on them, because the Sky is the only info gathering agent they have, especially when they uses the Trailblazer. If you kind of remove that dog or drone effect really early, it stops a lot of information because there's no secondary initiator and there's no accurate information with a scan. So even if you get a ping off the flash, you don't necessarily know how close someone could be playing. And especially with this double controller setup on both sides, I feel like there's going to be a lot of vision denial. Imagine 2 Viper walls and all the smokes coming from Brimstone. A lot of ratty plays and a lot of maybe even judge plays can be expected from a matchup like this.
I'm wondering what kind of plays we are going to be seeing, because it feels like we're always going to be shrouded in smoke over here, but I'm excited. I think this is the first time that we've actually seen a lineup like this one. Both of the teams have had double controllers. So very interesting series we're about to face off. And again, this is happening on Bind too, so what a treat for me. But with that, I'm going to be passing you guys back to our casters so we can begin with game number 2.
bit of a blast in the past in this matchup, and of course, a few nuances here they're brought out by Boom and Xerxia to make things up on what could be the decider. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Boom Esports versus Xerxia Esports. My name is Dax, map number 2, and it's Boom Esports with a 1-0 lead. But I was alluding already to the fact that we get some major adjustments to the composition here, black and blue, and the first thing I notice is you get Boom having Berserks back on that raise. You bring back that double controller that they were so happy to utilize way back when. And on Xerxia's side, you get Sushi Boys on his signature raise.
And I do quite like having them on the raise this time around, especially for Berserks, where we have seen him have mixed results when he does play that Neon, especially even on Bind. He might have good performances here and there, but I feel like he looks more comfortable on that. And the thing is, it's Xerxia who don't really change up too much here in terms of composition, but this is a comp that they have played in the past. I'm looking at the last time that these guys have played Bind, and you see that it really did go Xerxia's way, but this time around, a few new things to throw into that shed. As now, Boom, they pick up the double controller, continuing once more, and they put in the chamber this time, as well as that raise. So I think this could be a big point of contention, a big point of contention that they could use to overthrow here Xerxia and possibly end this 2-0. But let's see now, defensive side, starting for Xerxia here, looking for B long control early, anticipating a B push.
And last time around, it was Xerxia who took that win versus Boom Esports. Last stage here on Bind, so you already know, yet again, revenge is a dish to be served here by Boom Esports as much as possible. This is dangerous though for Blaze King, and you said it yourself, absolutely dead. The marker was there with the paint shells, and Sushi Boys back on the duelist role, back on the raise. Still as precise as can be with the lob. Boom now utilizing the rotation to move towards that A side. Xerxia defending from the showers here should give a Boom at least a chance to plant things down.
Look at Flipjitter pushing himself very far forward, and as I said a while ago, a lot of times they have a spike too. When they have a man disadvantage, you're going to see teams want to push forward to try and get an early pick, and that they do. Berserks winning out in the end in the long range, and they've circumvented this defense who have pushed their way in the showers, and now a retake is going to happen. Seems like they have to commit to this A site.
Yeah, still our advance here from the side of Boom. Get that map control and actually get the control of the A site for themselves. Guiding Light though gets the confirmation. One is up there tower, and Berserks will go down, but eventually now the escapades here of Cruz alongside his teammate. Able to get that kill. Flips to there though, teleporting back to get that takedown. Temple on the board, flips to there right now, trying to keep that tower control in favor. A single bullet though will do him in. Scary right now, looking for a target, breaks the rendezvous, looking for another opportunity. You don't get the double peek though. Flips to there, barely missing the marker there. And it's Scary right now, finding Temple. Anyway, 1v1 though with the big ones. It is Scary who's the absolute monster there in the end. Xerxia Esports, the navigation to go for the rotation, allowing them to get the win.
Risky play they ran there here, Boom Esports, having that spike on the Flipjitter when they were pushing. I'd like to see it maybe one more of the backline players, but I guess the idea there is if the spike is on the backline and it drops from a defender within the site, then they won't have the option to maybe push through that CT. But still, good recovery from Boom to get that spike plant down, but I would have liked to see, even though he has low HP, actually, more importantly, because he has low HP, Flipjitter actively find that information and try and find where Scary is exactly, because if he goes down first, it isn't as big of a problem as compared to if he's the last one standing in 1v1 with a single mark away from death.
I mean, truth be told, I think I mentioned it while we were seeing the action. He was probably a step or two away from actually spotting Scary and enter the lamps there. So the timing just didn't work out for Boom. And now it's even worse as Surf is ready to keep an eye out over B long. They already get rid of Flipjitter. The rest of Boom might follow suit. Guiding Light though is to play a pop flash here from Foxy to advance. And when do you see this? Who actually climbs the stones here? Foxy hugging the edge of the map right now. It goes after Frostbite, Blaze King. So many targets, so little time. And eventually Foxy will get one. But that's Spectre in hand here for Boom to utilize for the rest of the round.
One but done. So far, Spectre retrieved, but Frostbite, he's low, so they might want to give that on over to Berserks in case he might need it here. Crawling up towards B, and there it goes. They flip it over to him, try and get him going early on. The push here coming from Xerxia is going to confirm that no one's really waiting towards this market. No one's waiting to go and hit A. So they're going to be on the flank here. Thing is, Boom Esports are not watching their flank, and this is going to be quite problematic here right now for Boom, as they simply get found. Oh, the timing though.
A step away from Demise and Frostmite. He was so low in HP anyway. Berserk still finding Surf though to make the entry happen. Cruz right now just dashing around basically. The speed of that stim beacon, allowing the Brimmy with the stimmy just to make quite haste there happen on the site. Beyond that, though, Xerxia's rotation yet again, allowing them to win out the round. But look at Cruz go. He just sped on in and played around with the amount of space he could make from his mobility.
Yeah, just scuttering feet back and forth, a quick step and the quick end there as they push on into his site. Cruz doing a good job, but the timing has been crucial already in 2 of these rounds where we see people just barely slip by. More Scooby Snacks for the moment, but early pusher towards that B-long fountain. They're trying to look to make it poor. Sushi Boys and Foxes, they have a committed position here they can bail out of, but it will bring them into a long if it ever does come, which is for Xerxia, rather. Boom. They're also waiting here by showers, too.
Come on, what's new, Black and Blue? We see those rotations coming after the opposition. Now, though, Xerxia looking very confident after the first 2 rounds. Just going for the investment now. It's win as soon as possible. Get that confidence back and prove that they're still in this series as much as possible. You mentioned, though, the aggressive position as of yet. Boom. Trying to coordinate to see if they can actually go for this B site here. Guiding Light, though, finally getting the confirmation that the fountain area is held here by Boom. Speaking of them, though, they're already pushing on forward. Trailblazer getting spot on. And thinking about it for Xerxia if they're gonna teleport on through, but they don't as of yet. Not fully committed. Just getting away from the full flash so far. And Boom rotating because of the presence implied by Xerxia.
Yeah, they can tell. 3 defenders on this site. Let's go towards A. We have a quick rotate anyways here from the market. We're looking at make shop. Oh my goodness, what a shot from Flipjader. He opens up the site. They now know that Showers is controlled here by Cruz. They put the smoke down, pushing through that molly as well. Flipjader, he is on a mission to take him down.
Oh man, he even went through the flames, and now look at Cruz absolutely pinched here by Boom Esports. Can they actually get the confirmation? Yes, they do. Sushi Boys, though, blowing Flipjader up for a bit of that repentance, and Sushi Boys is not done. Already feasting on these targets. Can he go for more, though, in the 3v3 slate? Blaze King inside the showers. There we go with the pop flash yet again. Fox is trying to swing it by, but Berserk spotting Surf and his gun first and foremost. Sushi Boys now out in the open, trying to find anyone willing to challenge him. But Boom, they have some great angles so far to utilize. It's all about when they peek on that. Foxy, though, waiting for the contest. Blaze King even quicker on the trigger finger. Sushi Boys now the only one left. Can he ace it out to win it here for Xerxia? Boom. They already have some losses piled on over. Since Xerxia went for the investment, they will save the final gun here at the very end. It's Boom getting back on board after the scrap fest that was a site.
Not a bad round for Xerxia, but it only really came from Sushi Boys. It's Boom Esports. The lineups here, that snakebite to connect is more than enough to help them secure that round in the end. Force them off the spike, force the engagement, and get things going. Flipjader. Incredible round we saw from him. He only gets 2 in the round, but how high impact that was. Opens up the site, gets the other defender in that Brimstone on Cruz, who was waiting in the showers to open things up. Even though he does get naded out of it, still, he's done a lot and really did a big part of that round to be successful. Look at this wall coming from Boom. This is one that we see teams like to employ when they want to crawl up into that pocket and maybe have kind of a short semblance of showers side control and towards triple. So I'm curious to see if they're going to actually utilize this, or if they're merely conditioning Xerxia for later on.
Sounds like you want to make it a Pavlovian effort there, method there, rather, Black and Blue. Kind of scary if you think about it. Condition the opposition, sure, why not? But Boom, they do want at very least contest where Xerxia has come from as much as possible, and you can see it now. They're playing it slow and steady, making sure that they don't get their guns stolen away from them. Sushi Boy still has the rifle for the previous round. Boom Esports, the slower play. You see this a lot from Boom here on Bind. It's all about regrouping before executing.
Well, let's see if that's going to work out for them. Italian effort here by the entire team could be what works out. Sushi Boys gets that opening kill. And playing up close, Surf realizes he's a bit too far forward for this engagement. Blaze King. Oh my goodness, Fox, I think he's been fired out. No, he doesn't actually see him, even though he clipped through that smoke for the meantime. Blaze King walks through to his own demise. Surf takes him down, Dax.
Man, this is why you don't peer through the curtain. Immediately scared off by Surf and taken on down. Look at the cross-star being set up here by Xerxia. Frost, Bind, and Templeton do get on the board. Doesn't really matter too much because Xerxia has done some impeccable damage here already in eco state. Surf now has to teleport on the way back into the container. Cruz waiting for the timing to go for that orbital strike, but Templeton has already abandoned mission. And Xerxia Just a stellar hold yet again. They were just completely prepared for what Boom was planning in the first place. And despite the disparity, it's Xerxia with the victory.
Xerxia. Great rounds here to convert. Looking a lot more proficient than they did on Icebox. Making a real case for us to have good hopes for a map number 3 between these two titans of the scene.
Well, as of now, though, Boom Esports, bit of a timeout gonna get called. It's not gonna be easy pickings like Icebox, and Xerxia proving yet again that they can be an absolute powerhouse when they look comfortable. It's just interesting, though, to see Sushi Boys there thrive yet again on that Raze position. He is so potent with the Raze in general, and in maps like this, it's good to see him bring out some of those niche picks that Xerxia is able to flex to, despite being a little bit more cookie cutter on the roles compared to all the other squads in APAC here, Black and Blue.
And having that wider playbook and having many different looks is what I think Xerxia have to employ, because they are, for very good reason, the masters of their own style, right? And it's a lot of times better to master one style over be okay at a bunch of different ones. In this case, Xerxia, though, that one style has been a style they've been perpetuating for, what, the past 2 years now, and other teams like Boom, they've caught on, and they get how Xerxia play at this point. Almost all the top teams do, but still, not everyone's able to take them down. Secret were able, yes, yesterday, but Boom, they have to finish the job here today, otherwise they might be facing, really, to be one of the teams from Indonesia to flunk out, leaving ONIC here. But for the meantime, Xerxia should have a good round in this to extend this into a 3-round lead to get things 4-1, barring some good plays from Boom, who still have a chance with these rifles, but not for long.
No chance there for Flipster. Got spotted there by the operator. Xerxia now setting up every single kind of station here. Nice retreat though from Foxy. Berserks just a step too late to catch it back. And the repeat now to get the takedown. That's just injury added to the insult there, my friend. You waste your ultimate, now the opposition wastes you. Painful stuff here for Boom, as Xerxia is able to toy with all the angles that they can utilize. Sushi Boys even advancing already from a main, and he can actually find the angle here for the backstab if there's that rotation. Surf, though, he will be tested now by the guiding light. Backs on the way. The smokes are played out to allow Boom to come in a bit closer, but their arsenal not the best. Blaze King picking up a rifle along the way here, but look at Sushi Boys go. Already controlling short alongside Foxy. Boom absolutely boxed in by this point. And while Xerxia, they brought in the backing tape. Might be high time to just send it to where it needs to be delivered. And there you go. Flawlessly done. It's impeccable from Xerxia.
Great rounds here from Xerxia. Once again, this defensive side of theirs looking pretty locked down over the Boom Esports attack. We look at what Xerxia typically are proficient at, and it is this defender side here on Bind, but they're also really good in attack. It's really neck and neck. So Bind has been one of those maps where they might not necessarily be known for to be a great team on Bind, but it's always been a necessarily reliable one when it does come to it, whenever they have to match up against a team who's also pretty proficient at this. So Boom here, you see them default quite often, but that's the gameplay, that's the plan that Xerxia want to play. So Boom have to be careful not to play into Xerxia's hand.
The thing is, though, it's, again, this is the map pick of Boom Esports. Will we get a repeat of what happened between Xerxia and Team Secret last time around and get an amazing game number 3 along the way? Bit too early to call, but Xerxia looking so much more stellar. Completely different team here in the second map compared to the first one. And this is the Xerxia Esports we expected, as they are the last hope of Thailand here so far. All the smokes, though, dropped in the world immediately. It's the execution here from Boom. Frostmine just watching all the way in behind. Here we have Cruz right now with a bit of the molly action. Retake, though, for the side of Xerxia. We'll have to wait as they go for the rotations.
But this ult could be big, especially since we do have Berserks here on the lamps. When Xerxia go for the retake, Cruz, and he pops that now, will force him out of it, flushing him out and gaining control of the site. Now this pulse plant, so much more difficult for Boom to try and win with it being out of their reach. And Fox is on that flank, is going to go big. Here comes the Trailblazer. Blaze King able to go for one, but it connects as well. Showstopper making things much more doable. 3v, make a 2v2 attacks to try and defuse, but the lineup are too good.
They didn't see Tempotol whatsoever. And he's the one who gets to take down all the Sushi Boys. And Tempotol does it again. Here we go now. Scary going for the defuse, but there's just no hope whatsoever for Xerxia Esports as Boom got the lineup and got away with just standing on top the pedestal there. Boom takes the round, but did my eyes deceive me there? Because I believe Sushi Boys was already rounding the corner basically. And since Tempotol was busy lining things up, he effectively gets ignored. Keep an eye out on the minimap here, Black and Blue, because this is what I'm talking about. So he's going here towards the corner, and Tempotol's just right there standing, looking at the sky, and getting away with this business, basically.
He gets away with murder scot-free. Punished in the end, yes, judgment imposed, but he gets away with the crime still.
Can't believe it.
Xerxia. Well, they do lose the round, and Boom able to scrape by because of it. The timing here, positioning Tempotol, hiding in plain sight, more like a chameleon over a viper, really. Different kind of losing.
We changing animals now. Maybe we can change the color of the outfit of the viper, right? Just a little bit of Metal Gear Solid action. Beyond that, camouflage apparently can rule. Octo camo, yeah, it's true. But despite that, though, it's all about adaptability, and Boom Esports able to adapt on the fly versus Xerxia retake. They got so much space a while ago for Xerxia. Unfortunately, just didn't pan out as the corners weren't checked the way they want to. Speaking of corners now, Foxy trying to make it work. He's gonna tap the Seekers, though, and gets the surprise onto Flipshooter even. He knew he was on a one-way trip to hell. At least he brings Flipshooter along for the right. Boom, though, coming up with the advantage. It's 4v3 now. And here we go yet again. After the contact on one side, they will rotate to the other.
Yeah, they're falling on through. It's Boom Esports. Finally a response here. Still, the time ticking could be the great equalizer here to get Xerxia still in this round. But Viper's Bit is going to hold control of A Shower. It's not that Boom really wants it as of the moment. To have two controllers still up is going to help him in that utility shuffle. And here they go. Orbital Strike to make sure no one's waiting inside that lamp. They have an opportunity to get the spike plan down. Unless Tempotol can deny this. And that's going to be crucial because of the time ticking. He gets it with a snake bite next. Oh,
That's huge there from Cruz. Predictable actions there from Boom. And they just prevent all of the setup from getting any value whatsoever. Xerxia Esports, the absolute denial. No means no. And Xerxia will go for another round. That was just perfect from Scary. And then you add in the angle. They're taken by the Brim. Xerxia Esports, that's map mastery at its finest there, Black and Blue.
As I was saying, Dax, moving on forward, you know, it's going to be the great equalizer here for Xerxia in this round to be able to play that clock, and that's exactly what we saw. The time ticking against him, even though it was a 3v4, became such a huge problem here for Boom to try and get that spike down even with the advantage. And Xerxia, simple snake bite, spam through the default, they get the round.
Let's call it the default for a reason, and it's been on the textbooks of Valorant of all these maps for quite a while already. Xerxia will know that one by heart. And speaking of the hearts, well, the heart and soul now. Surf able to get that takedown onto Blazing Cruz, also getting on the board, and yet again, Xerxia's defense looking as ironclad as possible. Boom, they're trying to use the smokes to navigate on through and get a better chance in these duels, and Flipster, they're able to infiltrate, but doesn't matter though. Scary, quite the guard himself. Able to hold the back line as much as possible. Berserk's not the only one left, but there's way too many of Xerxia looking at him. This infiltration, an absolute bust, as Xerxia is able to take the round again.
6-2, Xerxia answering back here and getting themselves going finally after an abysmal icebox. Finally able to make stuff work. Dax, this is an incredible comeback we're seeing here coming from Xerxia, and whatever seems to have been muted from them on Icebox, they've completely regained consciousness and all sensibilities here on map number 2. Operators out for either side once more, and Boom Esports have a gun round to play.
I mean, their voices are loud and proud, and yet again, this reminds me of that Xerxia versus Team Secret matchup. But here we go, Surf reminding everyone who's the real fragger here, and Flipshooter just cannot handle the pressure that was instilled. Already a stellar start here from Xerxia. We've seen the ambition of these angles work out for the defensive side many a times on Bind, and Surf just another example to that paradigm in the first place. Boom though, they have an angle towards this A side. They can use the toxic screen, they'll allow Tempotol to come on through, but look at Sushi Boys just play predictable, or play in prediction rather. finding Tebatol going through the wall. Perfect check there from the side of Xerxia. And really a sixth sense here for Xerxia to keep their eyes on many a play here from Boom so far.
Yeah, Boom getting found out, caught out in transition, and they take a peek through Pandora's box, but don't like what they find. Cruz finding that contact and information here towards Showers, still holding on though. Not realizing that Berserk is already this close, falls back with the pick. Now they've taken down a man, gives him a bit more to work with, but because of the Viper not being down here, it's going to be much more difficult to get in. Luckily for him though, Surf, he doesn't connect that shot. Blaze King has to check his back. Scary is waiting, he bites, and it's too venomous for them to deal with. Round should be done here, Dax, and that it is. A great response from Xerxia coming in once more.
Just boxing in the opposition, like I said, truly right now, Xerxia is delivering. We're getting what we expected from the last hope of Thailand, from a squad that's made it to international waters. And case in point, you can see how potent these guys are at. Not just on the frags themselves, but just the positioning. It's just perfectly timed and perfectly placed by Xerxia. And there's a big reason why it's working out here versus Boom. It also does help the fact that Bind, I think, is a bit more predictable compared to all the other maps because of that lack of build, because of the funnels. And Xerxia utilizing that as much as they can.
Xerxia, they have all the tools to make this work, and they're finding the right ones in the box. Tebatol walking on forward. Surf just making sure that doesn't go unchecked. And these ecos from Boom, they've been struggling to get much going, Dax, on this as compared to their Icebox map, but not that they were on much ecos anyway in general.
Oh, it's dangerous. Oh, the Trailblazer saves Bay! And Foxy!
No way!
You gotta give the Pet a Scooby snack after that one, because Foxy kept alive by the concuss. Here he goes yet again. Finally, Frostbite able to slay the handler. But beyond that, you can't believe what Xerxia is able to accomplish on a map like this. This is looking to be an 8-2 scoreline. And I see here for the Xerxia defense, it's effectively a checklist, black and blue. They check all the 4 angles they need to watch. They put a quick little green tick and say, okay guys, we cleared this, okay guys, we found the target, and from that point on, they move on to something a little bit different. It's just so automatic from the side of Xerxia, and you can see why they're looking so comfortable on the map with Surf popping off like this. 8-2, it's Xerxia again.
Xerxia. Wow, what a response, what a comeback here, and what a map they're really imposing upon Boom. Looking to really dish out the same fate that was dealt to them on map number 1. You go now, I go next. They could end this 10-2 to replicate what we saw there on Icebox. And Surf, his operator, has completely gone unchecked. Seems like Boom can't find the right board for this wave. And Xerxia, they've been overflowing, overpouring over Boom, and really overwhelming them on the defense.
Yeah, they just can't handle the flood that is Xerxia right now. And Boom Esports, we've seen them have those days, have those games where they pop off immensely. Also, misfortune on the other side, performances where they absolutely struggle compared to their contemporaries. Cruz now, bit of the smoke action just to scare Boom Esports off. Will they be walking though into the unknown? Problem is, with the smoke on the outside, they're not going to get any other angles except that straight line. And you can see Xerxia exploit that as much as possible. Sushi Boys playing bodyguard here, playing enforcer rather. And he's just waiting to see if someone's willing to actually go through here. Smoke yet again, and the stall is just absolutely well timed by Xerxia here, black and blue.
Yeah, they're really biding their time. So are Boom though. Making sure that they don't get too overeager. Still wanting to commit to the shower's control. As soon as that smoke dissipates, they're going to go for this. But it's going to be a rude surprise. Tebatol has already made his way here towards the lamp. Surf, though, still gets a pick on the Blaze King, who's coming from short, but now they have no idea Tebatol's here. Here comes out that showstopper, and they're crumbling here on the shower defense. Sushi Boys goes down to Martyr, yes.
Just still stuck though on the outside. The Tebatol finally finding his marker towards the shower itself. Scary though, making the trade. And even with Boom actually trying to blend into that A crowd, it's still not gonna be enough because Flipsitter is right smack dab in the middle, absolutely pinched, and a sandwich made there by Xerxia to enjoy for lunch basically. 9-2. Another one for Xerxia here. It's just crazy to think how they're getting so much more value with the utilities, similar to what Boom did a while ago there in the Icebox.
This really has been quite a conundrum we've seen these two teams be placed in. The pause a while ago, honestly, being longer than some of these halves.
It's the same problem, man. We just changed who had the problem itself. A while ago was Xerxia. Now it's Boom Esports. And when you can see a Brimstone get away with smacking the 3 smokes there, one after one after one in quite the interesting timing. You know Xerxia has a good handle so far on the game, but Boom, will they decide to peer on through the veil this time? Who will be ambitious here? The rest of Boom just congregating, but Flipster is the one who will draw the shortest straw but still come out ahead. Focus goes down, and already targets Boom has been looking for so far. Sushi Boy's contesting, but that's way too many people to handle.
Okay, Boom, we see you now. Not wanting to let the same fate happen to them here. At least to try and end it 13-3. I mean, rather, 9-3. If anything does go awry this round, at least for Xerxia. Here comes out that Viper's Pit, something we've seen be a big problem for Boom to try and address, and the toxicity of that going to be a bit too tough to their tolerance. Falling back towards that B site, the sole defender here being Foxes. He's got an op, but he doesn't have any real way of knowing if somebody's on that flank. Luckily for him, Sushi Boys is on the rotation, and Boom, they might not expect this op to be so far forward, but they're not even going towards short just yet.
I mean, the long angle is so much better here for the side of Boom. They go for the rotations on the further side, and it's perfect now as they're able to navigate through the defenses of Xerxia. I was just about to say, though, that Xerxia doubled down on that shower hold with the Viper's Pit, but that means that the Viper stopped there in the first place. But Foxy doesn't miss! No pressure, no fear! He finds a takedown anyway. Sushi Boy's getting 2 for himself, but Blaze now getting on the board. Showstopper Pride for Xerx will shut it down before it gets its fuse lit. Surf, though, finding Blaze along the way, and it's now going to be 1v2 as Boom Esports has taken some hefty losses to their surprise. Xerx still clutching it, perhaps? No, it's not going to happen because he had to stick it anyway. Scary, timing it so rightly there, and it's Xerxia giving Boom Esports the same scoreline they suffered on from the last map.
He had time to plant it a bit safer, but in the end, well, hindsight is 2020. I thought as soon as they saw Sushi Boys within the site, they're going to drop an orbital strike on him, but no, it never came. And to their demise, they're holding on to the utility, but they confuse the forest for the trees there. Scary. Way too easy for him to end things when it's given to him on the silver platter. And as you said, Dax, a mirror here, a replication, duplication of what we saw on map number 1, done in return. Return back to sender, really, into Boom.
What an interesting script we're following here right now, man.
Twitch director is something else.
Yeah, we get a spicy map number 3 if this continues on, but Xerxia Esports back to being Xerxia Esports. And that was such a pressured hold there for Xerxia. Still, the operator getting that connection, and with the first frag, it allows Sushi Boys to anchor down better towards the side, letting him get those kills, allowing the rest of Xerxia to follow suits, and in the end, what looked to be the best rotation Boom could have done in that situation, it all falls apart from the precision of Xerxia. This is just when, I'm just gonna say it outright, you can see when Boom is playing absolutely better. You can see it now. Xerxia is playing absolutely better. And it's a stark contrast from the lows to the highs of each of these teams able to inflict damage on the other.
Damage imposed, not just in health and in the rounds, but on the psyche here, potentially. Although, seems like Xerxia really embodying the old tale that a quick break is even better than the long-winded one. Xerxia, they have a good opportunity here to bring this into map number 3, which is almost certainly going to be the case, unless we see like an 8-round comeback here from Boom, or even more. A pistol round that could really sway the tide of the war here. It's gonna take quite a few swings, really, of momentum in their favor, the pendulum to go their way, for Boom to be able to come back onto this, but it seems like they want to do it by force. Pushing here towards A short could be the great thing that could equalize this game, or it could simply be another hurdle that they are going to trip over.
Look, it's 10-2. Might as well just try to go for that all-in by this point. You still have that map to give anyway in Boom Esports. Bit of aggression, and actually they stop. I thought they were going to push even further, but suddenly it's like, wait, now go. Now wait, now go and no, into the arms of Scary Berserks. Able to win out that first contact. Anyway, could have been some great anticipation there from the side of Xerxia. But Boom Esports, it's a whole crowd here right now looking for the angle, but they're not watching over the showers. And Crucive Surf will take advantage. Xerxia all over the place, absolutely scattered right now, and taking advantage of the fact that Boom is absolutely lost in the sands here. It's a mirage of what could have been fear for Boom Esports. It's Xerxia finding the oasis really here in this map itself. And not only that now, they put that spike down, and at the end of the day, it's Xerxia who comes out ahead yet again. Short angle though for Tempotol. Does he get spotted here by Sushi Boys? Yes, he does. Already getting felled. All left now to Flipshitter though in a 1v3 situation through the lamp scene will go on through yet again. Surf though cannot find the headshot as Flipshitter teaching him how it's done with a full auto gun. But look at how far Cruz is. He's ready with the lineup in black and blue. Gets the backstab though onto Sushi Boys. And it's all up to Cruz now. He has to haul for that spike if ever. He doesn't have much time though, as the Incendiary will be able to buy a little bit of space here. The damage though is done. The flames will singe Flipshitter, and Cruz looking to go for the collection. All about timing, all about discipline, and Cruz is ready here to stand at attention, and he will get taken down by Flipshitter. This is gonna be very close, but Boom Esports, they can't get the round. Less than half a second, but a heartbreaker for Boom there.
That came down to the smallest of margins here. But Xerxia, they still take the round, Dex. Incredible sequence there. And that Molly landing just in the nick of time to get the clutch out. If Flipshitter was able to get back on that spike maybe a split second earlier, could have gotten that round and could have gotten a bit more hope for Boom. But man, Xerxia, 11-2. Is this another sequence of what we saw for map number 1? Could be the case. And all I'm going to ask is, why on earth is this series going this way?
I asked the same question for Xerxia last time around yesterday, and seems like we're getting quite the days of the day. Perfect, it's Friday, Freaky Friday to say the least, as we go for more air and APAC. But Xerxia just making this as convincing as possible now. After all of that action that happened in the last round, this time it's a red carpet roll for Xerxia to look like the stars that they are. Spikes planted by V2. Boom Esports went for the force buy, but there is just no force of impact really from Boom right now.
This is literally the way it played out last time around. Surf runs him down. We saw Xerxia go for the bonus in that last moment to not give up match point in map number 1, and Boom did the same. And of course, even the last round of that opening half went the exact same way, right? Where in this case, Boom had the advantage, man count, and then they lose it still. Same thing happened to Xerxia in the last round of that first half on Icebox. They had the advantage, but then lose it still to go 10-2. And if we continue once more for another 13-2 flipped on over, Dax, I don't know. It has to be a confirmation of some higher power.
If it's that specific, perhaps. I don't even know anymore by this point. It's just... no Blaze game, please don't. You can't do that against Xerxia. They just spray down that orb, they get that takedown, and Xerxia now perfect angle to go towards that B long and towards the site itself. They threw the snake bite even just to prevent anyone from re-peeking them. And look at Xerxia now try to stem that tide, and while Flipshitter gets the flank on, it's Sushi Boys who's able to make the trade. So now the flank is covered, and Xerxia can go for the execution if they need to. Boom though, having to towards the site, and really will have to depend on how Tempotol and Frostbite play this if they want to stand a chance now.
Berserks, he's looking for information here towards that A site, but everybody on Xerxia is predisposed to trying to take this Bravo site instead. And see now, Xerxia, they're waiting for their timing, their pace, and to also keep Boom guessing. Maybe Boom will give themselves up, but Boom, they know here, especially these two controllers on the site, that they have to just simply wait. Don't overpeak. They can't win against these rifles in a straight-up engagement, especially at range. So playing close is what they're going to have to do to maybe get them even closer in the scoreline. And I'm not too sure if that's going to come in here. As Frostmind, he's going to get found. And Tempotol has a big job here to do. He does get that, Dax, and here they go.
At least now, Frostmind still staying safe over into the elbow. Berserks now might come from the long angle instead. And Frostmind takes advantage of the timing after the plant. They were looking for the rotations to look to cover the site itself as well as the flank. And Berserks now catching out Sushi Boys even. Boom Esports still alive in this firefight. Surf now only one left, 1v2 situation. He's able to navigate away from the Covey and avoid the pain shells from being in the mine. Still though, oh my Frostmind, that was so close. And Surf He got the target onto Berserks, but since Frostmind was a little too high up on top of the tin can, he survives with 5 HP.
Yeah.
That was just as close as can be here, Black and Blue, but boom. Stay alive, winning the crucial fights that they needed to.
At least we know Frostmind, he's got a pretty tough gut. Being able to withstand that. But Xerxia, very close to ending it 13-2. It doesn't come. Okay, a third round, so immediately already better from Boom compared to what we saw from Xerxia in map 1. But hey, I'm gonna leave that for a second because
that's a low bar you're setting there, Black and Blue. This is still a 12-3 scoreline, man.
We're used to it at this point.
That's I love the optimism there, my friend. But Boom Esports, even if they won the round, it's still absolutely difficult, man, because they have Spectres, Bulldogs, and a single Vandal to work with. They need to be even more convincing now if they want to stand a chance and make this comeback happen.
Oh, they take the orb for that Tour de Force now here on the Surf. Looking to end this map and bring us into the third here for Xerxia. They're playing that spike, making sure that no real pushes come from Boom. Seeing if any kind of ambition is going to be shown by Boom, but it doesn't come. Not just yet, at the very least. Boom wanting to make sure that they secure these rounds before they try anything too risky. Maybe near the end of the game is when you're going to see that, if it ever comes to it. But we've seen almost comebacks happen, like what we saw a while ago from Griffin and Alter Ego in that map number 1.
Oh,
but
no.
Flip Jitter, he's been found.
Nice boom bot there from Sushi Boys. All the corners getting checked, and Crush here will get a pet later on. Frostmind though already getting the start. Blaze King finding the timing and finding the angle to not get hit by Surf's Tour de Force. So Boom Esports already stellar 2 frags to start things off. Speed push as effective as can be.
Oh,
and look at the wide swings go. Blaze King is avoiding deaths right in front of him. Berserks will it be able to get the trade there towards that A site. And Boom Esports now locking down as many entrances here for Xerxia. And while Surf does get that kill, the spike though left behind so far away. So this should be around here for the side of Boom. Xerxia don't have the money really to be over ambitious and hunt down Boom Esports for exits. And Boom Esports, they're still alive here, Black and Blue, ready to fight for more on the defense.
Yeah, I thought only Cats had 9 lives. Seems like Boom, they're holding on for even more. Okay, giving us a few more rounds before potentially going down, but they do it with a fight at the very least. Showstopper out here for Sushi Boys. Xerxia, you know that they can convert these type of rounds, but Boom maybe finally finding a bit more of their groove here in the latter stages towards the outro of this entire map. And, it could be a case of them really too little, too late, but let's see. Let's not call the action before it happens. Still 8 rounds for them to climb. And with a mixed buy situation here for Xerxia, it's ever more viable.
Oh, the timing though, and Flipshooter! Just getting that close towards Surf. Saw the barrel of the Headhunter, and look at Flipshooter go one more time. He has just been so brave in pushing towards the opposition. And you can see why. Effective heroics from the side of Boom. Immediately, the action to the standstill, because that's some immense damage done by that push towards B-Long. Xerxia trying to reclaim the land of the Fallen, but the problem is, do they even find the opportunity to go towards the side? Frostmind though does get tagged there at the end by Sushi Boys. Able to get back in position. And I was wondering a little bit here, Black and Blue. Boom Esports running that double control. How will they be able to break those sightlines as much as possible? Because Xerxia had their number in that first half. Apparently now, keeping Frostmind alive, very essential. And through the smoke, Xerxia will go. Can Boom, though, set things up after that vision blockade? Seems like that's not the case, but never mind. Frostmind will play for himself. Gets 2 at the end of the day, making it a 2v1 scenario. It's all left to Scary now to try and haunt the opposition.
30
he
seconds
does
left.
have the spike in hand, putting it down though towards the left default. And look at Boom Esports now trying to get on through to the other side. Timing though is everything. And the reload, oh, that's dangerous for Scary. Has to change guns, looking for another angle. Poison Cloud gonna be in the way. Navigation here for the side of Scary to at least isolate these duels. But the wraparound is real, and Berserk's just right behind him. Tebotal though finds him first. And seek and destroy, that's the Boom Esports motto to win another round.
Yeah, seeks the heat, and that he finds. Berserks, okay, they get the round done here, and Boom Esports continue on further. Really making a good case of possible momentum shifting in their favor, but they have to play perfect from now on, right? And that's going to be very difficult, especially against a Xerxia team, even knowing that Boom are such an impressive squad, this timeout from Xerxia could be what will really finally halt them and give Xerxia a breath of fresh air to get back in the game.
Yeah, Boom Esports proving that they are just willing to still fight things out. The willingness to be ambitious there in terms of the pushes. We've seen the flanks be so stellar for both Xerxia and Boom, but that's what really has bailed out Boom so far. And the fact of the matter is they're trying to at least box in Xerxia as much as possible, the same way Xerxia was able to do so last time. If they can get the off angle, if they can get the backstab on, Boom is willing to take it, and you can see how Frostmine and Tebatol can factor in immensely after the initial frags that can come from Flip Shadur.
Flip Shadur, he has been having himself a better latter half here of this game to get them going, as Berserks and the rest of Boom Esports look to follow suit. It's a tall climb for them to take, and you have to be careful not to stall in that case, especially since Xerxia has seemingly lowered the altitude and really the heat here just a bit with that time out. But let's see if they can continue on forward. The defense here looking a lot better for Boom than their attacking side was, but you have to be both proficient on either side, otherwise you can find yourself in a situation like Boom out here.
A little scary. He has to show his proficiency as he sets up some Viper's Pit and gives a bit of a safe haven for Xerxia to play out that A side. Foxy though trying to bait out someone to push on through. Just gonna be some false information. And instead, Xerxia actually navigating towards B instead. So really, pressure now being applied here by Xerxia just to force Boom to put more forces towards that A side. And you can see everything now is just absolutely left to the sky of Blaze King. He's waiting though for Griffin to come. We'll get that takedown. And a little bit unfortunate, playing a little too busy with those smokes. Blaze King though dueling it again. And being the hero here for Boom so far. The anchor here with the sky backing on away as Xerxia has taken control relatively towards the side. But Tebatol finds Scary anyway. And Flip Shadur still wins inside the smoke. Drop on down to get the takedown from Smoke Criminal to Action Star. Flip Shadur can do it all, but big efforts from Blaze King will be rewarded, and Boom still alive here, not absolutely falling for the bait completely.
That's a great fake that they sold here, Xerxia, early on. You can see Boom, they kind of bit it, I guess snake oil is what they were sold, but they were able to find some way to still retaliate at it and realizing that, hey, this doesn't taste like apple juice. This is something else. And so Boom, they come back on it, and especially with Blaze King finding that information and the 2 picks, it was more than enough for them to come back into the round. Good recovery here from Boom.
Yeah, that's the huge part about it. Blaze King was the one who said, guys, wait a minute, I'm not happy about this investment. They also went for the showstopper even, so really Xerxia, absolute salesman there in their pitch, but Boom Esports throwing that back at them, and Flip Shadur over and over and over again, willing to fight for his life, and the rest of the team has the back on the way though. A single slip-up can cost Boom Esports here. And there you go, finally Xerxia with the punish that they need and the rifle in hand. Smoke still are out. Rotate here from Xerxia, no need to be over-eager. And in a scoreline like this, and of course the state they're in right now.
Curious match we're seeing here. Mirror match in composition, and it was looking like to be a mirror match in scorelines, but hasn't continued on true for now, Dax. The double control here that they do have on this A site has to hold up to the push. Tebatol and Berserks defend off the eco rush here now. Execute coming in from Xerxia. Snake out to try and make that defuse, rather that plant more problematic. Pain shells as well. We've got another snake bite to throw out. And here they go, get that plant down, but the orbital strike will force him off of it.
Yeah, they have to advance because of that orbital strike. And it's going to be a little bit perilous to put that spike down in the first place. Smoke so in the way, Tebatol able to tap the shoulder of Surf, and now gets the head of the chamber anyway. Nice find also from Berserk. It's all about the crossfires now. A great angle here from the side of Tebatol yet again. And it's Scary forced to hug the lamps here as much as possible. Backs on the way though to try and play closer towards the spike. He just wants to do some economical damage here, but, well, accepts his fate right smack dab in the middle. And Boom Esports, they have just climbed out of quite the hole and are making sure that they're only a handful away. Just 5 rounds now, the gap from quite the pickle that Boom Esports was in beforehand.
This has suddenly gone from a valley to a crevasse here. Boom have to close out. And for Boom Esports to be able to do this against his Xerxia squad is really impressive, really. he can see the pressure not getting to him, and that's one of the reasons why when you and I were talking backstage, Dax, said out of all the teams still here remaining in this knockout stage, we feel like Boom is one of the best when it comes to working under pressure, and if they ever make it to a land position to represent APAC in Masters, they have a good reason to perform well because of that mitigation of really stress and pressure that they're so good at fending off.
They have the experience to boot, and while Xerxia has effectively plateaued here, they still know that the Summit is just in reach. Win one more round, win the map, and go for the decider. Take this map pick away from the side of Boom, but Berserk's getting ready now with the paint shells. Gets the contact. Sushi Boy still able to get away. 7 HP. The wrap around there from Sushi Boy to get the takedown. And Tempethol on the inside will find anyone who dares venture into his domain. Spike though planted into quick execution here from the side of Xerxia. They will back on away. You can see the Cruise is getting ready, not just with the Orbital Strike, but also the Molly. So really, this has to be an adventure from Boom to find the targets into the backline. Guiding Light though to call to first and foremost. Smokes though in the way to allow Boom Esports perhaps to get the tap on, and there you go with the touch real quick. Surf though all the way close by to get at least that intel. Halfway done by Tempethol, sacrifices his life for the greater good. Frostbite on the board though, making 3v3. There we go with the bounces. There we go with the V-Fuse. Get flushed in there, get away with it. No, he doesn't. Cruise burning down the opposition. Xerxia playing with the timer. It's on their side right now, and it's 3v2 now. Bit of an angle here towards the Spike itself. Blazing with tap, he does get the takedown, and it's desperation here from Boom, but Xerxia, they knew what the prize was. They kept their eye on it, and they had the utilities this time to execute on the spot. Victory for Xerxia. We go to a third map.
Finally gets the job done in the end. A bit better late than never, I guess, here coming from Xerxia. And we're moving on to that map number 3. But Boom Esports are rallying, they're getting momentum back near the end of it, and that could be a great case here for Boom coming into map number 3 to have that hope still with them and to have some wind in their sails. So for Boom, they cut that valley down as we said, but for Xerxia, for them to plateau in a very, very misopportune moment, it could have been the end of them, but not now, not here in map number 2, as they fend off Bind, and we're going to that third.
Come on, the peak of this mountain was just a stone's turn away. They just looked around the corner and they said, hey guys, we got the Orbital Strike, we got the lineups, and we got the plant down. Perfectly played by Xerxia. And in a matter where you're just on that map point for quite a while, only a matter of time you get the right tools, the right ultimates, and the right utilities all together to get the job done. What was all it took for Xerxia to get the one? Guys, we're going to be needing a break after that one because it got pretty intense there by the tail end. Who will take the series and stay alive? Will it be Boom or will it be Xerxia? That's here with Black and Blue, and see you guys for more VCT APAC after this break.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call, like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me.
I know what I said about opposite day, but is this a Xerxia trend? I gotta say that was quite an odd series over there, but in any case, the peculiar case of Bind went over in the favor of Xerxia Esports. Now back here on the panel, it's the likable Fluffy and Trix yet again. Now Fluffy, I feel like instead of closing our curiosity for this series, I think it kind of opened more questions overall for us, especially on the side of Boom Esports over there. I don't even know where to begin, Fluffy. Maybe you can share some insight.
I mean, Boom Esports, you know, it is their map pick. You'd think that they'd be very comfortable on it, and their track record does kind of bolster that fact. But looking into this game specifically, they just had such a hard time getting into Xerxia's defense on the first half. They did sort of make a comeback. They tried at least to get enough rounds. They strung around 5 on the second half, but it just wasn't enough, because when you end the half at a 10-2, similar to what they did against Xerxia in the first game on Icebox, it's really detrimental to the momentum that you have. And speaking of momentum, you know, this is going to extend our series all the way to Ascent. So it's going to reset this into that 50-50, that best of one vibe that we're going to go for this very important do or die match.
I'm also a little surprised looking at Boom Esports, you know, going through statistics and whatnot. I'm surprised that they decided on the lineup that they chose. It's not exactly a lineup that they particularly run. Xerxia, on the other hand, doing a dominating defender side, really getting that B-long control. Boom Esports trying to contest it, not really doing so successfully, if I may add. So I just found that Boom kind of went into it, maybe overthinking it. It seemed they were very indecisive. There were a lot of times where the clock was just run down. They wouldn't have control of the spike, and it was very unfortunate on that attacker side.
Yeah, I feel like they were playing a bit more passive and kind of squabbling about at times. They weren't as proactive and direct as they should have been with their decision making, leading a lot of these time concerns to really go into fruition. But you know, there's no excuse at this point, because we're expecting both of these teams to really perform. And even when you look at the lineup for both of these teams, they have the exact same agents. They, technically speaking, on paper, have the same capabilities as their opponents. But Xerxia really showing how, I guess, it's supposed to be done, at least against Boom Esports.
Yeah.
And Boom Esports, on the other hand, not being able to penetrate any of the defenses for Xerxia. You know, they had their heavy hitters, Flipster, especially in Berserks. They really tried their best to make space for their team, either looking on that chamber or getting picks with Rays. But I guess Xerxia, I don't know, their defense was just so solid. Especially like they nated the plant spot a lot. They used their utility well, and a lot of the combinations that they had just burned down the clock of Boom Esports. And now that we're moving on to Ascent, I think it's just impeccable that if they can keep up the streak, Xerxia can take it as just how like they played Team Secret yesterday, and it was like a very similar situation with the first and second map.
I mean, looking at it on paper, it seems like, you know, Xerxia had the advantage as defenders. But when we switch sides, I mean, Trix, you were mentioning that you don't think that Boom Esports has the total mastery of this composition. I am arguing over here that Xerxia also doesn't have it all down to a science because they also struggled when we switched sides. Both of them were just struggling over at the attack side, and I was actually hoping that Xerxia would have more mastery when it came down to it. I mean, it's a mirror matchup, and we talked about how the usage of the utility will come down to play and will really affect the results of this series. But if you look at it, they were both struggling on attackers. They were both thriving off defenders. And obviously that's a given because of the way the composition was done. You had a lot of cover. And again, you guys mentioned this. There was limited access to information. So at least for me, a lot of I wouldn't say questionable, but it was just a little bit awkward at times. That's what it felt for me with this series. I'm sorry, people might go at me for this one, but that is just the general feel for it.
No, you're right. It was a little bit awkward, and I find that having that double controller, there's that line between where they're thinking maybe it's the lurk potential, it's the fake potential, and I wanted to see a little more of that burst contact plays because they have the sky there. So I feel on whether it was Boom Esports or Xerxia, I didn't see as much of that burst forcing the opponents to certain areas. We saw Boom Esports try it in showers, and it actually benefited them until, Xerxia started to hit back. They also had the flank coming in early. So I find that it's a little bit of a mismatch in terms of what their agents' capabilities are in terms of lineup and what the teams primarily wanted to do for their own playstyle.
On the side of Xerxia, though, I do have to commend really good buddy system that came into play during their defense, and I think that's what made them a more solid line of defense over at the first half. But hey, we are gonna be moving over here on Ascentrix, and hopefully no more mirror matchups. That's what I'm gonna say.
I think Ascent is one of those maps, right, where it's very default heavy actually, and it's a lot of map control that you need. We see Xerxia running that Fade KO combination, and on the side of Boom Esports, they have the Sova KO. So I find that it's a lot to do with information. It's a lot to do with also the retake potential that we're going to have here. It depends on how they do it. Xerxia is starting off on that defender side, and I'm wondering if they're going to try for that aggressive early on, pull it back, and then play for that retake, because all of the utility will come back up for them.
Yeah, I feel like with the compositions that we have as well, on one hand, we do have both KOs, which is a common thing throughout both, as well as the information gathering main agent, which in one case is the Sova, the other one is the Fade. I feel like the Fade does provide a bit more presence, especially in a gunfight, but the ultimate coming out from Sova, as well as the shock darts, can really neutralize the effect that you can have from the Killjoy, not just for the lockdown itself, but taking out a lot of the utility. Like if you, for example, here in Ascent, you could be, as an attacker Sova, you could shock dart lane to clear a lot of the traps and provide a lot of opportunities. So depending on how they use it, I feel like it can leverage them to a pretty good advantage if Frostmine can really get that going. But overall, I feel like the most important piece of utility, which I always mention whenever I see 2 KOs, is I guess how efficient and how quick you can really get the value of the 0 point, because that's the biggest tool that you have that literally shuts down the opponent's team and will always, almost always, as long as it gets that scan off, it'll give you at least an 8-second gap to play your own game before the enemy gets a chance to respond.
Ascent. Pacing is really gonna be important for the attacker side over here, and I remember very clearly the way Xerxia Esports and the Alter Ego game went down. And as I said, my prediction still stands that Xerxia Esports is gonna win this series, and if they bring out what they brought out then it's gonna be an exciting series ahead. So with that said, folks, hopefully our questions become answered going into this next map over here. Once again, to the stage, it is Xerxia Esports versus Boom Esports.
Decisions, and deciders. That's where Ascent will come to the stage. And here we go, guys. Last map of the day. The last map for either Xerxia Esports or Boom Esports, depending on how this result will go. Welcome back, though, The final match of today. Dax here with Black and Blue. We're seeing here the knockouts, elimination time for either the Titans of Thailand or truly the Kings of Indonesia we've seen from before, looking to reclaim the crown that has been left behind from the local scene. I have to say though that coming into Ascent, this is just as historical as can be. Used to be one of the biggest staging grounds on SCA was Ascent. Many a team finding their own kind of flavor and how their own way to play on a map like this. And just like before, we see some from Xerxia, the fade composition for Boom Esports. We get that jet, we get that chamber, and both sides putting forward what has been tried and tested as we get into the next map.
This time around, we see Xerxia. They still employ that fade as we saw last time around, but they take out the Sova and forgo that triple initiator comp we see. That didn't really bode too well against Team Secret, right? But a very different team they're going up against here now, and Boom, trying to make things go. As we head on over in the map number 3, Flip Jitter. He opens things up here on this A main control that Xerxia are trying to force.
Yeah, Sushi Boys on the Killjoy this time. More of a comfort pick, and we've seen for Xerxia, they can thrive when they know the agents at the back of their hands. Still, a great start here from Boom, catching out the early aggression from Xerxia. And I'm going to be expecting that a lot here for both sides. With the Astras both into play, it's all about getting the catches, especially on how narrow Ascent can become, knowing the contending points here for both sides.
Those points are going to have to absolutely be perfect. Flip Jitter, half HP, and another follow-up shot here. Foxes, he buys up a 6-shooter in this round. The Sheriff connecting, equalizes things up here. And this type of split position, 4v4, does favor Boom out because that defense is a bit thinner. Debutal, he's going to be trying to push. He doesn't even realize that Wine's being held here by Scary, and from their back he can pounce.
Oh, it's Scary timing it right. The gravity wall is there to get in the way. Foxy now getting in the face of Berserks, and Boom Esports all left to Frostbite now in a 1v3 situation. Frenzy though in hand yet again, looking for an angle here. But Sushi Boys from above. There's pressure here to the left hand side too. And there's just no way that Xerxia could not get that kill after everything was said and done. The timing though was perfect from Scary and Xerxia. He just waited for the opportunity, didn't become over eager as soon as he got the catch with the gravity well. And case in point, with Berserks dashing on in, it was the perfect chance for Scary to strike at better odds.
And in that long range, it's difficult to win with a frenzy, but Xerxia, great opening round. They're gonna need to get as many as they can on Ascent because it is a map that can be notoriously more difficult to win on the attacking side than the defense, but that isn't a problem for Xerxia because they're pretty proficient at both, really, having almost a neck-and-neck statistic for either half when it comes to it. Xerxia here right now, just proficient in general, and Scary. It's a terrifying prospect for Debutal to deal with.
And it's a legacy map for both Xerxia, especially. We've seen many a success from last year. Sushi Boys, though, just mowing Berserks down. The gun advantage is absolutely clear, and Sushi Boys and Cruz just clean up house. All of these hallways will echo the demise of Boom. And Flip Jitter cannot hit this marker whatsoever. It's Xerxia now with a relatively commanding past 2 rounds, and they are off to a good start here, Black and Blue.
I like this comp that Xerxia are bringing on here, especially for them to still stick on the KO, knowing that really in APAC and SCA, it was Thailand in general who were the pioneers of how to play a KO here when it comes to Ascent. And Xerxia to embody that, it's a really good sign. It feels good, but more importantly, and the panel talked about it a while ago, especially one Sir Mr. Fluffy, Foxes being on that fade is going to give them a lot more fighting capability, and it was one of the big reasons why I think during Bind, for them to have that double controller, gave them a lot of staying power, and in many cases here as well, this brawl, it can favor Xerxia out, because they know that Boom, they like to impose that brawl, and Xerxia, they want to find a way to win it in their own game.
And I like the fact that Xerxia also did adjust accordingly after that Team Secret game, putting Sushi Boys there on the Killjoy, as I mentioned, not just comfort, but that extra bit of stall that they can utilize here on the defense. So keep an eye out on the Gravity Wells and the Nano Swarms. That tends to be the best way to stifle any kind of offensive. And Boom is the one walking into it as of now. Rifles, though, are out and about. Foxy trying to get the attention. He still has the Sheriff that he was able to pick up a while ago from Surf, if I remember correctly. And he's the only gun right now that can contend early on versus Boom. Time though ticking, and Boom regrouping to become a 4-man squad to push towards B site.
4 players ready to execute here, Dax. The stars unburnt here. So Xerxia, they're going to be able to Oppa Gravity Well if it ever comes. The C's initially hits, and Prowlers were confirmed their presence as well as at 0 point. So Xerxia, they know what's happening here. They know Boom already.
Yeah, the timer though, this is dangerous right now for Boom. 20 seconds left, Surf finding Tepathol. Huge shot now to stop the rotation from establishing a foothold. And this has to be do or die from Boom as of yet. They're running out of time and they have to run towards the site. The Gravity Well though is not their friend whatsoever. And truly, constant forces on this planet Earth getting in the way. There you go, Surf. Just a coup de grace onto Flipster. There is no time. This rotation has been read. And look at Xerxia try to go for the execution. Scary. Does he dare go on in? Finds a takedown onto Berserks there alongside Sushi Boys. Frostbite and Blaze King though exits at the end. But that bonus, essential and effective for Xerxia.
And every single player here, every single agent, almost every single agent that Xerxia have on their comp is going to be such a problem for the attacking side because they have so many ways to stall this out. And Astra and Killjoy, obviously, we know how they're going to stall out, but we saw there exactly how indirectly you can really stall out the opposition with a mere 0 point. They're ready to execute now, but oh no, 0 point confirms their suspicions. Same with a Prowler. Oh no, suddenly a Prowler in your face. That's a problem, and there it goes. Speak of the devil, and he's going to show himself. Fox has opened things up, but Flipjitter quick on the trade.
Oh, what the shot from Flipster opened things up even more so. The gate's wide open now to move towards B site. And while Xerxia was able to use lots of utility, combo it up to go for the stall, it's not enough this time as Boom Esports decided to go in with Reckless Abandon and coming out ahead with their Berserker Barrage. Still though, Xerxia now trying to set things up yet again with the Astra. Scary here. Looking to apply pressure. Problem is though, hard retake right now for Xerxia as they did invest on the operator and Surf is quite a bit away from getting that Blade Storm here. So Boom stabilized towards the site. Great setup so far. Not just that, as we get the push on over, Cruz is there to get that first takedown. Flipcher there over the corner gets the third kill already. Scary down, going for the wall back. Nice fight off the Blaze King. Flipcher there with a fourth. He's hungry for the ace right inside of the boathouse right now, and Scary looking to haunt the opposition yet again. Already tapping, already moving, but Flipster will ace it anyway. A great round for Boom to recover, but cannot get away with the gun, unfortunately.
The ace of spades there, making things work out, and ask him, if you want to gamble, well, he's your man, Flipjitter. Flipping the card on its head, and realizing, hey, this isn't even the deck that I brought into this. Cruz, he did a good job to try and get them within that site, but Flipjitter, too quick and too furious for them to deal with. Being able to rendezvous back on the safety, playing the time to their favor. He opens things up on that B site, and he closes it right off.
The opening that he was able to make versus the Odin to begin with. Boom Esports can rely on this guy to be precise. And now, the Tour de Force is out. Yet again, drawing a new card for this table. Boom Esports looking to gamble with their lives as they go for that mid control instead. So it's all about the punish here. But I find this a little bit problematic for Boom. If they take way too much time trying to set something up, Xerxia is happy to play a bit more on the passive side and go for the stall instead.
Overstaying their welcome could be a problem. They still continue to wait here towards mid without gaining much control elsewhere, or having a real concise plan on what to do. But okay, noise made here towards me, man. Major spot because this wallbang could be the end of him. He has really good damage here, Foxes. Normally you see that from a Sova, but hey, a Fade would be just as good. And Foxes gets an opening kill here in a Frost Mind.
This time it's a lot safer from Xerxia. They went for the wallbangs and the push a while ago. This time just play that guessing game. And Foxy, of course, can garner the intel for himself using the Fade's utility. The power of Initiators on a sense. It can be quite unmatched if played correctly. Flipster there though, pushing on forward. Hot hand still from the previous round. Looking for more. Sushi Boys able to just dice the action and find a way to be the chef of this kitchen. 2 already for Sushi Boys. All left now to Tepathol on the flank. But look at Xerxia. Keep an eye out into the front line. Tepathol will find Cruz though as he retreats. But beyond that, this is another round for Xerxia Esports.
Yeah, Xerxia quite proficient on this defensive side of theirs, and as you said, this is one of those initiator maps. Actually, at the very, I guess, inception of the whole idea of not running a single duelist early last year, Ascent was the first map that teams actually started to try that on, really, compared to the other maps that we've got. So it definitely makes sense on why there's really so much value you can get, especially with like an Odin or just general initiating play here on this map. And Sushi Boys, he was a complete turret on that site, being a sentinel in every sense of the word. He shall not budge, and that he didn't.
You can put that on a poster, a picture of Sushi Boy saying, "You shall not budge." Just put the Sentinel icon. Xerxia giving you merchandise ideas already.
I'd buy one.
I'd buy one too,
I'd
but maybe just official merch from everyone. Please do send. But Boom Esports trying to send it towards Xerxia. Problem is though, they don't have the guns. Hero rifle in the hands of Tebotol as he was able to save it out. But beyond that, Xerxia yet again just locking the door in front of Boom trying to play the entry. Xerxia so stellar with a sniper rifle towards that A site, whether it's the Marshal or the Operator, and he did not disappoint whatsoever. Foxy though jumping on and Blazing able to catch him while he's busy trying to bring that Odin out, but Cruz, he's a one-man army and he can hold it down by himself. 5-1, Xerxia looking commanding yet again coming into, well, this first half.
Wow, Cruz. Like dominoes, he knocks them down from the mid-pizza. Boom Esports, not real much they could do about it there in that situation, getting trapped. The C's here being the end of Tebotol in the end. Foxes, he just jumps into it, right? Doesn't even care. I've got an Odin, but I've got a Classic as well. Pulls out the sidearm and Cruz on here, the anti-eco. Quite proficient, but here comes now Boom Esports. Another gun round, but one they have to convert. But they've got ultimates to utilize. This is going to be a big execute heavy round, I think, from both of these teams. They have that Hunter's Fury to maybe blind ult into that doors position, into the grass, just to make sure nobody's going to be ready for a short anti-control, but suddenly a pause.
A bit of a pause real quick.
I thought we were going
Yes? No, not yet. We stopped real quick. And Xerxia, I do want to point this out though while we do have the time here. It just feels so much more efficient for Xerxia to have that one duelist for utility setup. It doesn't matter what exactly the agents are in the 4 utilities, but more so that they have that extra bit of speed, they have a way to slow things down, and it's really been the bread and butter so far for Xerxia, even as they were X10. They were one of the first few teams who decided to play single duelist over double duelist, and it worked wonders to be at the top of the SEA scene. And case in point, Surf is at the lowest part of the scoreboard, but all the 3 kills that he was able to do, they were essential to stop Boom in their tracks as they went for that A site.
Those tracks, well, they're chugging on along for the meantime here, Xerxia, into another possible huge scoreline, and Boom, they don't want to be placed in another position where they're going to have to come back into this, right? You want to have that advantage, but seemingly can't get it done, not on this attacking side. As Berserks, he's been struggling to say the very least here. On round number 7 already without a single kill, and only really FlipJitter being able to get himself going in this game, and it came down to Boom Esports and FlipJitter having an ace just for Boom to get a single round on the board. These ultimates could be the difference maker though, but you want to speak about ult, Xerxia have a bunch of their own to utilize, especially if Cruz gets his null command online here. This could really swing this half heavily, much more so in favor for Xerxia, as if it wasn't already.
No, man, it's gonna be from bad to worse, basically. You have that Cosmic Divide and that lockdown, you have the Nightfall. If you stay on that site, well, Xerxia has the news for you, and it's not gonna be the one you'd like to have. On the flip side, though, at least Boom can utilize theirs to initiate. You have that Hunter's Fury, you have that null command, but I kind of have to ask you, what will it take for Boom Esports to actually get towards that site? They're unable to break the sightlines that they need to. They're unable to get away from the traps that Xerxia has set. And like you mentioned, it has taken an ace to get that victory from the side of Boom as they punish the over-eagerness of Xerxia. But more of the utility placement that Xerxia is able to play around with, the more effective the defense is looking right now.
And the effectivity of that defensive side here of Xerxia, that's a real problem that Boom have. Now, what can they do was the question, and I do think that these defaults that they're playing, as I kind of suggested on Bind, is kind of what Xerxia want Boom to do. And when Boom do that, they fall into the hands. So, much like what we were suggesting for Griffin to do, and where they found success versus Alter Ego a while ago, is to push up that pace, not let Xerxia be able to just get a read, because at this point, Xerxia know what Boom do. They default at the start of the round, midway through, pick and prod, and then they kind of commit to a site. And when you see one, you can be sure that the rest of the pack is there, unless it's the lurking FlipJitter with a chamber. So, at that point, Xerxia, this book, it's really open reading for them on Boom Esports' side, and seems like they don't even have to pay no toll in the library to get that going.
Mate, it's like they signed each other's yearbooks and read whatever other snarky messages there are from their peers. And I do just want to say it's actually more of Tebotol, if I remember correctly, the one lurking here for the side of Boom, since he does have a global presence. And they have relied on Flipshider to play that entry alongside Berserk, because he is struggling right now here for the side of Boom. Now, just to continue on with the conversation, I think the problem here for Boom is when they struggle, it's apparent, and Xerxia has just had all the right calls, all the right reads. Finally, though, we're gonna get into the round that was about to start anyway. And Boom Esports, they're heading towards that A site, but already the star making it quite a conundrum to get on through. Null Commando is the answer. Here we go with the Cosmic Divide even, and Boom Esports throwing everything they can. Surf, though, finds Flipshider on the lurk this time towards that B site, as you mentioned. Cruz here into the corner, and Boom Esports, they're just trying to find a way to get that entry on, but it's not happening whatsoever. Danger close out from Sushi Boys. Scary is also there into the fray. Templeton finds Cruz, though, along the way. Boom Esports now going towards the site, but the problem is Scary is right there in the back. Blazing finally finding the Brad that they need. 2v2 scenario, though. Odin and the Operator, can they get the job done here? 7 HP left from Blaze King. Templeton already getting felled by the hail of bullets, and a Nightfall event to secure the round even more so. Blaze King, a single sliver of HP. The Prowler coming his way, and the wall back to end it all. Xerxia have made the kill box, and Boom Esports are happy to walk into it just to die.
Well, check marks all around there for Xerxia then, making sure that Boom walk into their own demise. And as the Great Divide came on up, it actually kind of worked against him here, and I really don't like that Cosmic Divide that we see a lot of teams kind of default into nowadays when attacking here on the A site here on Ascent. And I feel like a lot of teams do it simply because, well, they see other teams do it. But in that case, you see how it allowed really Scary to have more than one playable position to peek from. He was able to dip big in and out, back and forth in that Cosmic Divide. You're able to find the kills, but Surf, he gets the opening. Quickly traded out by Flipshider though before falling away, but the 2-2 as the dust settles here on the A side. 3v3 remaining.
I'm just taken aback by how Scary still got the kill while being pulled by the gravity well, and Surf all credible with the Operator still before getting felled. The job though not done. Boom Esports putting in the hard work to make the entry happen, and they just decided to go in anyway. Sushi Boys though and Blaze now making the trade happen. That A main position very delicate because of the Operator, but the Prowler now getting in the way, gets the chop on, and you can see Blaze King is absolutely blinded, cannot really contest. Foxy already getting halfway. Sushi Boys ready by the double boxes here. The shot doesn't connect. Sushi Boys does. Precise there in the end, and even the defuse to add the point to Xerxia. 7-1 now. And despite Boom just deciding to go in, it's still not enough versus Xerxia's defense.
Again, it wasn't really a full buy, but this one is. Timeout called here, I believe, by Boom Esports to try and simmer down the heat being built upon, being really fanned here by Xerxia. And Blaze King, he did a good job of holding down that Heaven position, but in the end, he was outmanned and outgunned here, especially with low HP. It's difficult to win in those post-plant situations sometimes. Flipshider, once again, finally Blaze King's following up on a lot of what he's been doing, but for him to be on that flank, and he kind of has to, being that chamber, to have more presence than just that single main push, it's been a big problem for them because he's been the only player to get himself going in these scrambles, but he's not with the main push typically, which loses a lot of the firepower that Boom need, especially when Berserks can't get himself going.
I'm just thinking right now that beyond the fact that Boom is struggling to find opportunities to get those kills, it's just Xerxia able to control the speed of the game. They're the ones who are faster in the rotates. They're the faster ones on the off ankles, and most important, they're the ones who can dictate where Boom can go on a dime. Between the Astra, you add in what the KO and the Killjoy can do, and you can see it's just such a world of problems here from Boom. They really need to spike behind, as Boom Esports has decided to take this round and look for the pickoffs. Dangerous though, threading the needle. Surf almost getting, I believe that could have been a Colat even, but mid control now being fight for. Flipshider on a journey through the pizza area. And while this happens, does Xerxia know that he's right there? Cruz though gets the peek, and apparently it's answered by Surf instead. The delivery towards the pizza doesn't seem to be quite apt there. But beyond that, Boom now entering towards that A site. Xerxia looking for the retake with a man advantage instead.
Yeah, he took a journey to the center of the map, Dax, but it doesn't really pan out for him, does it, in the end? BME looking to finally get a second round here, but they lose that opening pick on Flip Jadur once again. Him not being with that main push has been a big problem for Boom Esports. And now they have a post-plant situation once more with, once again, Blaze King playing here from that A main position. Xerxia have a chance to retake, but they don't break open the wall, rather the door here towards short just yet, as Berserk finds one, but only that one.
Yeah, but Surf already on site here and trying to find another target. Look at Sushi Boys go. Frostmind right behind the wall, gets a takedown off the Surf. Generate the position, absolutely essentially hitting the side of Boom. Blaze King though now overrun here by Cruz, and Scary also just able to high-five Frostmind before he dies. Xerxia, they take the round. Yet again, that extra bit of speed, that willingness to go in, and really the control of the battlefield. Xerxia, all the check marks have been ticked, and this is why they're in quite the lead right now.
That was so close there,
Ooh,
actually.
where's
for
this
Frostmind.
going?
Okay, all the way to A main. Nice.
That's a flex. That's a flex. You don't even need to do that. Okay. If he's defending B, then I'll understand why he's doing that. If
It's
he's
to
anchored
save
on-
time, Dax.
Yeah, but okay. Sushi Boys, thank you for the Killjoy lesson there.
That was average. By average, I mean great.
Amazing.
This way.
Yeah.
Yes.
He just does the
Power
pixels. Oh, but here we go. Haunt.
He still wants it.
Come on, Xerxia's been getting away with so many things here. Black and Blue, they are hungry for these kills. The Prowler now giving chase. Frostmind will break it. But beyond that, the initial aggression from Xerxia will not net any kills, but will give map control and force Boom to honestly congregate towards one side.
Boom. They're trying to get themselves going on this 8th side. Surf making that space, but Cruz is going to fend them off, and Scary's going to follow up as well. They just seemingly dissolve on that entry. Now Boom once again lost and looking for some hope.
It's a podium for Xerxia, and they're the ones taking the slots of first, second, and third. It's absolutely a lockout here by Xerxia Esports. Frostmind though trying at least to knock on any kind of door that can get some help here for Boom Esports. Beyond that, it's just difficult now for Boom to actually navigate on through. Might be even worse if Cruz finds Flip Shitter, but through the smoke, he will go, but not enough to get away in time. Surf has just been absolutely on it like a bullet with his operator. And every single time he scoped on in, he's able to be effective and get a big takedown. 20 seconds left. Boom. They're moving towards that B side as Surf is watching CP instead. Danger close! Frostmind finally slaying the Slayer himself.
10 seconds left.
It should be allowing them to go for the plant. The numbers though, they're difficult here, Black and Blue.
Yeah. They have a Cosmic Divide to try and tie this up, to try and rather cut up the site here and give him a bit more cover to utilize. That connects though, the 0 point, confirming that Frostmind is on the back of the site. Both players within it, and him being really branded and marked for death there, Tabitol is not going to help his case out. The retake could come in, the flash already prepped, and here it comes from Xerxia.
They want us his Foxy on his entry, and here he comes. Oh no, but he's concussed here, trying to find the shot. He only can't get up to the fire that he needs. But what a shot on the Frostmind! Sometimes you just gotta believe to achieve. And there you go, Xerxia Esports, give them a medal after that one. What a nutty shot! I can't believe I just saw that from Foxy. But you got to believe it, Black and Blue. They take the round because of it.
I will not accept that as a nutty shot. No. There was nothing about that.
Sometimes RNG is your favor.
Oh my.
Okay, I will. See, all part of the plan.
All
part of the
according to plan. Exactly the way it was drawn. Perfect play run by
100% calculated.
Yeah. All 100% skill and nothing really up to chance. Right. Xerxia here. Well, fortune certainly favoring the bold and the brave, and Zerf, he's gonna fall back. Cowabunga, he surfed the waves.
Okay, there. You want your dictionary definition of a nutty shot? Surf has been it. Memes aside, after the... Well, I'll just say the 4-leaf clover in the hands of Foxy right now with that Odin. Xerxia has just not been missing a beat with his op play. Surf has had it for quite a while, and he has just given the advantage to Xerxia time and time again.
Well, hopefully that 4-leaf clover is gonna find more than just his favor. Hope it goes to ours, because we want to see a great map here coming from Boom Esports. If they go down, we want to see them go down with a fight, right? Or anything for that matter. Xerxia, they're just stifling this. Such a dominant performance we're seeing here from Xerxia.
They've been one of the all-time best teams in the entirety of the APAC VCT from year one, from the get-go. And this is the reason why. The fact that they can do this to some of the best teams in APAC just proves that case. But Blaziken catches Fox, who's too eager to try and get the spam through the wall bang, and Frostmine finds even more.
RNG's is this time, but Surf is a shorty supreme! Berserks! That is just disrespectful. That is just dirty there from Surf. And Scary this time, able to displace King away from the round. 3v2 scenario. Advantage here for the side of Xerxia. Hunter's Fury is the call. I believe it does get the tag up from afar. Can't get the second connection. Scary backing on away. That's some space being created here for the side of Boom. And Templeton will take advantage from the speedway itself. Cruz for the wall bang action. There we go with the scan, but Cruz had the better HP to get that takedown. I get the ambition, but it's just so difficult when you don't have the help to do so. And it's Frostmine versus the world. He's trying to stall for time here, but the double peak is way too much to handle. Xerxia again and again and again. The rounds are just going in their favor here, Black and Blue, and there is no signs of stopping Xerxia Esports.
He should have peeked there. As soon as they got the ping, Templeton could have maybe found that on a Cruise, but 10-1. Dax, are we going to get a single close game this entire series, or is this really the trend that this thing is going to go? Boom Esports, they're the ones who seemingly look, for lack of a better term, mentally boom.
They are feeling the after effects of the explosion, man. Just soars at the very end. And Boom Esports, they are able to navigate towards the site, but at what cost? Many members are already dead. You see Surf just get away with bloody murder time and time again. Really, he's been wanted, and he's been looking to be found by Boom Esports, but this is it. Assassination versus assassination. Flipster versus Surf, perhaps, on the long optics. They do look for the scan.
No
There's the
way!
flash, but it doesn't matter. Surf will cleanly clock the head of Berserk before Frostmine will find him as he falls. What a shot, though, to start things off. Still, Boom able to make it towards A side.
Well, certainly, Dax, as you love to say, he who dares wins. The old Marine mantra.
Ooh.
Scary. Man, terrifying position for Templeton to be in, and Suchi Boys, he follows suit to take down Flipshooter. Nightfall connects. The real nightmare is coming into full effect, and this is looking to crumble once again for Boom, but they fend them off for the meantime. Not for long, though, as Xerxia complete the 11-1 half.
Xerxia, all the angles that Boom was trying to achieve were immediately taken away by the defense. They wanted to play from Cubby and Tree. Nope. Someone's there on the lurk. They wanted to play towards the rafters. Nope. We already get the shot on. And despite the arrangement here that we saw to make it 4v4, it was more of Xerxia being so active on the map control, so quick on the retake position. And it's just already the job done. Doesn't matter if Cruz is even there down on the ground on the rafters. That is just the perfect place to be to get the pulses. And Xerxia, the perfect chance now to wrap up the series.
Yeah. The Nightfall connects and their nightmares, they come alive here for Boom. 11-1. They're gonna need to win a 10-round comeback with a single point of cushion for match point in Xerxia's favor, just to have a chance of continuing on in this tournament. Now, they have LCQ hopes, yes, but certainly they'd rather do it sooner rather than later. But for Boom Esports right now, they've faced one of their toughest opponents by far in this Xerxia squad, who seemingly, even though sometimes you'll see them struggle in a single map, they never do for too long. Xerxia, not really missing much steps here. They might skip a beat every now and then, but they always get back on rhythm. And that's why Xerxia have been so formidable throughout these entire 2 years.
I think, yeah, that's the biggest question I have right now. If Xerxia can play this well, what was up with that map number 1, especially it being Icebox, but not to take anything away from them, because this map, that bind map a while ago, absolutely to the Xerxia standard that we expect. The last hope of Thailand standing tall right now over the corpses of Boom Esports. And all they need to do now is confirm that kill with this aggression. This is absolutely do or die for Boom Esports. They lose this pistol, they are forced to go for the force buy into the next one. And it's the worst kind of situation. In a way, sure, you get to reset things. But then again, Xerxia has just found so many ways to run around this map. And I can't see that stopping anytime soon unless someone from Boom goes big.
Well, I'm gonna expect here for Boom to at least explode into this half, but give us a few more before eventually bowing down, same way that map number 2 kind of went throughout it. So for Boom, at least give us a good fight, to not go down with a whimper. Let's see, if they can come back from this, that's going to be an incredible one for the ages. The Prowler connects, they know, they sniff the blood in the waters, and look at Surf here making it so!
He just rides that wave and gets on through the barricades. Anyway, Surf already getting two. And a Typhoon in the making, courtesy of Xerxia. B-side, what defense? There is nothing, Surf says, as he annihilates the competition right in front of him. 5v3 immediately. There we have the Cloudburst now to allow Xerxia to navigate just a little bit more. At the same time, Boom trying at the very least to get the angle here. Berserk's now providing that cover. Flash drive into play. Blaze King and Berserks do get the frags that they need. But here comes Surf and he's just killing them all. 4 for Surf. Scary there to protect his teammate. And in the end, it's match point now for Xerxia. A blink of an eye and Boom is obliterated there.
Last hope here for Boom Esports, and what a dire moment for them to do. You can expect the force buy to come out from them here. And Boom right now, they have been imploding ever since that map number 2 has started. Just completely undeniably great the Xerxia squad is, Dex.
That's such a Xerxia play though. I've seen that many at times to be the killing blow on Ascent, the updraft into the dash to chase after the opposition. And do we get deja vu here? A bit of a repeat. Berserk's trying his best with the judge. The dash on the way though to keep Surf alive and even finds his maker there at the very end. Berserk's not gonna go on down. Surf Crew's on the board and this is looking to be it. Xerxia Esports, they have gone global time after time and time again. Can they do it once more here in the APAC Challengers? Well, beating Boom is already a good start to their lower bracket run. A chance though for Blaze King and Tebotol, the Spectre and the Bucky to try and believe, but Blaze King now just wide singing, desperate for that takedown and some attention here. But Foxy, he's not going to give up this angle whatsoever. Surf right now with the 3rd kill. He has gone big on the attacking side. He has the blades looking for more. And trying to just shatter the glass that keeps Tebotol in check. This is just even worse with the taunt. And into the corner, Tebotol tries to hide, but there is no hiding from the gaze that is Xerxia. Eyes wide open, performance absolutely peaking. Xerxia continue on with their journey here in APAC.
And with a quick bang, a blast detonating on this, Boom, they go down. The first Indonesian team to go down in this entire APAC playoff stage. But that is certainly not something to be ashamed of. To make it all the way in the top 8, top 6 really here for Boom, and still have 2 other Indonesian representatives, that's great for them. But Xerxia, their era is not over. They prove that they still have what it takes to make it to the top. And Xerxia continue on with such a dominating series win.
They did it before through the lower bracket. They can do it again, albeit this time a bit more difficult on how early on they were dropped. Boom Esports, they have improved all throughout this tournament. They have shown that they can get back to that luster there that they were looking for from the play-ins to the knockouts. It was great to have them, but this time it is their time to bow down. Xerxia Esports reigning supreme as per usual, and we will see if they can continue on and move back to the slots that await in Masters Copenhagen. There's a lot of questions looking to be answered over the final 2 days here in APAC, and it's lovely to be part of this journey. But for now, us on the casting side going to be signing out. Dax here with Black and Blue, going to be throwing it back to the panel. A bit more of VCT APAC after this, so stick around. We'll be right back.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my tapes. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. 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 Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Xerxia Esports remains Thailand's last hope as their journey here on the Knockout continues. The same cannot be said as the first Indonesian team to be eliminated today is Boom Esports. Great effort, but sadly not enough. Now back here on the panel, it's Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix once again. And Trix, I know that this is a bittersweet victory for you, but at least you get to talk about Xerxia Esports, which is a team that you also adore.
Yes, I do adore Xerxia Esports. I felt that they definitely had control in that map. I think the score tells the tale. They're really 13-1 against Boom Esports. They were able to lock down the sites. We saw them give up mid a couple of times, but honestly, there was always one player that was checking that angle. There was always that awareness that, okay, they're taking B main control or they're taking A main control. They also had this bait set up for each other. They knew how to use their utilities in order to make sure Boom would either get that false sense of there's nobody in that area, or they would just go into the sites. Xerxia just being able to really pull that off and push Boom into a situation and a scenario that they really were not comfortable in.
I mean, we saw them do it at Bind, and basically they just did it all over again over here on Ascent. Being able to control the conditions of the map in their favor. Now, on the side of BME, I do feel that they were showing hints of hesitation over here. I mean, there were 2 rounds, Fluffy, wherein they threw the Null Command as well as the Cosmic Divide, but they were hesitant to even enter the site, and it just didn't work out both times. So I was really sad that they threw in that much utility, but it did not pay off.
Yeah, I feel like when you're at that point, especially in a game like this, you really have to play to win instead of just, I guess, playing to survive or not to lose. And without that winner mindset, it really puts a hindrance on your team and allows a lot of moments for you to like hesitate and do a lot of these things. I feel like especially when you have committed utilities that are important like this, you're kind of already committed to the trade. And if you don't follow up to that, the decision making at the end of the day is what's important, and not being able to commit to your decision and not being able to act and just directing yourself is not enough. You have to have the whole package, and unfortunately for Boom Esports, it costed them a lot today.
It also would seem, I was kind of hoping to see more of that split push on Boom Esports side. you could see that they were trying to do it a couple of times, but usually it's just one player. So I'm imagining if they, because Xerxia tends to give up that mid control, or only having an alarm bot, some killjoy utilities there. If Boom Esports tried to take mid, split it, whether it's towards A side or B side, and pressure Xerxia that way, I feel that would have been a closer matchup, because Xerxia was just given a lot of space, and Boom Esports seemed to limit themselves into just the main areas.
I also think that Xerxia, you know, they like to aggress, which is good. We love that proactiveness.
Yes.
However, there were scenarios wherein you could even see Surf aggressing towards B main, and he got tagged by the Sova drone. The sad part is he wasn't retreating at that point, but he also was not punished. So on the side of Boom Esports, I don't know what was going on, but I would have loved to see more of the aggression. I think that they were trying to be a little bit more careful, especially as they were losing the rounds. But again, you gotta reflect, you gotta pause for a second and just really reevaluate what you should have done on that scenario. But right now, it's a little too late for these guys, as they will not be proceeding into the next stage of the knockouts. But hey, we get to see a lot of Surf over here, and my god, Trix, no surprise that he's the series MVP. What a fantastic player,
Surf?
especially on that operator.
Yes, Surf playing primarily on the jet or the chamber, just doing a fantastic job being able to anchor those sites and really hold it down. We've seen him, he's not only just a good player, you can see, I mean in terms of aim with the operator, you see that he moves around a lot, he repositions himself. One moment he's peeking mid or B main, the next moment he's up at A short, sometimes he's going up to A heaven. So you could see throughout the maps and throughout the series, Xerxia's Surf constantly is changing his position, keeping the opponents on their toes and not knowing where to expect them, so not knowing where to dish out that utility to flush them out.
God, Surf was just something else over here, and I'm just so happy. I mean, again, this was a bittersweet series, especially on your end. But I do gotta commend that Xerxia, by the second game, by the third game, they were really online. And that's what we would have loved to see from them, especially at that first map. But hey, we're here, and they still survived. They made sure to make it count when it mattered. So that, guys, that is where we are going to be closing this series down. Now, we are going to be taking a look at how the rest of the series went today as we go over our recap. Fluffy, quite a day we've had today, and 2-1, 0-2, 2-0, and then 1-2. So a lot of the games went down today, but what was something that really struck your eye?
I mean, honestly, I'm still kind of surprised about how the last series ended. I knew that there was a chance it was going to go to 3 maps, but I didn't expect every map to be frank, very one-sided for each team, and to end that way. And aside from that, though, I would have to say that I'm very happy personally for the Team Secret game. Seeing them advance into the next stage of VCT APAC is always great. And for the first game, I was also very interested, as both of these 2 undefeated teams were going into this undefeated, but unfortunately for Bleed Esports, PaperX does take it, which leads us into our matches tomorrow.
Yeah, so this is the brackets that we're seeing over here, and you guys can already tell you won't be seeing some of your favorite teams moving into the lower round 2. But Trix, for tomorrow, for the brackets rather that you're seeing over here, anything interesting, anything spicy we might see?
I mean, all of it. I'm not sure I can look at a single match saying that particular match is spicy, but I feel that every single one, PaperX, Team Secret, also, you know, dominating teams, but you also have ONIC versus AE, Bleed versus Xerxia. I find that every single team going into it right now, it's so tight, and it's hard to say that there's going to be one match that's going to be better than the other, but I always look forward to PaperX and Xerxia play.
And here we have the schedule for tomorrow, folks. I'm betting that everybody has their eyes set on game number 3. After all, this is a repeat from last year. I mean, that was crazy. Back then, Team Secret was still known as Bren Esports, and I remember them losing to PaperX in the upper semis, but winning in the grand finals. So I don't know if this is gonna be a repeat of history, but that's gonna be quite the spicy matchup that we will be seeing tomorrow. But nonetheless, Bleed versus Xerxia, and of course ONIC versus Alter Ego. Those two will be determining which teams will be proceeding into that game number 4 slot over there. So wait and see, everybody, how tomorrow's games will play out, because today was exciting, but tomorrow is another mystery. Great schedule that we have here. Such a build-up for all of these teams. But again, you gotta remember, of the game 1 and game 2 tomorrow, eliminations are in order. We cannot forget about that. But hey, folks, that's where today ends. We've had such an exciting day so far, and I can't believe that it's already ending. But that's what it is. We gotta give time for these players to prepare for their matches tomorrow, and we gotta give ourselves some time as well to prepare, because it's gonna be spicy. So bring out the milk, bring out whatever will tame that spiciness flavor for you guys. Tomorrow is just incredible. So with that said, once again, here on the panel, it has been Likeable, Fluffy, and Tricks. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night and get rested.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stuck. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.